Turn me up. Turn me up. Oh, baby! We made it to Friday. We made it to Friday, Roasters. As the San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says, we are 2 days, 9 hours, 23 minutes, 43, 42, 41 seconds away from the big game on Sunday. Shout out to Pete's Coffee for sending us to Vegas to the big game. We cannot wait. Thank you to Pete's Coffee. Thank you to the Roasters. Thank you to YouTube. Good morning to you all. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the Comcast Business Text Line, all the graveyard shift workers.
Thank you, Bonte.
All the overnight workers, all the Warrior fans, all the Niner fans, all the Giants fans, all the contractors, all the carpenters, all the doctors, nurses, students, teachers, cops, firefighters, you name it. Spinoni, Lump, and Shasky. It is finally here. Look, Warriors win 4-1 on the road trip. You know, I'm feeling good about that. I feel like the vibes are turning. But D-Day is Sunday, and we are 2 days away from what is ours. And we talked about this journey, Shasky, in late July when training camp opened. It's finally here. The journey will be completed on Sunday. I feel the vibes. I don't care who they have on that sideline. I don't care if Marcus Allen's coming back for the Chiefs. I don't care if Martin Schottenheimer is coaching for them. I don't care if Steve DeBerg is quarterbacking. I don't care. Rest in peace, Derek Thomas, Neil Smith. I don't care who's on that sideline for Kansas City. Sunday will be our day, Niner fans. It will finally be our day, and we've been waiting for this for 30 freaking years, Shasky.
This is it. I mean, this is where it all comes down to. I know they gave out a bunch of awards, and we're going to talk about that. All that crap is irrelevant. No one gives two rips about all of these regular season awards. You know what we want? We want the damn Lombardi. We want the Super Bowl. And this is the moment right now, as my mom gave my little guy an authentic Mitchell & Ness Joe Montana jersey, and a tear flowed down my eye. I said, this is the time. This is the time right now. You got to bust out all your good luck charms. You got to go deep to pull this one out as we celebrate Patrick Willis getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. And the one hole in his resume is never getting that championship. That one hole. And what separates Steph Curry from all his contemporaries, John Stockton, for example, as just a random guy.
Kevin Johnson.
You know, Chris Paul, who's on his roster. He's got championships, and they don't. And it is the separator. It's a separator for Kyle Shanahan, for Jed York, Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, George Kittle. You know, George Kittle, you want to be the greatest tight end in 49er history? You got to hang one.
Get the bling.
Christian McCaffrey, you want to jump over a Frank Gore, even though you've been here for just a short period of time? You have to have a Lombardi because Frank's got the resume. All of these guys, Deebo Samuel, who I believe is a playoff cemented legend, Nick Bosa, all of these regular season accolades like Defensive Player of the Year, those are fine and dandy. It's a hell of a lot more satisfying when you add Super Bowl champion. I watch you every single day. Oh, I got the Hall of Famer Chris Mullin, and I love it. But I hear you, and then the champion, the finals, the NBA champ, Festus Ezeli. And it pains my heart that Chris Mullin doesn't have that attached to his name. This core of legends needs that attached to their name.
You know, it's well said. As Patrick Willis, as you mentioned, he gets his gold jacket, and we all celebrate it. And it was a great night for the Bay Area with the Warriors blowing out the Pacers, going 4-1 on their road trip. They're one game under 500. And you get Patrick Willis getting his award, that gold blazer. He's going to Canton, Ohio. All right? We may need to be there for that. I said I'd wait for Frank Gore, but hell, Patrick Willis, I love them just as much. Christian McCaffrey gets Offensive Player of the Year. Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey gets Air Player, FedEx Air Player, and Ground Player of the Year. You know, Brock Purdy and McCaffrey are finalists for the MVP award. And there's Niners galore. And you see Jerry Rice out there in Vegas. You see Joe Montana shaking heads. And you see T.O. with the Niners polo on. And what's the hole in his game? He doesn't have the bling. He doesn't have the Super Bowl. We know about Frank Gore, and we see him in the suite. We see him next to Bryant Young. And what doesn't he have is the Super Bowl ring. Shanahan, everything he's built with this football team, he has been obsessed with football. He doesn't have the ring.
It's the one hole.
He's called Marty Schottenheimer 2.0.
It's so unfair.
It is. It is unfair, but you know what? That could all go away Sunday. And how do you do that Sunday? Well, with Patrick Willis getting his gold jacket yesterday, you need gold jacket plays on Sunday from your premium players. Forget the rest of the guys. You know, with Nick Bosa, You want to be talked about like Reggie White, Charles Haley, T.J. Watt. You want to be talked about like some of the great edge rushers of all time. What Reggie White did for Green Bay against the New England Patriots, he took over the football game in the second half and came up with 3 sacks against Drew Bledsoe and flipped the game. He said, I'm not being denied. I'm running around the Superdome with the damn Lombardi no matter what.
I mean, Michael Strahan, think about what that championship has done for his career off the field.
Wow.
I mean, he was a great player, but that one championship and riding off into the sunset did what for him?
Good Morning America, Fox Sports, pregame show. You name it.
He took all of the things Tiki Barber thought he was going to have.
Exactly. So, gold jacket plays on Sunday. I'm not talking about just making plays.
I love that.
I'm talking about gold jacket plays. That's the separator. When I know Chris Jones is at that sideline in Super Bowl 54, you know what he did? He made gold jacket plays by deflecting passes, pushing the pocket, and pushing the interior. Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes, you know what they did? The pay that we had from Super Bowl 54, they made Hall of Fame plays when they needed to. Well, that's what these Super Bowls come down to. It's not about making plays and making tackles and getting yak. It's about making gold jacket plays. And if you can do that on Sunday against Kansas City, then you know what? You're going to come away and celebrate, and we'll have a parade next Thursday. But you got to take care of the little things. You got to tackle, Shasky. You got to tackle in this game. You got to take care of the football. And you know what? Nick Bosa, I'll start with him. You want to be that game changer? You know, you want to be that premier edge rusher? You want to play like DPOY? Well, you may need a sack fumble from him. You need him to cause havoc on play number 1 to the last play of the game.
The number one stat for me, and I know everyone's exhausted with all the stats that they've seen. The only stat that matters in this game, you have to generate a turnover against Patrick Mahomes. He has not turned it over in 6 straight playoff games, which is a record in the NFL.
Yep.
You have to generate a turnover. So when that play happens and it hits you in the hands, you got to seal it up. Yep. You can't do what you did in the last Super Bowl with the Quan Alexander drop. And I hate to just point at him. You can't do what you did with Jaquiski Tart. You can't do what you did when, obviously, I thought Bradshaw fumbled in the overtime against the New York Giants in the NFC Championship game. Go to every single game that the Niners have lost that has been heartbreaking in the 30-year run in between this, where we are now and that championship in 95. There's a moment in time where a huge turnover swings momentum of the game, whether it's the Niners or whether it's the other team. I mean, that NFC Championship game they lost to the Seahawks, you and I talk about it. No one talks about it. They got a fumble early in that game, and they settled for 3 instead of getting 6. Exactly. And that was the game, the whole game changed right there. Kaepernick fumbled later on in the game.
Hold on. There was another play, too, that nobody talks about in that football game. It's not just turnovers. Turnovers are huge. I'm with you here.
And
that was a game
how
changer.
you capitalize.
And how you capitalize on that. Points off turnovers are huge. Seattle capitalized, the Niners didn't. But in that football game, it's also the big plays, the explosive plays, the game-changing plays, the momentum plays.
Yes.
You have to limit those. The explosives, they call them. The Niners in that Seahawks NFC title game, they're up 10-0, controlling the football game. And they let up on one play. And I saw Dante Whitner yesterday, and I didn't bring it up to him. I refuse to do that. I don't want to bring up those memories to the hip, man. But there's a play where Russell Wilson scrambled around, and you blew your assignment on one play. You didn't contain, you didn't wrap, you didn't tackle. Russell Wilson throws it down the field. He hits Doug Baldwin for a big 30 to 40-yard gain. Dante Whitner falls asleep. Doug Baldwin gets behind him. They get a first down. They get the 3 points. They get the 3 points and go down 10-3 before the half, and that settled everything for Seattle, and it kept Marshawn Lynch in play for their run game to get them going. Yeah. Those plays right there, the sleeper plays that nobody talks about. You know, the 4th and 2s that Detroit doesn't capitalize on. The field goal that they settled for before halftime instead of going up 28-7. Those little plays, you got to limit those. Those have killed the Niners in Super Bowls and NFC title games. But you know what? Sunday's going to be a new day as we talk about it here on a Football Friday presented by Flag and Anthem. I want to get the Niner fans. This is our last time.
How much
we're going to talk to you
this?
before Sunday. I know you want this bad. I want it bad. I'm anxious as hell. I can't. Look, it was so hard to watch the Warriors game last night. It wasn't. Steph made it easy, actually, going 6 for 6 in the first quarter with 6 threes and scoring 18 and dropping a 42 burger. It was the perfect distraction for me. But as soon as I got in that car, and as soon as I got down that freeway, and I heard the roar from every car on the freeway, and I'm listening to the radio, and I'm saying, what's going on here? I smell something in the air. It was P. Willie getting his gold jacket.
The most deserved man on the planet.
And I said, you know what? It may be our weekend. As McCaffrey's getting awards, and Brock Purdy's getting awards, and P. Willie's going to Canton,
They
Ohio.
got to finish.
They have to, but you know what, Shasky? this team, this group, they've got it in them. The focus level I see from Deebo Samuel, the focus I see from Fred Warner, the focus I see from Trent Williams. Hotel alarms getting pulled at 6 in the morning, it hasn't deterred them. Soggy fields at UNLV, the crappy fields at the practice, it hasn't deterred this team. They've rolled with it. They've rolled with it despite what Ross Tucker, you know what? I like Ross. I like Ross a lot. But what he's been spitting on Steiny and Guru this week has disturbed me.
Why?
It's disturbed me. He's basically categorized Niner fans and the Niners organization as crybabies.
Well, I consider him a front runner because I've been following him. I've been doing shows with him for the last 4 or 5 years. That guy bleeds Eagle green. Okay, we get it. You're a New York Giant and an Eagle guy. You're an Eastern Seaboard dude who capes up for that part of the country and every single, I don't like the 49ers, and I talk like this. I'm tired of hearing about Ross Tucker, a mediocre lineman who doesn't understand West Coast football. I'm tired of hearing his prerogative.
Well, you know what? I'm going to play something, and he better be lucky he didn't do it on this show because he would have got some pushback. Now, I understand Steiny Guru, they're doing their thing down at Radio Row, but one's a Cowboy fan. And let's face it, Steiny's not a Niner fan.
But I'm just sick of Ross Tucker's crap.
Listen to this crap.
He's been caping up for the Eagles and slurping them for the last 3 years. Just shut up.
Well, listen to this. I want to get people fired up. 888-957-9570. This is the last time Shasky and I are going to talk to you before a football game this season. This is it, folks. We've taken you all through the journey from training camp till now. On Monday morning, I'm expecting to talk to the Roasters and talking to them about a Super Bowl victory for the first time since January of 95 in the 94 season. But listen to what Ross Tucker had to say about my 49ers, about your 49ers, Shasky, about your 49ers Roasters. How about Ross Tucker? Listen to him on Steiny and Goo yesterday at Radio Row.
The Niners could be a really likable team if they would just stop complaining all the time.
About what?
About everything.
Give us an example.
Okay.
The field, the practice field.
No. Last week. Well, first of all you heard from any Niner all offseason, every Niner player or fan was the only reason why they lost to the Eagles was because both quarterbacks get hurt. My recommendation would be to not let your quarterbacks get hurt. Okay? Not let the defense kill your quarterbacks. And they talked about it all offseason. Okay? Then next thing we have, last week, they asked Bosa his impression of the Chiefs' offensive line. He's like, they hold a lot.
Yeah.
Then they asked Jed York what he remembered from the Super Bowl 4 years ago. I remember Nick Bosa being held on 3rd and 15. They're always whining or complaining about stuff. Now this week, what do we have? The practice field isn't good.
Right.
It's the Super Bowl. You're barely practicing anyway. They're doing like a walkthrough. Hey, give me a break. And then today, now they had the alarm pull.
That happens every season.
You guys see my post at Ross Tucker NFL. I said, well, at least now, if the Niners lose, now we know why. It changes everything. The Thursday alarm pull, that changes everything.
Well,
I mean, at least they have their built-in excuse.
All right, Ross, you're on the wrong show. I would love to talk to Ross Tucker next week. It's been a while since we talked to Ross Tucker. I like Ross Tucker, but you're pulling this I'm smarter than everybody act. And, of course, hey, we're just calling it what it is. This is the Super Bowl. One team's at a state-of-the-art facility, and one's at a college with terrible fields. What's wrong with that, Ross? We don't want no twisted ankles before the game.
Before you even get to that, the whole Eagles thing, they came out and kicked the ever-living crap out of the Eagles this year. After telling them all offseason, had our quarterback been healthy, we're going to dismantle you. And then a guy by the name of Lane Johnson came out and said, the Niners broke our souls.
We'll play that a little bit later.
They broke our souls. So as far as I'm
later.
concerned, the Niners wrote a check all offseason and then cashed it on the face of Sirianni at the 50-yard line as Debo was telling the entire city of Philadelphia, how's my ass taste?
But not only that.
I'm so fired up right now.
Steiny laughed and said, the alarm gets pulled every Super Bowl. Oh, does it? Does it? We got public knowledge on that? Can we fact check that? Can we fact check that? Nobody's going to use it as an excuse. And I'm being sarcastic here, I'm being facetious here about the whole alarm thing. But Steiny Guru disagreeing with Ross Tucker, like, oh yeah, they do cry a lot. Okay, we'll see who's crying on Sunday. I'm sick of the national perspective about the Bay Area.
It's a
Bay Area thing. I'm convinced it's a Bay Area thing. They always talk about the Warriors crying and hot dogging.
Mahomes is turning his helmet to the ref on every play.
Every play. They talk about the Niners like this. They talk about our quarterback, Brock Purdy. Should be one of the best stories in North American sports history. Mr. Irrelevant. Nah, we got to have a different dialogue. Purdy ain't really all that. Shanahan's not Shanahan. I wonder if he coached in New York City when he get blamed for the 28-3 collapse by the Atlanta Falcons. So you know what? Ross Tucker, add him to the list. Add Signing Guru to the list. Add all these guys to the list about people hating on the 49ers. I cannot wait for this game. And by any means necessary. We said it before the Green Bay game. We said it after the Green Bay game. We said it before the Detroit game. We said it after the Detroit game. It's all about surviving and advancing and doing what you got to do to win a damn football game in the playoffs. And I expect it to be ugly. I expect there to be bumps in the road. But I expect the damn Niners to hoist this Lombardi trophy in front of the whole damn world and have all the people like Ross Tucker, Edie Crow. The day before, he went outside the Guru and said, the Chiefs will beat the Niners. Out of 10 games, they win 7 or 8 of them.
Yeah, well, that's why they play one off. Ross, this is not the NBA. This isn't the World Series of the 1918s where you play a 9-game series. You play one time. That's all that matters. One time. I'll tell you right now. All black Air Force Ones, Deebo Samuel is showing up on Sunday, and I can feel it. I can feel it. I'm going to walk into a sports book, and I'm going to put $100 down on Deebo Samuel to be MVP of this game. I am calling my shot now. Deebo Samuel will be the MVP of this game. He is going to run through souls. You were talking about gold jacket guys. There are certain players in the history of sports who elevate their game in the playoffs. Even they're good players, but then they get to the playoffs, they become great players. Yep. Okay? Just Andy Pettit is an example. Yep. Like all-time legend when it comes to the playoffs. I expect him to be elevated. Yep. Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter was a great Hall of Fame player. You get to the playoffs, he, boom, steps it up. Madison Bumgarner. Oh, he's a good player. Regular season, fine. Playoffs, steps it up.
David Ortiz. I know you don't like David Ortiz, but you got to give him credit.
Absolutely David Ortiz. Absolutely David Ortiz.
Jose Altuve. Carlos Correa. There's certain guys in the sport that just elevate. Patrick Mahomes.
Draymond Green.
Yep.
Andre Iguodala. Steph freaking Curry. Joe Montana. All right? Think about these guys. Deebo Samuel is on that list. Look what he's done in the playoffs. Look what he's done in big games. Look what he's done when he's told you he's pissed off and he's angry and he's coming to snatch souls. Deebo will show up on this Sunday. I guarantee it.
It's not even a question. This is a guy. I remember we talked the day of the draft when Deebo got drafted. And the Niners were coming up on the clock. And I was going to the Nick's Crispy Tacos. We were on the phone. I'll never forget the conversation. There's DK. There's all these guys. I said, Shasky, I want Deebo Samuel. I want Deebo on this team. That's a guy. I just love him. I want Deebo Samuel. And the Niners actually selected him. And when he did that rookie year, people forget he was a rookie. And by the end of that season, he didn't look like a rookie. And after Super Bowl 54, I'm complaining to myself, damn, did we get the ball enough to Deebo Samuel?
No.
I know he's a rookie, and we didn't. This guy shows up, whether it's the Rams, whether it's Monday Night Football, whether it's Sunday Night Football, whether it's in Philadelphia. I'm not worried about Deebo Samuel showing up. Hell, I'm not worried about this team showing up. I think this team is ready to go. They've been waiting for this moment. They look loose. I think George Kittle's been loose. The tone has been set by Shanahan. They know what time it is. I'm loving the hype videos coming out of the 49ers right now. So when Ross Tucker says that, trust me, the Niners are taking notes.
The other guy that I'm looking at.
The label a team led by Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams crybabies? Is Ross Tucker out of his damn mind?
And Trey Greenlaw? You gonna say
Ross Tucker's out of his damn mind.
Well, you know what it is. I mean, he's just got sour grapes because the Eagles had all their coordinators fired after the Niners went into the link and kicked that ass. I'm sorry. I am so sick of hearing Ross Tucker tape up for Nick Sirianni. Shut the hell up, you Eagle Cry fans. You got dismantled. Your season was ended. Your coordinators were fired. You're questioning your $250 million quarterback for crying out loud. We didn't just go into the NFC East and win. We dismantled the division.
Hey,
Look at the stats.
Lane Johnson said it.
Okay, explain to me what happened the last, 6-8 weeks of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like as film piles up, and I feel like really after the 49ers game where, it's kind of them dismantling us, I felt like teams kind of piggybacked off that. So I don't know if it was something we were doing with our scheme-wise. Maybe the teams were on to what we were running, but it was a lot more difficult than what it needed to be because you've seen what the offense has been, and then you see that stretch, and it's, what's going on.
So Lane Johnson.
That's a Hall of Fame player.
Hall of Fame player said, yeah, they broke us 42-19.
They dismantled us.
And we knew it because Deebo Samuel walked in there and talked that week. He told everybody Bradbury was trash. He told everybody that if Brock Purdy played, that they would have won that NFC Championship game. Ross Tucker, I saw you on the sideline during that NFC Championship game. You know damn well if Brock Purdy played, we would have been playing the Kansas City Chiefs last year at Glendale. But you know what? That's that. And that pain that we had to endure all offseason.
They have to win this one.
They will win this one, Shasky. We're getting to the calls here. On the other side, I'm feeling good. Feeling good on a Football Friday. Brought to you by Flag and Anthem. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by the Inn at the Tides. Your phone calls. You guys better be fired up. Your last thoughts before the big game on Sunday. I need your last thoughts before the big game on Sunday down in Las Vegas at Allegiant Stadium. I want to hear from your roasters. 888-957-9570. But the end at the Tides. Hey, relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Winter is magical in Bodega Bay. Come experience it all at the Inn at the Tides. Winter midweek rates start at just $179 per night and include breakfast and bottle of wine upon arrival. Book ahead at innatthetides.com.
I feel like they're a little bit soft.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The Red and Gold hotline is up.
It's easy to see when you look at me. 50, don't back down. Come on, man. I get goosebumps when I hear this.
I love me some 50
Let's go,
Cent.
Niners!
I love me some 50 Cent.
I'm about to blow my freaking... You know what? This morning, super early. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
We got to pace ourselves. We got proposition chicken coming in.
Don't talk about that.
I am so ready to run through a wall right now.
I'm fired up. Get your 95.7 game gear right now at breakingt.com/957. We got all sorts of cool stuff right now. 49ers apparel you can wear this Sunday, as well as some awesome gear repping the shows here at 95.7 The Game. Go to breakingt.com/957. We got Morning Roast t-shirts. We're coming up with the design, I'm a roaster, because that's a movement. I'm a roaster. And I see a bunch of roasters on the lines right now. 888-957-9570. We're going to start this off like this.
You know what?
We're going to start this off like this, Shasky.
I knew Friday was going to get off to a great start because I just got a text from JC, our boy, referee, high school referee.
Yeah. O Club.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Norm, and they're both rocking their Niner gear, and they're like, let's go, baby. Niners, we're listening right now.
Rocco's up, too.
Oh, Rocco's been ready.
Rocco's ready to roll. Everybody's ready to roll this morning. Listen to this. You're going to be ready to roll after you hear this on Steiny and Guru. So I'm calling out Ross Tucker, Steiny, and Guru. All three of them. They're in the box.
You calling out names corrupt?
You're on my hit list now. I got hit list coming into Las Vegas.
What's up, Fred?
Hey, Ross Tucker. Let's call on us crybabies, folks.
The Niners could be a really likable team if they would just stop complaining all the time.
About what?
About everything.
Give us an example.
Okay.
The field, the practice field.
No. Last week. Well, first of all you heard from any Niner all offseason, every Niner player or fan was the only reason why they lost to the Eagles was because both quarterbacks get hurt. My recommendation would be to not let your quarterbacks get hurt. Okay? Not let the defense kill your quarterbacks. And they talked about it all offseason. Okay? Then next thing we have, last week, they asked Bosa his impression of the Chiefs' offensive line. He's like, they hold a lot.
Yeah.
Then they asked Jed York what he remembered from the Super Bowl 4 years ago. I remember Nick Bosa being held on 3rd and 15. They're always whining or complaining about stuff. Now this week, what do we have? The practice field isn't good.
Right.
It's the Super Bowl. You're barely practicing anyway. They're doing like a walkthrough. Hey, give me a break. And then today, now they had the alarm pull. You got
That happens every season.
You got to see my post at Ross Tucker. I said, well, at least now, if the Niners lose, now we know why. It changes everything. The Thursday alarm pull, that changes everything.
Well,
I mean, at least they have their built-in excuse.
All right, Ross Tucker, it's obvious you're picking the Chiefs. You said the Chiefs will beat us 8 out of 10 times. Okay, Ross Tucker, your East Coast bias is showing, and it's all good. You said we're complaining about things. No, this practice fields aren't up to par, and everybody's talked about that. What's wrong with just saying the Chiefs are practicing at the Raiders facility, state-of-the-art, 4 fields plus an indoor stadium. We got a field outdoors that's not ready to roll for the Super Bowl, and it's raining in Vegas all week. What do you mean nobody's practicing? The Niners are getting some stuff down. Sure, you're not going 100%. You're not hitting, but you're getting your work done. I mean,
but
Scotty's talking about the hotel alarms always get pulled the week of the Super Bowl. No, it don't. No, it doesn't. What is he talking about? This is the Super Bowl. What is he talking about?
Bonte. I've got 4 numbers. 42-19. That was the score, Niners-Eagles this year, after the Niners whined and cried for a year and then went into the link and ended the Eagles season.
Ended them.
42-19.
Ended them.
Those are the 4 digits.
6 straight possessions, touchdowns.
And number 19 was waving goodbye as your entire season went down the drain.
As he told everybody that previous offseason, a week after the AFC Championship game, bribery's trash. We would have beat them if Brock Purdy's up. All we were doing was keeping it real.
I mean, look. You can have your NFC Championship game. The Niners literally told you what would happen if they faced them again. Went out there, did that, and then accomplished what they said they were going to do last year, this year, with their healthy quarterback.
And you know what? That's why it disgusted me.
And you're at home.
You know what? And I love Guru, but that's why it disgusted me seeing him wear that Niner jersey. It disgusted me. That Cowboy fan wearing that Niner fan trying to set help on our parade and they just sit there agreeing with Ross Tucker. Nah, Guru.
How about
Guru,
Steiny?
You crossed up on
crying
us.
about what?
Yeah.
Like literally
it's all good. It's all
blowing
good.
into the fireplace
It's all
to
good.
give it some oxygen.
Ross Tucker, we got something for that ass next week, baby. We got something for you, Ross Tucker. Let's go to the lines. You know what? I'm going to set the tone. I'm going down to Lancaster because she's been rocking with us from day number 1. And every Friday she comes in here and she brings the heat. It's Rhea in Lancaster. Rhea, good morning. Set the tone, Rhea.
Good morning. Good morning. This is getting ready to happen, okay? I'm going to tell you how it's lining up. In 1987, I was living in Vegas with my mother, who was working on a TV show as a production accountant. That is where I learned how to play a parlay card. I had 3 teams, the Falcons, the Cowboys, and the Niners. The only team that won on my parlay card was the Niners. And I wasn't even old enough to gamble. I had somebody teach me and play it for me. That day let me know this is the only team I'm betting on. And I start watching the games. Vegas, they're there. It was when I loved them, fell in love with them. I lost my innocence in Vegas that year. Everything is lined up. I'm telling you, this is getting ready to happen. If my wedding wasn't in 2 weeks, I'd be there. I had money to buy a ticket to the Super Bowl. I was going to do it. I didn't care, but I had a wedding to plan, so I had to pay for it. But I would be there if I wasn't getting married in 2 weeks, because we are getting ready to do this. Kyle was loose on media day. I was like, "Ooh!" Kyle had a little something to relax him. I'm telling you, everything is lining up. It's getting ready to happen, and I'm so excited and I'm ready.
Let's go, Rhea. Let's go, Rhea. That's what I'm talking about down in Lancaster. Let's go to JC in SJC. JC, what's happening, baby?
What's up, baby?
What's going on?
What's going on, guys? Long-time listener. Pretty much, I got a couple things I'm going to be as fast as I can. So we're gonna this is going to come full circle. You know, we got Jimmy Garoppolo. He got hurt against Chiefs, which allowed us to get Nick Bosa. George Kittle got revenge coming along. That allowed us to get, Trey Lance. Trey Lance been fit. We got Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's going to go ahead and finish the full circle. He's going to knock out the team that knocked us out last time in the Super Bowl. Chiefs at the house that Jimmy Garoppolo is renting in. And my dark horse pick for the MVP for the offense will be George Kittle. And for defense, it's going to be for Fred Warner. George Kittle's going to have an Edelman game, and Fred Warner's going to have a Michael Irvin game. Bruce Irvin game. Bruce Irvin game from the Seahawks.
I love that. JC. Listen,
he's 5 times the player, Bruce Irvin.
He's so much better. I want you to do this, Lubman. If you can, find a Christian McCaffrey speech yesterday when he accepted his Offensive Player of the Year award. What this organization means to him. This organization saved Christian McCaffrey and gave him an NFL lifeline. He was stuck in prison in Carolina with nowhere to go. He's playing with both quarterbacks, Darnold, Baker Mayfield. He doesn't know what the hell's going
purgatory.
on. I mean, basically, you're in Siberia, right? Nobody cares about the Panthers. Nobody's going to games. And the Niners said, you know what? We need to go get this young man. We need to save him because he's an all-time great. In his speech yesterday, thanking the organization, thanking his teammates, how thankful he was to play for this organization, that man wants this trophy so damn bad. And I'm so happy we got Christian McCaffrey because he's going to do some very, very dangerous things on Sunday against the Kansas City Chiefs. This is shaping up to be his game. His game. And Shanahan knows it. Brock Purdy knows it. We need to ride number 23 to the sunset, man, with that Lombardi trophy. We got to play his speech. It's lining up, man. What this game means to that man. What this game means to Fred Warner. What this game means to Kyle Shanahan. We've read all the articles. We've broken down all the data. We know that the Chiefs, if they give up 30 carries, they're going to probably lose. We know all this stuff. We know it all. But that speech yesterday, Shasky, I said, damn, we really need to get this done. What this organization and what this team means to McCaffrey, what it means to Shanahan. Think about them running around as young boys in Niners gear. And then McCaffrey running around with Ed McCaffrey in Denver, watching them win back-to-back Super Bowls. They know what this means for this legacy.
I mean, you look at it and just take a step back. The Niners might have more Hall of Famers on their roster right now than they did in any of their last Super Bowls.
Wow.
Just think about this. Think about this. Bosa has Hall of Fame trajectory.
Yep.
All right? When you average a sack a game, essentially, throughout your career, through 5 years, you're going in that. Fred Warner could be going there, but he needs that championship. Trent Williams is absolutely a Hall of Famer.
Stone Cold Lock.
I think CMC's a Hall of Famer. George Kittle could be a Hall of Famer.
Watching Devin Hester get inducted into the Hall of Fame yesterday, which warmed my heart because he deserves it, that gives me hope for a guy like Deebo Samuel. And you know what? Brandon Ayuk, he could put together some years here.
We'll see.
And we'll see but he has Hall of Fame potential. He has potential to make Hall of Fame plays. Hell, he just had his Lynn Swan play last week against Detroit.
Absolutely. And I'm looking at the coach. I mean, the coach, if he stays in the game long enough, he has a very good opportunity to get there. So this team is primed and loaded and ready to go.
888-957-9570. How are you feeling? This is the last time we're going to talk to you before we head to Vegas. The next time we talk to you, Roasters, it'll be on Monday morning.
Did you see the bad omen that came out yesterday?
What, Charles Barkley picking the Niners?
No. Brittany Mahomes trying to do the SI Sports swimsuit thing. All the ladies were sending it in the family. And I'll tell you right now, it's bad juju. Shouldn't be doing it this week.
Oh, I don't care.
It's a distraction.
Yeah. For who? Her? Not for Mahomes.
The Chiefs.
What's coming up on the K? Brought to you by Fremont Pick, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls here, 888-957-9570.
The week that we've been waiting for is finally here. Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, I'm turned up this morning. We got the roasters coming in for eggs and toast with the roast. That's happening today. That's happening. All the lucky listeners who are coming through, they'll be here at about 9 o'clock, 8:30, 9 o'clock. Can't wait. We'll get them in the studio after the 9:30 break. Here we go. Eggs and toast with the roast. Shout out to Proposition Chicken for the breakfast this morning.
I'm so ready.
Shout them out, baby. They will have us fed this morning as we get ready for the big game. By the way, this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Shout out to Pete's Coffee, as you said, Shasky, for sending us to the Super Bowl. We will be flying out tomorrow, baby. You'll fly out a little earlier than me.
Yes.
I'll fly out to the Warriors-Suns game. Why Hef is on my flight. Yeah. I can't wait.
I'm super ready. And if you're out and about in the world and you're wearing your Niner gear on a Friday, I'm sure all the kids are wearing their red and gold to school today.
Yep.
And you go to Pete's, tweet us a photo of you in your Niner gear with your Pete's coffee. I got mine. I want to see everybody, and I'll retweet them all. I'll retweet every single one of them. You tell me where you're from, what you're sipping on at Pete's, rocking your red and gold. Let's do this.
Tweet it at Morning Roast 957 at Morning Roast 957 if you can.
Or on
tag,
Insta.
or you can tag us. You can tag Butcher. You can tag me. Tag us in your Niners gear, your Pete's Coffee. We want to get that out there and let you know. We want to represent, man. Because a lot of kids, you see, I went out with Carrington yesterday on this station. The confidence that is reeking from Kansas City, they think it's going to be a blowout. They don't believe it. They think they're just, we have no shot at winning. You know, Carrington said, I believe it's going to be 23-17 Chiefs. The Niners scored 17 against that defense. Like, this defense is being talked about as if they're the 0-1 Ravens, the Buccaneers who beat up on the Raiders, the 85 Bears. Come on, man. They're not that. They're a solid defense. They're solid. But how much better are they than the Niners defense? They're solid. Nobody's scared of them.
Have they faced an offense as diverse as ours?
I don't think so. Baltimore misplayed their hand. They did. The run game was working. Baltimore played that game after the first quarter as if they were down 30-7.
Well, even going back to their first game against Miami in the playoffs, Miami was a wounded duck. I mean, they came in limping into the playoffs after having an opportunity to win the division outright and do a lot of things. They lost to Buffalo, and then they came limping in. And Tyreek Hill was clearly hurt in that game.
Yep.
And Tua looked frozen in those elements. And then against Buffalo, I thought Buffalo had opportunities to win that game. Credit Kansas City for gutting it out. But let's call it what it is. The playmakers for Buffalo dropped the ball.
They didn't make plays. They didn't make plays.
Stephon Diggs, hello? Do you have a pulse? Can you make a play?
Yeah, no, they didn't make plays at all.
So I'm looking at the 49er playmakers, and I'm saying they're ready for this. This is not a bunch of rooks. These are guys that are tried and true, playoff battle-tested studs. And I'm expecting Kittle, Ayuk, CMC, and Deebo Samuel to carry the Niners.
Yep, I am too. I'm expecting them to make gold jacket plays is what I'm calling it. Sunday, it's not about making plays. It's talking about making gold blazer, gold jacket plays. Gold blazer plays. Hall of Fame plays on Sunday.
Not this gold jacket.
Not that gold jacket. I'm talking about the one Patrick Willis had on last night. Gold jacket plays. Whew. Woo! David G., who was the most engaged? No, nobody. Poe and Fremont. Poe, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, Bonte? What's going on, Shasky?
What's up?
Amped.
You should be.
So, yeah, listen up. So, I like that interview you had with Common Policy about a week ago, and he touched on something very, very, very interesting. You know, he touched on the magic that this team has this year, that it factor. You know, in the past, there was a couple of times when we played Baltimore in the Super Bowl. You know, Baltimore in the playoffs, they had a magical moment when they had that deep pass to I forget his name, but they beat Denver in a fantastic fashion. And then when we played Kawhi, he had that baseline 3-point shot that vaulted them into the finals. And I look back at those moments, and I'm like, damn, those are the moments that vaulted them to the finals and the championship. This year we have that magic. We had the you catch. We had the comeback. This year we have that magic. Beyond us having all the players, Debo, Purdy, Bosa, all the players that are going to get their gold jackets. We also have that magic. This time it's 31-20 Niners. And Tupac said, revenge is the sweetest thing next to getting you know what. Let's go, baby.
Vincent, Columbus. Vincent, what's happening? You're on the roast.
First Tupac line.
What's up, Vincent?
Hey, guys. I'm pretty fired up for this game. Even as a Steelers fan, I'm pretty fired up for Fred Warner. I just think, like, when I look at all-time great linebackers, like, recently, like Kuechly and all of them, I do think, like, Warner is he's close to getting up there with the Super Bowl win. And another reason why I really want the Niners to win, too, is also I've been listening to you guys for the whole season, like, when I'm not listening to Steelers stuff, and you guys always break the game down really well. I love your stuff. And then also, Roman Reigns is a big 49ers fan, and I'm a WWE fan, and I really want him to just give you guys the championship belt like they do every year for the Super Bowl winner. That'd be really cool. So hopefully you guys get the win.
Thank you, brother. Roman Reigns, do you know who that is, B?
Yeah, WWE heavyweight champion.
Let's go, baby.
Who doesn't know who Roman Reigns is?
Let's go. Diehard Niner fan.
Well, I mean, I don't watch wrestling, but I know who Roman Reigns is. He's a chief, tribal chief. He was with The Rock yesterday. The Rock slapped the hell out of Cody Rhodes. Come on, man. Act like I didn't watch wrestling. I want you guys to listen to Christian McCaffrey and his acceptance speech. This guy's so thankful. Now, some people could say it's a distraction being at the award show or whatnot. This is just what they do. It's normal. It's fine.
Are you serious?
Christian McCaffrey, after accepting his Offensive Player of the Year award.
Yeah, give it to me.
Listen to this speech.
Up here right now. I want to thank my family, my fiance. You guys know how much I love you. Your support means absolutely everything to me. All the sacrifices that you make for me, it's not easy, and it doesn't go unseen, and I'm not up here without you guys, so thank you. To Jed, to John, to Kyle, the whole 49ers organization, you guys took a gamble on me last year and traded for me, and I feel so fortunate to be a part of the best organization on the planet, so thank you guys so much for doing that and believing in me. To my position coach, Bobby Turner, it's such an honor to be in that room and learn from you. Everybody in that room loves you, and thank you for upholding the standard constantly. You're probably watching from your office, but appreciate you. All the behind-the-scenes body maintenance people, you guys know who you are. Just keeping me upright and doing all the work behind the scenes that a lot of people don't see. Thank you guys so much. And lastly, my teammates. Man, I can't even put into words how much I love you guys. This has been the most fun I've ever had playing football. I'm not up here without you. Football is the greatest game on the planet. It's the biggest team sport in the world, and we're so lucky to get to enjoy it. And the fact that I get to go to battle with you guys every week is one of my greatest honors because of the way you guys play football and inspire me every single day. I'm not up here without you. I love you guys. We got one more. Let's go finish it the right way.
I don't understand how this team could be labeled as whiners and crybabies when you're led by Christian McCaffrey, who's as humble as they come, as you hear him there, and Fred Warner, who's as humble as they come, and Ayuk and Trent Williams. Like, these are down-to-earth dudes. Now, Kittle's brash and very, over the top, but I don't see him as quote-unquote arrogant.
For Ross Tucker to call the Niners crybabies when he's an Eagles fan, what about A.J. Brown? All he did was cry this year. That's all he did. Fletcher Cox. That's all they did was cry. I mean, Nick Sirianni basically was mocking people, mocking fans. Remember what he did in Kansas City? Yeah. Chiefs fans, see ya. Like, remember all that?
Yes.
Remember how he was studying and running around the field and high-fiving fans in Tampa? I mean, those guys were the front runners of the crybabies. I mean, what they do on the East Coast, the NFC East Division, the Cowboys, all they do is cry and whine.
Did you hear them yesterday?
Excuses. Who?
DeMarcus Lawrence.
What'd he say?
Got a little tired.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
We got a little tired?
Yeah, we got a little tired.
All they do on the East Coast is make excuses. They've been doing it for a million years.
Lost focus.
That's all they do is make excuses on the East Coast.
But when I hear Christian McCaffrey and the humility from that man and the appreciation and the gratitude for being in the situation that he's in right now, I mean, I said this to you last year. You and I kicked this around. The league is better that he's on a team that's winning.
No doubt.
It's better for guys like him to get put into the spotlight. I mean, it helps, obviously, the running back position in general, but He's one of the great players the league's ever seen. The duality of his skill set, obviously how hard he plays, his appreciation for the legacy of the game and the history of the game with his father playing in the league. And I think it's the perfect blend for him to be in the Shanahan system. If I were to close my eyes and create a player from scratch who would be the ultimate Kyle Shanahan weapon, it would be Christian McCaffrey.
Not Debo?
I mean, Debo's up there, but
No, I hear what you're saying with Christian. Listen,
Christian has no flaw.
This is why I wanted him traded here last year. This is why we kicked this around 2.5 weeks before he actually got traded here. And it wasn't just, hey, Niners, go get him. It's because, what are they going to do with McCaffrey? And when I just looked at the offense, it didn't have to be McCaffrey. It could have been Saquon Barkley. Could have been any running back who could catch the ball out of the backfield. I just thought that was the missing element in this offense. You had Debo, you had Ayuk, you had Kittle, but where's the dump offs at? Where's the check down at? Where's the safety valve at for a quarterback like Brock or Jimmy or Trey? They tried that with Jerick McKinney. He tore his ACL a week before the season opener in Minnesota when they signed him to the big money deal. And he was just never right with the 49ers. Can you throw the ball? We saw elements of it with Raheem Mostert, the Texas route, opening day 2020 against Arizona, the pandemic season, where he goes 90 yards on a touchdown against Isaiah Simmons. But that was the missing element in this offense. And so for Christian McCaffrey to get traded here, and you heard what he said, they took a gamble on me. This guy's an all-time great. It wasn't a gamble, Christian. It wasn't a gamble at all. Trust me. We would have gave up more first-round picks to get you out of Carolina. But the gratitude that he had, what you said, the gratitude and appreciation. And then he talked about his father, Ed, getting him ready as a kid. Ed McCaffrey's like, hey, you sure you want to wear jeans to school? May weigh you down. May weaken your... Ed told him, hey, at the prep rallies, don't be doing all that shouting and stuff. Just chill.
It is remarkable. Now, you have like a LeBron James whose father didn't play in the league, but LeBron's kids will...
Right.
Some of them will play in the NBA. It's remarkable how many top athletes right now are the sons of other former top athletes.
There's a lot.
Patrick Mahomes' dad pitched in the bigs. Obviously.
Oh, real quick. Bully was talking to me off air about Patrick Mahomes Sr. Real quick.
Oh, yeah.
They were in Minnesota one year, and this is when Mahomes Sr. was pitching with the Twins.
Okay.
He wanted to practice. He's like, yo, can I come practice? He said Mahomes Sr. was out there not just dunking, but two-head gorilla ducks. Power ducks.
Oh.
Said Mahomes Sr. was legit on the court.
That doesn't
it was
surprise me.
So to your point about these kids, they can do all sports. Mahomes could have played any sport.
I know. But it is crazy to me how many of the former athletes' children are now dominating sports right now. Obviously, there's the financial aspect of it where they just can get better training and resources and access, etc. But to me, it's the mindset too. And it's
got to take advantage of the situation.
Yeah, but like Steph Curry, right? He's the top of his profession. Christian McCaffrey. Brock Purdy, his father played in the minors, correct?
Yep.
Patrick Mahomes, his father played in the bigs. It is not that athletes can't come from all walks of life, but it is crazy how many of them there are right now in professional sports dominating at the highest level.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about that. Christian McCaffrey, also the whole fire alarm story with Ross Tucker. Hey, I'm going to play it. We got King of the Hill coming up. But Ross Tucker, real quick, on Starting Guru yesterday. It's going to be the theme. This may be the theme today to get us fired up on a Football Friday here on 95.7 The Game. Here's Ross Tucker yesterday on Starting Guru live from Radio Row.
The Niners could be a really likable team if they would just stop complaining all the time.
About what?
About everything.
Give us an example.
Okay.
The field, the practice field.
No. Last week. Well, first of all you heard from any Niner all offseason, every Niner player or fan was the only reason why they lost to the Eagles was because both quarterbacks get hurt. My recommendation would be to not let your quarterbacks get hurt. Okay, not let the defense kill your quarterbacks. And they talked about it all offseason. Okay, then next thing we have last week, they asked Bosa his impression of the Chiefs' offensive line. He's like, they hold a lot.
Yeah.
Then they asked Jed York what he remembered from the Super Bowl 4 years ago. I remember Nick Bosa being held on 3rd and 15. They're always whining or complaining about stuff. Now this week, what do we have? The practice field isn't good.
Right.
It's the Super Bowl. You're barely practicing anyway. They're doing like a walkthrough. Hey, give me a break. And then today, now they had the alarm pull. You got Sonny.
That happens every season.
You got to see my post at Ross Tucker NFL. I said, well, at least now, if the Niners lose, now we know why. It changes everything. The Thursday alarm pull, that changes everything.
Wow.
I mean, at least they have their built-in excuse.
So let me
who's saying that that's the end all be all?
But you know what was funny? When McCaffrey spoke to the press yesterday, he didn't believe the alarm was set off by accident. McCaffrey said, I think there's no way it's random. It's part of it. It's just more wood thrown on the fire.
Could you imagine how likable Ross Tucker could be if he stopped complaining about the Niners complaining?
Yep. Bosa, how about this? I didn't know this happened. Bosa said, I'm sure somebody did it. Kind of reminded me of Philly when they had this construction going on outside. It was early in the morning. They were like demolishing a bridge right outside our hotel. We haven't had the best luck, but no excuses. So, we're just trying to get to Sunday and be as prepared as we can. And if we had to deal with a couple more issues, we're ready to do it. But McCaffrey doesn't think it was accidental. Bosa doesn't think it was accidental. McCaffrey's like, hey, just more wood thrown on the fire.
Well, it's petty.
It's all good. It is petty.
It's petty.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HC1 San Francisco. The San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says we are 2 days, 8 hours, 24 minutes, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second away from the big game. And a big shout out to Pete's Coffee for sending us to the big game. We're going to Vegas for the game. Thanks to Pete's Coffee. Thank you to them for going out to Vegas. I can't wait to get down there.
If you're out and about and you're at a Pete's or you're wearing your Niner gear with your Pete's Coffee, send us a photo, tweet it at us, Instagram us, tag us. I'll repost it.
Can't wait for this game because I think it could rank in my top 7 to King of the Hill in the future. We got King of the Hill coming up right now. Let's get to it, folks.
God, I love this music.
I love it, especially on a football Friday presented by Flag and Anthem. King of the Hill this week. Listen, it's the 7 greatest championship teams in Bay Area sports history. 7 greatest teams. On Sunday, when the 49ers win, where would this championship rank? I feel it's going to be high on the list in the future. But right now, we go to number 7. Number 7, the 1990 Stanford Cardinal women's basketball team winning Tara Vanderveer's first NCAA championship. She now has 3, but that's the first one. Women's basketball team, Stanford, winning that 1990 Final Four. Shout out to Jennifer Azzi. Heard from her the other day. She's out in Vegas doing big things with the Aces, Las Vegas Aces, who won back-to-back championships. That's my number 7 championship team in Bay Area sports history. Number 6, the 2018 Golden State Warriors. Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, they were bored that season. They won 58 games, didn't have home court advantage. They went to Houston, won a Game 7 to Houston when Houston missed 27 straight threes. Look, that team could have won 70 games if they wanted to. They limped into the playoffs. They didn't care. They still won that championship and went back-to-back, back-to-back. Number 6, 2018, Golden State Warriors. Number 5.
Number 5.
This may be too low on my list. The 1984 San Francisco 49ers, 15-1, winning the Super Bowl at Stanford Stadium against Dan Marino and the Miami Dolphins. They built that Super Bowl as Dan Marino's coming out party, and he winked in the camera when he got introduced to the crowd in Palo Alto at Stanford Stadium, but Joe Montana stole the show. The iconic video footage of Joe just being on the sideline by himself with the helmet on in the waiting seconds of that Super Bowl, and Joe just looking in the camera, throwing up the 1. I love that image.
Today's not the day. I'm stunned you put the 1990 Stanford women's. I'm not hating on it. I just
why? Why?
I think if we told 100 Bay Area sports fans, I don't know if 2 of them would come up with that championship.
Well, so what? That's what makes me me.
I know.
That's what makes me me.
That's tough.
Shout out women's basketball. Number 4.
Number 4.
The 1989 Oakland Athletics. The 1989 Oakland Athletics. The Bass brothers, Ricky Henderson. What's so funny about them?
What? No, I'm just listening to the drops.
Oh, yeah!
That team was loaded.
I mean, it was against the Giants. That one should be elevated. Earthquake?
Number 4. 1989 Oakland Athletics, number 4.
Okay.
Why? Because number 3, I got my 2020, or excuse me, 2012 San Francisco Giants. That was a great regular season team.
Okay.
Great regular season team. Go down 0-2 to Cincinnati. You win 3 straight in Cincinnati, who had the best home record in the National League that season. Then you go down 3-1 against St. Louis. You win 3 straight. And then you smoke the Tigers. I remember I bet Mark Spears, a young Bonte Hill, betting Mark Spears. He goes, the Tigers got y'all, bro. They got all the momentum. We bet a World Series hat. Thank you to Mark Spears for that hat. The 2012 Giants, 3rd best championship team in Bay Area sports history. Number 2.
Number 2.
This was tough. Raymond Ritter's not going to be happy with this, but the 2017 Golden State Warriors are number 2.
That's tough.
It may be the greatest NBA basketball team of all time.
So you have 2. You have 18 and 17.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Kevin Durant.
So you're going rosters, not like what the
No, I'm just going championships. I'm going my top 7 championship teams.
Okay.
My top. This is my list.
Yeah.
This is my list. King of the Hill. My list, not yours. Your list may be different. Because number one are the 1989 San Francisco 49ers, the ones that demolished the Denver Broncos 55-10. They went back-to-back. In that Super Bowl, I remember Pat Summerall and John Madden after the game said, the way they won this game, who's to say they can't win 3 in a row? And damn it, they knocked on the door. They got close to winning 3 in a row. Ronnie Lott, Matt Millen, John Taylor, Jerry Rice, Joe Montana's best game in the Super Bowl in the New Orleans, Louisiana Superdome, and Bill Walsh midway through the first quarter telling somebody in the suite, this is going to be a blowout. And you know what? It was a blowout. 55-10.
No 2010. No 2014.
2012 Giants was better than 2010.
Oh, no, that's fine. I'm just, you're saying championship. I meant more like the feeling when you won, like the 2022 Boston Warriors won.
Well, that's a different list. That's a different category.
Okay.
This are the greatest teams.
Greatest teams.
My greatest championship teams in Bay Area sports history.
Then 95 didn't make it. Wow.
It's tough. 89 was better.
No, some people think 84 and 89 are better than 95. So I'm not mad. It is a tough list.
Look, there's going to be some A's fans. There's going to be some A's fans out there saying, where's the 70 A's at? Reggie Jackson?
Catfish.
Catfish, Vita Blue?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a tough list.
No,
you know
it's a
why?
really tough
Because the
list.
Bay Area has great championship teams. We have great tradition here.
Yes.
So not to short side on all those other championship teams, but this is my list. It's all debatable. We'll get it on Twitter. Debate your mom if you want to.
Yeah, I thought you were going to maybe put the Stanford golf team with Nota Begay and Tiger Woods his freshman year.
You know what? Honorable mention. Don't be hating on Tara Vanderveer and Jennifer Azzi and the Stanford Cardinal. That was big time in the Bay Area. Big time. 90, 92. Then you won one a few years ago. Shout out to Tara Vanderveer and the Stanford Cardinal. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Your phone calls. We're going to go down memory lane as well. Memory lane with some playoff moments in 49ers history as we get ready for the big game on Sunday. More coming up on the roast.
Fonte, the more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com.
The biggest day in football is...
hopefully the Niners are running to town on Sunday. Not only this town, but the town of Las Vegas and towns all around the world. We've been waiting for this for a long, long time as we're talking about the big game on Sunday. Pardon me, it is a Football Friday presented by Flag and F. I don't want to get to the calls. We're going to go down memory lane, and I want you guys to stick with this. And I want you guys to feel the pain that's led up to this moment on Sunday in Las Vegas, but I do want to get to the calls because it's not about talking at you. It's all about talking with you. We're with the people. We love hearing from the fans. So you know what? I'm going to go out to Jersey. And I have a funny suspicion about this call. But let's go to Kyle in Jersey. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? I am a newer fan of your show, but a huge fan. Been listening to you guys for the last month or so, almost daily, and I'm a lifelong Niners fan, obviously from Jersey. But you guys certainly make me feel at home. You guys are giving me all the positive energy, getting me all jacked up, and I just want this so bad. I'm 37, but I've never had the chance to see the Niners win a Super Bowl. And of all my sports teams, this is my ultimate team, the team I care the most about. And I want this so bad, and my son's going to be turning 5 this summer, and he's starting to get into 49ers football with me, learning all the players' names.
That's cool.
And his name happens to be Brock. So when we had Purdy take over last year, I was hoping it was kind of fateful. So, I'm not a crier, but I feel like if I get the chance to see those Niners win on Sunday and I get to share that with my son wearing our matching Purdy shirts, you better believe there's going to be tears.
Oh, I love that.
It's appropriate to cry.
There you go, Kyle.
Real men cry.
Niners win, you cried on Sunday?
Me?
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, I got a lot of emotion going on in my life right now, so I'm not going to lie. I FaceTimed my dad. It was the first time I've been able to actually see him sit up in over a month, and like my mom was showing him photos and stuff and telling him that we're going. He's really groggy, so he doesn't even know like what's going on.
Right.
And I think he's becoming more cognizant, and he realizes what's going on right now. And like, I can't think about the Niners winning a championship without thinking about what it means to me and my dad and my brother. Like, I'm getting choked up thinking about it. Like, this team, all these teams, but this team in particular, like, part of our family bond and that familial tie is going on Sundays to the Niner game.
No
is
doubt.
screaming and yelling about that team before, during, middle, after the game, and talking about them during the week. And so, like, yeah, like, hell yeah, I'm probably going to end up tearing up, dude. Like, this team means more than just sports to a lot of us.
No doubt. No doubt. It ruins weeks. They ruin all seasons when they lose. We feel jubilation when they win. We carry the pain from, hell, we still talk about the 1990 NFC title game loss like it was yesterday. That's how sick we are about this football team. By the way, Rhino02, sending love all the way from Ireland. Go Niners.
Let's
I
go.
can feel it. I love that.
Ireland loves San Francisco, and we love you back.
I love that. We'll have a Guinness on you, buddy. Absolutely. Let's go to the lines. Adam, our boy Adam in San Francisco.
What's up, Adam?
What's up, baby?
Man, that run this town tonight had me about to freestyle, and I don't got anything for today, so I'm just going to leave you guys at this. Number one, I love that you guys are going to be at the game. Shasky was at Game 4 of the finals. That just brought a little bit something. You guys are going to be there, the whole crew. Bring us home that trophy. No, it's about the team on the field, but it's about the supporting cast as well, and you guys are part of that. You were mentioning something, Bonte, about it going down memory lane of pain, and like you gotta feed in that and feel that. The 2011, 2012, 2013, 2019, 2021, 2022. Kaepernick came so close. Jimmy came so close. Purdy is this quarterback to get it done. To quote the late, great Carl Weathers, there is no tomorrow. This is it. You got to put all your chips on the table. You're in Vegas. This is the time to get it done. And I truly believe this team is going to get it done. I don't care about all the hype about Mahomes, about Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce. It doesn't freaking matter. This team is going to get this job done. And let me just leave you with this last quote before I leave. The world is a very mean and nasty place. I don't care how tough you are, and it'll beat you to your knees and keep you there if you let it. You, me, or nobody's going to hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward, how much you can take and keep moving forward. That is how winning is done. Get this win this weekend, boys. Love you guys.
What a quote. What a call from Adam at SF. Gosh. Damn, Adam.
That's tough.
Got me in my feelings right now. Got me in my... Listen, man, Last night was a good night for me. Personally, just mentally getting ready for this big game. You know, I got sent the photo of the Super Bowl field yesterday. I'm like, oh, my gosh, look at the field. The paint, they'll paint it up. They'll touch it up, no doubt, today, tomorrow. But the field was set up. And I'm thinking, boy, we're going to be in that stadium at Allegiant for the Super Bowl watching the 49ers. Then I do Warriors pre and post, and the Warriors quietly go 4-1 on this 5-game road trip. First time they got 4-1 on a road trip of a 5-game or more since January of 2019. And the vibes feel right. And Steph Curry, at the age of 35, drops 42 big ones. He had a road trip in which he dropped a 60-burger and a 40-burger. And he hits 10 threes in a game for the 42nd, 43rd time in his career. And I'm like, okay, the Warriors, the vibes are feeling right. You got 4 games for the All-Star break? Okay, cool. I'm feeling good. And then during the post-game show, I get the alert. Patrick Willis is getting inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I said, wow, that shocked me. I thought he was going to have to wait a couple more years. And then Christian McCaffrey, he gets the Offensive Player of the Year award, and he has that great speech afterwards. And then I see a photo of Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey with the Super Bowl 58 vest on, made by Christian Juszczyk, and they're receiving their FedEx Air and Ground Players of the Year. And I'm thinking, you know what? It's a good night for the Bay. It could be a monumental week for the Bay Area on Sunday. It really can, man. The vibes are really good. I feel really good about this game, Shasky. I do, man. And I know who's on the other side. I understand Patrick Mahomes could go down as one of the all-timers.
Can we agree? The fear and the anxiety of facing an all-time legend, isn't this what sports is all about?
It's what it's all about.
Like,
man.
This is what it's all about. And, you're talking about Brock Purdy. I was listening to Adam, wax poetically about how all these other quarterbacks fell short, and Brock Purdy. Look, Brock doesn't have to carry this team. He just needs to do his job. And I think that's where Kyle Shanahan comes into the equation, where I'm expecting Kyle Shanahan allow this young man to get settled in so it's a normal game as quick as possible. Drew Brees, I was listening to with Cowherd yesterday because it popped up on my timeline, and he said he airmailed his first pass. They did a fullback dive on the first play, okay, because they were all so amped.
Right.
He airmailed the first pass by 10 yards, and it would have been a touchdown over the top. He said, I was so amped, I couldn't calm down. And Sean Payton and him both had to calm down as play caller and as quarterback. And so he expects Kyle Shanahan, who's been here before, to recognize that, understand that, and try to set this game plan up early in the game to accommodate Brock Purdy's amped up nature, which is going to be no matter how calm you are, and to make it easy on him by handing the ball off early in the game or some small controllable passes to let them settle in and know it's a normal game.
No doubt. Jet sweeps, running the ball. I expect them to do that with Brock Purdy. Listen, you brought up fear and anxiety.
It's the best feeling in the
And I'm
world.
not going to sit up here on a Friday. You know, you guys know us.
It's the
you guys
queasiness.
know us. You guys know us. We try to keep it as authentic as possible. I don't know how to sugarcoat things. That's one of my flaws in my game. I don't know how to sugarcoat it for you guys. But I'm going to sit here and tell you, we should absolutely fear Patrick Mahomes. He's an all-time great. I understand what we're going up against, but it's never been easy for the Bay.
No.
It's never been easy. Think about we had to go through the Cowboys in the 90s, an all-time team. The Warriors had to go through LeBron freaking James, who's considered by many to be the greatest player in NBA history.
He's either one or two.
All right. He's on the short list. You had to go through LeBron to win those NBA championships. And then later on in 2022, you had to go through the Celtics, who were rolling full of athletic stars all across, stars galore on that team. The parquet floor, Boston, all the championships, the banners, the 17 up there hanging, right all back cigar smoke. It's all lingering in Boston. And you had to go through them. The Giants did it the hard way in 2010, clinching the NL West on the last day of the regular season. Then you go through the playoffs, you get to the series against Texas, you handle your business. But you had to go through Philadelphia in that dynasty with the Phillies without home field advantage. You had to win game 1 in Philly. You had to win game 6 to clinch on their home turf in Philadelphia against that all-time staff, Roy Oswalt, all right, Doc Holliday, Cole Hamels. They were loaded. It's never easy for the Bay. 2012, you're down 0-2 in the first round against Cincinnati, and you got to go to Cincinnati. You know what I'm saying? It's never easy for the Bay. And you know what? I want it like this. Well, I'm glad you're referencing all these different, resilient stories. Thinking about Brock Purdy, I don't care about the future and what he'll become in 15 years from now. If he wins this game, even if he plays mediocre, he wins this game. Think about some of the people whose entire legacy
in the Bay Area has completely changed because they won the one.
Yep.
Whether it's Cody Ross or a Barry Zito. Barry Zito was a bad Giant. It was a horrible signing. He had that one game, obviously in the NLCS, but he also had that one game against Verlander, game one. Think about Pablo Sandoval. As ugly as it was when he left the Giants, the guy hit 3 home runs in a World Series game.
Yep.
When you think about these guys, Madison Bumgarner, it ended kind of ugly.
It did in ugly.
But game 7 lives forever.
2014 is one hell of a run for that man.
I mean, Brandon Belt, we think about one moment, the 18th inning home run.
Yep.
So many guys.
Which is crazy because Brandon Belt actually balled out that series against the Royals. He had a great World Series. He was really good in that series.
I know, but like Travis Ishikawa, I can go right down the list. There are certain players, when you win a championship, they become immortalized. No matter what ends up happening for the remainder of their career. If Brock Purdy can find a way to bring this organization its first championship in 30 years, the guy's going to go down as an all-time legend no matter what happens after this year.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. This whole team's going to go down as legendary. Debo, Christian McCaffrey, Fred Warner, they all get elevated. Now all of a sudden you're comparing this team to the great Super Bowl teams of the past. You're saying, are they better than the 94, 95 Niners? Are they better than the 89 Niners? Are they better than 88 Niners? Are they better than the 81 Niners? Are they better than the 84 Niners? But you can't have the conversation unless you win it on Sunday. And then I'm just thinking about it again. Listen, Travis Kelce, all-time receiving tight end. He's going to Canton, Ohio. Andy Reid, all-time offensive guru in the NFL on a short list of great minds, brilliant minds when it comes to offensive football, X's and O's. You got to go through them. But again, it's never been easy for the Bay. You brought up 2014. We had one starting pitcher. That was worth the damn. Madison Bumgarner.
They got 6 combined outs from their Game 6 and Game 7 starters.
Tim Hudson and Jake Peavy. All right? You're riding Ryan Vogelsong. All right? You are riding them. You're riding a bullpen. You're riding a patchwork lineup. 3 different leadoff hitters in that run, right?
I know.
Angel Pagan. You had Gregor Blanco. You had Andres Torres. And you had to go through some big boys. So for the Bay, it's never been easy. You got to go through the Mahomes. To beat a man, you got to beat the man. We said that all year long in the NFC about going to Philadelphia. And you know what? You took their soul. Just ask Lane Johnson.
Okay, explain to me what happened the last, 6-8 weeks of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like as film piles up, and I feel like really after the 49ers game where, it's kind of them dismantling us, I felt like teams kind of piggybacked off that. So I don't know if it was something we were doing with our scheme-wise. Maybe the teams were on to what we were running, but it was a lot more difficult than what it needed to be because you've seen what the offense has been, and then you see that stretch, and it's, what's going on.
B, the Niners have a chance to do something too, which is hold off Patrick Mahomes from getting into rarefied air.
And the Kansas City Chiefs for being the first team to go back-to-back in 19 years.
I'm just looking at the quarterbacks. Right. When you look at like the big separator, Bart Starr's got 2. Staubach's got 2.
Yep.
Greasy's got 2.
Ben and Roethlisberger.
Plunkett's got 2. Elway, Young, even though Young wasn't the starter for one of those, Roethlisberger and Peyton Manning.
Doesn't Young have 3?
Excuse me?
Doesn't Steve Young have 3 now? Because 2 is a backup. Cincinnati.
Well, it says here 2, but yeah, you're right.
Cincinnati,
you're right. He was
Broncos.
3. You're right, but I consider him 1.
Yeah.
We consider him 1 because he was the starter. Eli and Peyton. Right now, Mahomes has 2. He would join Earl Morrall, who was a backup. Mm-hmm. Troy Aikman with 3, and then it's just Bradshaw, Montana, and then Brady with the 7.
Yep.
I mean, you're talking about a guy who's going to go down. He's 28 years old.
Yeah.
You stop him from getting this one,
and you stop the Chiefs from going back-to-back.
I think that's
because all of a sudden the Chiefs win this one, and they're thinking about three-peating, becoming the first team to three-peat. Think about what the Super Bowl does for them. So you want to stop all that noise. Stop it all right now. You know what? We got the 2 perfect callers. We got 2 perfect callers to shut that down. I'm going to go to Berkeley first, to Nick in Berkeley. Then I'm going to a place that we need to go to and we need to hear from. But first, Nick in Berkeley. Nick, what's going on, man?
What's up, you guys? Hey, man, I'm so sick of the damn Chiefs, dude, because they've been whooping on us for a minute. Man, we're about to let them cats have it. We didn't have Ayuk. We didn't have McCaffrey. Man, I'm telling you right now, we're about to trounce these cats like we did Philly, like we did Dallas, man. It's not going to be close, man. It's our year. It's destiny, man. There's no way. I don't even complain about the referees during the game. We know they're going to make no calls or bad calls. We're not even tripping off that. Our team is not even tripping off that. We're battle tested. We've overcame and had every type of game in the last couple of years and can come up a little short. But now our team is man, I've never seen a juggernaut like this, man. Purdy, it's not a pool party. It's going to be a Purdy party.
Let's go, Nick. Let's go, Nick.
I'm telling you right now.
You sound calm, Nick. Nick, you sound a little calm this morning.
To get super hyped.
You sound calm this morning, Nick. Nick, you're a little calm.
What's that?
You're a little calm.
Man, because you know what? It's like the calm before the storm, baby. Because I'm about to be ripping the roof shingles off my house. I'm gonna be yelling so loud. I may put my TV outside because I'm about to be so hyped. I got to jump around, baby. Man, this is it, man. I'm so ready for payback for losing that bum Super Bowl when we had no receivers and Garoppolo back there with happy feet with a 10-point lead. Man, there's none of that now. And Shanahan, he should be in the zone right now, just like a pilot in a rocket flying through the air, like he's not even tripping, man. You know what I'm saying? Like if he's not, then he needs to check himself. And let me tell you something, man. I appreciate y'all taking the calls. Because when we started this season off early, and I've been calling every single week, y'all always take my calls, man. You know, Shasky, man, shout out for being a new dad, man. It's like an omen, man. I keep thinking about that, man. It's a sign, man.
I agree.
All these things have come full circle from what we've been talking about through the bitter losses, the 3-game skid, all that, man. All the roasters calling in with all their great ideas and takes and views. Man, it's all wrapped into one big 49er bowl right now, and we're about to crush these fools, dude.
Let's go, Dick. Let's go, Dick. Let's go, Dick. I love that.
Hey, y'all better get hyped at the game. Let's go, Niner Empire. Represent. Stay hyped the whole weekend. Let's go, y'all. Love y'all.
Let's go, Dick.
Love you, Nick.
I'm going to let you follow that up, and then I'm going to go to a place that we need to go to. I don't know if you want me to go there right now. Do you want me to go there right now? Because I could go there right now.
Before you go there, I was worried. You know, I've been thinking about a lot. You know, you start to get older. You start thinking about all the lucky things you were able to see. Like going back to the 90s, seeing this team lose that many times to Green Bay, I really thought they would win another one with Steve Young. I did. Yeah. I really did. Then Garcia and Owens was like kind of like that forged my young adult. Right. I am a Niner lifer when I would go to all those games, and that team wasn't good enough, but I always had hope. And literally watching games, I prayed to God that a miracle would happen, that we would win a championship, knowing we were not the better team against Tampa Bay, knowing we were not the better team against Green Bay when we faced them again. And then, the Harbaugh era, they were so close. So close. That New York Giants game, Kyle Williams fumbling the way he did, and Ahmed Bradshaw, I thought he fumbled in the overtime game with the rain coming down, walking out of Candlestick. It's something I will never, ever, ever get over. And then the Super Bowl loss was as bad as it gets, just across the board. Then the following year, just the Seahawk thing, the way that went down, losing Bowman on that field, seeing Frank Gore get basically knocked out in that game, losing Iupati, Kaepernick, and that throw with Richard Sherman having the greatest play in Seattle sports history, devastating. Knowing that we lost the heart and soul of our team. Maybe I thought it was for his career in Bowman. We were lucky he even came back, but that was it. That was it.
That was it.
That signified it.
Era. That was it for the Harbaugh era.
And then, 2020, 2019, you and I in the studio watching that game, and for them to blow that lead the way they did, ripping my soul out and having to do a 4-hour show, you and me, taking call after call when it's one of the lowest moments I can remember.
May have been our greatest work. It was an epic show.
I was devastated.
The businessman in me wasn't bad. I'm telling you, it was a good show.
Then, we were blessed to go down to L.A., blessed. And I got to take my dad, and, we drove down in a Mustang going down I-5, and we had such a great 36 hours down there. All of the homies that we hooked up with. We Niner fans took over that stadium. Took over that stadium. And to lose again, up 10 in the fourth quarter, the way we did with Jimmy throwing the interception and Aaron Donald and Jaworski Tart dropping the ball, that was a horrific loss. And then the next year, you and I go to freaking Philadelphia, have the time of our lives. They treat us like absolute garbage going into that stadium, and we lose our freaking quarterback before the game even really gets off going. To get back to here and to go to Vegas and to have an opportunity to face one of the all-time great players and to get that revenge against him and shut everybody up, Hell yeah, dude, I want to exonerate these freaking ghosts. I'm tired of freaking losing. I'm almost going to cuss right now. Like, I'm sick and tired of getting right up to the altar, about to get engaged and married, and then someone takes the wedding ring away from us. I'm tired of it.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
As I watch Patrick Willis, one of my favorite players of all time, class personified, the guy gave his freaking body to this organization. He represented passion and dedication and class in an era of darkness. He was everyone's favorite player. And the one thing that I wished he had, him and Frank Gore, was to be able to stand up on that podium and have that Lombardi handed to them. They deserved it more than anyone. Yep. What they meant to this team and this fan base, guys our age, name a guy our age who didn't have the Patrick Willis jersey.
Well, I didn't have the Patrick Willis jersey. I had a Frank Gore. But listen,
for them to not have it hurts me.
But the moment that I loved with Willis and Gore was in the Georgia Dome when they won the NFC Championship game, coming back from 17-0. And Patrick Willis was getting interviewed by Fox Sports. It could have been Aaron Andrews, could have been Pam Oliver. I don't remember. And Frank Gore ran up to him. We're going to the Super Bowl, man. They had a hug and an embrace. I ran outside and I started crying because I was so happy for Frank Gore. You saw how excited he was. Then he hits the podium and he has Frank Jr. up there on the set with them going to the Super Bowl. And they don't come close, and they don't win that Super Bowl. They don't win it. But I do want to ask Niner fans, because you're going down memory lane, when did you become a Niner fan? When did you know this was the team you love? Because for me, Shasky, I wasn't blessed to go to games at a young age.
Yeah.
We didn't have the money to go to games.
I was very fortunate.
I watched a lot of games on television every single Sunday. It was ready to roll. Newspaper the next day, Sporting Green, the Examiner, whatever it was. I was locked and loaded at 8:30 watching the 49ers pregame show with Marky Baez, Joe Fonzie, Harris Barton, Jamie Williams back in the day. It felt like I was just born in being a Niner fan. And I remember the first Super Bowl win against Cincinnati, my first Super Bowl win as a kid. It just felt like I was born into loving the Niners. I knew no other team. I knew nothing else.
Yeah.
When did you know you were a Niner fan? Like Rhea Lancaster set the tone this morning talking about a Vegas trip and the 3-team parlay, and the only team that hit was a Niner fan. And she goes, well, that's the team I'm rolling with. And here we are 20, 30 years later, and she's still a Niner fan.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so when were you a Niner fan? When did you become a Niner fan? When did you start loving this team? Whether you went to the games or not, I want to know. Because it means a lot to a lot of people to get this one. Think about the generations that haven't experienced the Super Bowl win with this team. With this team.
You know, I've always been a Niner fan, so it's hard for me to, like, envision a time where I became one. I get what you're saying, like, but I'm tearing up because, like, I'm thinking about it. The moment I always think of when I was like, what does being a Niner fan mean? Running out of Candlestick after the Niners beat the New York Giants in the wild card game, we hopped in the back of my grandfather's S10 white truck as we're coming down 3rd Street, and I'm literally tearing up. My boy White Mike, who we kind of had a falling out, and I love him. I miss him dearly to this day. Seeing us in the back of the car, high-fiving all the people in Hunters Point as we're going out. You know anybody who knows where that 29, that bus route was coming out on Paloux, you high-fiving random people and catching footballs from people on the streets as my dad and my grandfather are in the front of the S10, the white S10, as we're coming down 3rd Street. That's what being a Niner fan was.
Well,
for me, like when I close my eyes, that's what I think of.
Well, I think
my brother in the parking lot.
I'm actually thinking about this, and I hope my mom is listening. She's always listening. Before we get back out to the lines,
sorry, I'm getting emotional, man.
No, it's all good. My mama always listens. Becky Tindall, I know she's always listening. So we left out 334 Waller. We're getting ready. We actually had a little party. Auntie Lisa came over, my cousin Drew. And when the Niners beat up on the Bears to go to the Super Bowl at Soldier Field, I remember that game like it was yesterday. They played the Bengals, obviously, a couple weeks later. And so we're watching at Uncle Mitch's house. Uncle Mitch, rest in peace. Mitchell Jr., shout out to him. He's up in Sac. So, Waller, we had this complex. It was 4 apartments. We're next door to Uncle Mitch. And Uncle Mitch, I would always go over there and watch the fights with him. I was the only kid that was able to watch the fights with the OGs. All the other kids, they'd be in the kiddie room. I could watch with the OGs because, like, this guy's he's a fanatic. But in that game with Cincinnati, I was with the kids, and we had our little TV, and I would go back and forth to the OGs, and there was this one guy, Uncle Lawrence. Lawrence, he's a Saints fan. He would always talk trash to me, little Bonte, man, you about to lose. And I remember Mike Cofer missed the kick in that Super Bowl. He missed the kick.
Wide right.
And I remember getting depressed, like, oh, no, they can't lose. This is my team. They're meant to win. They're meant to win. In that moment, when I think about it, running back and forth with the kids, and I was like, I'm not with these kids. They don't know what's going on. They got their Niners gear on. I'm one of them. I'm an OG. I belong in the big boy room watching this football team. Saskia, I was 6 years old at the time. 6 years old. And the maniac understanding what the hell was going on. And when they won that Super Bowl, I knew then, damn, this is my team. This is it. They were my first love. They were my first love.
Everybody's first love at that time.
So when you think about what happens on Sunday and being there at the Super Bowl, and my mom this past Sunday goes, Monte, you're going to be at the Super Bowl, watching your team in Super Bowl 58, trying to do something for the first time since 1994-95. I was like, damn, when you put it like that. Yeah, this is big time.
You're getting me emotional, bro.
Nah, don't cry, man.
No, but you're getting me emotional.
Well, you're not going to get emotional now.
Because you know what? No, but you're bringing up, it's like this team was a lot of people's first love, and I'm glad that you're expressing that. And everyone's got different things and different prerogatives and whatnot. Right. Like, B, how many times did you and me have the conversations we have on air are exactly like the conversations we have in off air. Yeah. We're screaming and yelling. How many times have you called me at halftime of a Niner game screaming at me?
Going psycho.
How many times?
Going psycho.
For the last however many years. Yeah. Rocco's been doing that to me for 25 years. My brother's been doing that to me for 25 years. My grandfather would call me on Mondays and do a full breakdown on every single game. Paris Harrelson was jumping off sides.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like losing our minds.
Losing the game as a child with the Niners would ruin my week. And it caused me problems in elementary school. It would lead to anger issues because I was so ticked off when they lost to the Cowboys in '92. I remember being in Richard Matthews' car,
losses
and I watched it at his house, and he dropped me back off at 334 all over my mom, and I'm sitting in the back of the car, and I was like crying. I was like distraught. I was like, what? We lost to the Cowboys? I didn't understand the Niners-Cowboys rivalry at the time, but I was just thinking, wait a minute. We're supposed to be in the Super Bowl. We're supposed to be there.
You know what's special about the Niners? You've passed it on to Anna. You've passed it on to baby Ches, right? Like I've seen myself being able to pass it on to my nieces and take them to games and let them experience. And now they are Niner lifers forever. One playoff game and they are freaking hooked.
And it's hooked.
And that's what it's all about. I'm telling you, it's deeper than just a game.
No doubt. No doubt about it.
I'm so pumped. We have to win this.
Well, you're going to be more pumped because we're going to Fremont and we're going to my main man, Juice. Juice at Fremont. Talk to the people.
Before I get into my call, I want to say first and foremost, much love and respect to you two for allowing us, the fans, to speak on the #1 freaking sports radio show in America. But as the third unofficial host of the morning roast, like Steph Curry in Indiana last night, allow me to cook. Allow me to speak to all the great Niner Empire fans who have supported the greatest storied sports franchise in all of sports. Regardless of your age, gender, race, religious background, we are forever united by two colors. Red representing the blood and tears in battle, and gold for the ultimate prize when we overcome the war. To all the great fans of the Niner Empire, wherever you're at right now, at this moment, whether it's the melting pot of the bay, all the way to the frozen ice of Antarctica, turn up your radio dial as I speak the state of emergency. The last 2 weeks was all fun and games. The last 2 weeks, the Niner Empire were flirting with Cupid. But this Sunday, we're going to put on the big boy pants, strap the combat boots, tighten up the uniform, and prepare for war. You see, we waited 1,470 days so we as a fan base can say, like in the words of George Kittle, who said 4 years ago, we're back here with a vengeance. And at the same time, the sports god heard our prayers and allowed the Niners to face yet again Patrick Mahomes, who has a 3-0 record against this team. All this freaking week, you heard the whispers of, I'm not betting against Patrick Mahomes. Andy Reid is a legend. Chelsea's unstoppable. The Chiefs' defense can match the Niners' weapons. Blah, blah, blah. Not also is this a disrespect to the Niner Empire, but am I surprised? How many times have this team heard all the negative critics when they were building this roster? So Trent Williams is coming with baggage from Washington. Debo's a reach in the second round. McCaffrey is injury prone, and Brock is a glorified game manager. Every person on this team has been questioned from all the haters, but that hasn't stopped this team. Because you know why? They laugh at us because they say we different, but we laugh at all of them because they are all the same. It's not the dog in the fight, it's the fight in the dog. Through all the struggle, through all the pain, all the nagging injuries, through hardship and doubt, you are now where you're supposed to be. Why? Because you believe, and therefore we believe. And finally, as I leave this call, in 1968, a marathon athlete, John Steve Acquire, who ran the Olympic event in Mexico City, was shortly crossing the finish line. The event was finished hours ago. Beaten, bruised, injured. When a sports reporter asked him, why did you finish the race even though everybody gave up? This is what he said. My people didn't send me 5,000 miles to start the race. My people sent me 5,000 miles to finish the freaking race. Niner Empire, you didn't come all this way to be in the Super Bowl. You came all the way to win the freaking Super Bowl. It's either you live for nothing or you die for something. And on February 11th, 2024, the whole world will bear witness. We came back to take what belongs to us. Instead of peace and love, the keys were experienced. These men will become a violence and revenge. Just like the Packers and the Detroit Lions, I am freaking out.
Damn.
They didn't send me to start the race. They sent me 5,000 miles to finish the race.
You know,
that's the greatest call Juice ever.
The call will have to be replayed in the 9 o'clock hour. It's already the call of the year. Just lock it up, store it away. I don't care if the Niners lose, win, tie. It's the call of the year. I don't even know what to say after that. You know, Juice only calls about 6 times a year. That's what makes him special. And I think about the guy every damn day. You know what I'm saying? And this is who we do the show for. Because Juice is always lurking. The Robs and San Brunos, the Juices, the Robins, the Tonys, the Clark, the Shark, the Cows, the Verducci's, that call right there got me. I didn't disagree with a damn thing he said. I mean, God, Spinoni, seriously.
I'm just thinking about the meme where it's the guy in the bed with the wife, and the wife's turned over. He's like, I wonder who he's thinking about, some girl or something. Fonte's thinking about Juice and Fremont.
I'm telling you, man, every postseason, this guy comes with a call that has me ready to just leave the studio and say, to hell with the show. I'm just ready to play a football game. I'm ready to run through a wall. Every time that man calls, he brings the and you hear the passion. You hear how much this team means to him. He wants this just as bad as Shasky. He wants it just as bad as the Roasters. He wants it just as bad as Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and Brock Purdy. He wants to pass it along to his family. That call will be replayed at the 9 o'clock hour. It's one of the greatest calls I've heard in Sports Talk Radio. It's one of the best calls I've heard in a very, very long time. Good Lord, that was good. Good luck following that up.
This team it means something different to this part of the country. It just does. Football, obviously, football's king. I've told you over and over, this is a team that's born and raised here. The name represents the region because of the big, influx of people that were coming here searching for gold. The colors, the resume of the organization over the years, all the heartbreak. This team represents this region, and it means something different. It just does. The Niners they're the biggest thing around here, and it's not even close. And people have been begging, dying, scratching and clawing for them to win just one.
Just one.
I mean, think about Niner Nick, Sam Lubman, John Curley, all these different guys who are in their 30s who love this team.
Never experienced it.
Not even a taste.
One of the greatest moments I had in Dallas was running into Niner Nick after the game and chest bumping with him and hugging him and talking to him. And he's just saying, Bonte, we're going to go to Green Bay and kick their ass, and we're going to the Frozen Tundra. That's why I met Marcus Bosworth. Boz, who sits over at 228 next to our boy Dwayne, who rides Bart.
Yeah.
That's why I ran into Boz. Niner fans that grow up together, it's a lifestyle, man. We're different. We're different than any other team, man. Sunday's going to be our day. I can feel it. You know what? Got the injury report. Then we're going to get back to the calls. Because Elijah lit up. They know where to go.
I'm not going to lie. Getting really hungry, and I'm ready for Proposition Chicken to be coming in soon.
I'm locked in. I'm locked in.
Need some fried chicken.
You know what? Prop Chicken's going to be great. Meeting the roaster is going to be great, but I'm so damn locked in with the roast right now. It's not even funny. I can't eat right now. I can't drink right now. I'm shaking right now, listening to Juice breaking down what he said. And the journey started. I keep going back to the Hilton Hotel in late July because I felt this season could be special. The journey to get back what's ours. After that heartbreak in Philadelphia, after the painful walk out of that stadium, after listening to the Eagle fans mock us left and right, call us whiners, Ross Tucker on Radio Row, talk about calling us complainers. Well, the only thing we're going to be complaining about is the confetti coming down from the Legion Stadium because we're going to need a lot more that's going to be coming down from the Legion Stadium on Sunday. The Lombardi's ours, folks. It's ours. It's finally ours on Sunday. Calling that shot. Let's go. Spinoni injury report.
Ow!
I know we got the injury report, Spinoni. I want to hear the Scarface song at the end of Scarface as the bed underneath that juice call.
I don't even think we need a bed, do we? Do you need a bed for that? Do you need a bed for Juice?
We'll workshop it.
Love Juice.
I mean, the way he was approaching that, he was like the guy at the end shooting Tony in the back.
I can't wait to meet Juice one day. I really can't. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerzer. Shout out to Boxer Gerzer.
Not Brian in Palo Alto? Changed his avatar to a Clay avatar?
I'm not scared. I'm sure he's got the stat. Hey, but I'll tell you, they're 3-0 without Klay Thompson this year. George Kittle, Eric Armstead, once again, limited at practice, but they're going to play. They're going to play. For the Chiefs, Rashee Rice was a limited participant with a foot injury that occurred when his foot was stepped on during practice. Head coach Andy Reid downplayed any concern for Rice's well-being after practice. He's expected to play. It's the Super Bowl. Guys are going to shoot up the chore and all. They're going to do whatever they got to do.
That's tough.
Yeah, they're going to do whatever they got to do to play on Sunday, man. You best believe that. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with a game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Lines are jam-packed. We're talking Niners. We're talking big game on Sunday. We're 2 days away, folks. 2 days away. More coming up on the roast.
We
Crack, crack, crack.
Turn it up.
Oh, baby! What is happening on Friday morning here on the Football Friday, brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Big shout out to Pete's Coffee. Pete's Coffee sending us to the big game. Of course, to Las Vegas. Sunday. Shout out to Pete's Coffee as I wave to baby Chess. She loves you, yo, baby. She's fired up. We're all fired up here in the Bay Area. And the San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says 2 days, 7 hours, 25 minutes, 39, 38, 37, 36 seconds away for the big game on Sunday. And I cannot wait. The field is laid out. They're going to touch it up with the paint today. Super Bowl 58. Chiefs red zone yellow. Niners red zone with the salute font. They'll be on a visitor sideline at Allegiant Stadium as we get ready to roll. Don't forget the Warriors with 4-1 on their road trip. Shout out to them for bringing the good vibes in. We had to cancel a guest because I want to talk to the fans. The hell with Kansas City. I don't want to talk to anybody else from Kansas City. The hell with that. Josh Kliegler was going to join the show. Bye-bye. Not today. I got to hear from the Niner Empire, Shasky. I need to hear from the Niner fans, and I see the lines here. We'll get to everybody coming up in this segment.
There's been a lot said about Niner fans over the last couple of years. They travel well.
Yep.
Oh, they're a bunch of criminals. They fight. Because you always get these like, oh, at In-N-Out Burger, a guy wearing a Niner jersey, he's fighting another guy. And I'll tell you this, I was walking through that parking lot with my buddy Della for the Detroit Lion game, driving in with my brother and Randy, and we had the full car going. And I love Niner fans. We're loyal. We're angry. We're passionate. Some of us can be homers. Some of us are wine and cheese fans. Some of us have neck tattoos. Some of us are lawyers like George Borges out there who's in Vegas right now. Some of us are garbage men. Some of us are radio hosts, plumbers. Some of them are police officers like my wife's Uncle Danny watching it in the police mobile unit at Union Square.
Some of them are overnight dancers.
Some of them are overnight dancers. Some of them are rappers like E40 and Black Sea. Niner fans are taking over Las Vegas. Niner fans are going to be surrounding couches, in living rooms, at bars. They're going to go to SF Brew Company. They're going to go all over. And I'm just proud to be a Niner fan. And now is our time. We've suffered long enough. You and I have talked enough. You know where I stand. I want to hear from them.
Yep.
Let's go.
Let's hear from the fans. By the way, shout out to my guy, Shalik. Shalik Finley. I love you, Shalik. He's listening. Said, you guys got me pumped up 1,000%. And he said, Juice has me so damn hyped right now. And I'm getting all these messages. Zucci Man's hit me up. Man, the Juice. They can bring it out to Gladiator War. We will replay that call in the 9 o'clock hour. It needs to be heard by every freaking 49er fan. Clip it. Post it on Instagram. Juice needs to get his love on Twitter. Post that call. It's one of the best calls I've ever heard in sports radio. But now I want to go up to the El Dorado Hills. He's a guy who's been rocking with us from day number one. Verducci. And I know what the Niners mean to Verducci. Verducci, the floor is yours.
Fellas, it is percolating right now up here in the EDH. And I was going to go on my rant like I usually do, but you know what? I got to leave that space for Juice. I'm not going to go there. He has me running through walls. I'm doing push-ups here in the workout room. I can't even be in the same room as my wife right now. The blood pressure is pumping. And so I thought I'd go ahead, write a little something for you all, and I'm going to give you my rap and how the day is going to go on Sunday.
Let's go.
Rocky Balboa on the mic. Call me Mr. Irrelevant. Niners in Vegas against the Swifties. Time to be eloquent. No game manager. MVP is his decree. Shanahan conquers demons. Set them free. CMC slicing and dicing through the Chiefs' defense. Kittle, Devo, Ladybug Fever, a relentless offense. Swifties thought they had it, but the Niners declare back in the game. It's a Niner affair. Kelsey gets questioned by Taylor. No hardware to show. Warner Greenlaw hit hard. Let Chiefs know. Kermit the Frog, Mahomes in dismay. Posted Young, Armstead, Hargrave making them pay. Close at the start. Niners persist. Wear them down. No need to resist. Moody's calm. No blood pressure spike. Blowout victory in Vegas strike. For Papa Shasky, healing up. Faithful at the stick. 916-530 Bay Area. Bonte Shasky the pick. Family at 95.7. Morning roasters cheer. 6 Lombardi a trophy return. The victory's clear. Bang, bang, Niner gain a triumphant sound. Closing the year. Lombardi renowned. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm not mad at it. Whenever you have the courage to freestyle, you get. I don't scoff at them.
That was smooth. That was like a slam poetry session. I like that.
I'm not mad at it. You have to have courage to come with that.
Sam, let's go to the nominees folder.
Only this show does things like that. All right? Only this show. You get the freestyle rap. You got poems. You got whatever you want. I don't care. But I love it. I love the passion. I do. Let's go to, we got Gabriel in Daly City. He's a 12-year-old.
Whoa, let's go, Gabe.
He's a 12-year-old.
What's up,
he's
Gabriel?
experienced nothing but heartbreak. Gabriel, what's happening?
What's up?
What's up, Gabe?
What you got?
So I just love listening to y'all every morning. Me and my dad in his truck, we always listen to you guys in the morning.
I appreciate that. We love that.
How did you become a Niner fan?
I've been a Niner fan since I was like 2 years old. I just watched them since I was growing up. I'm also a Giants fan because I play baseball.
Let's go.
And yeah, hopefully I go D1 one day.
Let's go.
Absolutely. What school do you go to right now?
Yeah.
What school?
What are you in,
You're
6th
Daly
grade?
City.
What?
You're in 6th or 7th grade?
I'm in 7th.
Where do you go to school?
I go to Napa Christian.
Let's go.
Love it, Gabe.
Let's go. Who's your favorite player on this team?
It's got to be Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, I love that.
So what's going to happen on Sunday?
Oh, we're gonna win. We're gonna win, no doubt.
No doubt.
Patrick Mahomes is a good quarterback, but we have so many weapons. It's not even funny.
Let's go.
I love that.
Young man, you call us back next week after we win. Let's go. He's a baseball player.
Oscar at EPA.
I love it.
Oscar at EPA, Comcast Business Text Line. I just landed in Vegas, and Juice has me fired up. Let's go. Think about that. Think about what Juice just did to the Bay Area. Not Shasky and I thought we were doing a hell of a job in firing you up, but that's why the roast is special. That's why you callers are special, because you get the platform. We don't talk at you. We don't not screen your calls. We're not going to talk to 8 million guests during 4 hours. This Super Bowl is about you. We've rode with you guys through the journey. Who the hell are we to go through the entire season talking to you guys after game days without a guest? We go guest-free on Mondays. Don't talk to anybody but you. And then Super Bowl week, we got a bunch of guests on breaking out a game. The hell with them. They weren't around in week 6. They weren't around in week 8. They weren't around in week 15. They weren't around in preseason. You guys were around. You guys were around in training camp. So, you know, when we win the Super Bowl and when we get ready for the Super Bowl today, it's all about you guys. I don't want to hear from anybody else but the Niner fans out there getting ready for this game. Let's go out to the lines again.
How many kids right now are on their way to school?
Fired up right now.
With their red and gold on, because it's red and gold day.
They've got it all on. The city's decked out.
I'm so excited.
There was pep rallies in San Ramon. San Ramon, the Today Show was out there.
Really?
49er fans out there 4 in the morning. 4 in the morning.
San Ramon.
San Ramon.
Home of Richie Bologna.
There you go. Jay in Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas, man? Hey, man, I am so turned up, man. Hey, earlier this week, I ain't gonna lie, the panic meter was a little high.
Not bad at
man, listen to you guys yeah, man. Hey, listen to you guys the last couple of days, man. I am super, man. I don't even do this often. Can I drop a freestyle real quick?
No,
go ahead.
Go right ahead.
It's yours.
Hey, man, here we go. All right, here we go. Hey, the beginning of the season, we was calling them Kyle Schottenheimer. We about to kill these boys like they did in Oppenheimer.
Ooh.
But no lie, Cal always been a truth. We about to kill the Chiefs like I be killing the booth. And I'm not even a rapper. More like the Bay Area yapper. Bang bang Niner gang without the chopper. Ooh. And Purdy, ain't nothing sweet about him. When he throwing them TDs, Bonte, I want to see you tweeting about him. Throwing them stats in like you always do. No Paul Pierce, but Bonte and Shasky the truth.
Wow.
I thought that was a little flip for a second.
Wow.
Wow.
Racket. I'm not being Jim Rowe.
Oh, my.
Early nominee, Freestyle of the Year, Doobie Award.
Wow.
Holy smokes, Jay.
A Bang Bang Niner gang without the chopper.
I'm shaking right now. I'm shaking. When Brock Purdy's throwing TDs, Bonte, I better see you tweeting about
This might be the greatest caller day of all time.
This is unbelievable.
Till Monday.
Let's go. This is unbelievable. Let's go to Carlos in San Carlos. Carlos in San Carlos. What's happening?
All right, Niner Nation, are you ready to rumble?
We're not allowed to do that on air.
Yeah, we can't. We'll get sued.
We'll get sued by Buffer.
Yeah, Buffer's looking to get
sorry,
paid.
Spinoni. I just want to make sure.
I dumped it, don't worry.
On
top of it.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Keep going.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Keep going. You just can't do that.
Okay, guys, man, I'm so excited. Oh my God, I'm like 150 years old. I've been around a long time, and 2 more sleeps until the Super Bowl. Like I'm gonna sleep. No way. I got Monday off from work, so I'll sleep on Monday. So I just wanted to give you my 2 keys to the game. There's 2 key things that they got to do, and then they will win the game. But then Bonte and Joe, you guys talking about when did we all become Niner fans?
Yeah.
And then for me, all right. So for me, real quick. So I'm a 3rd generation San Francisco native, 3rd generation Niner fan. I had season tickets back in the day with Joe Montana. In fact, Bonte, I was at your number 1 game of all time, the 55-10 destruction of Denver at the Superdome in New Orleans. Unbelievable. A witness to the dynasty, yes. And then my dad went to Kezar games, and then my grandma was from the same region of Italy as Joe Montana's family.
Oh, wow.
So it's in my blood. But I know – I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's all you. You keep cooking, Carlos.
Okay. So I was thinking back to when did I become a Niner fan? I mean, I was raised with it, yeah. But, like, when I was a kid in the 70s, the Niners were so bad. I mean, like, most people listening to this now were not alive in the 70s, so they don't realize all their lives they've been, previous Super Bowl champions. But, 1978, 1979, they had back-to-back 2-14 seasons. They were literally the worst team, even worse than the Detroit Lions of that era, because in 78, we were both 2-14. 79, they improved to 6-10, but we were still 2-14. So it was like, man, the Niners are always going to let us down in the playoffs. And the game in 81, the first Super Bowl at the Pontiac Superdome in Detroit against the Cincinnati Bengals, I remember the moment. And the moment was when they made the goal line stand and kept Cincinnati out of the end zone. I thought, wow, this is for real. The Niners are a real team now. They're not going to let us down, and we got this mofo. And, oh, my God, did they. So ever since, and then when I got older, I got season tickets and et cetera. So fantastic. Sorry, let me give you my 2 keys to the game real quick.
Go ahead, Carlos.
All right. Number 1 is they've got to stay dedicated to the running game. That was the number 1 mistake, I think, in 2019. There were many mistakes, offense, defense, coaching, everything. But what got us into that game was the running game, not Jimmy G's passing, not really the defense. It was Raheem Mostert running it for 220 yards and 4 touchdowns, the all-time record for running backs in the playoffs of all time. Jim Brown never did that. Jerry Rice never did that. Emmitt Smith never did that. Only Raheem Mostert. And then in the Super Bowl, they went away from the run. They ran it, but then they went away from it. And like Tavares
what's your second key? What's your second key?
Second one is turnovers. And it's a big cliche, but listen to me for a second, man. So it's twofold, because if you win the turnover battle, that means you're making less mistakes than the opposition, right? And you're taking the ball away from them. And that's really, I think it's going to come down to that. It doesn't matter what our defense does, what their defense does.
Good call, Carlos. Yep, that's a good call.
It's funny talking about, 3rd and 4th generation Niner fans. There's lots of them out there. My grandfather always tells this story. He played football at Balboa High School. And
Balboa Buccaneers.
Yeah, at the time, you had to volunteer. And I don't know what the connection was, but they made you become an usher out at Kezar during the 1940s and 50s when the Niners were playing. He goes, dude, like at first, yeah, it was a big novelty, but college football was more, bigger at that time. The profile was bigger than the NFL. The NFL, it was the AFL. It wasn't big. And he used to be an usher out there.
Mm-hmm.
The fans used to get so hammered, they would throw beer bottles onto the field and onto the players. They had to put a chain link fence coming out of the tunnel because they would fire it at the opponents and at the Niners
and at the Niners because they were pulling them.
And so he has this sweater that I still have to this day that I've worn a few times into the studio, and it was his usher sweater. It's a red one that says 49ers coming straight down. Man, there's a lot of old school Kezar fans out there.
They're the team that was born in San Francisco, 1946, Kezar Stadium. The Warriors came from Philadelphia, and we love our Warriors. We do.
We love them.
We love what Steph Curry did last night, no doubt about it. We love the San Francisco Giants, but they came from New York City. This is the team that was homegrown, that was born in the city, in the heart of the city, right there in Golden Gate Park. And then later on, moving to Kezar's Candlestick Park to where they won their Super Bowl championships after years and years of many heartbreaks, 3 straight NFC losses, NFC title game losses. The onside kick that you always talk about where your dad company left the game early. You know what I'm saying?
Him and John Bologna caught the bus home in the fourth quarter.
It caught the bus home. And so
Bad idea.
And they were there.
If we did that during any one of the Niners' 10-point losses.
I know, right? And then
It's a different era.
You think about when they did finally win the catch game, and Chris Berman's on the field with that report from ESPN. You see the Niner fans behind him jumping up and down like this, like, oh my gosh, the Niners are in the Super Bowl. My mom talks about that day. Talks about when she was becoming a Niner fan, and her father, Webb Tyndall, rest in peace, was taking her to Niner games. I mean, the history is deep and rich, but there's been a title drought. There's been a title drought, and it's we were born into the dynasty. Right in the height of the dynasty. So we don't know anything about losing. Well, now we do, right? Because that's all we've been doing over the last 20 years is losing these big games. This team, these players, this personnel, their game plan, I'm telling you on Sunday, they feel it. They feel it like they're gonna flip this script here, and they know what it means to this organization. They know what it means to their individual legacies. They know what it means to be in a parade on Thursday down Market Street. They saw the Warriors a couple years ago have that parade down Market Street. They seen the Giants have these parades in 2010, 2012, 2014. You don't think Jed York and company been watching this stuff? I think about Bob Sargent. His son, Craig Sargent, was on the flight with Anna yesterday on the way to Vegas, sitting next to her in all his Niner gears. And Bob has been saying it. We just did a Super Bowl for the young generation.
I know.
We need one for you guys. This is for you.
Bob needs one too.
He does need one. He wants it.
If I get Bob screaming in my face one more time about how this team keeps getting close, we've talked about it forever.
He was a nervous wreck going into last week or the NFC title game.
God.
He needs this one.
Yeah, Big Craig needs it bad.
Craig needs it bad. Let's go to the lines again.
Good call.
Wow. Al at SF. Al, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on? So my journey as a Niner fan began back in '95 when my ex-father-in-law was a season ticket holder, and I went to a game in the city at the Stick to watch who else? Niners versus Detroit.
Wow.
Man, I walked in there. Okay, number one, seeing Barry Sanders play was ridiculous. But walking into that park and seeing that place just go bananas was amazing. And being an ex-New Yorker, we used to sneak into the Jets at Shea Stadium, and then we used to watch, Lawrence Taylor play back in the day. But the moment I saw that park and watched the Niners play, that's it. It was done. It was over. And since then, I've gone to many Niner games. I was there at the Packer game with my son. How
great was that? I don't mean to interrupt you. How great was that to experience with your son? How great was that?
It's amazing. We were sitting down, and last year we went to the Dallas game with my current father-in-law, and it's become a tradition now. When Dad gets back from Mexico to hang out before he goes back to New York, we always go to a game, and we've been lucky to go to playoff games. But my son's a total Niners fan and a Warriors fan and a Giants fan. But that's when it started for me back in '96. And
love it.
Good stuff there.
Great
Good
call.
Stuff. Great call, man. We're going to get to everybody here. Dr. Hustle, I see you on the line. We're getting to
Hustle.
you. Dacre, I see you. Matt in Seattle, I see you. JD in Lafayette. We're getting to everybody here on these lines here. 888-957-9570. Eric Crocker will join us at 9 o'clock. I couldn't have any Chiefs guy on today. It ain't about them. It's about us. It ain't about Mahomes, and it's about what we do.
I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
It's about what the Niners do on Sunday. We dictate this game. We dictate the tone. We dictate the tempo. We dictate how this game will be played. That's it. I'm not worried about Kansas City, what they do. It's about what we do. Shanahan being in that playbook. What's his script going to look like the first 24 plays? Where's Mike sitting at? Oh, well, where's Mike Shanahan going to be at?
I can't even envision what his smile would look like if he did actually win it. Because we've seen him actually look happy this year more than any other year. I legitimately can't even envision what he's going to be like if he wins it all.
There will be tears when he hugs Mike Shanahan, hoisting that Lombardi trophy.
Seeing him and his dad embrace will be something that'll touch me.
They will have tears. I can't wait to see what Jed does. Cry. I may be one of the only people. Jed York, as much as we ridicule him, he deserves his propers for the way he's invested into this football team. I'm sorry, man. He does deserve his respect. He deserves his flowers because he's been trying to be like his Uncle Eddie D. I'm not mad at that. Let's take him to school. Boy, how about Stephen Curry doing his best Klay Thompson impersonation on his birthday? Klay turned 34 yesterday. Steph was trying to break his record. Thought he was, and then the Warriors blew out the Pacers. Dropped 11 threes last night for a 42 burger, including this one.
Curry dribbles it off a Draymond screen. Another three. There's number 11. 11 threes for Stephen Curry on Klay Thompson's birthday, and the crowd going crazy as Trace Jackson Davis goes to the scorer's table.
Tim Moy on the call, and quietly, the Warriors go 4-1 on this road trip. Quietly, the Warriors won 3 straight games. Quietly, there's some good mojo going on with this basketball team. Let's see what they do over the last 4. Phoenix, Utah, Clippers, Utah. They can go into the break over 500. Look out, folks. Look out. Kuminga has arrived. Wiggins, all of a sudden, is playing white. Wiggins from 2 years ago. Quietly, the Warriors got something cooking. Let's just take it game by game. But I'm feeling good about my Dubs right now. I was taking them to school. Brought to you by the Peralta Community College District. Spring is free at Laney, Berkeley City, Merritt, and the College of Alameda. For more info, go visit peralta.edu. Get to all the calls coming up on the other side. We're going to break real quick, get back to everybody. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Safeway.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
That catch by Ayuk was incredible.
All right, get you some 95.7 game gear right now at breakingt.com/957. We got all sorts of cool 49ers apparel for you to wear this Sunday, as well as some awesome gear repping the shows here at 95.7 game. Go to breakingt.com/957. That's breakingt.com/957. We're 2 days, 6 hours, 57 minutes, and 30 seconds, 29, 28, 27 seconds away from kickoff of the big game. That's brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock. Let's go back out to the lines, man. I want to go to the lines here. Shasta, what's up?
Yeah, I'm going to be real quick.
Right.
A couple different people coming in about, when they became Niner fans and whatnot. Rob McDonough, who's one of my dad's buddies, and they about the same age. I was in first or second grade sitting in the Christopher Milk section. It was right by the chain link fence, and they would throw beer bottles and trash at the Niners and opposing players. Unbelievable. I'll never forget it. And to back that up, Tim Manning said, hey, my mom would take us to Sunset Rec on Friday nights before games, and they would raffle off Berkeley Farms Junior 49er tickets. You would cut out the back of a milk carton, write your name on it, and they would draw a winner.
Yep. Wow, that's
so many people have great memories of the Niners, man.
Let's do it. Let's go to Dacre. Let's go to Dacre in the city. Dacre. Then we're gonna clear the board here before we get to Crocker. What up, Dacre? Good morning, man.
What up, guys? Man, wrote a little something.
Oh, nice.
No, I'm kidding.
Oh,
no.
All
right. All right. When it comes, we're lucky. We got baptized early. We're very blessed in that sense. And at these are special times because I think about those people who blessed us and put us in this moment. Like, I think about my grandmother, think about my friends, where I was the last time we won. Like, we've had so many good teams that the league has feared, and we couldn't get it home. And we gotta do it for the Frank Gores, the Patrick Willises.
I like that.
Because when you look at them, what do you think? You're like, I just wish they could have got one.
Mm-hmm.
One. And these guys deserve that too. This is a good group. It's a good group for the league. Our boys are going to war. They need to play like they're losing till the clock strikes 0. Button up, get it done. Let's go.
Let's go, Dick. Let's go to Jason in Northampton, PA. Jason, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What up, baby?
I listen to you guys every day, and I've been a Niners fan since 1988. And I got to say right now, one of my best times besides getting married, I met the GOAT, Jerry Rice, at his Hall of Fame induction. And I got to say, it was like the best day of my life.
Jerry Rice, and I'm glad you brought that up there. Jerry Rice, the way he represents this organization, the ambassador of this organization, he's always out there, the GOAT fuel chain, the 49er helmet chain. He still bleeds red and gold. dapping up McCaffrey before games, dapping up Debo and Ayuk, dapping up Brock Purdy, catching passes for Brock Purdy. Jerry Rice basically is still on his football team. He wants this so damn bad for this team. He wants to be at that parade with this team. You know, the great thing about parades, championship parades, and I don't want to get ahead of myself, but what I do cherish about them is you see the legends.
The luminaries.
The legends. You know, you see the Jim Barnetts. You know, you see the bullies waving to the crowd. You see the Willie Mazes, the Willie McCoveys back in the day. Rest in peace.
Don't talk about that.
You know, you see all the guys waving to the crowd. We're all getting hyped up for our legends. Boy, it would be so cool to see Jerry Rice, Frank Gore, Bryant Young, Patrick Willis, who just got inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, waving to the crowd down Market Street as that 6 Lombardi is in Kyle Shanahan's car.
This is going to sound like I'm diminishing his accomplishments on the field because he's one of the greatest football players of all time. Jerry Rice has done equally as much since retiring for the Niners and their fans in terms of being an ambassador and embodying all of the great characteristics that he did as a player, as he did as much impact as he did as a player. Like, I truly believe that. He has been one of the phenomenal ambassadors any team could ever ask for, representing the Niner brand at every single game. It never gets old for me seeing him run routes.
No.
It never gets old for me seeing him with the chain, dapping up fans, and literally the people are almost teared up trying to touch Jerry Rice. I mean, he lives for it, man, and I love Jerry. I legitimately love Jerry and what he represents as a 49er.
Yep, no doubt. No doubt. Steve Young does it as well. Let's go back out to the lines. Matt in Seattle. Matt in Seattle. What's happening, man? Matt, living in Seattle, enemy territory. What's going on, Matt?
What's going on, guys? What's going on? I love, I usually like to catch you guys on YouTube, and once I kind of just got the vibe, I felt the need to call and pretty much kind of just talk about how I became a Niner fan pretty much and talk about how I bring you guys back 2005. A 10-year-old kid living in San Leandro. My friends were kind of getting on me. They were saying, we need you to have a team, cheerful football team. I told them, Niners and Raiders are going to play each other week 1, the preseason. Whoever wins this game, I'm going to devote my life to the fanhood of this particular team, and the Niners won that game. Wow. And from since then, I am so thankful that they won that game because ever since I moved here to Seattle about 10 years ago, that was a Sherman interception, all the hate has been given to me. Slamming on my dorm room door, ha, 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 the 49ers lose again. And then now we're 2 days away for when I can look back to all those memories, all those pettiness that happens here. I was at the DraftKings kiosk 2 days ago, and all these kiosks had Chiefs money line. I was like, okay, there is too much hate going on here, but I can't wait, boys. We are 2 days away from my first championship in my life, and I can't wait.
I love that. How about that? You could become a Niner fan however you did, whether it's your granddad, your dad, your mom, your auntie, who knows? You could be in a different city. Maybe it's the first team you ever watched. My guy Jason in Chicago works for Turner Sports. Love Jason. He's got like 7 Grammys. He's on that production crew for the TNT NBA broadcasts and stuff like that. And I met Jason at NABJ, National Association of Black Journalists Convention back in Boston in 2014. It was him, Rob Parker, Mark Spears, Gary Washburn. I'm sitting there. I think Evan Barnes may have been at that table. But I met Jason. He's like, what's up, dog? Where you from, man? We talking. He had that accent. I'm like, man, I'm from San Francisco, man. He goes, really? Niners? I said, come on, man. I'm from the SCO. He goes, man, I'm from Chicago, but I got to tell you, man, I'm red and gold through and through. And you know what? He is. He was at Tampa Bay for the opener in 2019. He DM'd me the other day saying, you going to Vegas, man? I'm going to see you out there. Every time he comes to the Bay Area, we're talking Niners. He listens to the show. He's texting me. He's FaceTiming me talking about, dog, what's up with Shanahan, dog? What's going on, man? Because he said when he used to go to church back in the day in Chicago with his moms and grandmas and stuff, they get back home, the Niners will be on television. They'd be the afternoon game. And he said, dude, I just loved it. Candlestick Park. The way he talks to Candlestick Park, Jerry Rice catching the slams, dog. What? And I'm like, Niner fans come from everywhere, man. All over the world. So sometimes you become a fan by accident. You know what I'm saying? A preseason game. Determine his fandom. That's incredible.
I was just thinking about all of the different things that I associate when it comes to the Niners. Have you ever driven down to Pacifica and on your way back up the hill when you're coming back toward the city, you see that giant Niner flag?
Oh, yeah.
Everyone knows what I'm talking about.
No doubt.
In that one person's backyard, that giant Niner flag right?
Yep.
It's just little things like that is what I think about. I think about certain places in the Bay Area. Like, I immediately think about that flag in Pacifica.
I'm going to challenge you not to get emotional here, Shasky.
Okay.
I'm challenge you about this. But I just got a text from the head coach of City College, San Francisco football team, Jimmy College. We know
Love Jimmy.
Well, love Jimmy. He was part of that Pop Warner game in which Eric Wright ran all over the field in overtime. He scored a touchdown.
Yeah.
A 10-yard touchdown to the 50. Sorry to bring that up, Jimmy, because he played for Nevada. Of course, Eric Wright played for the Seahawks, San Francisco Seahawks. But, I shared a post to you every day. Coach McGuire passed away.
Yeah.
I knew both his daughters, knew his wife.
Yeah.
She worked the city. And Coach Mack coached the offensive line. And in his office back in the day at City College, he had turnstiles from Seal Stadium.
Wow.
He had Niner gear.
Wow.
Everywhere. I believe Coach Mack, if I'm not wrong, Jimmy, you can text me this if you want to. I believe Coach Mack had retrieved the ball that Dwight Clark spiked during the catch game. I'm not kidding you.
I've
heard a lot of
seen
people.
and heard 7 different people
Right.
who claim to have it. Because
Well,
Joey Nevin's uncle or whatever claimed he had it.
Well, Coach Mack claimed he had it or whatnot. But
No,
he
that's
was on
great.
the field.
Keep going.
He was on the field there.
Uh-huh.
But Jimmy College just sent the text. Coach Mack was a diehard Niner fan. And they're going to win it for him. It's in the bank.
Oh.
It's in the bank. Coach Mack.
I love
Rest
that.
in peace, man. Coach
I
Mack
love
was a
that.
good dude. Really good dude, man.
And that you
so
want to
Jimmy
talk about
College tell me that he got the ball. He got the ball on the catch. So I know a lot of people out there, but Coach Mack swore by it. I got the ball. And everybody around him was like, no, he got the ball at the catch game when Dwight Clark spiked it in the end zone against the Dallas Cowboys. It was him who got the ball. So,
I mean,
don't know.
when I think about the legacy of football in this city, City College and the 49ers, like there's a connection. There always has been. It's just, man, I'm so fired up for this.
Yep,
I'm
no
so
doubt.
pumped. I'm so freaking pumped.
Let's go to the lines again. Let's go, Chris is San Leandro. Chris, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's good, Bonte? I'm a 90s baby, so I never got to see them win a championship. And I've been telling my friends.
Oh, I just cut off. Coach Adam coming in. Coach Mack is Joey Nevin's uncle. Small world.
So there you go.
Small world.
Because that was the story I had always heard.
Right. Small world. Coach Mack.
Speaking of Joey,
Rest in peace.
Joey, I know you're out there listening. I will call you later today because I need those opening day Giants tickets.
Joey Nevin, you will not get a call from me. You will not even get a text. I don't care about opening day tickets. I don't care about the Giants right now. Y'all gonna sign a star? You could pay me to go to opening day with the Giants right now with that roster.
You know what I want right now? Can you hit me? Can you hit me with 11-5? I want to feel like I'm driving over Manziel from the Excelsior, going to Candlestick right now, windows down, car loaded. We got Roxy sandwiches. My boys are probably drinking in the back. We got everybody rolling stuff up. We are on our way right now to Vegas.
Can't wait to go to Vegas. Let's get scary.
I need that Garcia Vega 11-5s in the house. Come on. We've all got that song. A hustler. This is it right here. Bang.
You know the Niners, they had a song.
Yeah, in the
I don't
80s.
know. No. They just played a song on the Instagram account. They're coming out to practice. One of their hype videos.
Okay.
Coming out to practice. And the song, I think, was a...
Is it Green Dot by NBA Youngboy or whatever?
Nah, it was... here, I could pull it up right now. But it was an absolute banger. And I was like, damn. Social media team's doing their work. And then the rapper retweeted it. Was like, all right, I see you, Niners. Go get that ball, baby. Who was it? Here, I'm going to pull it up in 5, 4, 3... Well, taking too long here. Let's go to the lines. RJ Fairfield, what's happening? RJ, what's going on, man? Talk to me.
What's good?
What's up, baby?
Hey, Patrick Willis pregame speech. He said, we got a fight in our hands, boys. He said, every great fighter needs a great fight. Muhammad Ali needed Frazier. Well, the 49ers have the Chiefs. This is destiny. When Patrick Willis got inducted to the Hall of Fame, the writing's on the wall. We got it this Sunday. If Nick Bosa, if y'all all want to be remembered, this is your game of the ages. We need this bad. I want this so bad. Last time one of my teams won a championship was the Sacramento Monarchs. All right? I am due for one, and I'm ready this Sunday. I love you guys. I can't wait to celebrate Monday with y'all. No nervous energy today. All good. Let's go. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
I like that, RJ. It's one of your better calls. It's one of your better calls. It really is. Let's go to Anthony in
Are you
Minnesota.
serious?
Anthony in Minnesota. All the way in Minnesota. Hopefully we'll stay warm. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, what's up, man? First time caller. Just right here getting ready for the big game. You know how it goes. Getting ready to fly back home to Stockton for the game to celebrate with my family for this big Super Bowl. You know?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Big time Niner fan right here, red and gold blooded. My whole family, diehard Niner fans, my brothers and everybody. I mean, I was there last year at the Dallas game in the playoffs. I was there at Lambeau when we won. Just recently, you know how it goes, man. We're super pumped, man. We want this one. We want this one. This is time. You know, I'm 40 years old. All them Super Bowls back then, you know, I was a little kid, so it doesn't really mean, you know, I really want this one. This is us. This is us.
Yep.
I can't stop thinking about how much we need this one. I mean, I just can't. I can't stop thinking about it.
You know, get McCaffrey going. Get McCaffrey going. But also, again, as I said in the first hour, you need gold jacket plays from your gold jacket players. You know, Jed York, John Lynch, Parag Marate, you can give them all the criticism you want. Adam Peters. I know a lot of people don't agree with the ownership group and everything like that. It's, you know, I get it. I get it with fans. But they had spent top dollar on these players. Bosa, they waited it out. They gave him top dollar. Javon Hargrave, bring him over from Philadelphia. They gave him top dollar. Fred Warner got paid handsomely. George Kittle got top dollar. Deebo Samuel, after scrubbing the account and everything, he got top dollar. Christian McCaffrey is getting paid well. Brandon Ayuk's going to get a bag. Trent Williams got a bag. So this team, this ownership group has spent top dollars for these players. They've gotten paid. They've gotten everything they wanted. Top training staff, state-of-the-art facilities. You know, you got a great home field advantage.
They went back to the saloon font.
Saloon font. They did go back to the saloon font.
No, those things matter.
Those things do matter. But they've done everything for this team to put the best product on the football field. Sunday, it's about the players. It's about Shanahan calling his plays, but the players got to go out there and execute them. There's no excuses here. These premium players have to play and make gold jacket plays. They got to make Hall of Fame type plays.
If there's one guy who you want it for on that team the most, who is it?
Well, gosh, I don't know, man. It would be fair to say Trent Williams and not say George Kittle. Would it be fair to say George Kittle and not say Christian McCaffrey? Would it be fair to say Christian McCaffrey without Brock Purdy or Deebo Samuel? Guys who've been doubted. Think about where they were picked. Think about this. Brock Purdy, last pick of the draft. Fred Warner, 3rd-round pick. George Kittle, 5th-round pick. Hufanga, 5th-round pick.
Safety.
Play safety. No, Drake Greenlaw, 5th-round pick. You know? Trent Williams didn't think he was going to play down to football again.
I know.
So I want it for all these guys.
I mean,
it's not just one guy, Shasky.
You know, the guy who I feel like has been flying under the radar all week. Imagine what it must mean for Aaron Banks. Now, I know he grew up in Oakland, but you're a Bay Area kid.
Yeah.
You're a Bay Area kid, and you're starting in the Super Bowl representing the Bay Area. That's pretty freaking cool. And that's a story no one's talked about.
No doubt.
I mean, our buddy Lombardi was talking about how, hey, you know, if he didn't play football, we were going to take him in basketball.
Ooh, which one?
Yeah, Aaron Banks.
Aaron Banks, wow. Oh, yeah, that's right. Coach Adam and them did say that about Banks. He was going to play ball.
I had that conversation with them. Yeah. He's like, if he didn't play football, we were like, yeah, you could come here and play hoops.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking, what would he look like on a basketball court?
Eric Armstead's a great basketball player. Debo spoke about that yesterday. Festus Ezeli knows Eric well. Festus played for his father. His father ran a great AAU camp up there, great teams. Oh. And Eric Armstead could have been a hooper. Said his footwork was immaculate.
Kobe.
Shout out Kobe Bryant and one of his 3 statues getting unveiled yesterday. So, no, all these guys want it, man. All these guys need it. But, dude, the premium players on this football team, they were all paid. Say what you want about Jed. They spent the money to go keep these players. No complaints there. Big-time signing bonuses, big-time money they spent on this team. The premium players have to make gold jacket plays against Patrick Mahomes and company. Gold jacket plays, man. Hall of Fame legacy plays. Reggie White did in the Hall of Fame. Lawrence Taylor did in the Hall of Fame. Lawrence Taylor did in the Super Bowl 25 against the Buffalo Bills. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
The big boys show out in these games. Last year, Patrick Mahomes showed out, right? Chris Jones made preview plays in Super Bowl 54.
Could you imagine somewhere in heaven right now, Ralph Barbieri's answering my question, and he's saying, I want to win one for Parag. It's a joke.
Parag deserves one, man. Hey, the way they construct contracts.
Hey, if they win, everyone will get credit, and best believe Parag will get credit.
He deserves credit now. Let's give him the credit now before the win. Let's go to JD Lafayette. We got a special call. I can't wait to get to JD Lafayette. JD, what's up?
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Congrats to my guy P. Willie.
Yes. Yep.
So I just want to say this, man. I think the Niners, when you talk X's and O's, the Niners have way more playmakers. The Chiefs are not even the same squad they were. Charles Omenihu, who we know very well, was their outside rusher who got the strip sack on Jackson last week. He also got a sack against Allen the week before. He had like 8 sacks, was going all pro this year. He's out, unfortunately for him. And they got an offensive lineman out, Joe Thuney, who's another Pro Bowler. People don't, I'm not, and they're just not the same squad. And once the Niners focus on Charles Jones, what are the Chiefs going to do? How are they going to stop them? They cannot stop the run. It's going to be Christian McCaffrey all day. Okay, I'm a 55-year-old grown-ass man who grew up in the town, Niner fan my whole life, and went to Super Bowl 16. Growing up in Oakland in the 70s, the Raiders were dominating. And when the Niners got that first Super Bowl, we didn't have money. My dad was a truck driver for 7-Up, and he won a contest in the Oakland Tribune and won 10 G's picking the football games. And that's how we went to the Super Bowl in Detroit, in Pontiac. And so I'm waiting like everybody else, man. Let's go do this.
Let's do it, man.
That's a great story.
That's a great story. This call dropped off. I was going to go to next. I can't believe you dropped off. He's from Lincoln High School, by the way. Coach Ferrigno was on the line.
Coach?
Yeah, Coach Ferrigno. He's not happy with me. We tried to get him on after they won a state championship. He goes, you got all these other coaches. Where's my love? I love Coach Ferrigno. When I used to cover games and cover Lincoln games, I used to get mad. Whenever I stood on their sideline, because I would always stand on the sideline with the first down markers so I could see the chains and it down the distance. Whenever I stood on their sideline, they would lose. So, they're like, where are you standing at this week? Well, the down markers are on the other sideline, so I won't be around you. Thank you. Thank you. It was fun back and forth, but Coach Ferrigno,
call back.
Even though I can't stay at Lincoln High School.
Oh, no, I
They've won the
disagree.
Bell game.
What was the kid, Henderson? The kid Henderson?
David Henderson, rest in peace.
He was incredible.
He was incredible.
I watched him in the game. Juke, I swear to God, 9 guys on one play.
Well, they beat...
he was an unbelievable player.
They beat Washington.
Absolutely.
No, I'm not kidding. This kid was one of the great running
No.
backs I've ever seen.
No, he's one of the great running backs in the city. Him, Raymond Davis, they're 2 of the best I've ever seen. And that came from the public school league.
Yeah, he was incredible.
AAA, AAA league, Academic Athletic Association.
About 15 years ago.
David also played for City College.
Oh, okay.
And Darius Bell was quarterback.
Yeah.
Cannon was a wide receiver.
Reardon boys.
Yep. And Darius Bell's now the OC down at Sarah High School. That team was stacked. They lost a tough one to San Mateo, which ruined their national championship hopes. But David Henderson was special. A lot of speed. But Lincoln's won the Bell game like 10, 12, 13 straight years. What the hell is going on with my alma mater in Washington? Can we get a Bell game, please? We need a Bell game. Let's go to Shaka in Berkeley. Shaka, what's happening?
Shaka!
What's up, big dogs, man? Y'all got a lot of passion, man. Y'all got me juiced. I had to call, man. I'm happy for y'all, man. You know, I ain't a Niner fan, man, but y'all, you know, y'all is really juiced, man. I'm happy for y'all, man. My son played with Banks at El Cerrito High.
Oh,
man.
wow.
Banks is football and basketball. We went to the TOC. We lost to Sarah. Banks is 6'9", center. He can play some basketball, man. I'm hoping he wins, man. You know what really made me just pick the Niners, man? Thought about Mac Dre, man. He lost weight and he died in Kansas City, man. So I'm rooting for the Niners, man. I hope everything's come through for everybody, man. Because I know I'm a Warrior fan and I'm a Giant fan. And I know how I felt when the Giants won in 2010, man. So the people I was around back in the day. I'm an OG, but I know there's a lot of people that experienced that, man. I know that's still in 2010 when the Giants won And
No
when
doubt.
the Warriors won in 2016, man, so I understand that feeling. So I'm rocking with the Bay, man. I hope they win, man.
Good to hear from you,
I want
Shaka.
to tell you, man.
Good to hear from you, Shaka. Great to hear from you, man. He's a diehard Viking fan, but he's always hitting me up on Facebook. Shaka is a real one, man. A real one here. Look, you know what? We got to get to Duke in the City. Duke in the City before we get to the legal. Duke, what's happening? The lines are lit up
What's
here.
up, Big Duke?
888-957-9570. Trying to get in here. Duke, what's happening?
Y'all know what it is, man. I love y'all, man. I'll call y'all with a hurt heart, though, man. Just, not on the football note, that my little brother Ballhead is up in the hospital, man. He's suffering from fighting this liver cancer, man, in the 4 days, man. So y'all keep y'all thoughts and y'all prayers out the our whole Lakeview community. The Lakeview community is hurting right now, man. UNLV family, man.
Absolutely.
But for all those haters out there that think the Niners ain't going to do it, man, you got another thing coming, man, because that ain't what we about, man. We about bringing home victory. My roots go all the way back to Keysar. That's how far my roots go back. So that's how we going to get down, and we going to mob out just like this. Take the 49ers. They don't fall. Mortal Kombat. Don't ask me. That's a way to go to Prescott. We were rolling hard on them 26 goals. When McCaffrey is the one with the 450 motor. Kittle serving you like the all-night march, and we on our way to Vegas Bullseye. Super Bowl is the target. My team is the Niners. We ready to go. We smashed them. Mobbed out. Kansas City Chiefs in Las Vegas. We come to take your soul. We ready. We ready to ride. Let's go. I love you, Taco, baby. Let's do this for my boy one time, baby.
Hell yeah.
Do it for Ballhead.
Rick used to come into my deli right there on Ocean, and him and my dad became really, really good friends.
That's
Baldhead's a great guy.
Yep.
A great guy. Stays in the neighborhood, lives right near me currently, and man, my prayers, because trust me, my dad's in the hospital right now too. He can't even talk. So, I'm getting emotional, but Baldhead, I mean this from the Shasky family and everybody. We love you. Get better.
Yep.
And I know the Niners are going to do big things this weekend.
Yep. Yeah,
Rick's as big of a Niner fan as they come.
Yeah, prayers
Thanks
out to
for
Ballhead,
calling in,
Rick.
Duke.
Prayers for Ballhead, Rick, man. It's never easy when you hear the C
Hell
word.
no.
But he'll beat it. He'll beat it. My dad, I've never told anybody this, but that joker's out in Hawaii right now with his girlfriend. I don't know how. The guy beat stage 4 lung cancer and prostate cancer. It's just like, it's still ticking left and right.
Wow.
And I'm just like, what the hell? What are you made of? And that's what my dad at the last funeral, he said, hey, man, don't sweat the small stuff, man. We got to live this life.
He's right.
And you got to love everybody. You got to tell everybody you love them.
Tell them you love them.
Talk to them. Keep FaceTime, call, whatever you got to do. I can't wait to see my auntie in Las Vegas. She's expected to see me on Monday. I'm going to probably go see her right after the show on Monday.
Nice.
So, prayers out for Ballhead Rick, man. Prayers
real.
out for Ballhead
For
Rick.
real.
What a show today has been. It's been a lot of fun getting ready for the Super Bowl.
This team means something different, man.
We've done all the breakdowns.
You don't
we know
need-
what
yeah,
the
yeah.
we know what the Niners need to do.
Wait, Mahomes is good?
Yeah.
What?
I don't need to tell you how great Mahomes is. I don't need to tell you how the Niners need to run the football, especially early, to sell a little Brock Purdy. I don't need to tell you that they don't need to turn the ball over. We know it, but we're going to get a breakdown from Croc in just a second. Crocky, it's going to be Croc time in about 2 minutes here as he fires up the Zoom.
You know what I've been thinking about, too?
What's that?
The Niners have played some really good games this year. I've yet to see them fire on all cylinders and the other teams fire on all cylinders simultaneously.
That's what you want to see?
I do. I want to see the best of the Chiefs.
The best of the best?
I don't. I know. I want to see the best of the Chiefs because I want this to go down as one of the most epic games of all time. I really do. I want their best. I want no excuses. Oh, when Brady beat Mahomes, they didn't have their tackles, and yeah, that was a big element.
There
I
would be
want their
excuses.
best.
There would be excuses.
There's always excuses,
We're
but
in
I
the
want
social
their
media
best.
age, man. There's always some
Don't
excuses.
you?
Look, I want to win. I don't care how the Chiefs. I wouldn't pound the Chiefs. If we blow them out, we blow them out. I don't care.
Well, I mean,
Hey,
come on.
blow their ass out. I don't win it 50-0. I'll be just as happy if they win 24-23 or 50-0.
If they win 2-0, I'll love it.
Yeah,
But you know what I mean.
3-2. Jake Moody field
I
goal,
want their
3-2
best.
at the buzzer. I don't care. We gonna be hoisting that thing and we gonna party in Vegas like it's nothing, man. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. The San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown. The kickoff clock says we are 2 days, 6 hours, 30 minutes, 19 seconds, 18 seconds away from kickoff of the big game. Big shout out to Pete's Coffee, who's serving us the coffee and sending us to Las Vegas. We can't wait to get out there. We fly out Saturday night. Saturday, we'll get down there to Las Vegas for the big game, but let's go down to Vegas. I believe he's in Vegas. He's got those nice couch cushions. Maybe he's in a big penthouse, big suite here, man. He is Eric Crocker. It's Croc time here on the Morning Roast, joining us on the Boxer Gursey guest line, Lockdown 49ers podcast. I love this podcast. Eric Crocker breaks it down with the best of them, man. Crocky, what's going on, baby?
What's up, man? I'm not in the penthouse. Well, I guess you can call this a penthouse. The penthouse of my living room. That's where I'm at right now.
Are you heading out to Vegas, or where are you going to watch the game at?
Okay, listen, I got screwed. Y'all know I coach 7-on-7. You know, we do a lot of traveling. We were in Vegas last week. Somebody, I don't know which idiot did this, but they scheduled a tournament for us Saturday, the day before Super Bowl. So it kind of got me locked down. I can't leave. I've been trying to figure out a way around it. Maybe I just play hooky, act like I'm sick, and then just drive to Vegas or catch a late flight to Vegas. But I would much rather be there with you guys. Make sure you guys save a little space for me to sleep on the couch or something.
Yeah, no doubt.
Eric, this is my biggest problem. I told CYO like years ago, how are you scheduling games on AFC, NFC Championship Sunday and on Super Bowl Sunday? It is the dumbest. Who is coordinating these leagues and not understanding that if your child is participating, you're probably a sports fan, right? It drives me nuts.
Clearly people that don't watch NFL. Because even if the 49ers weren't playing, like, I'm locked in. I want to watch some good football. So, I don't know what's up with that.
And I think we'll watch some good football on Sunday. We got to go through Mahomes again, man. It's not going to be easy, but it feels like the Niners, they got, going through those two games at Levi Stadium, surviving and advancing, not playing their best football. And the fact that they acknowledge that, saying, look, man, we got to have better effort defensively. We got to be cleaner offensively. Shanahan's got to call better plays. It feels like they just getting here was a big relief for this football team. You can see it on their expressions. You can see how loose they are this week, Crocker. What did you see from the Niners this week in Las Vegas, just through the social media prism, the interviews, some of the clips you've seen coming out of Las Vegas?
It looks like they're locked in and ready to go. Kyle Shanahan and those guys, they've been here now. This is their second time going, and I listened to a little bit of tidbits on the way the Chiefs went about things. They did all of their work in Kansas City and then came out maybe a little bit more relaxed throughout this week in Vegas where there might be distractions. 49ers kind of did the opposite way where they had some days off last week and then did more of their work out there this week. But if Kyle Shanahan feels like that's what's best for his team to be really locked in, ready to go, man, I'm all for it. So more times than not, this team has been prepared to take on whatever is upcoming. So I'd assume that they continue that and really be ready to go against Kansas City Chiefs.
Eric, we've been kind of peeling it back all morning about just like what the team means to us, to the region, to my family, and how did you become a Niner fan? Because you obviously played in the league and you have no qualms by saying, like, I'm a diehard Niner fan. And so how did you become a Niner fan?
All right, so I get this question a lot, not even just with the Niners, but I'm also a Los Angeles Laker fan, as some of y'all know. And I became a Laker fan because I asked my uncle, like, Uncle Tracy, who's your favorite team? And he said Los Angeles Lakers. I said, okay, I'm a Laker fan. I asked my Mom, who's your favorite football team? She said 49ers. I said, all right, I'm a 49er fan. So that was how that came about. I think I took that obsession to like a different level.
Right.
My mom, but I think she's excited. She called me after the 49ers won the NFC Championship, and she was screaming and yelling with my stepfather. So I think we're all excited, everybody that's 49er fans right now.
All right, the secondary here. You're a secondary guy. That's a great story there. We all have our different stories. Some of us are just born into it. Some of them, people from all over the place. It's like, hey, I picked them on a parlay. This lady, Rhea Lancaster, calls us all the time, Crocky, and was like, I had a parlay. The Niners were the only team to win in that parlay. So that was my team for the rest of my life. It's kind of insane, right? The secondary, Diablo Lenore, Tarvarius Ward, obviously Ambry Thomas is going to get picked on this football game. Then you got Tick Brown and Gibson in the secondary. How do they match up with the skill set, the skill positions of the Kansas City Chiefs? Nobody's really talking about that this week.
I think that this is the best the 49ers have matched up against a Kansas City Chiefs offense. All right, now, look at the running game, and I really like what they have in the backfield with Pacheco. He runs hard. I don't think he's like super dynamic in the sense of like his elusiveness, like you saw last week with Gibbs in Detroit, Gibbs in Detroit last week. Like he was tough. Like he's tough in the open field. He's so elusive. Man, he put a lot of pressure on the guys on the back end, especially the defensive back and second level guys to tackle. But you look at these receivers, and even with Rashae Rice, I think Rashae Rice has come along very well. He's a rookie. You could tell throughout this year was Patrick Mahomes trying to figure out how to get on the same page with the others. The others are anybody that's not named Travis Kelce. And throughout this year, Rashee Rice just kept getting better and better. But even when I watch Rashee Rice, as solid as he is, I don't think he's this guy that is a tough matchup for corners, whether it's Ambry Thomas, whether it's Diamador Lenore or Tavarius Ward. So I'm curious to see, especially at the cornerback position, how do they match up against these guys? Do the 49ers just say, all right, we don't think these guys are as dynamic as what we've used to seeing from Kansas City, so we're just going to go out there, we're going to play our quarters, we're just going to do it that way? Or are they going to say, you know what, I really like how we man up against these guys? So what Eric Crocker would do, which probably not what the 49ers would do, I would say Tavarius Ward, I want you to guard their second best pass catcher, which is Rashee Rice, right? So you go and you just lock him up, you take him out the game. And then now for Travis Kelce, because that's the other big threat, let's bracket him. All right, let's keep multiple eyes on him, whether it's Ambry Thomas, Logan Ryan, some kind of, bracket with the safeties. So now we got 4 eyeballs on him at all times wherever he goes. And we know that's Patrick Mahomes' outlet. Whenever Mahomes, if you look at a lot of times when he really gets these big plays from Travis Kelce, a lot of times it's on the move, late in the down. Then he finds Travis Kelce. Well, let's have 2 guys that are dedicated to him, play after him, and then from there it makes it a little more difficult. He's going to be a Hall of Fame tight end, so he's going to get his. But make it as difficult as possible. That's the way I would go about it.
What do you think on the other side when you're looking at Debo, Ayuk, Jennings, Kittle going up against this secondary? This secondary is really good. Snead and McDuffie and obviously Reed, and et cetera. So what can the Niners do against them? Because it does feel like this is one of the better secondaries they faced since Cleveland earlier this year.
Well, I think if I'm Kansas City, this is a tough matchup. I think they have really good guys on the back end. Matter of fact, I talked about how the 49ers match up with this Kansas City Chiefs team better than any other team I've seen in the past. Well, when you look at Kansas City, their defense, this is the best defense they've had. So they probably look at it like, all right, we match up very well against this 49ers team. The issue with the 49ers is it's so difficult to key in on one guy, right? Like we can focus on Travis Kelce when the 49ers are on defense. But with the Niners, their whole game plan isn't predicated on one guy. So you can have Brandon Ayuk, who's an all-pro receiver, have 3 targets and you still beat a team by 40 points. Or he can have 12 targets and ball out, and you don't know how they're going to come. So, I mean, any guy on the 49ers offense can be that guy. It can be Debo. It could be Kittle. It could be Ayuk. It could be Juwan Jennings making really key plays. And I haven't even mentioned Christian McCaffrey, who had 12 targets in the Green Bay Packer game. So when you look at how the 49ers offense is structured, I don't know how you really key on one or 2 guys and try to take things away. I think for opposing teams, it's hoping that the 49ers just miss certain things. Can we confuse Brock Purdy early in downs? Can we line up and move things around? One thing I've noticed with teams and kind of what they're doing right now is they're kind of playing their safeties a little shallow. And it's almost like they're daring the 49ers to throw it down the field. So I'm curious to see if the 49ers come out and take more shots. They did that against Detroit. If you remember on the first drive or second drive, they threw a goal ball down the left sideline to Brandon Ayuk. I think that was the show like, hey, we will throw it. Right now, you want to convert on those, but if you look at how these safeties have been playing, it's almost borderline disrespectful. And I think when some people look at these numbers, they look at air yards or yards per attempt, and you look at Mahomes, his are down. Well, safeties are deep against Mahomes, so they're kind of forcing him to take the underneath stuff. 49ers, it's like teams are almost daring them to throw down the field. So I think 49ers come out, and you got to let it rip downfield. Start to back up those safeties, and that should open up things over the middle.
I'm glad you said that. Eric Crocker here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson guest line, Locked On 49ers podcast. You brought up Christian McCaffrey. To me, that is the difference in this football game, and that's been the difference in this offense. It always felt like, Croc, when they signed Jerick McKinnon, I saw the vision with Kyle Shanahan. Okay, cool, you got a back. You can dump it off, too. He's your safety valve. He sets up your 2nd and 3s, your 3rd and 4s. You stay on schedule with the sticks. Then you make the trade for Christian McCaffrey, and it's like, oh, wow, look how much it's opened up for George Kittle and Debo and Brandon Ayuk. Christian McCaffrey is the ultimate X factor to me in this football game. He's got to see 25 to 30 touches, bare minimum, and I think he will have a monster game against his Chiefs defense, Crocky.
Oh, man, I love that you said 25 to 30 carries or touches because I'm right there with you. I think for most of this year, you're thinking of different ways to kind of preserve Christian McCaffrey. Save him from himself. He doesn't want to come out the game, right? But you don't want him to get hurt. You don't want him to get banged up. And we've seen, it almost seems like every week you look on the sideline, they show a visual of him kind of somebody rubbing on his leg or trying to massage out a certain area of his body so that he can get right back in there and be the same Christian McCaffrey we expect him to be. But forget all that preserving them now. Like, it's win or go home. It's take everything. It's quest for 6. So now, if you got to get your best player on your offense to ball 30 times, this is the game 100% to do that.
All right, what's going to happen? Like what are you predicting?
All right, I said all that good stuff about the 49ers. I'm not going to lie. I am terrified of Patrick Mahomes. I feel like Mahomes does whatever he has to do to win, whether it's still for 180 yards or if it's still for 400 yards. So I think somebody that has that ability to flip that switch whenever he wants, that's dangerous. I do, however, think that the 49ers are a better team. I really like Brock Purdy as long as he can start fast, right? Don't have that slow start that we've seen the last couple of weeks. I think the 49ers are good. So I like the 49ers in this game. I don't think the Mahomes team has the power to come from behind like we've seen in the past. I got the 49ers winning 27-21.
I love that. And we'll be celebrating. I know you're coming out to the parade, right? You got to come to this parade if that's the case. The people need to see Eric Crocker.
Oh, 100%. I'm probably going to have to, supposed to be picking up my daughter from school. Forget her. She can stay out of school a little bit longer. I will be at the parade no matter what.
Crocker, you always been good to us here on the Morning Roast. Our roasters love you. We love your insight, your analysis, man. It's always spot on. And by the way, Shasky gave you credit because we always bring this up.
Oh, yeah.
We always bring this up. When Steve Wilkes is saying, you know what, I'm still learning the scheme. You're the first one I heard in all of America. All of America. I know Seth Wickersham wrote that article at ESPN. You were the first one. You may have been before the Cleveland game and the Sun. I forget what it was. But you said, you know what? Kyle Shanahan is a real defensive coordinator. That has not been lost on us. That has not been lost.
Did you see that article?
Did you see? You read that article, right?
No, I didn't even see that.
It was on
Sam Wickersham.
Yeah, Seth Wickersham, ESPN, wrote a deep dive on Kyle Shanahan. He was talking. Go ahead, Shaz. He was talking about
basically he said he addresses the team and breaks down all of the plays that they're going to run on Friday for the offense. Well, it's so good the last couple years he's done it for the defense on Saturday, and he is in the room breaking down what they're going to do, not the defensive coordinator. So you were right; he was the architect of the defense the entire time.
Hey, man, a broke clock is right twice a day.
Stop it. Give yourself some more credit. No, because then Wilkes later on said, I'm still learning the scheme. And every week we're like, well, Crocker says Shanahan's a real defense coordinator, so it's not all Steve Wilkes. Stop blaming him. Blame Shanny for the why. Now, he blames Shanny for getting clipped on the edges and losing containment. Chase Young's got to play better. Play lower, please. For the love of God, just play low. Keep your pat level low, dude. Anyway, Eric Crocker, enjoy the Super Bowl, man. I know you'll enjoy it.
Go
we'll see you
Niners.
at the parade. Go Niners, man.
All right, man. Y'all have a good one.
Anytime. Eric Crocker, man. He's good to us. He's good on the 49ers podcast, man. Locked On 49ers podcast. Our good boy Brian Peacock, man, does a hell of a job. He knows the game inside and out. Love talking to Crocker, man. Love his analysis here on the roast. All right, let's keep it moving, man. We got calls. We're going to go 10 minutes. We got the folks in here.
Can you smell it?
I can't smell anything right now.
I can smell the food. I can smell Proposition Chicken. Is it here?
Chicken? No, I can't smell it. I'm sure it smells good. I see the roasters.
Well, Lucas, bring me some.
I see Lucas. He's already eating. Gabe Shapiro's eating stuff. What?
Of course.
No,
of course all of sales showed up today.
Yeah. Oh, they all showed up on time. They all showed up. Look, they all having eggs and toast. They'll have it with the roasted just as I can't wait to go out there and meet the fans, man. Can't wait to get them in here. We're going to replay Juice's call as well. Get that queued up. We're going to replay that call. But what happened?
He asked me fried or rotisserie. And
Which one do you guys want? Lucas is right behind me. He says, go on air. What do you guys want?
I would like fried or rotisserie. I would like both.
Chicken, dude. I need fried chicken.
Right, there you go.
Fried chicken.
Hey, Lucas.
You know what time it is.
Lucas, you were a waiter at one point, correct?
Oh, yeah.
He said, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He said, oh, yeah.
Was it TGI Fridays?
Go ahead, pop on the mic.
No, it's BJ's.
Make your morning roast.
Come on.
Make your morning roast debut, Lucas Alexander.
What do you mean? I co-hosted like 3 weeks ago when you guys were on vacation, day after Christmas.
The morning roast?
Count.
Yeah.
Not the morning roast.
I was running the board when Matt Nahagan was.
Oh,
that's like
that's
like playing in a simulated game before a real game. Dog, this is
playing
the
the
bigs.
computer.
We're in the show.
You're in San Jose. Single
Shout
A
out
Giants.
BJ's, by the way. BJ's in Santa Fe. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
No longer with us.
Yeah.
Shout out BJ's.
Shout out BJ's.
A lot of things are closing in that particular part of town.
All right, so a rotisserie and a fried for Shasky.
Yeah, I eat fried chicken.
Well, I'll have both.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Well, I want fried.
And whatever else they got.
What else do they have?
Look, the potatoes look insane.
All right, potatoes. What else?
You got to Google it.
Coffee?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it shaped like Jesus? Is it like, like they have the
a lot of God references today.
I know. Well, I mean, you gotta pray,
dude.
Oh my God.
My thing is, I've been doing all these hits, and my thing is, but since we got Lucas on, Sam Lutman said yesterday on the air, you're in charge of the YouTube break music. I don't know if it happens on any other show, but on our show, our roasters are like, what's up with the break music on YouTube? So, Lucas, tell the people, how can you fix the YouTube music?
You're out on trumpets?
They're out on trumpets. I don't even know.
The only trumpets that I'm trying to hear are the trumpets of victory.
I love that. I don't want to derail the show too much, but we can't have copyrighted music on there.
So can we get an instrumental beat? We'll get somebody to send us an instrumental hip-hop
Someone
beat.
make us something sweet.
All right. So, hey, roasters, 888-957-957. If you got a beat, send it to us on Twitter. Yeah. You know how to reach us.
Please.
Give us an instrumental beat. We'll flip the YouTube music. It's on you guys. Yeah. Now it's on you guys.
Now it's
you give us a beat.
And direct all your vitriol toward Lucas Alexander.
Yeah. And Willard the Div, since he's part of that show. You know what? He called back. Let's get to Coach Philip Farino here on the Morning Roast. Coach Phil, what's happening, my man?
What's up, Coach?
What's up, fellas? It's great hearing your voices, man. It's been a while.
I wasn't gonna let you. I wasn't gonna let you on the air after you beat my Washington Eagles for like the 25th straight time.
Hey, man, you can't. You just got to keep plugging away, right, Dante? You were a champion when you were there with Coach Keys, so there's no shame in your game.
No doubt.
And it's a great thing to have. And, guys, I'd like to tell you a story about Bonte because he was my bad luck charm. Every time he came off the sideline at Turkey Day, we'd lose. I think we've been in the game 14 times. The 4 times Bonte came, he's on my sideline. Finally, after the third one and like the halftime, he goes, hey, dude, I go, get over there. Get on the other side, man. Just go.
I love that.
Legit. Hey, Coach, I don't mean to bring this bad memory up, but one of those Turkey days, Kyle Nelson beat you, who's now pitching for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Oh, no, hey, hell, I got nothing but love. That was a great game.
That was a great game.
That was an awesome game.
34-30.
Unreal. We're right in it, and then,
that was a good
I'm
game.
not complaining. I'm not bitching. But you know something? There was a couple calls that could have gone our way. But that's all right. I'm fucking Coach. I'm not holding on to it. Don't
Coach, you're a legend.
Shasky, where are you? What part of the city are you from?
Excelsior.
You're Reardon, right?
Excelsior, Reardon boy. Yep.
Yeah, I'm a Reardon boy. Mm-hmm. And also you played for Kenny Peralta, one of my best friends.
Oh, Coach P.
Right?
Chicken soul for the soup. I did 1,000 push-ups in religion class. Religion. He taught religion.
Unbelievable. And I really love what you guys do here. I always listen on the way down to school. I get there early. And just you guys are lifting up the youths and the preps and all that stuff. There's so many great things. And, I really appreciate you guys. And, we're very fortunate to do what we do. Something like I hear your stories about finding something you love. That's life. You got to find something you love. I was very similar to you guys. Yep. I had a lot of shit going on in my life, but I got through it with the grace of God and my family and my wife. Hey, I'm here where I am.
Dude, you, Andre Walker over there at Lincoln, Edison. I got to tell you guys, man, you guys always treated me first class over there at Lincoln High School. I got nothing but love for all the high schools. I know I went to Washington, but private schools, Catholic schools, I got love. You guys always treated me well at Lincoln. You guys run a top-notch program, and you guys represent the city to the fullest, man. I love what you guys do up there.
Coach, before you go, though, what does Niner football mean to you?
Oh, come on, man. All my life. So when I was growing up, right, Reardon would play on Friday nights. And, I come from a very athletic family. My brother Dan was, an All-American at state. You know what I mean? 40 years in football. And he was a great high school football player with Dan Hayes. Yeah. And we'd go see Reardon play on Friday nights. And I met some of my best friends by going to my brother Bruce's game and playing football in the end zones of Kezar when they were painted. Well, this was Dan's was. I met the friends later on when they kept playing at Kezar on Friday nights. But when they painted like the Browns were in town, so the field, the end zones were painted. So we'd go to play. It was unreal. And then you go through the, throw rocks at your brother or something. Go through the tunnel and stuff like that, right? You know what I mean? That's it. I saw some great. I tell you, whenever you guys want to talk about football, about high school football here in the city, I'm just call me, man.
Definitely. Please
Coach
call
Phil,
us. Don't
man.
be a stranger.
Yeah, no doubt. It's so good to hear your voice,
Changed
Coach Phil,
thousands of
man.
lives.
No doubt. You keep doing what you're doing with those kids up there.
Dave Chafsky, man. CR.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. We are.
CRUSDAR. Crusaders. Fight. Remember, that's the Crusader yell. You know it.
There it is.
My dad's
Coach
got
Phil.
the Reardon Rabbit shirt to this day from back in the day with the Playboy Bunny on it.
Coach Phil, man. We're bringing out Coach Phil, man. Wow.
What
I
a
love
legend.
Coach Phil. He is a legend
I'm
in
telling
the city.
you, bro, vibes are through the roof
Vibes
right
are
now.
through the roofs. Vibes are through the roof.
And I'm staring at a plate of food that I want to shovel into my face.
Yeah, we'll get to that in just a
Proposition
second.
chicken.
And they
Oh,
got
my
and they got
God.
the sauces. Look at the sauces on the side. I'm more excited about the sauces. I'm all about that sauce.
I have to eat.
Listen, I got to go to Central Iowa. This is Brock Purdy country.
No way.
Thomas is Central Iowa. This is Brock Purdy country.
What's up, Thomas?
What's happening?
Hey, what's up, everybody? Great show. Yeah, I tell you what, it's Niners country out here. We love how faithful have embraced Brock Purdy. Everybody's turned into a huge Niners fan. And, last year when he first started, everybody'd be like, oh, yeah, I know Brock plays for the Niners. Right now, you find diehard Niners fans who can tell you the whole roster. This is a super easy team to cheer for. Everybody here is pumped. And again, just the way the Niners faithful have embraced Brock, it's just been fantastic.
Thomas, can you discuss what Brock Purdy meant to Iowa State and that university? Because him alongside David Montgomery, Hakeem Butler, Breece Hall, it felt like they were the pioneers to really jumpstart that program under Coach Campbell.
Oh, yeah. They put Iowa State football on the map, really, because, just before those guys got there, they were just perennial bottom dwellers, and so Brock came up with so many big wins for this program. He started so many games, and, before Brock got there, the idea that Iowa State would win beat a top 10 football team, it was just like, yeah, okay. But he just put so much life into that program. You still see what they built today. So it's just unbelievable. And I can't even tell you guys what it'll mean for Iowa if Iowa State's quarterback goes and wins this game. But I got to tell you, just everybody on the Niners team, everybody has embraced this whole team. They're just such an easy team to cheer for. Great fan base, great history. So I tell you, people are on board, and there's a lot of my neighbors that are Chiefs fans, so I would love to stick that in their face, too.
I love that. Is this heaven? No. This is Iowa. Field of Dreams, one of the greatest lines of all time.
I knew you were going to drop a baseball reference in there. You had it coming. I saw the low-hanging fruit, just hanging. Of course, you were going to.
Well, I was going to ask my guy if I could stay at his place the next time there's a Field of Dreams game, but I remember the Giants are going to Mississippi this year.
No, Alabama.
Oh, Alabama. My bad.
Alabama. I was going to ask him about Seneca Wallace.
Seneca Wallace.
Remember him?
Now that's a name.
That I heard.
Him and Marcus Pfizer. When I close my eyes, I think of
Kelvin Cato.
Iowa State.
Kelvin Cato.
Drinking Budweiser, hitting shots like Marcus Pfizer.
They had a shooting guard named Willoughby, who played with Kelvin Cato. Shooting guard, Willoughby. I swear to God, he dropped like 40-plus in a game against Oklahoma State one year. I don't know why I remember this, but I remember this. Willoughby was on one of those Iowa State, right? I think it was like Derek or Diedrich or something. Willoughby. I don't know. It was weird memory. Anyway, it's time for Caller of the Week.
Oh, good.
Wait, actually, it's the Red and Gold Hotline Caller of the Week. Brought to you by Somsation, the wine company. Experience some of the best wines you've yet to discover at Somsation.com. Give it to me, Spadoni.
It's the Red and Gold Hotline Caller of the Week.
We will represent the Bay. We are Red and Gold, baby. That's how we work it here. Where are you at, Nine?
All right, man, what's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Pete's Coffee, Ismael in Dallas, Doug in Wichita, Alex, Ryan, David. We're going to get to everybody. We're also going to bring some people into the studio, and we're going to replay Juice's call before we leave the air. We need to clip that bad boy, get it on social media, get it on Twitter, get it on Instagram, because Juice, what he said, may have been the call of the year. So we'll do that all coming up here on the Morning Roast. Shout out to Vanessa. Shout out to everyone at Pete's for helping send the Morning Roast down to Las Vegas for this big game on Sunday between the Chiefs and the Niners. More coming up. One last segment on the Morning Roast before that big game on Sunday.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
The Red and Gold Hotline is...
All right, I'm going to keep it a hundo.
This prop chicken is on fire.
So I'm a foodie, okay? And I know you're not supposed to chew and talk into the microphone. I'm not a journalist, nor am I an esteemed member of the media. I will be on Sunday. This proposition chicken, I'm going to break this down for people that are driving around if you can't see. They take a fried chicken. It's a chicken breast. I mean, it is a chunky chicken breast. It's got a light breading on it.
Swallow your food.
That is really good. They've got eggs. There's some cheese on there. There's bacon on it. And it has got it's a homemade style biscuit. This is one of the best chicken sandwiches I've ever had with the potato wedges that I haven't even had a chance to bite into. I got a rotisserie one here too, B.
Yeah, no, this is on fire. The sauces are good. The sauces. Is Ari and Max here? Are they here?
Max is here. I don't know if Ari's here. I know Max is here.
All right, I got to see Max.
Yeah.
Max is here?
Max and Jose are here.
Max and Jose. Oh, man, I got to see them, man. I got to make sure I shake their hands. I don't think okay, I got to go see them, man. This food is on fire.
It's unbelievable. And how many people are out there?
I
mean, you know, B, we talk a lot about how lucky we are to do this job. I think the coolest thing that never gets lost on me, and you said it to me from the beginning, and I just never thought, you know, doing this that people would even like tap in or anything. When you run into people and they listen and they smile and you're giving them, you know, a big handshake and a hug or whatever, seeing all those people out in that room,
yeah,
man, that was special.
Seeing Julius with his daughter.
I'm feeling the vibes.
His daughter's in the 6th grade. Jordan is in 6th grade. She's like, yeah, we listen every morning. My dad makes me listen.
Yeah, she's going to be taller than me next week.
And now she's a Niner fan for life.
I love it.
We didn't do shit with shout-outs, but I'm going to shout out somebody.
Yeah, shout him out.
Got to shout out my boy Chuck Zilla. What up, Chuck Zilla? They listen all the time. You matter of fact, they were in the chat talking to me. My boy Herb said he ran into you at an intersection. It was like, Shasky, is that you?
What did I do?
I think you stiffed him. You just kept your windows up.
No.
I'm kidding.
Was I rapping? I probably had the music blasting, talking to myself.
I think you said something. You said what's up to him or whatnot. You told him how you carried the show.
Did you hear about Rocco?
No.
So the other morning I was running super late. And you know me, like running late is still, I'm still early, but whatever. I'm running late. I'm coming down 3rd Street. It's dark. No one's out there. And I'm literally in the mode, blasting my music, windows down, and this guy's yelling at me. I turn to my right. It's Rocco in his work van. He's like, bro, you are jamming out. What is wrong with you?
Oh, that's what we do.
I'm like, that's what I do to get in the zone, bro.
That's why I do that all the time. But Chuck Zilla, what up, Chuck? Shout out to the SF Public Works. He works there. He's been there for a long time. Chuck Zilla, we go back to high school. What up? Hey, look, man, we have to clean and fix the city if the Niners win. And he's hoping to do that. So shout out to SF Public Works. What up, Chuck, Herb, and the rest of the chat. Brian Francis will be down there in Vegas. Igor, I guess I got to shout him out. And Victor, even though they're two of the most annoying guys in the chat. I'm kidding. Let's go to Luke from Tony's Pizza. Luke, what's happening? Then we'll get to Ismail in Dallas. And Doug, we're national today. Oh, so state to state. Luke, what's happening?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Man, I love Tony's Pizza. You guys are serving in that Chase Center. I had to leave it alone, man. It was too damn good. I'd eat 4 slices right now.
It's addicting. Like you got to be careful with it. All of a sudden, you're in like 8 slices and you can't walk anymore. I just wanted to say, you know, this is just super crazy for me. Just the Niners, you know, if they win this one, because the last time they won, 95, I was 10 years old and playing in the backyard with my friend Eric Peters, and we were arguing over who could wear the wear the Steve Young jersey with the helmet that they had.
Oh, yeah.
And the Jerry Rice jersey and the plastic helmet.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember those back in the day?
I do.
Oh, yes.
I do.
We were throwing back there and just playing with those, and it's crazy that now here I am working in the SF, and this could be the next time that they win the Super Bowl.
You know, I'm glad you brought that up. When I was a kid, me and my cousin Mike, we used to play these epic games in the backyard. Sometimes it'd be baseball, sometimes it'd be basketball, and we would like dress up. Like whatever we were, you know, playing, we would dress up in the full gear. So we got pictures when we were kids that my aunt sent during COVID. Me and him wearing full Warrior gear, like we were playing.
Right.
We were like 6 years old, 7 years old. Full Giants gear. He's got all the catcher's gear on. I got eye black. And then they've got the Niner stuff. I used to be Steve Young or Joe Montana, and he would be Brent Jones. And we would run routes in the backyard up there in Mariloma or in the Excelsior when I was, you know, at my house. And we would run routes over and over and over again in the backyard. And one of us had the plastic helmet, the little huddles, plastic helmet.
Joe Montana, the little shoulder pads and everything.
Exactly.
Practice pads,
We'd wear the full outfits. And the amount of people that I know used to rock those, like in the living room, in the backyard, the Bolognas, we used to do it down in San Bruno.
Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320, always posts a picture with his Joe Montana in the hutch.
Oh, he got the hutch? Yeah, exactly.
2-bar helmet.
God, and so how many people can relate to that?
Yeah, no, everybody can. Hutch, I wore it till the stickers came off. You know what I'm saying? It did look like a Notre Dame helmet. Let's go to
I miss those days.
Ismail in Dallas. Ismail, what's happening?
How's it going, guys? Pretty good. How about yourself?
Good, man. Good.
Hey, man, I just want to say you guys are awesome. You guys are great. I listen to you guys every day when I go to work. Man, I really hope we win this one. I've been a Niners fan since I was a kid. I grew up in '96, so I've never seen my team win a Super Bowl.
Wow.
All I've seen is heartbreak and misery, So I hope we get it done Sunday. I was fortunate, though, to see in the Harbaugh era, to get so close, but not to be able to finish the deal,
Yep.
So I hope we can win, and then get it done.
Nah, we need this win so bad. I haven't even envisioned a loss. I'm not going to do that. I haven't put my mind there. My mentals have been really good this week thinking about Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs because it's about what the Niners do. Will they run the ball? Will they own the line of scrimmage? Will they get after the quarterback? Will they tackle? Chris Muller broke down the Niners yesterday. Festus and Bully's been breaking down the football team. I'm like, wow, look at you guys, man. Y'all should be analysts on NBC Sports Bay Area when it comes to 49ers pre- and post-game live. I'm kidding Ron Brooks. I'm kidding Dante Whitner. And I'm kidding Carlos Ramirez. But Bully's talking about we got to get that yak, yards after catch, and we got to tackle.
Well,
Tackle.
you bring
Don't
up
miss
NBC,
tackles.
the entire lineup there, and I'm not going to lie. I've wanted to tell Hathaway, yo, you need a little help. Hit your boy up. That's a joke. Very inside.
And somehow, some way, always make it about yourself.
Duh.
Niner gang 4. Shasky got hurt playing backyard football. That's pretty good.
That's pretty funny, actually.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty funny.
Good. You probably did get hurt. Let's go to Doug in Wichita.
My cousin was a year younger than me and 5 times my size.
Doug in Wichita. No excuses. Doug, what's happening?
Hey, bang, bang, Niner gang, fellas. I've been waiting to get this call off for a week. Just listening to everybody talk, and forgive me if I sound muffled. I had a tooth pulled this morning.
Oh, it's all good.
It's all good. Thank you, sir. Anyway, I was going to bust out in a freestyle this morning because I'm feeling it, but with just stuff in my mouth, the feeling left me. But so all I got to say, man, is I'm looking forward to a win by the Niners. Like, I'm not saying the Chiefs don't have a chance. I'm not disrespecting them at all. But I am saying I'm confident. I believe we got this. It would not shock me if we win by 10 or more.
Yep.
Wow.
It would shock me if Kansas City wins by more than 3. I'm just going to tell you that's where my confidence is.
There it is. There it is. I love that. Wichita, Kansas. Call us back next week, Doug. Love the call when your tooth gets right. Let's rat-a-tat-tat. We got everybody coming in here at 9:50 for Fast 5. Everybody's going to come in here. They're going to get into the YouTube shot. The roasters are having eggs and toast right now. We bring it to you, man. Look, we're the only station in this market that relates to the people, that comes out and sees the people, or have the people come see us. We don't talk at you. We talk with you. Shout out Matt Stuyvesant. It's the best thing he's ever said. Till they had Ross Tucker on yesterday talking about we complaining. Well, wait till I start complaining Sunday night. We need more confetti. Where's the confetti? Where's the champagne?
I would love to see the Niners win the Super Bowl. The Steiny and Goo group thread. I mean, what are we going to talk about tomorrow?
Oh, my God. I'm here for it.
What's the
We're wearing a
angle?
Niner jersey this week. Look at it. Just didn't look. It made me sick, actually.
I'm off. I'm out.
It actually made me sick
I'm out.
when I think about football.
I'm out. The goo drops are just all time.
I'm out.
Let Ross Tucker cook like that on the Bay Area station.
Well,
How
you know
dare
what?
they?
The more I hear that Ross Tucker cut, the more I realize Goo was in there too, fanning the Flames.
Oh, I know. He was. Yeah, the field. They complained about the field, the practice field. I would be pissed off, too. We got to practice at UNLV, which has a terrible football program. Shout out Larry Grant, who left there. But they had a terrible football program, terrible practice fields, and their Chiefs get to practice at the Raiders facility, the state-of-the-art facility, and we got this little high school field we're practicing out for the Super Bowl. Yeah, we have a right to complain about that.
It's like Bad News Bears.
Yeah.
Here's your giant trophy, Chiefs. Here's your tiny little one.
It's Steiny sitting there stroking the flame, but his same Eagles were complaining about the Super Bowl field last year. It was too slippery. We couldn't get to the quarterback. They wanted the
Bradbury
field
didn't
too
hold.
much. Yeah, so stop crying. You guys are the one crying. We got all those calls. Anyway, let's go back to the lines. Ryan of Folsom. Ryan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up,
hey,
Ryan?
Earlier, not much. Fired up for this game, but Shasky asked a caller earlier about what Niners football meant to them, and started to get nostalgic. And Shasky, we're probably about the same age, so grew up in the same era. But I grew up in Santa Rosa, California. My grandpa had season tickets to the Stick. Best years of my life. We would actually drive from Santa Rosa to Tommy's Joint.
Oh yeah.
Back in the day, we would park there when that building next door wasn't a building yet; it was a parking lot. So we'd park there. We would pregame party. I was a kid, so I'd have beef stew and buffalo stew and all that stuff there.
Oh, yeah.
Just absolutely epic. So we pregame there. It was crazy, and then we would ride the Muni to the Stick, and it was just so awesome. And I'll never forget that ride to the stadium. But anyways, I have a couple people in my life that have passed away. That have been the hugest Niner fans, right? So the Niners played Christmas '93 Christmas game. My grandpa had some heart problems, and he was such a Niners fan, had season tickets. He was having chest pains that day. He actually would not refused to go to the hospital until the Niners game was over.
Wow.
And he actually passed away that day. So Christmas is always hard, but the Niners will always live on, in my life. But super shout out to him. He's been gone for a while. My mom passed away unexpectedly in 2019. We had candlestick seats brought in for her funeral.
Wow.
She was such a diehard Niner fan. So I was at the last game, Candlestick, for the pick at the Stick. So, and the last thing I want to say is let's go. It's time for number 6. This one's for you, Mom. I love you wherever you are.
I love that. And the 707, Petaluma, Sebastopol, Russian River area, Santa Rosa has always been a diehard Niner fan area.
No doubt.
Always.
They love the Niners. They did love the Raiders at one point in time, but they jumped on the bandwagon. They did. Let's go to David and Modesto. We'll rat-a-tat-tat these calls, and then we got to replay Juice.
Yeah.
Because it's a long call, and I want to replay Juice before we bring everybody into the studio. David and Modesto, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Can
What's
you guys
up,
hear me?
David?
Well, yeah, I can hear you, the car, the seatbelt.
Right on. Hey, real quick, man. Diehard Niner fan. Been a Niner fan for the longest time. All my kids, I got 7. 6 boys, 1 girl.
Wow.
All Niner fans. I got 5 grandkids, Niner fans. Been a Niner fan since I could find my old pictures where I got a shirt on of 49ers. My family in L.A., Niner fans. Got family in Vegas, Niner fans.
Love it.
And I can't wait. 30 years. My oldest son's almost 30 years old.
Wow.
So he just turned 28, and they're going to feel what I feel.
It's great to experience that with them, isn't it?
Oh, it's the best because they wonder why I run next to the TV when Frank Gore used to break loose, when McCaffrey breaks loose. I'm jumping all over the place, catching the ball just like T.O. used to, like Jerry Rice used to, and all that good stuff.
I love it.
I was the Mexican Joe Montana throwing the ball to my friend Peter as Jerry Rice. I said Montana to Rice.
Hey,
I love
hey,
it.
we go.
Man. Hey, man.
Our Latino fan base is incredible.
Yeah, the entire fan base, not just Latino. Black,
I know,
Latino,
but in
Filipino,
particular,
white.
they ride so hard for the Niners.
It's a melting pot. Everybody
You're right.
rides hard. Everybody rides hard equally. Whether you're white, black, Asian, doesn't matter. It's a melting pot when it comes to Niner fans. We all unite, whether we're black, brown, white, blue, purple, doesn't matter. Alex and SF. Alex and FS. Manny and Dumbarton Bridge. We're going to rat-a-tat-tat these calls, 30 seconds or less, because we've got to replay Juice. What's up, Alex? What's happening?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up?
Hey, so check this out. I'm driving up 101, right, into the city.
Yep.
And right at the foot of Candlestick Park, that exit right there, this truck loses a load of toilet paper, and cars are hitting it, bursting into the air. It looks like confetti. You were saying confetti just a little while ago about the parade. I think this is a sign, my brothers.
I love that.
I do like that.
You know how often I've wanted to steal that sign?
No, trust me. Manny on Dumbarton Bridge. I'm still thinking about stealing Waller Street side. Trust me. I will steal at Waller Street side, 300 Waller Street. Manny on Dumbarton Bridge. Real quick, 30 seconds or less. Then we'll get to Uncle Charlie. Let's go.
Hey, guys, I wanted to be the one to get in first because Monday's going to be absolutely crazy with all the rejoicing. So thank you for a great season. It was a blast. I'm glad we got this win. I'm calling it right now. I ain't afraid of the Chiefs, and neither are the Niners. And you know what? Let the Chiefs play on the Raiders practice field. The Raiders use it. Look what good it did them. But anyways, guys, man,
kind of like that.
You for covering the Niners so faithfully. It was a great year. It is a great year, and we got this, man. Niner fans, do not worry. This is in the bag. Have faith, as we've had faith in Purdy all year long, guys. Don't lose it. No matter how the game goes, we're going to come out on top. That's all I got,
Let's go,
guys.
baby.
Enjoy
Let's go,
the game.
baby. Let's go. Man, Uncle Charlie, end the show. Then we got to get the juice real quick. Uncle Charlie, what you got?
Vengeance for all the Raiders and just the 49ers. The Niners going to win with a blowout with the parade around the bay. The parade around the bay. Touchdown, Niners!
There it is. And with that said, we got to end the show with what may be the call of the station, maybe the best call I've heard in years, and that's not a disrespect to all the great callers that we have here at 95.7 The Game. But what Juice did this morning on this phone call was iconic. Get it on social media ASAP, Lubman. Get this out there because the people need to hear from Juice. Juice in Fremont. Here's a call. And we're going to my main man, Juice. Juice in Fremont. Talk to the people.
Before I get into my call, I want to say first and foremost, much love and respect to you two for allowing us, the fans, to speak on the number one freaking sports radio show in America. But as the third unofficial host of the morning roast, like Steph Curry in Indiana last night, allow me to cook. Allow me to speak to all the great Niner Empire fans who have supported the greatest storied sports franchise in all of sports. Regardless of your age, gender, race, religious background, we are forever united by two colors. Red representing the blood and tears in battle, and gold for the ultimate prize when we overcome the war. To all the great fans of the Niner Empire, wherever you're at right now, at this moment, whether it's the melting pot of the bay, all the way to the frozen ice of Antarctica, turn up your radio dial as I speak the state of emergency. The last 2 weeks was all fun and games. The last 2 weeks, the Niner Empire were flirting with Cupid. But this Sunday, we're going to put on the big boy pants, strap the combat boots, tighten up the uniform, and prepare for war. You see, we waited 1,470 days so we as a fan base can say, like in the words of George Kittle, who said 4 years ago, we're back here with a vengeance. And at the same time, the sports god heard our prayers and allowed the Niners to face yet again Patrick Mahomes, who has a 3-0 record against this team. All this freaking week, you heard the whispers of, oh, I'm not betting against Patrick Mahomes. Andy Reid is a legend. Chelsea's unstoppable. The Chiefs' defense can match the Niners' weapons. Blah, blah, blah. Not also is this a disrespect to the Niner Empire, but am I surprised? How many times have this team heard all the negative critics when they were building this roster? So Trent Williams is coming with baggage from Washington. Debo's a reach in the second round. McCaffrey is injury prone, and Brock is a glorified game manager. Every person on this team has been questioned from all the haters, but that hasn't stopped this team. Because you know why? They laugh at us because they say we different, but we laugh at all of them because they are all the same. It's not the dog in the fight, it's the fight in the dog. Through all the struggle, through all the pain, all the nagging injuries, through hardship and doubt, you are now where you're supposed to be. Why? Because you believe, and therefore we believe. And finally, as I leave this call, in 1968, a marathon athlete, John Steve Acquire, who ran the Olympic event in Mexico City, was shortly crossing the finish line. The event was finished hours ago. Beaten, bruised, injured. When a sports reporter asked him, why did you finish the race even though everybody gave up? This is what he said. My people didn't send me 5,000 miles to start the race. My people sent me 5,000 miles to finish the freaking race. Niner Empire. You didn't come all this way to be in the Super Bowl. You came all the way to win the freaking Super Bowl. It's either you live for nothing or you die for something. And on February 11th, 2024, the whole world will bear witness. We came back to take what belongs to us. Instead of peace and love, the Chiefs will experience. These men will become of violence and revenge. Just like the Packers and the Detroit Lions, I am freaking out.
Look.
I got goosebumps.
No, I got goosebumps from Juice. Listen, man, premium players make gold jacket plays on Sunday. It's time to make Hall of Fame plays. But I got the roasters with me right now. I got Sushi Man in the back.
Let's go.
We got Uncle Gene in the building. We got Dupree in the building.
Let's go.
Dupre. We got Che. We got everybody in the building. Charles is up here.
You ready?
Let's get it going.
Let's go Niners. Let's go Niners. Let's go Niners.
Let's go Niners.
Let's go Niners.
Bang, bang.
Let's go.
Who's got the best old baby? Who's got an old baby for me? Who's got an old baby for me?
Bang, bang.
Who's got an old baby for me? Who's got the lungs to do it? Get over here. Bring it home. Julius, get in here with Jordan. Get in here, Julius. You got an old baby for me? Oh, no, we got to do better than that one.
Let's go. What she got? What she got? Get in there.
We go. Oh, baby! Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Hey,
That's what I'm talking about.
Mike Montana, hands up. We got to hit the, the slow motion. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Hey.
Can I get one more Let's Go Niners?
Wait,
Can I get one more? I got to get one more before we get out of here.
3, 2, 1. Let's go Niners. Let's go Niners. Let's go Niners.
That's what I'm talking about.
Let's go Niners.
That's what I'm talking about. Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. Keep it going. The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny Guru. You roasters. You guys will make the show. You will make the station. Let's go get this
Seriously,
trophy on
we
Sunday,
love you guys.
folks.
Thank you
Let's
so much.
get this trophy. What a
Without
week,
you guys,
baby.
we don't have a station. We love you guys.
2 days, 5 hours, 36 minutes, 18 seconds, 17 seconds until the big game. The San Francisco Sheriffs offense.
We ready
for y'all. Keep it going. Keep it going as we leave. Keep it going. We'll see you on Monday. Live from Vegas. Niners and Chiefs. 6 Lombardi coming back to the Bay. Yeah, baby. Let's go.
The week that we've been waiting for is finally here.
Set your will upon them.
Great guests.
I believe Mahomes is a crybaby.
Great analysis.
I think back to that game 4 years ago, and I have more faith in this quarterback than I had in that quarterback.
And you.
Bang, bang, Niner gang up in this thing. Let's go.
Getting you ready for the biggest game in years. The Bay Area's football station, 95.
righty. Good morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson, along with Lorenzo Neal. We are in Vegas, and I'll start out by saying 2 days, 5 hours, 27 minutes, and 55 seconds. That is the San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock. We got game on Sunday, 3:30, and let's just get into it. I was thinking about the show, and I was a little worried, Goo, and I was like, well, there's nothing to be worried about. It's all about the game. It's finally here. We're going to talk about it all day, and I can't wait.
And I'm more excited the fallout after the game, Monday's show, because there's so many storylines, guys. And to hear Bonte Shasky have a breakfast at the station, you didn't see
what
it,
happened?
They had about 20 fans come in the studio. It's the Niners. And that's just the finality of this all on the team trying to get their 6th chip. We are the loudest table in Radio Row. I low it low. Let's get it crunk. It's library feeling here.
Why not?
Let's get loud.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Here we go. And that's what it's about. Friday now, this is the day now where you go through and you say, okay, guys, we're going to have a crisp practice. We want to be on top of it. You come in, guys are already there. It's 10 o'clock. Got in this morning, probably, 7 o'clock breakfast. Guys got their little lift in. 8 o'clock, first meeting, team meeting. Coach goes over everything.
Yeah.
Special teams meeting. Then you say, okay, what's the plan today? Today we're going to go over all the stuff we did at third down. We're going to go over the 2-minute. But today's emphasis on goal line and short yardage. So you go in today, it's goal line, short yardage. You're only there till like 1 o'clock. Today's the half day. Today's that dress rehearsal. You're going through, implement the short yardage goal line, do your 2-minute, do everything, get all the regular plays, the first down plays, your second down plays, and kind of get the whole game in today. Emphasis on short yardage and goal line. And then it's about, okay, guys, you know what? Hey, you're done. We're done at 2 o'clock. Guys are out of there to watch a little film. They're done by 2 o'clock. You're home by 2:30, whatever, back to your hotel. Now it's like, all right, what are we doing now? It's about, okay, let's get the body. How many of these guys, I guarantee you 20 or 30 of these guys are getting massages today. Friday was my day that I go out, I get a massage. I come in, it's that hard day. You get the massage in there, and you get a breakdown. Let them beat the body up. Get that great massage. Have a gallon of water, because after massage, you want to flush your system. You want to make sure you're hydrating. That's what it's about today.
What's the hardest day, Lo? Is it tomorrow, today?
No. Wednesday and Thursday, those are your 2 low days. Those are your 2 hard days. Those are days you're in there from about 7 o'clock to about 5 o'clock. Because you're installing everything. You go through walkthrough, you implement the run game. Okay, then you go through a walkthrough, then you come back in, go back in the meeting again, then you have lunch, then after lunch, boom, you go out on the field, you're out there from like 1 o'clock to 2:30, 3 o'clock practice, then you come back in and you watch the practice film, have 30 minutes, get showered up, then you watch the practice film, so you're out there around 4:30, 5 o'clock. So Wednesday and Thursday, you're usually there all day, from 7 to 5, so you got your regular day. Friday now is, okay, short yardage, goal line, you don't take a lot, that doesn't happen a lot, and then you put in everything, go over everything which went on Thursday, what you went on, put it on Wednesday, and then afterward, that's the hard days. The Wednesday and Thursdays, the heavy lifting day. Friday, short yardage and goal line. Saturday is the walkthrough. So guys are getting the massage. They know they're not going to be ramping up their bodies tomorrow. Tomorrow's just a crisp jog, a crisp walk, relax, go through, final dress rehearsal, and then guys, you check into that hotel. Now it's a special team meeting first. Then the team meeting comes together as a team. And that's when you get serious. That's when tomorrow night, the team, your mindset now, from all these weeks, the anticipation, the last 2 weeks in the practice, all this going on. But tomorrow night is something that's surreal. That's the night that it happens. That's the night where Santa comes and see you.
Is that
that's the night where it's like, okay, here it is. That's the night where you transform into the Incredible Hulk. That's the night where your mind and your body and soul, that it becomes something you say, it's a bird, it's a plane, no, it's super whoever you are. Because that night, now you have it. It's the week is over. You're not going on the field anymore to practice.
Yeah.
The next time you touch the field, it's to lift up that Lombardi. The next time you touch the field, it's to play for the Super Bowl. The next time you walk out on the field and you tape your ankles and you put on new shoes and you get ready to walk out, it's for real. It's for 60 minutes. And at the end of that 60 minutes, only one team can hold that up. Man, I'm I'm telling you, man, well, you told me get crunk. I'm getting fired up.
Let's go, 49er fans. I'll tell you what, yesterday we had all kinds of guests coming through here. Low brought us all the big boys. Today, it's going to be more about you, 49er fans. 888-957-9570. I got my notepad out. You know me. It's I got my graph paper. Look at that. Right there. I'm holding it up. I'm going to write down everybody's prediction. You got a prediction? I'm going to write it down. I'll tell you what, I'm not going to wait. I'm not waiting.
Oh, I'll take
I got my
first man off the plane. Go, I know
Ricky Henderson.
And I've been and we talked a lot about this, how nothing really changes during the week except you start thinking about things a little differently. 49ers 23, Chiefs 21.
Wow.
49ers win the Super Bowl.
And they have their 6 Lombardi.
And if we're going to go for X factors and stuff like that, I got Jake Moody with 3 field goals. 2 touchdowns, 3 field goals, 23-21. Think about the Chiefs. And Evan was telling me this yesterday. Their offense, they've only scored 30 points in 3 of 20 games this year. 3 of 20 games, they've got 30 or more. So it's not this dynamic offense that I think we were used to in the past. They're doing it. Offensively, they were 15th.
Yeah, I think we've been talking about that, and all week I've been saying for the last several weeks, I said it's no longer it's not Mahomes leading the Kansas City Chiefs to the Super Bowl. It's friggin' the defense been playing the big part in leading this Kansas City Chiefs to it. Holding Lamar Jackson to 10 points. Holding that Baltimore Ravens team to what they've been doing to 10 points. Seeing the way their defense has been able to play. Even when this offense struggled, you saw guys at each other's throat. The receivers weren't really catching passes. They still were able to hang on because defensively, Spagnuolo has done a phenomenal job getting this defense playing at a very, very high level, sacking the quarterback at opportune times, putting pressure and keeping guys in front of them. They bend, but they don't break. I think this defense has played unbelievable for Kansas City. The thing about their offense that I think people don't realize that, yeah, they don't score a lot of points, Evan, but what I think, too, what they do, is they understand, look, we're not necessarily going to score, but we're going to keep drives going. We're going to eat clock up. They do a great job of controlling the tempo and controlling the clock and shrinking the game because their offense is no longer really explosive. It's no longer Mahomes drop back and just let it rain and they're just raining saying, let's just light up the scoreboard. They're not built that way. They don't have the receivers. They don't have that So what they do now is Kelsey is their chain mover, and then the running back, he gets downhill and he's at 4 and 5 yards in a cloud of dust. And now they eat up clock. They put teams in tough situation because now they're playing clock, field position, and that's why Kansas City, I think, has been able to win because they're playing smart football collectively.
Yeah, no doubt, Lo. And you taught me this with Andre Reed yesterday, just how difficult it is for opposing defenses to double Kelsey. Like that stayed with me after the show. Like, you try it year in, year out, and I think it's easy from afar, but it hasn't been. But I'll tell you guys this. You can give me all the stats in the world about how pedestrian the Chiefs offense has been, but what I did last night, nobody here will believe me, is I was in the room and dialed up to 2019 Super Bowl just to get that aura and the color
Daddy.
schemes that we're going to see. They'll be reversed.
When were you in your room?
Check the text message. But what I'm letting you guys know is you talked about heavy lifting, Lo Neal.
Yeah.
And to me, I'm going to give my prediction. For the 49ers to win this game, McCaffrey is your horse, your dog. And again, there's 4 or 5 other guys that can win it. Somebody from the winning team is going to get awarded the MVP. But this is the McCaffrey game, Lo. I saw Buffalo run the ball up and down the field on that. I won't say vaunted Chiefs defense. It's improved. They got a great secondary. But, Lo, I saw Buffalo have success running, and I think that's going to be the point of attack from Kyle Shanahan to set everything else up. So I believe about 6:30, 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, when they make that presentation, I think McCaffrey is going to be MVP and the Niners are going to win this game, and I'm going 28-20.
Yeah, I like that.
Put it down.
I love,
Evan, put it in the cap.
I love the deep. I love the aspect that you're talking about McCaffrey. McCaffrey is going to have a big game.
Must.
He's going to have to be big. I totally agree with you. I think you have to realize that one thing you have to realize is when you look at Buffalo and you think of the way that they ran the ball and the different things they were able to do, I just know without a doubt that Purdy is not Josh Allen. Purdy He's not built to run over
Just
guys.
beat Brock Purdy,
He's not built to run over guys and take the ball and do those things. He ran instinctively last week, and I don't know if you'll see. I think he'll run, but he's not going to run as much. He's going to run because he understands, hey, take off. When in doubt, take off. I don't see him having those type of runs. Now, I do see him picking up 5, 6, doing those things. He's going to do some great things with the ball because he understands the importance that he's going to have to do with his legs. I think that Kansas City's defense, they play the bend but don't break kind of aspect. They say, look, we're going to bend. You can move the ball, but we're not going to let you score. We're going to tighten up. We're going to play optimistic defense. So that's what they do well and make teams try to blink. And like I said, Spags has done a phenomenal job. I'm looking more to see how is this offense going to take control of this defense. What is Kyle Shanahan dialing up? And I know you got to give the MVP to a player, but I think the MVP, I know you talked about it yesterday, Goo, and you said, how does Kyle Shanahan and Andy Reid, how do you say, could he take this monkey off his back? How do you move past the stigma for Shanahan? Like you're saying, Shanahan's got to win.
He said you got to kick the door down one day.
You do, and you've been on this. I think he's got to be the MVP.
Shanahan.
I think Shanahan has to be the MVP, Steiny, and you know what I mean, because he's got to make sure that he's got his guys, his chess pieces in the right place. He's got to orchestrate this himself because he knows that Purdy is his guy. He knows that Purdy is his puppet, that he pulls the strings. So I want to see how he pulls these strings. I want to see when they're playing off man, when can they go to check and just throw the ball over to Debo, and like you talked about, Debo picks up 5 and 10, and defense say, oh, wow, he only got 7. They hold their breath. I want to see, can they exploit every time someone's playing off? Can you get the ball to him and say, I can check out of this play. I got to get the ball over to Debo because of the fact this guy's 5 to 10 yards off. And guess what? He is slim to none that he has a chance of making that tackle. He's got a better chance of tackling a line in a telephone booth than tackling Debo. You know that. If you're playing off man with Debo and you get the ball to Debo and the guy's 5 or 10 yards off, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, good luck with that.
So, but can Shanahan orchestrate this and be the puppet master to know that, hey, look, this is where you got every time. Can you see that? Okay, this is what they're doing over here on Ayuk. Right now they're playing mad press on Ayuk. You know Ayuk, once Ayuk stacks a DB and Ayuk gets past the line of scrimmage because they're playing man and now he stacks them, Ayuk's winning. So can you see that? Can the puppet master say, hey, you got man over there on Ayuk? Can I illustrate? Can I do that? Can I have my young quarterback who's only in his second year, has not played 2 full seasons? Can he have this young man orchestrate that type of play? That's what I'm looking for.
888-957-9570. Steiny, Darryl, the Guru Johnson, along with Lorenzo Neal. We're in Vegas getting ready for the big game on Sunday. 3:30 is kickoff, and we're taking predictions. We got 2 already. Steiny and Guru both predicting 49er wins. Steiny 23-21. Guru 28-20. I'm fascinated by the script. All right, the 49ers' first offensive script, whether they get the ball after the kickoff or whether they defer. And on the one hand, I think, well, what do you do that first script? Well, you got to give it to McCaffrey, you think, to establish something. Like, he's the guy. Let's establish McCaffrey. We'll build off him over the course of the game. By the same token, just the way Kyle Shanahan is, he might just say, you know what, this first series, let's get Brock right into it. Let's have him drop back a few times. Maybe look for Ayuk. Maybe look for Kittle down the field. I could see him doing that. And if it works, it's going to look great. And if it doesn't, maybe people are going to say, hey, see, now he's getting too cute. He should have just But I could see Kyle Shanahan wanting to see about Brock Purdy early and how he feels. You don't see it?
I'm in the same church, same pew. Okay. And you're sitting on my lap. I'm going to tell you that was classic, legendary. I'm going to tell you right now, the first play is going to be play action.
Okay.
Go and play action. They're going to double move a guy, and they're going to go take a shot. Without a doubt. And guess what? I think Kansas City's expecting that. But listen, you already know you got McCaffrey. McCaffrey's going to hit the hole. You guys talked about, we had on a great back yesterday. He ran for 2,000 yards. And Jay Lou talked about, hey, look, he talked about what McCaffrey is a difference maker because he's such a student of the game. McCaffrey, first play, you have a stretch. You have Kittle coming off. They're all blocking, showing, running right to Trent's side. I make everything that your mama and everybody saying in the stands. What would you do? Everyone says run behind who? Trent Williams. Let's even bring our tight end over there because Kittle's a great blocker. Let's bring both of them on the side, same side. Let's go play action. Let's have them fire off the ball. So now the defense is thinking it's run. Have your boy McCaffrey, great play fake, put the ball in his belly. Now he's getting downhill. Linebackers is coming up. Boom. And now you got that middle of the field. I think they take a shot the first play because I think you will have something because of the fact you have a guy like McCaffrey who you think will be the MVP goo because he's going to demand respect and guys are going to try to make that tackle. I think you have a chance for the first play.
And you know what? To that point, Lo, I'm saying McCaffrey because I can envision it in my mind, him setting everything up offensively for the Chiefs, like for the Niners, like Steiny said. But they do have, the Niners, a plethora of other great candidates and weaponry that Kansas City doesn't have. So let's just say I'm off and I'm wrong, not the first time, but I could see how you doing what you talked about. I could see Kittle on the scene or Debo with the jet sweep and, just take it to the house. That's what a threat anytime. So Brock Purdy and Kyle have a lot at their disposal to kind of not even trick the Chiefs, but just dice them.
Yeah, and what I'm doing is because I have that play action, because that I'm putting Ayuk on the same side as Kittle, because when I'm looking at run, and now guess what? The defenders have to keep their eyes in the backfield because they got to think run. Now you have Ayuk running the seam route where he's running the 8 route where he goes 15 yards and break to the center of the field. You have Debo on the opposite side playing Z, and now Debo's coming across on a hard 4 route. So you got the high-low. You have Ayuk going deep. You have Debo coming across the middle, and now you have your boy Kittle dragging across as well. So now you put pressure on the defense. You got to cover every blade of grass. You got to think run. But now your secondary, they have to widen. There is going to be a window when you run that type of concept with corner out, drag underneath. Someone has to come on because the safety has to make a decision. Do I cover Debo that's coming across the middle, and do I take that high Brandon Ayuk that's playing up high? So he's got to drive down on 1.
Yeah.
Yes. So the safety has to either drive on the 4 or he's got to stay high with Ayuk. Pick your poison.
888-957-9570 is the number. Jump in. This show's going to be about you, the 49er fans. We're taking predictions, and your boy's got his notebook out, so I'm writing them down because I'm all about accountability. Let's go out and let's talk to Aaron. Aaron's in Iowa. What's up, Aaron? How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing great, and I am looking forward to watching Purdy beat the Chiefs on Sunday. My prediction is 38-27 with the 49ers winning.
All right, give me a wild card. Give me. Guru thinks McCaffrey's going to have a big game. I got Jake Moody with some field goals. Give me a detail or two.
Honestly, I think the unsung hero of this game is going to be Kittle, not just because of his receiving game, but because of what he's going to do blocking for that offensive line when they need him to chip somebody or just creating holes to help out McCaffrey break out a run and stuff. But I will say this, though. I got
He set us up. He set us up.
Dick Vermeil? We had Dick Vermeil on the ball, Coach Lowe, and he was ending the call, and somehow lightning struck him, but we just got a dial tone. People are, he hung up. No, he didn't. Yeah, that was a mishap.
Yeah, that one right there. He set us up. Guru, he pumped up. I gave him a 4.
You know what I'm thinking about here? Something's overcoming me because we're from the Bay Area, and the station's in the city, and this is where we were born and raised. But 10, 12, and 14, the Giants got it done. 3 parades in the Bay. And then they handed the baton to the Warriors, and they ran with it and got 4. Haven't got one since 18. And now if the Niners could cash this chip to just start what hopefully could be, parade. Like, we're days away from a parade in the city, man.
I know.
I'm just serious, man. It's rough. You can taste it.
Goose on
fire. They gotta go do it, though.
But and this is what Lowe said yesterday, and he was talking about the Chiefs, and he goes, the Chiefs are going to be able to load up a little bit next year. So, the Niners don't get it done this year.
Mahomes ain't going nowhere.
Mahomes ain't going anywhere. Mahomes isn't going anywhere. 888-957-9570 is the number. Aaron in Iowa is the first prediction from our listeners. He says 38-27. He thinks George Kittle perhaps with a big game.
George Kittle.
Yeah, a couple small facts. Here's a little trivia question for you. Only 2 quarterbacks have beaten Patrick Mahomes in the postseason. Who are they?
Joe Burrow and Mr. Tom San Mateo, Sarah High School.
So did you see
Brady? No, I know sports.
No, because you remember the Super Bowl, Tom Brady spanked him.
Yeah, and he had no line.
And then Joe Burrow got him in Kansas City, and Joe Burrow lost to the Rams that year.
Yeah. Okay.
That was
shocked that I knew it, Lois. Kind of about.
Hey, I know, son.
Plenty more.
It was
I'm going to stump him.
That was an easy one.
Okay, how about this? Only one. Like I said, I'm going out on a limb here. I'm going against conventional wisdom. I think Jake Moody's going to be good. I think he's going to have 3 field goals in this game. Yeah. Has there ever been a kicker to win the MVP in a Super Bowl? Mm-hmm.
One.
Who?
Vinatieri.
Yeah. Adam.
No, it's incorrect.
Damn, Lo.
Boy, I thought you had it, though.
Yeah, I did, too.
We're going.
Good. I should have sat it out.
We're going one way. We're going, one guy did it. He did not kick soccer style. He kicked straight on.
It wasn't Morton because he'd never win.
Mark Mosley.
Oh, Mark. I thought I had.
From the Redskins?
Correct.
Wow.
That was nice, bro. Nice. That got me.
Who was that against? The Raiders? The Dolphins?
I got it.
Yeah, look at Steiny.
Mark Mosley.
This is great, Steiny. I love this trivia. This is good, man.
1982. Who'd they beat? I don't know.
I want to say the Dolphins.
Oh, the Miami Dolphins?
I'm guessing the Dolphins. I don't know. I remember Miami. Wow. Mosley. That's a
Steiny, that one stumped me.
I got a couple more. I'll be doling out. 888-957-9570 is the number. Yeah,
keep some in the holster. Let's wait.
That's true.
So that's why you're not blowing your load on your prediction because we got both of ours down.
Oh yeah, I don't want to blow it. Okay. I'm trying to hold on. Come on, God, go. Take it easy,
It's game time. Game time.
We got some predictions coming in on the YouTube chat. Mo says the Chiefs are going to win 44-13. Mo must be Mo might be short for Missouri.
Kansas City, don't even think that's on the bingo card, a blowout. Either way,
no. Of course it is. Of course it is. Yeah, everything's on the table.
I don't
the Super Bowl.
feel it, man.
Like, one thing about Super Bowls is a lot of times the game doesn't resemble the games.
You're not.
It's a different game. Everything's different.
You're not getting a blowout.
Okay,
here's the reason. Two teams that can play decent defense. Two teams,
It's true.
We have the Niners defense. We know that they've been a shell of themselves. They haven't played well. And it's not been because of coaching, because we've had everybody on this show and we've had defensive linemen. We had Neil Smith. And they said it's not the friggin' scheme. It's the players. They're getting pushed off the line of scrimmage. They're getting the new line of scrimmage has been created by the opposing team, not our team. They've talked about guys aren't in their lane, integrity breakdown. Now you got Greenlaw and Fred taking bad angles, not because they're trying to cover up, because now guys are getting pushed, new line of scrimmage. So there's a lot of things have been going wrong with this defense. So we got to assume that this defense is getting fixed in 2 weeks. We have to assume that the defensive line, that you're watching the film and the coach says, let's watch this thing as a team, as a unit. We're not watching it because usually, after team meetings, you break down. Defensive line, go with the defensive line. The linebackers watching with the linebackers. Corners watching with corner. No. This is a film these last 2 weeks to say, no, guys, hell no. We're watching this together as a defensive unit. Accountability. Now we're going to rewind it. Okay, now safety. Where are you at? Why aren't you filling? Why aren't you flying your ass up in here, making a tackle, why are you staying 10 yards down the field, and now you got to tackle this guy in space?
Lo, do you have to answer out loud in front of everybody when they come out?
Yeah, dude, it's embarrassing. And now it's like, hey, Chase, hey, look at here. We're winding the tape. Look at it. Oh, you're at the point of attack. You're on the ground. So you're on the ground. You can't set an edge. You don't turn anything in. You're on the ground. So now the tight end, guess what? He doesn't even have to double team you. He's already up to the next level because you're on the ground. So you're a man down. And now the tackle's able to look back into the linebacker and block Fred. So because your ass is on the ground, 2 guys now are blocking 2 other guys that should be free, that you didn't do your job. You let your brothers down. And so now those 2 guys you supposed to take on so these 2 other guys can make plays. They can't. So this is the accountability that this defense, I got to see a defense that have adjusted these last 2 weeks. I got to see Ken Law and those guys up on their feet. I can't see a bunch of guys up on down on the ground, rolling around, playing on the dirt, on the turf. You get your ass up, you play defense, you hold the point, you create a new line of scrimmage. Go, you got me fired. See, every time I get close to game, I just start sweating and I start thinking about the game. I'm fired up. Woo!
I'm getting there too. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru along with Lorenzo Neal, one of the greatest fullbacks to ever do it. We're taking predictions all day long. We got one from Aaron already. I gave mine. We'll tease low throughout the course of the day. But what do you think is going to happen Sunday? It's pretty simple. What do you think is going to happen Sunday? You got your Niners winning? Or you got your Niners struggling. By the way, thanks to Circa for a fantastic event last night at Circa Swim. If you're looking for the best setup on the Strip, go to circa.com and go to the Stadium Swim tab and click on Huddle Up at Stadium Swim. Also, it is a Football Friday presented by Flag and Anthem.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
This weekend, Lucky guarantees victory because we have big game deals that will dominate your watch party. Mix and match select varieties of soda or party-sized Frito-Lay chips.
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl the Guru Johnson and Lorenzo Neal. We're on Radio Row. Super Bowl just 2 days away. 2 days, 4 hours, 55 minutes, 40 seconds. That's courtesy to the San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock. And let's welcome in Nick Ferguson. He's a 10-year NFL veteran, sitting right next to Lorenzo Neal. Played defensive back and also coached briefly with the San Francisco 49ers in 2018. Welcome, man.
Thank you guys for having me. I think this is the closest I've been to Lorenzo when he hasn't tried to block me.
Oh, look at you.
Okay. So you go, but you
me and Nick go way back, baby.
All right. Well, I did this yesterday. Tell me what you think of what you thought of Lorenzo Neal as a fullback, and then you tell me, give me the scouting report on Nick as a D-back.
Well, I tell you this about Lorenzo. He was one of those guys you had to actually plan for because he's blocked for LaDainian Tomlinson, who is one heck of a running back in his own right. And when you're game planning, for me, the first thing, I don't want to know anything about the passing game, right? I'll save that for later in the week, right? So when I knew we were playing the Chargers, I did two things that week. I'm working on my neck and my traps, and I'm doing squats because I know this guy is leading through the hole for LaDainian Tomlinson, but he was one of the better fullbacks in the league, and they made life really difficult for us in Denver.
Yeah, well, you got to know Nick is a guy that he's going to cover. When you play 10, 12 years, see those guys, you see a lot of guys are fast. Nick was not necessarily fast, but you know that here's a guy that's technique. When you're playing against him, the coach says, look, this guy's got good technique. He's not, you're going to have to beat him. You have to try to beat him, not with technique. You got to beat him with speed, try to get it off the line, because you got to realize DBs, that's why they usually don't last long in the league, is because they don't have technique. They just go out there with athletic ability. But when you get over those guys you see in 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years in this league, you have a track record, and that's why it was durable, because of the fact that he was crafty.
Wow.
He knew his craft.
Walk us through, Nick, when you had to take on a guy that I call the most unique player in the NFL right now, and Deebo Samuel, and trying to tackle that tank. Is that on your mind at all before the snap? Like, damn it, he's got it. Or do we, is it just business as usual? Or it's like, man, I got to try to take down this tank.
Well, it's not business as usual. This is a guy like Lorenzo and other backs that I played against where you have to watch them during the week on film. Try to find out their weak points. And sometimes those guys don't really have a lot of weak points. But I'll tell you this. It's thinking about Deebo, Lorenzo, and even Derrick Henry. A lot of those guys are massive up top and down at the bottom. But the one thing that never expands is their waistline. So when you're coming to attack them, you have to first have a plan of attack. Now, you can't run. You can't run in with your arms like this, like you're a 5-year-old kid trying to hug your parents. Right. So you have to run in with your arms in tight, almost like boxing. Like if you throw an uppercut in boxing, it comes from inside. If you come outside, it doesn't have as much power. So the idea is that you have to stay inside your frame, and you have to make sure you tackle the waistline and not the upper body.
Technique, Steiny.
Yeah, Nick Ferguson joining us on 95.7 The Game. 10-year NFL vet. What did you, when you were coaching for the Niners, what was your specialty and what did you do there?
Well, I helped out with special teams, and I was assistant DB coach.
Okay.
So I know this organization, this team. I know Kyle, and I know John very well, and I'm not surprised that they have gotten to this point now. The only thing is I'm hoping that they can win the trophy, because if not, you're going to hear people start to talk about Kyle like Marty Schottenheimer,
right?
Who had
like Andy Reid back in the day.
Who had great teams, even Marv Levy, who had great teams but couldn't win the big one. So I'm rooting for them and hoping they can pull it off.
When you're looking at playing DB and you're playing against a guy like Mahomes, Patrick Mahomes, what is it? What kind of tendencies do you look for in a quarterback when a guy of his stature that's unorthodox can do so many different things? and you got to plaster and you got to do those things. What goes through a DB's mind when you're playing against a quarterback of that caliber?
Well, you said the right word. It's plaster. You have to keep your eyes on your target. And what happens with most DBs and linebackers who are in coverage, the moment they see him running, they forget to keep their eyes on the guy that they're covering. So the moment they look back at him, that's when he finds the open receiver. So I know everyone has been trying to figure out for years, how do you stop Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce? The idea is that you got to give up something.
Right.
So you sacrifice yards with the quarterback running, and you're saying, well, they're not going to beat us with Travis Kelce. That's the way that you do it. And you need a commitment from all 11 guys. And you have to allow your pass rush and your linebackers to handle the quarterback while everyone in the secondary handles Travis Kelce.
Okay, so let's get into Travis Kelce, because I think that Tom Brady and Gronkowski, if they were able to do what these two were able to do.
Yeah.
If Phillip Rivers and Antonio Gates were able to do what these two were able to do. They're playing backyard football. You can line Kelce up behind the offensive tackle, and now you put two receivers to the same side. He runs and pushes out, and he's not running a route. It's all read routes. He and Mahomes are able to do, so if Gates were able to do that, if Brady and Gronk, so how do you defend? Because can you stop him from being a chain mover? Because I don't know how you defend these guys. I understand they can't give up the big yards, but how do you defend that? How do you defend it as a defender?
Okay, do you guys remember the last time the Tampa Bay Buccaneers played Kansas City?
Yeah.
Right? And
Kansas City had no O-line.
They had no O-line, but they beat up the wide receivers. See, when you play a lot of zone coverage, you allow them to play backyard football. Now that helps with the timing and the rhythm. The idea is that you have to disrupt the timing and the rhythm. So you have to get up on those guys, and you have to eat up space, and you have to physically put your hands on them. Because you mentioned a couple of names of quarterback wide receiver tandems who were great at that. I even throw Tom Brady and Wes Welker. And even Amendola, they ran a lot of choice routes. Right? If you had inside leverage, they're running outside. Right? So the idea is that you have to commit to take away something, but most defensive coordinators, they panic. Right? They want their skill guys to take away everything. This is football.
Yeah.
You can't take away everything. You have to be committed to one thing and say, well, we're going to take this away from you, and if you're going to beat us, you're going to beat us with everything else. Like, if I was playing against Patrick, I'll run two-man. Right? So I got two safeties over top, and I got everyone running underneath. Now, the only problem with running two-man is the team can run the ball on you, and the quarterback can actually get outside the pocket. I'm not worried about that. I'm not concerned about that, because guess what? Patrick Mahomes is not Lamar Jackson. And if he starts to hurt us, I take my two high safeties, and I drop one of my safeties in late, and we call that one robber. So now that guy can rob any inside breaking routes. He can rob any shallow routes. But guess what? I get an extra defender in the run game, because if the B gap opens, I'm running right through it.
Man, you and Low on Firestein. This is like,
I love this. You're listening to Nick Ferguson. Nick Ferguson, 10-year NFL veteran.
Told you, smart guy. That he knows football.
Hey, I obviously want to get to what you're working on with the drug-free program, but I'm looking at your bio. Where is Morris Brown? Is that when you started college?
Yeah.
And then you went to Georgia Tech.
That was a great music group. Morris Brown, baby.
I'll let you tell him where
Morris Brown, Georgia Tech.
Yeah, so Morris Brown.
I feel like I'm not in on a joke that everybody's in on. Go ahead.
No. I was hitting with him. He got it. It was a rap group.
Okay, so Morris Brown College is a college in HBCU in Atlanta, right?
Okay.
So I walked on there out of high school, and then I realized that I was better than what everyone else was there, and I said, well, the NFL will never find me here. So I then transferred and walked on to Georgia Tell me how
that went out. Did they give you a chance, or how'd that work?
Well,
so you were there 1 year.
Yes,
at Morris.
Yes, and then I transferred to Georgia Tech. But once again, the whole idea is that this kid coming from an HBCU is deciding to transfer up to a Power 5, and we don't do that. You typically don't see that. So there was a little animosity from players and coaches, and it kind of took me a while to kind of get going. But it was due to a guy named George O'Leary, who had coached with Bobby Ross with the Chargers when they were coming off a Super Bowl, that he gave me an opportunity. But I'll also tell you this. Now, the NCAA, when I transferred, they took a year of eligibility away from me because they were trying to discourage guys from transferring from lower divisions to higher divisions. So they were like, well, we're going to teach you a lesson, and you're going to have to lose a year.
Interesting. Tell us about the Foundation for a Drug-Free World. It's the biggest drug-free prevention program on the planet. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I was telling Lorenzo before we came on that I grew up in Miami.
Okay.
So growing up in Miami, I saw my family members use drugs or family members selling to my other family members, and it had a profound effect on me. And when I came across this organization in California, I said it was the right thing for me. Now, we would travel around to different events, and this is when I traveled to a golf event, met Marshall Falk, and introduced him to it. So both Marshall and I are down here right now. We're promoting Drug-Free World, and the whole idea is that we're just trying to find ways to educate kids on the problems and the dangers of drugs. Beautiful. And the idea is that the stats say 50% of the time when parents, teachers, coaches talk to students about drugs, they don't use the drugs. And the idea is that we take them through every single thing in this packet right here. Sure. Right? It has every single possible drug that you can imagine going through. Wow. Yes, it's comprehensive. As well. And here's the thing. In this country right now, fentanyl is the biggest problem that everyone is facing, right? So it's like, well, how can we do our part to kind of offset it? And that's what we do. Now, the one thing about it, and I tell everyone this program is absolutely free. Wow. Now, typically when we hear the word free, we go, you know what? There's a catch. And I always tell everyone, you're right, there's a catch. The only catch is that you use the information. That is it. So if you want to go to www.drugfreeworld.org and sign up, take the courses, and they would actually come out to your school, your camp, whatever you're doing, and help you distribute the material and give you the information so you can therefore go out and teach it yourself.
How do you with the information that they have, how was it composed? I mean, is this, because people want to know, God, where are you getting this? Where are you getting this information? Where's the statistics coming from? When you think about that, statistics, because people want to say, look, you don't understand my environment. You don't understand the culture that I've been raised. How do you guys get the analytical and the statistics to be able to back the information that you guys are putting out?
Well, see, that's the great part about it. I mean, I grew up around drugs. Right. I mean, I could come out of my house and see a kind of a brown paper bag with crack in it. Wow. Right. So that's something that I lived. My mom boyfriend, one time I caught him smoking crack. So I've seen it, I've experienced it. So I can go out and I can talk to people, and we can put all that information in this packet. And it also is DVDs, there's online stuff. So the idea is, how can we simplify the information about drugs so younger kids can understand and make it real to them? And for me, if we save one kid, man, I've done my job.
Real quick, let me ask you this, and if this is too personal, just tell me. If you're growing up in your environment, did you see it and say, I'm never doing that? Or did you see it, get sucked in a little, and then say, well, I can't go down this road? Because I know a lot of people that say they saw their parents and then they never touched a drink or a drug in their life.
Like my mom, she doesn't drink, she doesn't smoke, but growing up in the inner city with very few opportunities, the drug dealers, I call them street pharmaceutical reps. Sure. Right? No question. Especially when I'm speaking to corporate people, because those were the superstars in our neighborhood. Every kid aspired to be one of those particular guys, and after seeing death in my family and what drugs can do to you, I said I had to find a different route, and sports became my way out. Right. Gotcha. And if I didn't do that, I could have easily gone down that road. Like my brother, crazy family dynamic really quickly. So my older brother sold drugs for my aunt, my mom's sister. My mom didn't know. I knew. Right? And to this day, I never told my mom.
Wow.
Yes.
And that's true, guys. I mean, people don't understand, and that's why I admire what you're doing, is trying to get this message out here, because people don't understand. People look at drugs and think, hey, they demonize these things, and understand that, because he's talking about what happens in some of these environments. Thank God that maybe it wasn't brought up in that, but you're talking about walking outside, your brother, your cousin, drug dealers, they're seeing this, and people, they're looking up. This is their role models. These are the people they look up, and they see them making money. So they're saying, wow, how do I make this? Because this this is what they see. And I tell people all the time, more crime has been committed with a pen and a paper and a briefcase than any ski mask and gun. So when we look at these situations and statistics, I think it's admirable what you're doing, admirable what you're doing. It's much success, man. I'm glad. How do people, if they want to, their listeners, how can they go to the website? What's the website again for our listeners can go out there, maybe have a family member that needs some help?
Yeah, go to www.drugfreeworld.org. And, Lorenzo, it is big for me because we're here on Super Bowl Media Row, and they call Vegas Sin City. So there's a lot of things going on here, and there's not a person in this room who hasn't been impacted by drugs directly or indirectly. So this is a program I'm trying to get everyone on board with that they can use themselves. They can take it out and they can do speaking engagement. But the idea is that we have to find a way to balance these scales. And this is kind of the groundwork and the blueprint for me.
That's awesome stuff.
Yeah.
Nick, thank you so much for joining us. I know you got a lot of other stuff to do, so thank you for popping by. Good luck to you, and really admirable what you're doing, man.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, that was Nick Ferguson, 10-year NFL veteran, played defensive back, did some coaching with the San Francisco 49ers, and he's involved with the Foundation for Drug-Free World. It's the biggest drug-free prevention program on the planet. That's Nick Ferguson. Good stuff. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny Guru along with Lorenzo Neal. People are going to be popping in to visit us as they come by. We're also taking predictions. What's your Super Bowl prediction? Spadone, we still got a couple callers. We can take a couple calls.
We certainly do, Steiny.
Okay. Why don't you, I'm looking at, why don't you put somebody through, buddy?
Sure, let's go to Rich.
What's up, Rich? Rich in Fremont? We got Rich in Fremont?
Yes, it is. It's
What's
Richard
up, buddy?
Fremont. Formerly Richard the Razor Ewing on Game Face Podcast. Y'all remember me. You know who I am. I call in regularly. I'm going to give you my prediction.
Give it to me.
Wait a minute. Is that Low Neal? Is that Lorenzo Neal?
Yes,
it
it is.
Okay, wait a minute. The pride of Fresno, who left California, went to the NFL and staked his claim. Low Neal, nice to hear from you, my brother.
My man, love you, man. Appreciate you.
Give it to us.
I'm going 27-10, and the key player of that game is going to be the Niner defense. They're going to come up big. They're going to shut down Mahomes. They're going to shut down Kelsey. We red and gold. We gold-blooded. That's what we do here in the Bay. Let's keep it rolling. Thanks, brother.
27-10,
That's
Rich
what he
and
said.
Fremont,
Blowout.
and the defense is going to be the star of the show.
Last two predictions, I believe, are blowouts.
I think Aaron and I had, 38-27? 38-27. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. We got Mark Schlereth coming up in 10 minutes. Mark Schlereth.
Love that
guy. He'll join us, and along with Lorenzo Neal. Let me ask you this. You were talking, Lorenzo, about watching film this week and teams watching film. So if I'm the Kansas City Chiefs, and I'm looking at the 49ers defense, let's just say hypothetically, just go with me on this one, that the best 49er defensive game of the year was that game against Jacksonville. I think they gave up 3 points. Just go with me on it. Do you watch film of the 49ers playing their best defensive game during the regular season? Or do you watch the last two games against Green Bay and Detroit where it looks like there's been some slippage?
Well, I think you watch both of them. I think you watch both of them. You don't just watch the bad, you watch the good too. You're going to say, hey guys, if you think this defense isn't capable, let me show you what they're capable of. Then you put up Jacksonville and so what they shut them down when they hit them in the mouth and punch them in the mouth. But you show the difference in play. Here's why they won. This is why they were having success. This is when their defense is playing well. When they're beating guys and creating a new line of scrimmage. But then you have to play these two playoff games because now you got to say, we want to implement these plans. I don't care what Kansas City run their game plan, and people say, well, teams don't change. That's not true. We talked to Lowe, my son, we talked to everyone, and everyone said, hey, look, offensive coordinators, defense, they try different things. They're like, look, we got to try this. We got to do this. They get away from certain things. So they said, look, they know we're doing this, was they try to trick them. They do. But here's the thing. You have to do that at times. For once, you would be a fool fool not to see what Detroit done and not to see what Green Bay did and say, we're not going to run this play. We're not going to get to the outside and test and see if they fix this sweep. We're not going to test and see if they that would be crazy for you to sit there and say, we're not going to do that because we already got our plays. That's a lie.
No, I get that.
Kansas City is going to look at the plays that Detroit and freaking Green Bay had success, and bro, they're going to do it.
888-957-9570. What about ours? Yeah, I'd love to.
Oh, she's the best.
Oh, man. Woman just came by and served Neil some pizza.
She knows our good friend. She knows our good friend Josh Allen. He's from Fireball. Lemoore. So small little country town. She hangs out with my buddy Marcus. So we want to get out and party. They want to go crazy. Too bad you guys are leaving because we want to go get crazy. I thought you guys want to get crazy with me tonight, Daddy. Let's get it, Steiny.
2 days in Vegas. That's about the quota for your boy. I think I was the only one that made curfew though last night.
No, and I think you're wrong in that line. Steiny, I was
Snitches get stitches.
Yeah. I was in bed. I can tell you right now, without a doubt, 1,000%. I was in bed by 10. I was in bed, clothes off by 10 o'clock, sleeping last night because I had to get up. I had to go against Matt Lively against the in the 40. I wanted a hot piece. Can I get a hot piece? Because I'm hot. I thought you said I was. You might.
Ooh, Lorenzo Neal's doing some.
You're the best.
Thank you, lady. Appreciate it. 888-957. Go ahead.
And I beat Matt Lively today. He's 26 years old. He wanted to race me, so we went over to the convention center. So I had to get. So I had to get. That's why I had to get up early.
Okay.
I had to be over there by 7. So I went to bed by 10. Yeah. And there's we're just going to do Lowe versus Joe's, right? But Matt Lively played college baseball. This guy's 26.
You're proud of this win.
No.
You sound like Steiny talking about.
Let me tell you what. I'm proud. Like when
who?
Oh no. You're Google. No. You don't hate. Google, you're not hating. I'm absolutely proud because to beat you, like you said, Logan beat me for.
Streets talking.
No, because that wouldn't be fun because you're over 40. I'm over 40. So there wouldn't be any.
You beat a youngster.
Yes, this is a 26-year-old. That's the part. And so I come over there. We say we're going to do agility. They're like, no, we're running 40. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm just getting out of bed. This dude's in shorts. He's been stretching. Steiny, this is impressive, right, Steiny? And he says, okay, so we race to 20. This is on TV. He's like, Low, let's go. Okay. Gianna Franklin. Yeah. Gianna's got the TV, the crew there. And like, let's go. This is the Low. And I'm like, this is not a regular Joe, though. This is a guy who's, and he's been there for 30 minutes, and they told me I was going to go against a guy that's 40. So 10 years, I'm 10 years a senior. And so he's like, no, bring it. We race to 20. I come out of the blocks on him signing. Get him. Then he said, we're going to 40. Your boy Lo Neal gets down in the block.
Video. You put it on.
I came out at whole hard. Steiny, I kept the legs, kept the drive. I said, let me stay with the form. Steiny, your boy won. I won big. For us old boys. It's for us.
Dude,
that's for us, Goo.
What do you think, Goo? Remember when you said you thought you could beat Lowe?
It was going to happen. It was.
Well, after you see that video,
I saw it. I saw it.
He's pretty
fast. I really thought
he's still pretty.
You still think you can win it? I love you.
You still think
I saw it, and I was like, I could have won it.
I love Guru. That's what I love about Guru.
I was going to bring it up.
That's what I love Guru. That's what I love Guru because he really believes that.
If this race takes place, I want in on the action because I'm going with. I'm absolutely positively going with Lorenzo.
And I'm gonna give you 10-1 odds, Guru, for you. So if you put down 100, you'll win 1,000.
I know gambling. Break it down.
Good. How'd you do on the tables? Did you put any money on the Niners? I know you.
I was there once, but don't.
After the break, we'll talk about that. Come on the other side.
All right, Mark Schlereth is coming up on the other side. Don't forget, it's a Football Friday presented by Flag and Anthem.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson, and we are joined by Lorenzo Neal, 16-year NFL veteran of the fullback position, and now we're also joined by Mark Schlereth, three-time Super Bowl champion, and you see him all over the place. Thank you so much, Mark, for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
It's my pleasure. Great to be with you guys. Yeah. Always fun.
What's just when I say, what do you think's going to happen Sunday? What's the first thing comes to your mind about who's going to win this game and why?
Well, first off, you got to understand where I'm biased.
Okay.
I'm rooting for San Francisco. I've known Kyle since he was 12 years old.
Wow.
I've known Christian since he was 2 years old. I played with Eddie McCaffrey. Mike Shanahan is a mentor and a dear friend. Mike's like going to dinner with your dad, like Mike for me is like I pulled money out the last time. We go to dinner a couple times. He's got his own, he's got the Shanahan's restaurant, and we go a couple times a year, at least 2 or 3 times a year. We get together and go to dinner, and I pull my money out, and it's like he backhands me across the cheek.
Like, son,
wow. Like, your money's no good here. So,
that's awesome.
So, I've just been around. Like, Kyle Shanahan used to be at our facility. Like, Kyle Shanahan in our OTAs was running routes with the receivers when he's in high school. Eddie McCaffrey and Rod Smith was coaching him up.
Right.
And so, the one thing probably, I don't even know if you guys know this, the last guy to hold the coach's cord in the Super Bowl was Kyle Shanahan, because the year after we won Super Bowl 33, they went to wireless. So he's the last person to ever hold a cord in the Super Bowl.
That's for his dad.
And now he's for Mike. Yeah, right. And now now he's coaching in another Super Bowl. So it's just crazy how all that stuff went. So if I told you, like, I'm a huge Niner fan because of them, obviously, but I'm a huge the way they play. And the crazy thing to me is, you look at the way they played the last 2 games, it's probably been the worst 2 games they've played. I think their defensive line have gotten their ass kicked. I thought their front 7 has been bad. And I think offensively, they've gotten away from what they do. Like, if you talk to Kyle, and he would tell you straight up, we're not a good static running routes football team. I would probably argue that Christian McCaffrey might be your best route runner. He and Ayuk, he'd tell you Debo's not the greatest of route runners. Maybe Kittle's not the greatest of route runners. That's not what they do. So they are predicated on, they've got the best run game in football. And when I sit there, because, I have so many relationships in the game, when I sit there and talk to,
this guy beat me up. You have to tell him why you laughing.
No, you need me to get your light work out.
You got to tell him why you laughing.
I'm always nervous.
You don't know about this. You're like, what the hell's going on right now?
You jump into the screen so people know. Chuck Liddell joining us. What's up, buddy? How you doing, man? Nice to meet you. Yeah, I don't mess around with guys like that.
No.
See, you got to realize, we both are wrestlers. I wrestled in college. Chuck wrestled in college. I'm going to tell this guy, you need to get in the UFC before it started.
Man.
I'm told him.
Okay. Tell me how.
This is no lie. This is my guy. He talks about me in his book. Dude, we got some stories. But, give us 5 minutes, because we got to get.
No, I got to tell you. Here's my standard rule, because I was a high school wrestler as well. So I was a high school wrestler as well. And this is my standard rule. When you see a dude with cauliflower ears, you do not mess with that dude. You buy him a drink and you say, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry that I offended you. Can I get you a drink? That's what you say to those guys with cauliflower ears.
Chuck Liddell joining us along with Mark Schler and Lorenzo Neal. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it.
Can you guys turn him, man?
Turn him up. This guy, every time we go to the Pro Bowl, this guy's trying to get me in a fight. I'm on we land. He's like, I'll set up a fight. It was Pepper Johnson and somebody else. You had set up.
From the Giants?
25 grand a piece. We're fighting. We're fighting on the beach.
Yeah,
like,
you really
what do you mean?
Getting in the UFC? Is that true story?
That's a true story.
1,000%. True friend.
Before when I was bartending in Slow.
Come on. Yeah, he was bartending
at a restaurant. I know you can fight. Like you're going to be in the UFC.
Dude, I told him that yesterday. I said, Lowe was a great wrestler. He would have been.
Yeah, it's all American, but I knew that Chuck had hands. So you guys back in the day, we would always fight college. Back in the day, you could get away with all this. So I was like, dude, bro, I'm pulling in the NFL. You need to think about doing this UFC before it gets going. And I was like, dude, you will be a killer. I mean, he's got a one-handed quitter. If he hits you, it's lights out. I mean, he hits like, his hands brick. He goes in, dude. I was always ringside. I'm like, Chuck, I need triple tickets. I'm ringside of him and Randy's fight. I'm there. This is my guy.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man, he came out before I fought Tito. He was a little worried. He was nervous about wrestling and stuff. This asshole comes out. Sorry. He comes out and he wants to spar with me for 3 rounds. So he let me put big gloves on, and he's trying to take me down for 3 rounds.
Man.
But he let me punch him in the head for 3 rounds. Okay, you're good. We're good.
That's right. This is a true story. I go over to Slow where he's with the pit, where he's training. I'm in football, so I'm like, okay. I'm like, dude, I'm worried about this. Let me see what you got. I can mix it. Dude, I was like, so I got in there, and after like a round or two, I was like, Chuck, you all right? You got this. I was like, let me go back in retirement.
I can see why you were good. Why you were a good wrestler, because your legs are like Dorf on golf. Like nobody can leg ride you. Nobody can go. They can't
throw the legs in. No one can ride it.
No, you can't.
You know about that, huh?
Okay,
every time you throw the legs, I'm catching right there, baby. You're in trouble.
I didn't realize you had such short legs, man.
I'm a Shetland pony.
That's what he said when he runs.
Man, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl Guru Johnson, Lorenzo Neal, Mark Schlereth, Chuck Liddell. Hey, what's the latest on your podcast?
Oh, podcast.
Stinking Truth.
Podcast going well. I mean, everything.
Who'd you have on? Like, who's your last guest?
I don't get guests on. If you're not as entertaining as me, why the hell would I have you on my podcast? Like, I don't want to. Like,
Mark, no, let me tell you, Williams for you. Yeah, get Cat on the podcast.
I tell you the greatest. I'm going to tell you the greatest. I got to play in 3 of these games, right? 3 of these Super Bowls, and so I'm going to give you guys the greatest. Like, one of the things you have to be able to do is you have to be able to keep it light, right? You have to have that. So I'm playing in Super Bowl 33. Yep. So we're in the Miami Dolphins facility. And so we're hanging out, we're doing our thing in there, and they got the hot tub and the cold tub, and I'm doing contrast bath, right? And so then I'm sitting in the hot tub, I'm butt naked, and this trainer from the Miami Dolphins comes by, and I said, hey, man, go get Greek. He was our head trainer for the Broncos. I go, something's wrong. So he goes and gets Steve Antonopoulos, Greek, and all the Miami Dolphin trainers come in there. All the Broncos trainers come in there, and I'm standing on the top step. I got my ankles in ankle-deep water, and I'm leaning over the rail, the silver rail, and Greek comes in and goes, what's up? I go, dude, something's wrong. Man, I don't feel good. Something's terrible. He said, what's going on? I go, I'm dizzy. I feel like I'm going to throw up. He goes, I can't see, man. My eyes just went. And he goes, hey, calm down. Let me help you out. And I go, no, don't touch me. Don't. And I turned around and go, do me a favor. I go, check my temperature. And I had that 12-inch thermometer jammed up my ass. and I fell in the hot tub. I was laughing so hard. And they're like, you son of a, And so anyhow, 2 years ago, I'm in the Super Bowl. 3 years ago, I'm doing Super Bowl in Miami again. And I'm doing Radio Row just like this. And some dude walks up to me. I didn't recognize him. And he looked at me. We're in a break and goes, thermometer guy. So anyhow, he was a trainer in Miami at the time. Yeah. So you got to keep things light, right?
Man, isn't that the rest, though? That's what people don't understand. Football, rest, all this, we have such a community, and just the stories that we can tell in the locker rooms and stuff that you have. It's just like unprecedented. You're talking about the Shanahan family. What makes them be able, their coaching ability, what makes them unique in your opinion?
What makes them so good is they will tell you, like when they come together and they game plan, we sit there and they'd say, okay, here's what we're going to do. Here's why we're going to do it. Here's how we're going to do it. And here's how it's going to benefit you, you, and you. And so he may come out and say, hey, man, we're going to run this play. Let's call it 19 handoff force. We're going to run 19 handoff force. We're going to run it 6 times in this game. This play ain't worth a crap. We're going to get 2 yards of carry because of the way they play their defense. But it's going to set up the play action that we want to run off this thing. And they'll say, like, you, Kittle, you're going to get a 20-yard explosive. Juszczyk, you're going to get a 20-yard explosive. Debo, you're going to get a 20-yard explosive. And we're going to score twice on this thing.
Wow.
And then, sure enough, it comes to fruition. Like, I'm playing for Mike in Super Bowl 32, Mike Shanahan, and we're playing the Green Bay Packers, and we're 13-point underdogs. And they're kicking everybody's ass. And
where was that at?
This was in San Diego.
Yeah, I know. I worked it.
And then
I worked in security.
He really was.
I worked security for that one.
Yeah, but that's awesome. He's pretty secure.
That's what I love. He was.
Kick anybody's ass, or do you have to kick somebody's ass?
No, I was in front row at 50-yard line, front row. No one's panicking.
Right.
Like, watch. You got to watch the guys. I'm like, what for? What? Right. What are they going to do?
So, Lo, you'll appreciate this. So Mike brings us together and says, okay, here's what we're going to run. We're going to get into a strong right slot.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So we're going to get in a slot formation. Yep. Every time we get in a slot formation, their outside linebacker that played the weak side linebacker was Brian Williams. Brian Williams would get in it like a 2x2 hip, so he'd start creeping out, and here come Leroy Williams. Leroy Butler.
Yeah.
And so every time you get in this formation, that's what would happen.
Right.
And ultimately, you'd watch Leroy Butler come down, and he would be running. Anytime you run strong, he'd be in the backfield.
Down in the field.
Yeah, and he'd cut back, and he'd be making tackles in the backfield, one after the other. And you see these guards scoop blocking out to the will linebacker who's really just trying to cover any slants.
Sure.
And so Mike goes, this is what we're going to do. We're gonna exchange that. We're going to let the will linebacker go. Eddie McCaffrey, you're in the slot. You take him. And Stink, you will scoop up and you'll grab Leroy Butler.
Kick him out.
And and I'm like, all right. So we get in, like, second play of the game. Second play, here it comes. We get into strong right slot. And there's Brian Williams starting to creep out. Here comes Leroy Butler down. Got him in the freaking chin. Right?
Yeah.
And GD cuts back behind us, got 15-yard gain. And I turned to Gary Zimmer, I go, we're going to gut these
Yeah. It's on.
And it's on, and we ended up beating them. 13-point underdogs. We beat them 31-24. TD missed a quarter with a migraine.
No, I know.
It still had 158 yards rushing.
You guys absolutely murdered them.
13-point underdogs.
Yes.
95.7 The Game. I'm Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson. We got Lorenzo Neal. We got Mark Schlereth. We got Chuck Liddell. How come he didn't play football in college? I see you played 4 years in high school.
I played 1 year in college. I played Cal Poly.
Okay.
It was a decision between wrestling and they wanted me to put weight on for football and cut weight for wrestling. I decided to wrestle.
I think it worked out.
It worked out for me. I made a good choice.
Chuck.
Made a good choice.
What?
Dude, I had scholarships to wrestle. I was like, you can can that crap.
Thank you.
And I'm not just like,
it's crazy, right?
100%. That's the hardest sport I've ever been involved in, without question. It's not even close. Yeah. And I'll tell you what,
I'm with you.
It's truly what it made me. It made me a much better. It made me a much tougher football player, but it made me a much better leverage player. There's just no question.
Yeah,
hands and everything else.
That's how I started wrestling. My football coach said, if you're not playing basketball, you're wrestling.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't play basketball.
Right.
I love
So
it.
how did you guys know each other? Because you're from San Luis Obispo.
Yeah.
So where'd you guys get to know? Like you said, he's in your book. You wrote about him in your book. Well, how do you guys know each other?
College? It's a wrestling community.
Oh, okay.
The wrestlers know everyone from everywhere.
I used to train with a guy went to high school with him and just.
Got you, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Chuck's got to tell you guys a story about when the bar that he worked out, and he was a bouncer.
Yeah.
And he's like, man, you got to come out and party with me. You got to let him know that story. That's a pretty story. He'll like that story too.
No, we were sitting there. I was behind the bar. He comes in. Hey, where's Chuck? I was a kickboxer at the time. I wasn't fighting the UFC yet, but everyone knew me as a kickboxer. I'm like
all the crowd.
So we just started going at it like from across the bar. Like I'm gonna go fight him. So I jump over the bar.
Everyone clears out. Everyone moves out the side.
My girlfriend's behind the bar. She's freaking out. Like I'm gonna go fight this guy. They haven't seen him. I'm like, come on, we go. And we start hugging, start wrestling, and going around. It was funny. Everyone's like, oh man, I'm taking the rest of the night off. We're gonna go drink together.
Dude, I grew up in Anchorage, Alaska. And my high school was like 3,500 kids.
Wow.
That big? Oh, yeah. There was only 6 high schools in Alaska at the time, so that everybody had like 3,000 kids or whatever. Wow. So my high school wrestling team, we had 150 kids come out for wrestling. And so, we had a huge wrestling team. And we used to get these dudes, like guys that were collegiate wrestling. You could never do this in high school now. And so you'd walk into that wrestling room. We had this long, thin wrestling room. And you'd get a bunch of dudes like wrestled at Iowa. Like they were pissed off because they just, we boycotted the 80 Olympics and they didn't make, So you'd walk into the wrestling room and you have these 36-year-old men that just want to beat the crap out of you. And they're like, and it's singlets, balls hanging out. They're like, let's roll.
You're in high school. That's crazy.
Oh, dude, I'm kidding you not. We'd have 3 or 4 grown-ass men.
Oh, boy.
You're going to love this, but here's my genealogy. So my father, we call him Poolside. My father's 84 years old and is just ripped. Like my father can still bench 225. Like
right now.
Yeah.
84.
My father's an absolute freak show. So he's never wrestled a day in his life. So we had this. I was a freshman, and they had to bring your parent to wrestling day type of thing.
Right.
So my dad comes in. And this one, there was no limit on heavyweight, right?
Right.
Heavy
yeah, exactly.
So we had a heavyweight. I was a freshman. We had a heavyweight named Roy Willis. He was 6'5", 340 pounds.
Oh.
So my dad has never wrestled a day in his life. He grew up in New York City, right? And he walks up, and he's 6 foot, and he's about 185 pounds ripped, strong as an ox. And my dad goes, I'm going to challenge him. I'm going to challenge the heavyweight to a wrestle. And I go, Dad, you've never wrestled in your whole life. He goes, no, I got him. And so he walks up, taps on his shoulder, and goes, let's go. And Roy Willis is like, I don't know. And he goes, no, let's go. And I'm like, and so he goes, all right.
Pop,
so he grabs my dad, just if he could suplexes him, lands on his ribs and breaks my dad's ribs. And so he pins him. My dad gets up, he walks over to me, he goes, I'm going to go to the hospital.
No! That's good. Dude, that's a great story. Are you...
This is my...
Pop's wanted to smoke.
Your dad said, and you said, Dad, don't do this. You said, Dad, don't do this.
No,
this is why. Is that not a great story?
Can I tell you what? That is why I was able to go through 29 different surgeries while I was playing, because I was just as dumb as my dad.
Man.
But this is my father right before he turned 80. That's my dad. About a month
Come on,
dude, he's like that dude in the
look
at his dad
on social media.
That's Benjamin
about 2 months before he turned 80.
Come on, Mark.
That's crazy.
Chuck Liddell. I'm sitting with Mark Schlereth. I'm sitting with Lorenzo O'Neal and Darryl the Guru. Chuck, I feel like I'm ignoring, but
no, I'm getting ready.
I gotta ask him a question.
Chuck's great.
I'm having fun.
Yeah, dude. This is great, Steak.
Yeah. I know Anchorage is a little different, but dude, how do you live in the dark in the winter? 20 hours a day.
How do you think I started having kids at 19?
I'm watching true crime right now.
That old milk stick, he put that milk stick in work early, boy.
So,
19,
on Christmas Day in Anchorage, December 25th, it's light for like 5 hours.
Tops.
What the?
Tops.
Like,
dude, when you grow up,
how do you know what time it is?
You don't know any different.
That's all he knows.
I had a clock. They have clocks in Anchorage.
So it gets dark at like noon?
Dude, like you walk to school, it's pitch ass blackout. You get home off the bus, it's pitch ass blackout.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
though.
oh yeah. But the summer times the 3 months or 2 months that the summer is, it's awesome.
Well, you can play 3 rounds of golf in a day then if you want, right?
Yeah, right, exactly. And so, it was a great place to grow. I wouldn't want to live there, but it's a great place to grow.
Did you go back at all?
Oh, yeah.
The fishing is great. I imagine you're an outdoor guy fishing.
Not really. No.
He's like, no, not really, Lo. No,
I'm not. But, yeah, we just go. My dad's still up there. He's probably on the roof right now shoving. They've had over 100 inches of snow, so he's on the roof.
Yeah,
so I always am like, Dad, hey,
probably
man.
in the dark. He's on that roof.
No, I'm like, Dad, you got to stay off the roof. And he goes, no, I tied myself. I put a rope around my neck and tied it on the chimney, so if I fall, I'll be protected.
Hey, Chuck, I want to ask Chuck, when you're kind of simulate fighting to a game. Mark was talking about, how Coach Shanahan would say, we're going to run this play, and it's only going to get 2 yards. It's only going to get 2 yards. But, and then we're going to switch this up, and we're going to pick up 20. And now we're going to pick up 30 because we set this up, even though we know it's not going to work. When you're in a fight and you're fighting a guy, is there something you might do? Is it feint?
It's similar to that. Like I look at game film, right? I look at fight film. I watch guys get ready. So I'm prepared. And I see how they react on certain things with other people. So there's certain things I put in the game plan to catch
counter,
right. But everybody reacts to other people, a different person different. They're not going to react to me the same way they react to you.
Right.
So I'll go out and I'll try a few things. I have a few things already set up. I'm going to see how he reacts to this because I want to know what he's going to do. If I know if he does that same thing he was doing before, okay, now I can throw that up. Now I can catch him with it. It's just it's a game. It's a game for me of trying to figure out how to set a guy up and how to land that punch.
Let me ask you about fear. Because, I threw up in a trash can before every game I ever played.
Really?
And I was, scared to death. We've all had our ass kicked, so that's absolutely not. But, of letting my teammates down. I didn't want to be the guy that screwed things up. So what about for you going into a fight? Is it fear? Is it,
I never really had that. I always had, I have a thing with it's like a test taking I was really good at because I would relax as soon as I open a test. once I've done all my training, I'm getting ready for a fight. I'm all prepared. I don't worry about it anymore. I just go out and have fun. I go out and play. You know, I go out and fight. Because for me, that worrying about it's not going to do me any good. So why do it? I mean, why let it bother me? I'm not worried about getting hurt. I've been punched in the face before. I've been knocked out before. I've been hurt before. It's not a big deal.
I've never been punched in the face. Have you ever been punched in the face?
Yeah, I have.
No, I would have noticed.
Lo, have you ever been punched in the face?
Hell yeah.
You guys are tougher than me.
I would walk and here's the deal. I know he's not lying. I would walk to a room before a big fight. I said, what you think? I got this. Dude, we're going to meet at the bar after this. We would talk about where we're going to go party afterwards. Lo, we're going to go get crazy? Yeah, but dude, he's built for this. And he would walk out there and get Tito like, Lo, I'm gonna knock this guy out. When he's in his
I remember Dwayne said to me, he's like, it was crazy because I was walking out to fight Randy for the second time. And what's his name was on a stretcher. And he was worried. And I see Dwayne was really worried about how he's not. I go, hey, man, he's going to be okay. We'll walk out for him. He's going to be all right. Let's go. Good.
Chuck, real quick, inventory. Have you walked back to the corner like, damn, that hurt. I'm in pain. Or you just got a mechanism to block it out?
Not really. Like, for me, I always like when I get, if something hurts or if something hits me and it really hurts, I kind of, does this hurt? Do I need to protect it? Am I injured? Or does it just hurt? And my head goes real quick. Like, oh, it just hurts. Don't worry about it. I'll worry about that later.
Hey, guys, thank you so much. Man, what a great segment.
You know what I just realized right now?
Give it to me.
I'm just way too pretty to be in the MMA. I'm just I'm way too pretty.
Well, I'm not, so we don't have to worry about it.
Hey, Chuck and Mark, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Have a great rest of the weekend. Those guys come courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson guest line. Matt Steinmetz, along with Daryl the Guru Johnson, Lorenzo Neal. You just heard from Chuck Liddell and Mark Schlereth. Don't forget, you can catch the Stinking Truth podcast with Mark Schlereth on social media. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump in? Let's get into some predictions. I've taken some down. Guru's given me his. I'll give you mine again. But what do you think's going to happen on Sunday in the big game? 888-957-9570. Also, a reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
The Red and Gold hotline is...
Big game coming up in 2 days, 3 hours, 55 minutes, and 50 seconds. That's courtesy of San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Countdown to kickoff clock. Also, don't forget, it is a Football Friday presented by Flag and Anthem. 888-957-9570 is the number, and that segment was officially off the track.
That was legendary. You know that the segment was freaking.
Mark Schlereth.
Mark enjoyed that.
Oh, yeah.
He was like, he's tired of doing football. He's like, I do football all the time. He's like, man, bring Chuck in. Let's just have some fun. And Signy, thank you for letting that derail you, Goo, man. You guys are troopers.
You gotta let him go,
you
baby.
guys, man. This has been. I've had a ball, guys. Hanging out with you guys. This has been a ball, man. Being able to just have fun.
And Schlereth, I got to be honest. I appreciate his.
He gave us some stories.
Transparency. Just the Niners and how that was subpar. And I wanted to get to him and ask him what worries him more. The offense getting fixed low in Steiny or the defense not getting fixed for Kansas City, because he put it all out there. I was like, he's going to not sugarcoat, but he's like, a couple bad days at the office, but it was on his mind, and that's what I can't wait for us to find out who went to the lab and got their stuff fixed for this game, because if that same Niner defense shows up in the first half against Detroit, fellas,
it's over.
Mahomes don't even have to play an A-plus game, Stoney, for them to win.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Let's go out to the phone lines. I hear we got some people on hold. I don't have their names, so I'm going to rely on my main man, Sam Lubman, to put somebody through with the name. What's up?
Spadoni's back. Okay. Let's go to Schleprock, your boy, Steiner.
Yeah. Let's go to Schlep. Let me get my notebook out. What's up, Schleprock?
No notebook. You guys are having a blast out there, the three of you. Hey, Lorenzo, if I said Layton and Riverdale, what does that bring to you?
Jason Hunt, Jason Hunt, Warmerdam, Manuel Frazier. When I say Riverdale and Layton, I think of those little country towns. Doesn't even have a stoplight, don't have no McDonald's. I think of them little country towns. I love Riverdale. We go out there and get to the rodeo. I love it, man. Layton got one little track out there. I love it, baby. Woo! I'm fired up.
I hear you. My sister used to teach out there in Layton. What do you know about Hickey Park?
Hickey Park, come on, man. I'm from Leadmore. You know about all that stuff. Well, cut my legs off and call me Shorty. Why you I'm at home now? Hell.
Hey, listen up, guys. I just got to preface by saying this: the greatness of the Raiders has come full circle. Lorenzo, you're closer to being a Raider than ever being a 49er. We almost had you. Al Davis, I wish he was here to see this Super Bowl being played in his stadium there. I'm going to say it's got to be one of the top 5 in the NFL right now. But I can't hate on the Niners. I'm a Raider fan. They're the ones repping the Bay. They did a lot for me as far as what I was able to do, football-wise, work-wise. I worked out there for 5 years. I was in the center of that field in that game on Thanksgiving when Richard Sherman took the turkey and took it back to the locker room. I was at that 50-year Super Bowl with all MVP shaking hands inside the tunnel right there. I was a sideline reporter, a personal security for my man Jay Steely at the Super Bowl. They had 4 sideline reporters, and I was with him. Wherever he went, I was there, so I can't hate on my Niners. I love the team. I don't love the team. I love some of the players. I can't get enough of McCaffrey. I can't get enough of Deebo Samuels. That story with the quarterback Purdy, that's unheard of. That's a Disney movie right there. The thing about the Niners is, if they don't come out firing hot, if they don't control the ball with McCaffrey, you got to keep Mahomes off the field. That's how you're going to win. And is Kyle smart enough to do that? The greatness of the Raiders. Thanks, guys.
All right, Schleprock just coming in hot, but with no prediction.
You didn't ask him, though. You didn't ask him.
Well, but he's a Raider fan, so I got to believe that he was. Were you close to being a Niner ever?
When I had some calls, I entertained some calls. It just didn't fit. I remember, there was a couple teams for sure. Believe it or not, I passed on the Chargers before. Before I went to the Chargers, they were running them one back, and they wanted, before I went to the Jets, I was a free agent, and I was close to signing with the Chargers because my cousin Charlie Jones was there. He said, man, you got to come. They had him call me. Junior was on the team at that time. And I passed, but it was for the best because the coach was going to get fired. I go to the Jets, and then Tampa, and then Tennessee, and then San Diego. So it was Actually,
God's plan.
4 years later, I ended up with the Chargers, but I knew, and when you're a fullback, like you guys talk about a dying position, the fullback, so I had to make sure that I picked the right place for me to go. So that's why I thought the Jets over the Chargers, because they had the great running back. Who was the running back at the time? Natron Means, but they did pretty much a single back running back with the Chargers. So I knew that I wouldn't be used a lot, even though I would have been the highest paid fullback and be with the Chargers. I don't know if the longevity would have lasted because of the system. So I went with the Jets, where Bill Parcells, he was going to run a two-back. Then Tampa Bay, where they had Allstott and work done. They were going to use me in that situation. And then with Tennessee, and then end up going to San Diego afterwards. So it was an interesting dynamics how it happened. So, I
didn't know you played for Bill.
Yeah. So that's why it was interesting talking about when he was talking about close to being a Niner. So free agency, I had some opportunities. I believe it or not, I went to free agency. I went to Detroit, set with Barry Sanders, and Barry wanted me to come block for him, but I was just like, I didn't know if that situation would fail me. The GM at the time was the ex-ball coach, the ex-ball player who was coaching in Detroit.
Matt Millen.
Matt Millen absolutely loved me, wanted to sign me in Detroit.
I could see that. I could see Matt Millen would like
so it was. I was, believe it or not, back in the day, Goo, I had options. They loved me, Goo. I was always that guy that when they would fly into town with the Atlanta, they would sit me down and wine me and dine me. I was one of the hottest at the time.
Right.
I was that fullback that they was like, okay, we want that old hammerhead. We want that old hammer.
You ever think, man, block for Barry Sanders? He played another 7 years.
No,
he might have.
I just don't know what this is. Because Barry create, he was so elusive, could do what he wanted to do. He wasn't the type of guy that followed the design of the offense.
LT was perfect.
Well, why did you and LT have, why did your strengths align perfectly with his running ability?
I was in Cincinnati, right? Blocking for Corey Dillon. I think Corey Dillon was way underrated. I would have tried to stay in Cincinnati and play and finish my career. It never would have been a Charger if I knew the commitment was there with the Natty. Corey Dillon was special. He ran downhill. I seen him knock out a safety. I block a linebacker. The safety comes in field guru because they roll down the corner, roll down the safety. He comes in. Corey Dillon hits him. And before he hits the ground, he's out. And Corey Dillon's still running. Corey Dillon ran hard, so hard. He was a monster. So I said, this is a team that I maybe played for, but I was like, God, I just don't see it. There not enough leaders, not enough people that I wanted in my career that way. So we played against the Chargers when I was in Cincinnati, and Adanian was a rookie, and he came to Cincinnati, and I watched him run. I'm on the sideline watching him. This guy, I'm watching him run. My agent, I said, this kid is going to be great. Go look at. We played against the Natty. We played against the Chargers. They came to San Diego and they came to Cincinnati to play. LT was there watching this kid run. I became a free agent. Then the next year we go to San Diego and watching him run again. 2001, 2002. That's the years I was in Cincinnati. Look when we played the Chargers. So you asking why? So I watched him run, and then I became a free agent. I told my agent. He said, "Where's the place you want?" I said, "You call." True story. The Chargers had a fullback, and he wasn't bad. Go look up the fullback. He ended up going to Atlanta, ended up playing. He was Fred Taylor. Fred B, I forget his name. But they had a fullback. Not bad.
He left.
I told him I wanted to play there. So I got my agent to go in and say, look, this Lo Neal, best fullback, Pro Bowl, he wants to come play there. So I get them to let the fullback go. He goes to Atlanta. I knew he was going to get a job. But I went to Chargers because that's why, and I knew LT, how he ran. LT's one cut downhill. So I knew if he came in, I knew he would hit the hole and be gone. So that's how Steiny. See, I get my research.
Let's turn back the clock. September 30th, 2001. I got the Chargers playing the Cincinnati Bengals, the game in Cincinnati.
Yep.
It would have been the third game of Tomlinson's career. 21 rushing attempts, 107 yards,
21 carries.
One catch for 15 yards. Oh. He had 3 touchdowns in that game.
You saw them.
He had 3 touchdowns in that game.
And then the next year, pull up the following year. Then we go to San Diego. This was Steiny. This is his wheelhouse. So you had Steiny on this. So the next year we go to San Diego, and I'm like, let me see this guy again. I said, oh, suffering succotash.
At Cincinnati, you opened at Cincinnati.
So we went to San Diego that one. The second year we went to San Diego, right?
It says at Cincinnati, they 34-6. He had one touchdown. I think I'm getting this right. LaDainian Tomlinson at Cincinnati in 2002, September 8th. 21 carries, 114 yards.
Yeah.
Houston.
Yeah. So being able to watch him. So yeah, they beat us both times. So that's why you say what was that marriage? Why there? Why with LT? Watching him play, having the opportunity to play with, and then saying, okay, free agent, where do you want to go? I knew that this guy was going to be special, and I'm just glad I got to be there for his heyday and for his best years of his career.
No doubt about it.
888-957-9570. You want to jump into the conversation? You want to ask Lo anything? You can always do that. Let's go to Will.
Sweet Will.
Will's on the line. What's up, Will? How you doing, man? Hey, Will. You there? We can go to Jason. We got Jace. Jason.
They don't want to talk to us, Steiner. What happened? What the hell's going on?
There's Jason. What's up, Jason?
I'm in Kansas City. I just called to give shout out to the big group of fans here. We're going to win that.
We got bad connection. We got City Boy. We can always rely on City Boy.
There we go.
What's up, City Boy? How you doing, buddy?
Give us a prediction before you hang up, baby.
What's up, City?
Man, I'm just on the Golden Gate Bridge right now. I'm in a great mood. And yeah, enjoying your show a lot. It's been awesome. I mean, it just sounds like you guys are having a blast out there. So I'll take off the game, and Lo, maybe you could speak to this, but the Niners defense flipped the switch in the second half of that Detroit game, and it was like they woke up. And if they can do that, if they can bring that intensity they had in the second half of the Detroit game on Sunday, which I expect them to do with Fred Warner and Greenlaw, I think the Niners are going to romp, and I think they're going to win. I think it's going to be like that Dallas game. I think we're going to see something like 46 to 20.
Oh, good God. Niner fans want that.
All right,
City Boy.
Good hearing from you as always. Lo, what about
a 50 burger?
What did you see? And this is one of those things I always wonder about. So the 49ers in the first half against Detroit looked terrible. Was it their effort, or was Detroit doing stuff that had them confused? And then what did happen at halftime, do you think, that changed that game?
It was totally 49ers. When you saw Detroit take the ball down the first series, 4 plays, scored a touchdown, in a round, and they scored a touchdown, 5 guys missed the tackle. Ooh, you saw that, Google. You were like, what the hell? Guys are falling off, not tackling. He made that look like he looked like
viral.
It looked like he looked like Debo. Guys falling, trying to reach at him. They came out flat. They came out and saying, okay, we played bad against Detroit. They played bad against Green Bay. We're not going to let this happen. We're going to go out here. Teams are taking the ball. 49ers got to get their respect back. They got to get their swag back. I'm telling you right now, you should be pissing fire right now. If you're the 49ers defense, because I'm telling you, I'm telling you, it's no way. There is no way, and I'm not sitting here saying this. I don't think this is going to be a high-scoring game. I do not think this is going to be a blowout. I don't think Kansas City is going to score a lot, and I don't think the Niners are going to score over 30. I don't think neither one of these teams, their defenses are playing. They're going to play better. If you're a Niner fan, and if you're a Niner defensive front, a defensive lineman, you are looking at this tape and saying, we have to change. Guys are getting pushed down the field. New lines of lit scrimmages being committed. And that's both to everyone. Everyone is going to have to make commitment. The secondary commitment. You're going to see a defense that's going to fly around. They have not flown around and played swarm football in weeks. This is going to be best defensive performance that you guys have seen in the last couple weeks. Because they, like you said, if they play the way they've been playing, they're getting ran out of the stadium.
Nobody better to ask than yourself. Steiny and I all week long have talked about not just motivation, Lo, but being a pro and motivating yourself. And to me, that could take you so far. But when you got a defensive unit like the Niners, which we all, Schler said it, the last 2 games have been not their best.
Even mediocre, right.
Is that when you really do need a Saleh or a Yeller, like a rah-rah guy like D'Amico Ryan? And the only reason I bring that up is we all know Wilkes is not that. So can he corral the gang by not being that, or would they respond better than somebody that was pow, boom, flipping the spread?
Now, right now, Goo, if I came at you and I started yelling at you and said, you know what, you ain't this and you need to do it, and you ain't fighting hard enough, you ain't bringing it, you ain't doing this. Or if I said, Goo, here it is, listen to this. Man, could we have done better here? What do we do? Let's watch this. Now, you're not in position. What is it? What's going on? What do you think here? Explain it to me. I want to know. But I'm saying, you ain't worth it. You ain't nothing. I'm trying to get you mad. Now you're mad at me, and you're not mad at yourself. See, you got to get guys to get mad at themselves.
Well, you said that was you said when you watch film study and everybody's around, isn't that what's happening?
Yes, but I'm calling you. So if I'm watching film, if I'm going in the room and I'm yelling, I got so much yelling. Now, if I yell at you in a condescending way, you're not going to respond because I just disrespected your manhood. You're a man first, and then you become a football player. Now, if I can show you, I'm like, look, I'm not disrespecting your manhood. I'm saying, here's a tape. Okay. Chase, why are you on the ground? I'm showing this play. Yeah. They're talking about here. We're getting to the outside. You just got double teamed. Your tackle hit you, and now here's a tight end. He clips you, and now you're on the ground. Now, Chase, tell me, is this what's going on here? Now Chase has got to look at it. Now, but I yell, you ain't doing this. You're on the ground. You're horrible. You got knocked down. You're off your feet. I'm in your face yelling at you. You want to kick my butt. Right. You don't. Now, if I'm showing, you ain't hearing the message. Right. But when I show him, you're on the ground. Now, the tight end, after he hit you, now you're on the ground. Now the tight end went up to the safety. Now, guess what? You supposed to engage on the tight end in the end. You supposed to hold those two guys. Now the safety can run down the lane. Now the guard, guess what? Now you're on the ground. The tackle now turns into the Mike linebacker and blocks Fred. You're still on the ground. So now Fred's blocked, the safety's blocked. Who makes this play? So you got to be able to show guys on tape. This is why we all got to hold each other accountable. So that's the thing that Jim Wilkes, that's the thing that he needs to be preaching. That's the thing that in watching this as a team to say, look, you know what? Hey, you're downfield. Hey, look where you're at. Nicky Bosa, you're an all-pro. You got paid $100-some million. You're the highest paid line. Now look, yeah, you're a great passer, but look, you just got a new line of scrimmage created. Where are you at right here? What are we doing here? And this is where Nicky has to look at himself in the mirror. This is where the whole defensive line, the grave digger, that they like, man, we brought you in here. Look at this. You just got double teamed, pushed down the field. Now Greenlaw's got to run the hump. Greenlaw can't come down because two guys just double team you, create a new line of scrimmage. He's behind you. How can he feel? You just got pushed back into his lap. He can't play on the other side of the ball. He can't fire his gun. And then Greenlaw, you didn't take this right angle. So I just think that, bro, you got to show this tape. You got to put it where everyone can see it and show each person making mistakes, create new line of scrimmage, showing gaps that is being exposed. So you're asking me a question. Is what's wrong with this defense? It's guys taking turns not filling. It's not the coordinator. These guys are lined up and they're just not getting their job done. Opposing team is.
And real quick, the question is, why all of a sudden, Lo?
You know what? That's one that these guys have to look in the mirror and say, we got to get this corrected because they're going to get tried. Kansas City's going to come out here, and this is the best back that they see. And they're going to come and try to exploit and see if the Niners have gotten this fixed. Until you make an effort and show that you can fix it, I'm going to keep punching you. If you drop your left hand, and you drop your left hand, I'm going to keep throwing that overhand right because your chin is exposed. Until you put that glove up and block it, I'm going to keep throwing it.
I got a question for you, Lo.
Talk to me, Goose.
We're on Radio Row. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson, Lorenzo Neal. Okay, we know that the fullback position has been incredibly de-emphasized.
They're loving me out here, baby. I'm giving them the butter.
I know that the running back position has evolved, but here's my question about Kyle Shanahan. He uses Kyle Juszczyk.
Yes.
If I could magically transform you into the player you were in your prime as a fullback, would Kyle Shanahan want to use you?
1,000%.
Okay.
Because here's the deal. You have one of the best offensive tackles in the league. And you know with this guy, 71, he's a road grader. I would say, Cal, look, let's run. I would say in the run game, I would go in sometimes with the coaches and watch the run game. And I'd say, okay, put our tight end 85 on the same side. Now they can come off the ball. Now when he motions across, now the linebacker's got to come off the ball. And they're either going to move. When he's on the line of scrimmage, the linebacker comes to the line of scrimmage. When he comes off the line because he knows he's going across, the linebacker moves back. Now I said, Cal, the end's playing head up. You know Trent's going to win his one-on-one ball. And I would say, now let's run power. And it's me and the guy. Coach, I guarantee you I'll kick his ass, run power. That means I'm running power O. That means 70 power O that I'm taking to Sam Backer.
Okay.
I'm in my fullback position. I line up in the off eye, and now he's right there. The linebacker's outside. I'm coming out. I'm getting my head. I'm getting my head on the inside. So I'm making sure that I create a hole in inside. I'm putting my head on the inside, and he's not getting a part. So I'm throwing my head on the inside. So I'm going to make him play the outside. It's nothing he can do about it. And I'm going to tell Coach, there's nothing he can do about it. I'm getting my head on the inside. I'm going to kick his ass out, and we're going to block down. And now you have the guard. So now you have Big Trey, big man, 71 blocking down, guards pulling, I'm kicking out, guards pulling there, and now I got run MC, and now I got my man McCaffrey, and I'm gonna say, Daddy, get on my hip and don't dip. I say, let's go, baby, and I'm gonna take you to the promised land. Absolutely. You got me fired up. Would he use me? You better believe it. Well, you better believe it.
But like Juszczyk, does he got one more year left, or he's coming? My question is, after Juszczyk leaves, is he going to find another fullback, or will he go away from the fullback? He'll find somebody.
He's going to find someone because he wants that physicality. And Juszczyk still is a great blocker. He knows how to position. But those are the things. And here's the thing. Now you have the fullback coming down at that. And if I'm coming at that guy, now that defensive end, you know what he does? Like Slayers was talking about. Hey, how Shanahan sets it up. So now that defensive end, he's saying, okay, I know Lorenzo's coming out to kick it. And what is he going to start doing? I got to get my head across. And now I know that they want to kick me out, so I'm going to try to get my head across in the inside because I'm going to commit. So now when he commits down to try to stop, now I go to block him, and now I slip right out in the fat. They hit me on that K4, K5, and now the big fella's able there because he committed to the run, thinking it's run to Sam linebacker, and now I'm right in the flat and picking up for 5, 10, 15. You know, the big fella. That's all I got, maybe 15 to 20. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm taking 70 or 80, but I know it's 5 to 10 to 15 because now the linebacker, he's out of position. He committed inside. He turned his shoulder. He wanted to stop the run. So now you have that commitment. So would I be used? For the love of God, you got me fired up, Steiner.
How close are we to your prediction?
There he is. What's up, my guy? There he is. That's our boy. There he is. He pretty in the face and slim in the waist. Give it to him, Dad.
Oh, there he is.
Just telling the story of when you blew me up in practice. Just telling that.
You got to come on in a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. You got don't go to break. Let me talk. Don't go to
got pay the bills.
Okay. You got to pay the bills. No.
We got to break.
You did.
We got to tell us. Hey, can you hang for 5? He can hang for 5. I will tell you who it is on the other side. 888-957-9570. It's a Football Friday presented by Flag and Anthem.
Head into Safeway and stock up to kick off the big game. Find tri-tip, just $3.97 per pound. And avocados perfect for guacamole. Buy one.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Stein, Matt Style, the Guru Johnson, and Lorenzo Neal. We are coming to you live from Las Vegas.
Yes.
And we're getting ready. We got 2 days, 3 hours, 26 minutes, and 20 seconds. And that's courtesy of the San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff. That's the clock, and that's when this game is all coming down. And we'll tell you what. We'll get Lowe's prediction at like 1 o'clock. How about that? How about something like that?
Okay. Guru wants it. Guru wants that prediction. I'm just keeping. I'm keeping anticipation.
Yeah. We came out the gate shooting.
Y'all just came out jump shot right away. Y'all should have held it. Got everyone else's predictions. All the fans.
Them when you do yours. How about that?
You know. Yeah, it's no problem. It's no problem at all.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number, and let's get into some calls because I think we got some people. Let me get my text line going, and let's go to how about Daniel in San Ramon? Daniel in San Ramon. What's going on, Daniel? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, O'Neal? Hey, I got a quick question, man. You got me all hyped talking about that football. I wish I could get back on the field, but I just want to know who was your most fiercest competitor? I'm talking about like defensive end, linebacker, and who was the person where you just knew you were just going to eat up? You were just going to eat this person up, and you were just going to have a field day with this person. So, you know my prediction? I think Niners going to go, and we're going to win in like 7 points, 30-23, we're going to win.
All right.
So go ahead, guys.
Appreciate it.
Well, I tell you what, that's a great question. There was a guy in, I don't want to say it too loud because he might be around here today. I'm looking around.
Not LeVar.
That I looked forward to playing him, and I knew he had a snowball chance in hell of winning the match against me. And I knew that I could make him apologize, and I knew that he would be scared. I don't know about scared, but I would make him tap out.
I was just about to say.
He did not want to see me because I was going to put him on his back or he was going to get hurt. Because he could not handle it. I just knew he wasn't built for
Romanowski?
No. It was another guy. 52, played for the Raiders.
Kirk Morrison.
That part.
Wow, Low.
Kirk Morrison.
You made him tap.
No, seriously.
No, wait.
He would say today, he'd be like, Low wore me out, though.
But in the same sense, he would say it wasn't scared.
Right.
In which he wasn't.
Yeah, you didn't say that.
And he would say, and guess what? He would line up and go again, but he would have to admit, I wore his ass out. And here's the deal.
O'Neal.
We can go put on the tape, and the tape will show that I'm going to tell you what, like the Ray Lewis's, I could handle Ray. I mean, honestly, I would win more than Ray would beat me. And Ray was an all Hall of Famer. I mean, every B that ever was partly sting and partly buzz. A lot of these guys, they buzz and they buzz, but they didn't really sting that hard. Right. I mean, come on. He was fierce. He done around, and he had a great defensive line, kept him safe, kept him clean, and his boys and he was the best. I mean, Ray knew how to do it. He could play it. But I would get to him. We would battle. I mean, you can ask LaDainian. LaDainian was on the show. I catch a flat, K4, in the flat, right?
That's his play, K4, K5.
You already know it, don't you? You started to get me. So you started to get me. So, Will, I'm in my stance. Bart, 50, remember Bart played for the Ravens. Bart, 50, he was Suggs and T-Sizzle and Bart 57, but Suggs,
Yeah.
So Suggs is playing the Sam. So I'm playing my place, and we run power. Marty running power. So we running power. So now it's K4. So I come at Suggs, and Suggs he knows that I'm going to come at him and block him. So he sticks the head across, and boom, I come at him, and I would dip, like I'd step like I'm a block, and then I'd slip into the flat. And when I slipped into the flat, boom, Pat balls on me. So now, since he wasn't covering me, I'm open in the flat. I turn around.
Secure the catch.
52's coming. Ray Lewis, right? And it's just me and him. I see the whites of his eyes. He see the whites of mine. Lou, I put the ball, serious, I put the ball on my outside arm. I point at Ray Lewis, and I'm like, it's just me and you, Daddy. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to go. I point at him, coming at him. Guess what he does? He don't take me head on. He cuts me, chops me. LaDainian Thompson will tell you.
He didn't want it.
He didn't want to see it.
He didn't go at the waist like your boy just said we had on.
So I had those moments. I had those moments where I punked you. Well, you know that, and guess what? And trust me, Ray's the best, one of the best linebacker Hall of Fame. We understand that. But guess what? I'm like Big Cat. I got it on tape. I'm like Cat Williams. It exists. I'm like Cat Williams. I'm going to tell you, I got my name on it. So you can see that. Now, I'm going to tell you a guy that I hate blocking, and he played, and I'm telling you, he made me better. 57, number 58 played for Indian, played for the Atlanta Falcons. Jesse Tuggle.
Wow.
Jesse Tuggle was a bad boy because he got low. He played with leverage. Jesse Tuggles would give me fits. That's a guy that I knew when I played because I was young. No, I was young. I'm a rookie. This guy's in his 10th, 11th year. Jesse Tuggle made me
so
bring
you didn't know what you didn't know.
I didn't, yeah, but he would make me bring my lunch. So Jesse Tuggle was that guy that I was like, okay. But you got to realize, though, I played against Von Johnson, Sam Mills, Ricky Jackson. So these guys had me ready. I was practicing against the Dome Patrol. So I was fearless. And then I got later on, there was a young guy that came in the league from Tennessee, came into the league and linebacker. And I was like, okay, let me test this young guy out by the name of who? Al Wilson. Al Wilson for Denver Broncos. That kid could play hard hit, get downhill. He would also bring his lunch bill. So I'm just giving you guys want to go down Lowe's list.
I love it.
That's two of those guys.
What the Niners got to do Sunday, Lowe. But they got two studs, though.
Oh, yeah. But Freddie,
Fred and your boy Greenlaw.
Now, Greenlaw, I would have loved to play. Now, Freddie, I'd have had Freddie on skates.
You think so?
He's too tall. I would have been underneath.
Well, that's low man wins, right?
Fred can play. Fred Warner is a hell of a linebacker. He can play. Too
tall.
He's like Urlacher, can flow, run, but you go right at. I would have wore him out. Now, Greenlaw would have been more, he's a thumper.
Right.
He's a thumper. So it's like, he's that guy that, I'm just telling you how matchups. I mean, now, here's what Fred would have got me on. Fred would have came up to me a couple times and slipped me. And I would have just blocked air. But he would have had to hurry up and get back skinny and get back in the hole. So I would have made him make a decision. See, I run a track. The way I played fullback, I said, I'm going to make a run a track. So I looked at a track and I said, this is what you're going to get. You're going to get me running straight downhill. I'm going to come out and this is what I'm going to do. If you're going to be there, It's me and you.
It's a collision.
It's a collision. I got you, and this is what I'm going to come and I'm giving everything I got. So Freddie was going to come up to me, and he's the type of guy, give me a quick shoulder and slip, and now I'm just still running on the track, and I can only maybe chicken wing him so I don't get to hit him. But then, though, he's got to make me miss and have the ability to get back skinny and get in the hole and make the tackle. And that's when you got an LT. And LT, I said, come on, get on my hip and don't dip. So when I get on him like that, and LT know that I'm going to hit him, and if he jumps out of the way, LT already going to be setting up the outside where he's going to jump to the side, he's going to jump, and LT already knows where he's here. So anticipation already be back in. So I'm running my track, and I don't worry about LT because I know he already gone. So if he's even, he's leaving. So when you're talking about me going against certain backers, this is the skills that I had that I was like, how could I lose with the moves that I used to choose?
Look at Ali.
I'll tell you what, he's starting to get people warmed up for sure.
Around too.
Let's go out to Jimmy. Jimmy's in Dublin. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good, man. How you guys doing?
Doing great, man. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, hey, I just want to start off by saying, man, I mean, I think it's just going to boil down to, experience over a non-experienced quarterback. I mean, this is Patrick Mahomes' backyard. You know what I mean? As far as just being there, being in the moment, excelling, MVP, Super Bowl MVP. And I think he's going to spread his wings during the Super Bowl, have an MVP performance. And I say the final prediction, I say 31-21. I also want to ask Low Neal, man.
KC,
Low
right?
Neal. Yeah, KC
Okay,
for sure.
That's the first one for the Chiefs. Yep.
And Low Neal, I want to ask you, outside of yourself, who do you think is the best fullback from 2000 on to now? And Guru, man. Hey, man, make sure you stay up out of Dre's, man.
Yeah. I'm on the pitch count.
Dre's, you know about Dre's. I said they open all night. Dre's don't close.
Scotty and Evan work. Yeah, we got
Evan been at Dre's. Evan looked like he just getting up. Evan over here struggling, Steiny. He running on fumes. But he young. Hey, Evan, when I was your age, I used to do that, boy. I loved it. Evan been in it, but he's tough, though. He's tough.
You know what? And I'm not doing this because I'm not a troll. And Steiny knows I'm not a troll. Evans knows I'm not a troll. So I do remember the 19 Super Bowl when it was over. And obviously Niner fans don't want this to be the case, Lo. But there was a party after. Lil Wayne was there. And I went crazy on the show to Steiny because I'm not knowing how it's structured. And that was pre-planned. But when you lost your bowl, Lo, did you guys have something that night after? Because I was saying, dude, they're hurt. How could you go party? And then I'm thinking to myself, I've been a part of a team, obviously not a pro team. If that's how you let off the steam, that's how you let off the steam. When you guys lost, did you have anything like that? Is it different? Because that happened in 19. Niners had a function. They lost the game.
So how it works is everyone has a function. Win or lose, you both have.
Wow.
Because it's the end. So every team has a function set up no matter what. If you win, you're gonna have fun.
Yes.
You're gonna be yelling, you're gonna be partying. We won, drinking, shooting, taking shots, getting it all in, having fun. It's usually at the hotel where you're at and you get your performance there. So now you can walk to your room, it's safe. So everyone has it. Every team, win or lose, have a function. Right. Now the difference is when you lose, you're there and you're having a drink, but it's like, dude, what are you talking about? You're talking about, man, what we could have did. You're not sitting there yelling. It's not just all hype, and people are still having a decent time. But you trust me, you don't feel good. It's not like guys are doing.
I hear you, Lo.
It's just, but you still, you say, hey, you know what? It's over. It's the end. So it's like,
hadn't looked at it like that.
Yeah, but no, it's a great point though. You're wondering, God, how can guys be partying after they just lost? Yeah. It's like. It's nothing else.
I'm supposed to lock myself in the closet.
Right, that part.
I kind of get to each his. I mean, like if you just played a Super Bowl and you feel like you left it all out there and you have nothing more to give and you got beat. Maybe you just got beat. I mean, go do your thing. I mean, you can't.
Exactly.
I'm grown, man.
Daniel's in San Ramon. Daniel in San Ramon. What's going on, man? How you doing? All right, Tony in Danville. Let's go to Tony in Danville. Hey, Tony. How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Going great.
Hey, I'm looking so forward to this. Now, how do we contain Mahomes? We got to go back to the Harbaugh playbook. We got to go with McCaffrey, Mitchell, and Mason and pound with the big package. We got to knock them down. We got to beat them up physically. We got to give them the gut punches. We got to work on them. And hopefully that will open up the passing game for Brock. It'll take the pressure off Brock. And we munch clock like fiends because the only way to handle Mahomes is to have his tail on the sidelines. He's going to take us apart if we let him out there. So I don't know if Kyle's going to do that, but that is the formula. We got to get the big package out there, and we need to pound, and pound. I thought they would do it in the Green Bay game because that was a perfect opportunity, but they didn't. But if they think they're going to go toe-to-toe, and Brock's going to go toe-to-toe, that could be a tall order.
Fair. Good call.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Oh, I got a prediction. I got Deebo Samuel being used at running back here and there on Sunday.
Get him all the touches too.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah,
was that a hot take?
Oh, yes, it is.
Wait, Guru, that's a 1.
Yeah.
How you do your... I mean, gee, many crime. Hey, you're gonna Guru. You're gonna let him.
Yourself,
you're gonna let that that's lazy media.
Deebo
that is
Samuel.
lazy radio
He'll be
talk.
back there.
I cannot believe you let Steiner. Just because he's your partner, you got to see him every day. So you're gonna let him off the hook. I'm not letting you off the hook. That's lazy radio. Deebo's gonna touch the ball as a run.
He is. He's gonna.
When hasn't he? When hasn't he touched the ball?
He's gonna have more carries
Low versus
Sunday than it'll be a season high in carries. He's gonna get 6 carries.
Okay.
You better hope he doesn't, because I'm coming down your road.
I don't think that's outlandish.
Well, he's 5 was the most he's had this season.
Yeah, I don't think that's outlandish. I think that if you say,
what do you know? That's a gutsy take I just made.
Give me 10, and then I'll say you did it's gutsy. And guess what? I can see because I can do. I'm telling you right now, Deebo Samuel. I think he'll touch the ball 10 times. I believe that this guy will touch the ball 10 times, and I would say if you made me go under or over, I would take the over.
Yeah,
because he has
him
to.
And McCaffrey, man.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
McCaffrey and him should do. And here's I think Kittle will have 5 touches, and I don't think Kittle has touched the ball enough.
But you're assuming that they're going to be able to control the ball.
They have to.
Okay.
You got to come out to Kansas City, and you got to keep the ball away from them. Kansas City wants to play. You got to realize, Kansas City wants to play the same type of ball they want to play. Kansas City doesn't have the big threat receiver going down the field. Kansas City wants to eat up time, grime it, run the ball, get in 3rd and short, run or pass, see if they can send plays and eat up clock. Stay ahead on the sticks, stay ahead of the game, keep the game close, find a way to win it. The Niners want to play the same type of way. I think the Niners have a better chance of opening up. They got more big play players on their team than Kansas City. I think this is a game that the Niners need to look at and say, Kansas City's going to reload and rebuild after this year. This is a year that they shouldn't be here. They're here, and now they're saying, we're here now, boys. Let's go ahead and win it. I think, Guru, this is the opportunity that the Niners have an opportunity. I think it's 24. I think they get to 24. I don't see Kansas City's offense scoring 20 or more. I think 21 is the high for Kansas. I'm not saying Niners defense just have to play better. I don't see Kansas City scoring more than 21. That's just not how they're built this year. But they built on throwing the ball, little short passes to Kelsey. Yeah. Then Kelsey keep moving the clock, moving the chains, getting first downs. Every now and then a guy makes. Now they'll take some shots, but he's not comfortable with taking those. When in doubt on 3rd down, they're going to go to Kelsey.
Well, this is what scares me about that. If you're going to look me in the face and tell me you understand and grasp the concept of how good Patrick Mahomes is, when you say the Niners got a better roster, that's fine. But when you get to the most important position on the field, you got a guy that might be worth 4 or 5. So I don't know,
what that gap,
worth 4 or 5 guys. No, in regard to roster. Okay. When you say, and you're right, the Niners got overall better roster. Right. But when you got that dude, Patty Mahomes, how much does he account for? So I say that to say is, I love your confidence where you feel like the Niner D can kind of keep them at bay. But to me, Mahomes is the type of dude, and you said it yesterday, you read the room. I know what I need to do today or we need to do. I know what we can. We're having success doing this or that. And to me, that's why he's a Jedi, because then he'll know, okay, we need 30 points today. We need 34. Maybe we need 24 in the ball control, but I feel like he can make the difference, Lo.
Yeah, he is a difference maker. I'm not, Guru.
Even with less is what I'm They're at this game, and we all know this ain't the best version of themselves offensively.
Yeah, I'm not even challenging on that he can make those plays and make those decisions. I totally agree with you. I think it's about this, though. I think that they understand when they played Baltimore, they said, keep it close. Let's find a way to win this at the end. Let's not get in a shooting match. They said, let's just keep Baltimore, limit them, and we'll be fine.
Get out of here.
That's their game plan. They're like, when they play in Buffalo, you see it. There's like the game plan. Keep this thing close. We'll find a way to win. We'll make them make the mistakes. Kansas City is playing optimistic football right now. They're saying, look, guys, keep it close. We're a better team. We're a veteran team that we're waiting for them to make mistakes. Can Kyle Shanahan, if he can have this fast start and jump on Kansas City and make them play from behind and do the things, I think that here's the deal. If the Niners can get up 10-0 or 10-3 or 14-3, guess what? I think that they will have, listen to me, this is a hot take. I think the Niners have 6 sacks or more.
Huh?
Because I think you're in a situation now, because if you can get Pacheco out of this game and you make this Kansas City team one-dimensional.
Well, I got you. Now you can pin your ears.
Now you can pin your ears. I don't think that they're that good of a team. Their receivers can't beat you. Travis Kelce can beat you, but he's a dinker and dunker.
It sounds
he's
so
not
easy,
going.
Lo.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
Okay, so this is interesting. I'm just going to let our listeners know. So Lorenzo Neal is going to introduce our next guest, Dr. David Chow.
Yeah.
Well, how am I going to introduce him when you just jumped all over?
Because
you just put food all over me.
You ready? I hope he's got a sense of humor.
Does he got a sense of humor?
Who is this guy?
Who
is this guy?
This guy is absolutely
I know who
crazy.
He is, but I'm just playing a bit.
I know you do. Again, that's why you're the best. Hey, this guy needs no formal introductions. Love this guy. This guy got me 3 extra years in the league, took care of me, made me feel good when I was feeling bad. Knew how the good doc would always take care of me. Good. You talking about that good man?
Yeah.
This is the man right here.
The
Dr. David Chow, a legend. You can ask anything you want about McCaffrey, the injuries, how Purdy came back from this injury so quick. I mean, Dr. Chow, it's nothing he didn't know. Best doctor in the NFL. Dr. David Chow.
Well, after that introduction, I couldn't get a text back last night.
Buddy! I was asleep by 9:30, 10:30. I got my son Low in town. I'm just trying to be, so I was out tired, and I had to go run a 40 this morning against a 26-year-old. So I had to meet him over there at the NFL Experience at 7 o'clock this morning. I was over there doing agilities and doing all this stuff. Your boy still beat a 26-year-old who played baseball in college, beat him in the 40, Doc.
Look, I was here at 5:30, and I was your boy, Chuck Liddell, his boy. Yeah. We were sending the picture.
Chuck just left.
Wait, 5:30 this morning?
I was here at 5:30 this morning.
So my man Chuck has not slept all night.
Interesting.
I can totally tell. He was going on fumes.
Doctor, let me ask you this. And I'm not asking, what that may... Coming into this game, it feels like the Niners are pretty healthy. What if the landscape, though... are you thinking about, McCaffrey, even though they're healthy?
First of all, in order to get to the Super Bowl, you kind of have to be healthy, right? When the wild card round of the playoffs at Sports Injury Central, SICScore.com, we said the Dolphins are injured. Melvin Ingram, the linebacking core, and KC was easy. Okay, it was cold. The Eagles, injured. Tampa Bay, easy. Cleveland is injured. Houston, easy. But guess what? They're knocked out. So now who's left, right? Man. So Buffalo was injured with their linebacking core, and we took KC. But as you get to the Super Bowl, the 49ers are healthier than the Chiefs. But it's not by so much that if it were 16 games that we'd say, it's actionable because of all these injuries. The 49ers are essentially healthy. Christian McCaffrey, the neck, shoulder, nothing. The calf, he's fine. Deebo Samuel, who I thought would be fine for the conference championship game, we had a 6 score on him of 86, meaning we thought all week he would play and be fine with the shoulder. I should have made it 125, right? I mean, he was very healthy for that. He's fine.
Well, how fine is he? So what is Deebo actually going to... Doc, break that, because I worry, because I think this guy... possibly could be the MVP because the way they're going to use him. Tell the listeners what is up with Deebo. What is anything? Remove all doubt, or just give us from top to finish what your assessment is.
Leading into the NFC Championship game, when he left that previous game, we said that by video, and we do a lot of video study from in the league. I'd look at what happened to Lowe or whoever on the field, on the sideline, in the locker room, and the day after an MRI. We knew exactly what it was. Then I'd go to Duddy, the video, and he showed me the video. And that was the question. Now I don't get the answer. but I get the question, and so 17 years of study. What we don't see is as important as what we do see for injuries. And what we saw in Debo is we did not see a scapula fracture type injury like week 6 where you missed time. And that's what we said. Did not see that as such. Thought it was more muscular in nature. And then end of the week before, Friday before the conference championship, he said once he found out it wasn't like week 6, he felt good. He is fine for this game. No issues. Dre Greenlaw with the stinger. He is fine.
What is a stinger, Doc? I've been asking you for 2 weeks.
know if you had one.
What is a stinger?
It's interesting. Doc could probably give you the medical terms, but I've had them. It's so when you get hit, it's like you see an individual, and I'm going to go bring it to him, and his shoulder or his helmet hits you right on the shoulder, and you just feel your body just go numb, and it's a buzz. It's a sharp pain go all the, and you feel like, oh my God, my arm's about to fall off, and you're just buzzing and tingling all down, and you can't really feel your finger. You're like, oh, and you're trying to shake it to get back some, like you feel like the blood circulation's not there, Doc, and he's like, it feels like you're separate.
That's not what you told me when you were on the team. He said, I'm fine.
Yeah, exactly.
His arms like this, I'm fine. Don't take me out, I'm fine.
Right.
There's a reason he wore that neck roll sometimes, right?
Yeah.
He'd go take on Ray Lewis and the thing. I'm sure the conversation with Dre Greenlaw went like this. He's like, all right, you're good. Yeah, I'm fine. He goes, you know what? Let's put on a neck roll. He said, no freaking way. I need to move my head and see. And he's just going to roll. He will be fine.
Doc, they can find you at Pro Football Doc on X, right? Pro Football Doc, you're still there?
Still there.
Okay.
As the cool kids say X, I guess. I still say Twitter.
Yeah, me too. But thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. This guy speaks very highly of you. So welcome, and thank you so much for joining us. All right, when we come back, we'll get into more of your calls. We'll talk to Lo. We'll see if we can get some other guests in here. Thank you so much, Doctor. Appreciate it. Don't forget, do not forget, under any circumstances, it is a Football Friday presented by Flag and Anthem. Also, hey, we've got a new merchandise store up and running just in time for the big game. Head to breakingtea.com/957 to grab your red and gold gear now. That's breakingtea.com/957. That's where you get your big game merchandise.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Head into Safeway and stock up to kick off the big game. Find Tri-Tip, just $3.97.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson, along with Lorenzo Neal. We are live in Vegas. 2 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 30 seconds. That is how long it will be until the big game takes place, and that's courtesy of the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Countdown to kickoff clock, and you know what time it is? It's time for our difference maker of the week, and it is Kyle Shanahan.
Not much at all. I mean, had a lot of comebacks before those calluses too. I mean, I think just the more you coach football, the more you go through, the more you don't try to make any absolute answers or philosophies in anything. You understand there's so many variables, there's so many different situations, and it comes down to one game. So you don't just sit there and be like, man, I learned this last game, I'm not going to do that the next game. Well, that might be the right answer the next game. It might be the right answer the next quarter. I mean, everything you got to take into account. This isn't just a plus and minus game. You have to evaluate everything, and there's a flow with how those 22 people move in the situation, and that's stuff that's why you're never done. You're always continuing to work and continue to try to come up with whatever the decision is that gives you the best chance to win, but I promise you there's no consistent automatic answer.
All right, that's Kyle Shanahan, and he is the difference maker of the week, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Also, big thank you to Circa for a fantastic event last night at Circa Swim. If you're looking for the best setup on the Strip, go to circa.com and go to the Stadium Swim tab and click on Huddle Up at Stadium Swim. It was a lot of fun yesterday at Circa, no doubt about it. Matt Steinmetz, Dal the Guru Johnson, Lorenzo Neal.
I guess we took some strays, Stoney.
What do you mean?
My people getting back to me. I guess Bonte felt like we didn't jump Ross Tucker when he said the Niner fans are crying.
Oh, they are. 49er fans are crying.
Man. Low. And then Bonte had the nerve to say I dress like his dad, who's 65, like Pops. And I remember when you had that green flannel, so you can't fashion police nobody.
Yeah.
If he did say that.
I don't think Bonte said that. Bonte didn't say that.
I've been kidded. I've been kidded. I remember when you had the Debo flannel.
Oh, you coming at man, Bonte wouldn't do that. He didn't say that, man. That's just somebody hating.
That's an erroneous.
That's a hater. That's a hater. Yeah. Somebody hating.
Yeah, I blew it with Dr. Chow.
What happened?
I should ask him about my hip.
And show him the picture.
I know.
Dude, why didn't you talk to Chow about the hip?
I'll go do it at the next break. I'll go do it at the next break.
I wanted to know about the hip. He should have gave you some. Man, I'll call that joker right now. Chow, come here, buddy.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation? Let's do it. Let's go out to, let's take some more predictions if you want. We still have what do we got? Jimmy in Dublin? Tony in Danville?
Philmo Mike.
Philmo Mike. All right, we'll go to Philmo Mike. What's up, Philmo?
Mike.
Philmo.
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Steiny, man. Hey, I put my hands up on my hip. When I dip, you dip, we dip. But anyway.
Pull up, Jim. Pull up.
Look at him, Mike. Yeah. They don't know. Yeah.
Hey, they don't know. Hey, but Low. Hey, Low.
My man.
Low, man. I love talking to you, Low, man. I'm going to need you to get one of them country bumpkins on there again, for real. And I call you, you feel me, in the Midwest, they don't say chow, man. They say Low, man. Low, you my main name, man. I swear to God, Low, I love you, brother. Real talk. Anyway, though, I agree with everything that you saying about the Niners. I think that they can get up, and Ross Tucker is a joke. I said this a year ago, and Steiny kept trying to say, our favorite guest, Ross Tucker. No! Ross Tucker is a lame from Pennsylvania. He's a square from Delaware that we don't rock with, and I would like, if Odyssey, don't bring him back next year.
Wow.
Bring back Michael Irvin. Bring back, I don't want to hear Ross Tucker. He played in the league 6 years.
He set some people off then, Mike. Mike, so we should have jumped on him, huh? Bonte is hot. We didn't jump on him.
Man, you got Low Neal there. Y'all can't be acting scared with Low Neal.
I got your back. I got him. You right. Let him know I got him.
All right.
I got him, Slim.
Philmo, you got a prediction for me?
Give it to us.
Oh, prediction? 30-10. Patrick Mahomes, take your class.
Wow, look at.
All right, there it is, 30-10. Philmo, Mike. I kind of did Ross Tucker say that?
I thought that was material about the crying. But I guess
he kept saying that we
didn't take it that way, and Mike don't want him on Odyssey. Boy.
Yeah, he was talking about the Niners, all the crying, and he was just,
I know how to dress.
888.
I'm sorry.
888-957-9570 is the number. You would jump into the conversation. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson, along with Lorenzo Neal. I had another stat here.
What stat?
Give it to us, Stat.
That was the Brady one. Oh, just how about we talk about X factors?
Okay,
we'll talk about an X factor because we were talking on the way over, and you said, who do you think your X factor is going to be? You're talking to me, and vice versa. So give me one of your X factors. Can't be a big boy player, but somebody who may have a huge impact on this game.
You know what? Being here for a couple of days and just listening to everything and rewatching those games, the playoff games for the Niners. What if I told you guys Steve Wilks is my X factor? Lowe is telling me what needs to be done, what needs to happen, and it starts with communication. But Lowe Neal, the future Hall of Famer, I'm going with Steve Wilks as my X factor. It starts with this Niner defense, man. They cannot bring whoever they were against Green Bay and Detroit. They just can't.
No, I totally agree with you. I like how you talked about Steve Wilks being your X factor because we talked about earlier when I talked about Kyle Shanahan being the puppet master, being able to get, the quarterback Purdy to do what he wants to do. Steve Wilks has to be the X factor because this defense, like you alluded to, they can't play like they've been playing. And you said it starts at the top. And Steve Wilks is the one that's calling the defenses, even though the players aren't lining up and doing it. He's got to be able to get that out to those guys that they have to play better. He's got to be able to orchestrate that defense. Guys got to stay on their feet. He's got to be pushing his assistant coach and saying, hey, man, you got to talk to your ends. They got to make sure that they turn everything in. Hey, talk to the secondary coach. Hey, you got to make sure the safety is playing for us. You got to make sure you're absolutely right. He's going to have to push that to make sure that the guys are doing the things they need to do consistently and also as a group and as a unit. So without a doubt, Steve Wilks is going to have to play huge. He's playing a huge part to calling the right defense.
It's already installed, right, Lo?
It's already installed, but the biggest thing, like you said, can he get these guys to execute? That's what needs to happen.
Yeah, the one thing that stuck out, gosh, you were talking to somebody yesterday, Lo, about Wilks, and you were, I think it might have been on the air, but you were like, 49ers defense better come through, otherwise Wilks, a little trouble, like... They're not playing their best defensive football when they need to most, is what you're saying.
Oh, no question. I don't think that. I think it's.
I don't mean he's going to be fired, but like.
Wait, I just think that it's not even about fired. I think that Wilks will have an opportunity to be able to coach any place.
Gotcha.
I think that Wilks is going to be in a situation where he's like, do I want to come back here? You got to realize when you're a good coach like Wilks, you don't have to worry about getting another job. You're going to get a job, whether it's a defensive coordinator, whether it's a head coach, whether it's assistant coach. So if Wilks is not coaching for the Niners after after Sunday, guess what? There's going to be a coach, even though every job might be filled, they will bring him in and say, you're going to be the head coach assistant. He is going to get a job, and he is going to make his money. But Niner fans
don't want that, but I hear you, Lo.
So I'm telling you what I've seen. If you're the fall guy, and if this situation where you're saying, is Wilks going to be here? Is this defense playing as well? Because after the season, people say, well, the defense. So he's like, get someone else. He's not in a position. He's in a position that he's earned the right to be able to say, look, okay, if it doesn't work, Shanahan, you know what? I'm fine with that. You can get someone else. Thank you. I think he'll have that option, but I tell you, I don't think that he wants the guy to tarnish his name. So that's why I'm saying when you're in that position, Steiny, I think that he says it's my situation that even if they win, it wouldn't surprise me that it says Coach Wilks and Coach Shanahan decide to go their mutual agreements to part ways. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me because guess what? Wilks can stay or he can leave.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying.
I do wonder if he's going to get overzealous and blitz more than normal. Are you going to take that chance, Donnie, and Low on blitzing Mahomes on the biggest stage? And what did you say? They got those windows, the good quarterbacks, and they know what you're doing before you do it.
They do.
He's hot.
He is, and you're right. And they know how to check. But if you plaster like we talked about when we had great corner on. So if you plaster receivers, meaning you get on the receivers and you say, don't take your eyes off of them. Don't look in the backfield. You plaster them. You stay on them. Keep your eyes just on your work. Now I bring the safety down on the weak side. So I bring him down. to the wide side of the field, not the short side of the field. Because if I bring him down to the short side of the field, if Mahomes roll wide, he's got the solid and he can run. He's got a lot of field to work with. You bring the safety down on the short side of the field, and so once you bring him down on the short side of the field, Andy Reid just walked by the guys. We need to take Andy. Come take a picture with this. I mean, if they can put this on YouTube and Twitch. This guy looks so much like Andy Reid. He walks like him. He waddles like him.
That is incredible.
I mean, wait this way. When I said Andy Reid to you guys, Steiny looked, and it took Steiny about 10 seconds. He goes, that's not Andy Reid.
No, I said he must be
It took me like 5-10 seconds. No doubt. I looked at him. I was like, let's see if we can get. That's not Andy.
Yeah, he's got the Super Bowl ring on. He's got the waddle. It's amazing.
Let's go to 888-957-9570 is the number you want to jump in. Give me your Super Bowl prediction. I'm taking some notes. Let's go to Art. Art's in Vegas. What's going on, Art? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Hey, Lo, I saw you this morning. You kept on leaving a little bit early when Giannis said get set. On your mark.
Man, stop, bruh. Why are you hating, bruh?
Oh, wow, man.
Okay, bro, I'm 53. I had to make sure that I got the jump on him. But then I did it twice. But on the third time, I didn't jump, and I beat him fair and square. So why are you on me like this, my guy?
Well,
Caller of the year.
You did not win. I saw the replay.
Oh, my goodness.
Do we have controversy, bro?
Oh.
This must be somebody that's just they don't have anything better to do with their time.
Lo, just confess now. Now's the time.
Wait a minute.
Tell us what happened.
The last 10 seconds of my life, I can't get that back. Get this guy up.
You've succeeded in getting Neil annoyed, and I've never seen that in my entire life. Goo likes that. Goo wanted it. Goo, you enjoyed that. You liked that guy coming at my throat.
I feel like you're an Amway salesman now. You sold this on. I beat him. Tim Jordan. I went through the line.
Hey, Steiny, you see, Goo
don't lie.
He never, when anybody, when someone comes at me, Goo's like, oh, yeah, it's good. And he just he just jumped on that grenade. Why, Goo? Why?
Well, I'm dealing with Devontae. I dress like a dad. That got me, if that was it. I'll find out.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
See if we
like right now?
Ask Andy Reid would he jump on for us.
It's a nice shirt. I kind of like that shirt.
What's up, my man? Scotty, what's up?
Who we got?
888-957-9570 is the number. Super Bowl predictions, we're taking them. I got the Niners. Winning 23-21.
Wow.
I feel great about it, too.
That would be a great game, too, obviously, for Niner fans. I want a parade.
See, and here's the thing. Lo, this is one of my, not pet peeves, but when people say, there's Shanahan, there's so much pressure on Shanahan. Or Purdy, pressure. Or we got Jake Moody. That's good.
Yeah.
Because most of the guys at that level respond to pressure at the professional level. So I'm feeling like, you know what? Maybe Jake Moody makes 3 field goals because everybody's worried about him. He comes through.
Yeah, I like that. I like where you're at standing on this. I think that right now you have two teams that are saying, okay, we're going to fill this thing out. It's a heavyweight fight. You're going to try some different things, try to figure out what they're going to do. Mahomes is going to take some shots. Look, both these teams are going to take shots. They're both going to try to do what they do to see if they can jump up and get an explosive play. You have to try it. This is a Super Bowl. There's nothing else you're holding back for. I just think that the Niners are a better team all around. But I think that, like you said, there is a guy by the name of Patty Mahomes. But by the way, footnote here on the side, as I digress, I know sometimes my mind just moves.
You haven't used it since we've been here.
Yeah, it's Lorenzo Levon, right? Lorenzo Levon, Neil. It's Patrick Levon.
Oh.
Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Is it Levon?
It's Levon, too. So, now, no, Steiny. I feel good, Steiny. I love Steiny. That's Steiny. He goes right. Is this fake news? Is this fake news, Steiny?
No,
I mean, it's interesting. I see that Steiny goes, let me type this in and let me see, is it Patrick Levon? It's Lorenzo Levon. So, just wanted y'all to know, that, just thought, just little food for thought. Great. What is it? So I think when you look at Levon and see what he's been able to do, he's a pretty amazing quarterback and he makes things happen. And oh boy, I think that you got a situation that it's going to be some explosive, some fireworks that happen. Steiny, by the way, I'll let you go ahead and interject. Go ahead. Confirmation.
You guys don't spell it the same way.
So you're going to poo-poo on that right now?
Patrick Levon Mahomes, Lavon. but it's Lorenzo Levon, L-A capital V, O-N-N-E.
I like that.
Okay, I put that capital.
Levon, was that somebody, a relative?
Me, Patrick, his mom knew, so she named him.
But are you serious?
Yeah, why do you think he's named Levon? Why do you think it's Levon? Dude, every guy's just...
I don't believe this.
I got some.
Let me make some. You want to make a phone call? Okay, you want to make a phone call, Guru? Guru,
I'm gonna let Jordan.
No, do you want? Guru, here's my clear. I'm gonna put the phone. I'm gonna call. Do you want to make a phone? Do you want to? Yeah, I'm gonna call. I'll call his mom. Do you want to call his mom? Okay, hold on.
I think I'm believing.
What do you want to do?
Don't call Pop.
Don't call Pop.
That was. Hey, guess what that was? That was my poker face. I just punked y'all. Yes, I was bluffing. I was bluffing. Guru, you had it.
I thought he was serious.
Guru, you had it.
I'm like, we would have known that 2 years ago.
Dude, this guy knows everything. But 16 years. I thought I had him.
Screaming
I thought I had him.
Now he's tackling.
What's he doing?
Dude, tackling his buddy.
Who?
I'm going to let the people.
Who is that?
It takes me a while to register.
I know.
That's Kirk. Yeah.
Oh, you got oh my God.
Kirk, he was just talking about
you better hope Kirk doesn't sit down.
Yeah, Kirk. Lo, you might be having a bad day.
Oh,
boy.
Here
comes Kirk.
Right.
We got to tell
Kirk,
him.
you don't have to, dog. Don't let him put no... Kirk, you don't... No, go on, man. Go ahead.
I don't want to drop the hammer. I don't want to drop the hammer.
Of all people.
What up?
No, Kirk, man, don't...
Kirk Morrison.
Kirk, I love you, man. I love you. These dudes. Look at the haters, boy. Friends are like buns out of it. You take up and down. I always said that.
What up?
What's it like to go up against Lorenzo Neal?
Oh, man. Whew. I don't know where to start, man. Wow. I'm trying to figure out where do I start. We've had some battles.
Sometimes you get the bear, sometimes the bear gets you.
He literally told me that in a real game. By the way, that wasn't like some after the game. He was like on the way back to the huddle. I'm like, yeah, you got me, dog. Sometimes you get the bear, sometimes the bear gets you. I've never seen a guy that whenever he would catch a pass, most guys would try to make guys miss. He was trying to find contact. Like, no, there's nobody. Run down the sideline, Lorenzo. And he cuts everything back in the field. He's looking for me. He's looking for this guy. I'm like, you do know you can score a touchdown. You don't have to just find contact. That's not what you got to do. But, man, we had some battles, man. It was fun.
Yeah, he just gave us a list organically. We were talking about, the game and the physicality of it, the position, the fullback. He should be in the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely, 100%. I've said it.
He's come across, and he had you on the list.
Okay.
So he had some guys that he felt like when he went up against them,
he said he
was
felt
confident.
like you were. He said he felt like you were a good.
He said you were
a good matchup.
No, it was just, don't you think? Styles make fights, and my thing was, I said, there's guys that I didn't like going against, and there's guys I said they could be phenomenal linebackers, all pro, all the things that happen, but matching up for me because of my height and my size, I could get Lord and Kirk, and I thought that I had an advantage. So I said, there's certain linebackers that I felt. You asked me who did I said there's Kirk Morrison, guys that I like that I said, you know what? I'm going to win more than I lose. That's how I'm just telling you. And guess what, though? But what else did I say? I said, if you bring him on, what would he say? I said, he said, I ain't backing down. I said, he ain't going to go nowhere. He said, bring it on. I said, but that's how he poses things. But that's how you know how it is.
I would say this. There's always guys in the league, and I love asking former players right now, and they'll always tell you this. You'll say, man, who was the toughest guy? And everyone would say, they would start naming off Hall of Fame players.
Right.
We would think so, right?
Yeah.
But he'd be the guy who you would never think about. And you'd be like, what? Really?
That matchup.
That matchup.
About Jesse Tuggle, for example.
It won't even be like Jesse Tuggle. It'd be like a Jamie Sharper or something.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Wow.
It'd be, like certain guys who you would never expect. We can go back. I'm trying to figure out, for me, like a running back, a guy who
that you hated playing against.
You just hated playing against. Like, I know when it was him and LaDainian Tomlinson, I know what it was going to be like that day. But if I'm going against, like, Orlandis Gary, you know what I'm saying? Right. Or No Sean Moreno.
Denver.
Like, they would give you problems because of the way they would set their blocks up, the way that they would finish their runs.
It's the ones you least expect.
You least expect, you're like,
right. LaDainian, he's in me. You knew what you're getting.
You knew what you're getting. Right. That's Hall of Fame. That's Hall of Fame. Like, I already knew what it was.
But other guys, and that's what I'm saying, they give you fit.
To the other guys that you guys are naming, man.
But Mike Rainier, a guy that, do you remember Mike Rainier?
Yeah.
He was not, but he was one of those guys, like, just a guy that you had way better stats, was a better line. If you said, I'm going to pick a line, he's better. But this dude would get me sometimes. And he was a guy that only didn't, like, man, this guy's solid.
So you know who it was for me? Who was it was for me? It wasn't necessarily the fullback position. It was Jason Dunn. Remember him? Tight end with the Kansas City.
Yeah.
Kansas City.
He remember vividly. Look at it.
Everyone had
You know why it's vividly? Because you only saw the other guy, wore number 88 for the Chiefs, get all the catches. But they was playing 12 personnel. So you got 12 personnel. One back, two tight ends. Well, who was the blocking back? Jason Dunn. And he was one of those dudes that had the dreads coming out the back with that helmet sticking up even higher, where like he had two helmets on. And all he was in there was a block.
Kirk, we heard you on with our morning show a few times.
Yeah.
What's your gut tell you about this game, man?
49ers got to win. They got to win. They need to win. This is the quest for 6?
Yeah.
They got to tie the Steelers and the Patriots.
Lost the last 2.
They got to win this one.
Why will they? If they're going to win, what is going to happen?
They just got to beat themselves. They're the better team on paper. They are the much better team on paper.
What's been going on with this defense? The run fits. Tell me what have you seen?
We're trying to figure it out, man.
What have you seen the last couple weeks, the last 2 weeks defensively? What has happened?
They want to go get sacks and not stop the run.
Is that a little discipline?
When you traded for Chase Young, what were you trading for? For him to be a run stopper?
Set the edge.
Like, no, y'all wasn't. He wasn't traded to set the edge. He came here to do what? Create havoc on the quarterback. We needed somebody opposite Nick Bosa who was getting double and triple team. And so what happens? The 49ers had to stop the run. Everybody said, let's make them earn it. And it took about a half in each game, but they fixed it. They fixed it.
Will they be able to play half of football on Sunday and win?
You just don't want it close at the end. You don't give Mahomes an opportunity at the end. We've seen what it looks like. He can make things happen. But the 49ers are the better team. They got a better running attack. Wow. They got a better tight end. They got a better receivers. Travis Kelce's been good in the playoffs, but George Kittle all season long, man. You know what it is.
But how do you? Okay, so tell me, how would you try to defend Travis Kelce because of the way they move him? It's not he's lined up behind the tight end.
Correct.
You got him in trips. He's behind, still in the backfield, and he's got 2 receivers blocking away, so they won't let you man him. And then it's an option route. They're playing backyard football, so he's a chain mover. How do you stop Kelce?
I don't want to stop him. I want him to get the catches, right? It's the same thing if we watch the Warriors. I want Steph to go for 40, but I'm not going to let Clay go for 25, right? I'm not going to let Kuminga go for 25 or 20, right? I'm not going to let that second player, that third player go out. Travis Kelce's a Hall of Famer, so you're not going to stop the dude. But if you let Rashee Rice get 4 catches, 80 yards, you let Valdez-Scantling catch 2 or 3 passes on 3rd down to keep the chains moving, you let Noah Gray on the outside make a catch or 2, that's where the Chiefs, we never look at the end stat sheet and we look at and we say, oh, Travis Kelce had a pretty good game. But if you look at the other guys, when they have great games, the offense is wide open. So it's never about, Travis is going to get his. Like, let's just be real.
Agree, he can't stop him.
You can't stop him. Like, that's just Travis Kelce. Him and Mahomes got this thing that they've had for a very long time. So if the game is on the line, you already know he's going to 87.
Kirk, man, thank you so much for stopping by.
Appreciate it. Guys,
Kirk Morrison played for 3 teams, Oakland, Buffalo, and Jacksonville. He's nice enough to join us, Kirk Morrison. He came courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson guest line. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson, and Lorenzo Neal. Next hour, you can get in with your prediction. You want to make a prediction on Sunday's game, you can do that at 888-957-9570. And don't forget, it's a Football Friday. That means it's presented by Flag and Anthem.
This weekend, Lucky guarantees victory because we have big game deals that will dominate your watch party. Mix and match select varieties of soda or party-sized Frito-Lay chips. They're buy 2, get 3 free of equal or lesser value. Limit 1 offer. Find everything you need to win the watch party at Lucky.
We are ready.
Run that play until the other team is saying no mas.
Kettlestick Shasky, baby, let's go.
We're so ready, we're getting delirious.
You are going to have to throw the ball beyond the numbers, and you're going to have to stretch the field. And Brandon Ayuk is going to run the double move, except this time, you're not blocking with Tyler Kraft.
Faithful, it's almost here.
baby! Let's go!
Don't miss a minute of the craziness on 95.7 The Game.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears. Well, now that we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, including all my favorite super secret hiding spots. So I can kill time in here by streaming my shows and... Ha! Found ya. The heck?
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson, and Lorenzo Neal joining you from Las Vegas. 2 days, 2 hours, 26 minutes, and 7 seconds. That courtesy of the San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock. And that's how long it will be before these two teams kick off on Sunday in the big game. And it's 1 o'clock. We got another hour or so left. I made my prediction. I'm picking the Niners to win 23-21. Guru's got Niners 28-20. Do you feel comfortable giving a prediction, or do you want to take the easy way out?
No, I look at this game, guys, two facets. People, I don't think this is going to be a high-scoring game. I think that you look at Kansas City, and I think that you think that they're capable of scoring maybe 3 to 2 touchdowns. So I'm going to give them the benefit of doubt and say 3. So, and I think the Niners are going to score 3 to 4 touchdowns. So I think somewhere like 24-21. I think that it'll be a 3-point game either side, but I'm quite sure if you tell me, you say, tell me who's winning this game. I think 49ers, Kurt Morrison said what I've been saying. Me and Guru's had some conversations on and off the air, and I said, Guru, who's got a better team? You said the Niners. You told me that, but you said, but Mahomes count for 2 or 3, so that's the X factor. And I said, I agree with you. I wasn't disputing or disagreeing with you, but I think that the Niners have a better team. And I know the last couple of weeks, would we be having this conversation if we didn't see what we saw the last couple of weeks? If the Niners would have done, what we know that they're capable of and played better football, would this conversation be that way? And that, for me, that's why I think the Niners, like you said, Kurt said, hey, look, you brought in a guy that's a pass rusher, that's supposed to be this pass rusher, and he has not been. But you brought Chase in to disrupt pass rusher and do stuff. So teams have been running. So you put the pressure on a lot of other guys. We got to see Armstead and Gravedigger. A lot of guys got to create a new line of scrimmage. Because if you create a line of scrimmage, meaning that if you can get Armstead to penetrate 1 yard up the field and other guys just a half yard up the field, now you got to realize the running back's got to bevel down. Now he's got to come back, and now he's got to go back. Now you have the pressure of everyone pursuit. You can't let him just say, create a new line of scrimmage. Now if he has a run in the back and you create a new line of scrimmage, now you got to realize he's running on the other side of the ball before he makes a cut. So if you got guys at different levels as the defenders, one's 2 yards in the backfield, one's a yard in the backfield, now the running back's got to get it. Now he's got to bevel back. Now he's got to step back in. So now you disrupt the timing. Now when you make him bubble back, now the defensive end has crashed. Now you're making him cut back into the 3 technique. So when you have disruptive and you make them create a new line of scrimmage, it messes up your run track, it messes up the run design, it messes up the timing. But when you don't and you let them push off the line of scrimmage, now the running back can stay on his track, and now when he gets to the hole, it's slow to and fast through. So now if he's pushing up the line of scrimmage and now the defensive line is back off the line. Now, once he gets to the hole, now he can make a cut and he's on the second level. And it's a guaranteed 3 to 4 yards. So that is the biggest deal. Wow. The Niners have to create a new line of scrimmage on different levels to make the running back bevy and do different things to cause the pursuit to get to him.
Love it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson, and Lorenzo Neal joining us. And we are live from Las Vegas and the big game kicking off on Sunday. Guru, now, are you going to the game? Or you?
Yes. So,
okay, so you're going to be in attendance.
Yeah, I'm going to be in attendance. I'm excited about, going to Super Bowl and being able to come down on the field after the game and go into the locker room and interview some of the guys and just have those conversations, those vivid moments. And I want that confetti to come down, and I want it to be, the right color. I want it to be the Niners. I mean, I want to see Cal Juszczyk. I see a fullback get a ring. I want to see these guys, Big Trent, who's played so long in this league, that's going to be a first ballot Hall of Fame. Man. You want to see this guy get
for Kyle to get it.
You want Cal to get a Super Bowl. You want him not to live in his father's footsteps. You understand that his dad has been integral in this game plan and helping him out. You want to see him just be able to get the monkey off his back, being to a Super Bowl, taking Atlanta to the Super Bowl, taking the Niners to the Super Bowl. It's time for him to turn that page. You want him to kick down this door. There's a lot of guys on this team, Freddie, one of these guys. This team says one thing. If I'm in that locker room and I'm giving a speech, it's simple for me. It's like, guys, I'm not going to sit here and yell to you guys. I'm not going to sit here and try to rah-rah. We got to know this for ourselves. Look, guys, I'm in my last year. I'm Juszczyk. I don't know if I'm coming back here next year. I don't know if I'm going to be in this league next year. This is my 12th, 13th year as a fullback. I don't know. You know, we don't know who's going to be a free agent. You know what, Chase? You're playing for your contract next year. We brought you on team. We don't know if we're going to be here. But right now, we're a band of brothers that have one opportunity, one last game. One last game to get it right. Guess what, guys? That team over there, they just won a Super Bowl last year. They've been in this show. We have not. This is the last time for us to get it right. You know what, guys? We all might go our separate ways, but how are we going to be remembered right now? We're going to be going against this. You know what, Purdy? No one gives you a chance. We're going to be going against the greatest quarterback they're saying of all times in Mahomes, who's projected to be. Who are we? We're the Niners. Give us a chance. We should believe that we can win this game. Everybody is going to believe in us except us. That's what this is about. This is not a rah-rah. This is like us right now, the men in this room. We're here, guys. It wasn't pretty. The last couple weeks hasn't been pretty, but we're here. Are we going to take advantage of this situation, this moment, this 60 minutes against a team that's already been here? We should want this more than them.
I love it. And you know what? You got me thinking, Steiny, of Trent Williams on the last drive against the Green Bay Packers. A lot of times I think these guys are machines and computers, no feelings. Trent Williams told the huddle before they embarked on that drive, like, you know, this is their, like, for some of them, it was going to be their last time together, you know, this version of the team. And I thought to myself, here I am watching the game.
Go back a little more. I missed it. Tell me about that a little bit.
Trent Williams was just going around the huddle saying, we got to get this done. This might be our last game together, collectively. And I'm sitting there like, you know, from a TV vantage point, they're machines. They don't. But for him to look around and say that, like, you know, just talking about the finality, the possibility of them not scoring and losing the game, I'm like, damn. And to hear you say that, I thought of that.
Hey, man, dude, that's powerful because it became.
But it tells you what Trent's thinking.
It's just, and that's why it's great, guys. That I love being coming because it validates the stuff that because you're in that moment where Big Trent's saying, look, guys, we got to go down and score on this drive. This may be the last time we're together. This moment right now, here it is. And that's why it's important that this week that it's been that team, that bond, that you've engraved that in your mind. That team over there, you can say what they want. Kansas City is happy to be here. No one thought they would be here. Everyone talked about the 49ers.
I had them in the coffin after they lost at home to the Raiders.
Exactly. And Mahomes upset, mad when they lost to Buffalo, all the screaming, all the stuff that happened. You said, but no one thought they'd be here. And now they're here. They said, guys, Kansas City said, guys, we're here. Why not us? We got here. No one thought we can be here. That's how Kansas City's mindset is. The Niners people thought they'll be here. So now it's like, look, guys, that team over there, They didn't think they'd be here. Now they're playing with house money. But you know what, guys? They're going to be. They won it twice. Wow. No. They won it twice. But now Kansas City's like, we're here, guys. We got this. We have to believe we can beat this.
Can I ask you a personal question, Lo? On the real, man? Because it's just been a blast being around you. And I don't want to speak for, you know, what you got going on in your life because your family, man, I get it. But I just think it's sad that you don't coach and give what you've been sharing with us to these dudes that play in the league that I'll say you mastered and know what it takes. Is that in your future coaching, Lo?
You know what?
I'm for real.
No. Honestly, Goot, that's a great question because I've thought about it a bunch of different times. My son, you know what? His son, he's like, Dad, what the hell are you doing? Why don't you coach? Why don't you go give this back? Because you know so much about the game. You know how to relate to the young, older players. He said, what are you doing? And for me, man, because I know the burden and I know how heavy it could be, I choose because I would get so engulfed and so enwrapped in these guys' lives. And I think that I don't know if I can handle it because I know I've been there and I've seen it, and it's like it's hard to let people crash and burn. It's hard when I see a guy underachieving. It's hard to say, golly, and you know, and I've had those opportunities to pull guys up and say, look, man, you got this. You know, you listen to Chuck Liddell. This dude probably doesn't fight in the UFC. I mean, he's telling you. I go up to him and I said, man, dude, I'm telling you. He said, Lo, you think so? I said, Chuck, I know you could do this. You could be a great fighter. You need to get in this UFC, and you need to do this. He talks about it in his book. I mean, this is a guy that, I've seen Drew Brees. We're playing against Chicago Bears, and I'm Marty Schottenheimer say, hey, man, AJ just gave me the call. I'm going to give you one more series, and we're going to go with the young fella. They want me to go put in Phillip Rivers. This is Drew Brees, and I see Drew Brees on the sideline. I'm there. I said, looked at him, walk up to him. I said, what are you doing? I said, we believe in you. You have what it takes. I said, now just lead. We know what you got. Lead. All right, Lo. I start playing catch with him. We're on the side. Dude, I don't think anything of that. 10 years later, he writes a book talking about the pivotal point in time of his life.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm talking about,
and
man.
When he says, man, Lo come up to me and tell me, and this is in his book, that when, that kind of trajectory have changed him. So I appreciate that, Goo. So
that's a compliment, man.
By the way, special thanks to Circa. Good event last night at the Circa Hotel. And,
beautiful hotel, by the way. Unbelievable.
If you're in Vegas and you want to watch the game on Sunday, you should check it out there with their swim club with the sports book. It's
amazing.
It's
we
pretty
came
sweet.
out here August. His daughter accompanied us. My niece Grace. It was us three. Circa had us. Stoney, can you share with us? Take your time. What you thought we were going to embark on in Radio Row and what it actually was? Because I'm having a blast, but I'm curious. You've been locked in.
What do you mean?
Just like the
atmosphere, the environment.
Yeah, it didn't get you. Like not that you were nervous, but the enormity of the stage. Well, you tapped into it. You touched it.
Thank you. No, this area is great for people watching, and you can do two things at once. You can do a show, and then here's what I've done a lot this week. Lo will turn around, see somebody, and be like, "Hey, what's up, my man?" And I'll go to Evan. Who's that?
There you go.
Who's that? And you know what? Evan knows most of them, but there were a couple. I didn't know the fighter. The
Chuck Liddell?
No, the
karate guy.
You said you didn't. Last name's hard to pronounce.
He does. Okay.
NFL Network.
The text line, hit us up. Akabono, his brother played for Green Bay. Now he played in the Warrior, where they have people go on the show and they do the Ultimate Challenge.
He's got a hard last name.
He does a morning show. Text line, hit the text line. Tell us who the guy we're talking about. He does a lot of he does some different shows. He does a morning show, and he was on.
Good dude.
Yeah. So text line, they know who we're talking about.
Played with the Raiders for a little bit.
Played for the Raiders, played for the Chargers, but the American Gladiator Warriors, where the people challenge. He's the announcer for that challenge thing that guys on. So he does that American Challenge deal. The people go and challenge and go over the swim. They jump over the racks and all that stuff. Yeah.
Lo, you didn't give your MVP though. You gave a prediction. You didn't give an MVP.
Yeah, I think the MVP. I think it's two guys that offensively it's going to either be Debo or McCaffrey. Kittle has an outside shot. I think defensively, I think if you look at it, I think it's either Nicky Bosa or Fred Warner, or it could possibly be a DB. But it's
Mooney Ward.
It's gonna So those are mine. Who is it? Who they give
it's
it to? Akbar. Thank you.
Jaja.
It's hard to say his name.
Mila.
Yeah, that's right.
Mila.
That's a F. I tried.
Akbar Baja.
Told you that text line, though. Text line. See, my description.
Thank you, Hiva. Appreciate that.
Who gave it to us? Who's the text line?
Hiva.
Thanks, Hiva.
Got it right. He got it right. Evan sent me a text, said, whose legacy stands to gain the most with the win? I was actually thinking about this. Whose legacy spikes the most if his team wins?
I'm going to tell you without a doubt, it's one guy, and we know Shanahan, of course, his family is get rid of his dad's legacy. Yeah. But the guy, to me, winning is one way, and no one can say it would be any bigger. I don't care if Mahomes win. Everyone's going to say, God, he's got some future to do. So if he loses, no matter. But I'm going to tell you right now, it's one guy, and it's one guy only, and it's not even close, and it's Brock Purdy. When you look at Brock Purdy, whose legacy is on the line, not his legacy on the line, but what is this guy? This is in his second year, Guru. He hasn't finished the year. Guru, think about who did he beat? You beat the first pick in the draft last week, Detroit Lions, the quarterback. You look who he was. You look at the week before that, who he's beat. Think about this whole year, the quarterbacks that he's beat. And here's the deal. The difference between him and Jimmy G didn't have to throw the ball 30, 40 times. When they played against Minnesota, they threw threw the ball 8 times. When you think about what this guy's had to do, the quarterbacks that he had to go head-to-head with, he's had to throw the ball. I've been over 250 to 300 yards every single game in the playoffs, in spite of having a hard first half. He's taken down first-rounders. He's taken down guys that are talking about future Hall of Famers. You're taking down guys that have been first picks and second and top 5 picks in the draft. This is a guy that's, if he wins this game, you got to say there's going to be a movie.
No, Lo, I totally agree. I think the movie is already written, okay? Yeah. When it comes out is, I believe tied to what's going to happen Sunday. But I love the Brock Purdy story, and I want him to win for the simple fact I can get my popcorn, sit back, and see how people are going to try, guys, to deny him his credit, okay? And then who he beat on the other side, the quarterback, what you just said, is incredible. He'll be the third on that list of Brady, Burrow, and now Brock Purdy. But, Lo, you can't ignore the rat on the table brought to you by Atco. The fact that Kyle, without Brock Purdy, he's on his 6th or 7th life in regard to being close to having that ring. So it's more, to me, imperative for Kyle to show the world. And you're right, Stan, he's 44. He's young. All that is right. But if we watch another chapter, guys, of Kyle Shanahan getting close and not getting it, there's more pressure to me there than any on Brock Purdy, who Niner fans don't want to hear this, could make a case. The fact that he got your ass here and got you to the NFC Championship last year, and in 2 years, I'm playing with house money. Like, the monkey is on Kyle's back in the sense that he's lost multiple NFC Championship games and a Super Bowl, and I'll go off in the sunset with this. Up 10 where I believe they should have already won, Lo.
Here's and we've been going back and forth in this. So I made a list of some coaches because Guru's monkey on the back. Kyle, big,
but not fired.
I know. Right. But I'm looking at Matt LaFleur. All right, Matt LaFleur. He coached five years. He's been in Green Bay for 5 years, right?
Yep.
They made the playoffs 4 times.
Yeah.
Okay, and they're 3-4 in the 3-4 of the postseason.
Right.
Okay, we got Sean McDermott.
Yeah.
5 playoff appearances in 6 years, and they're 5-6.
Yeah.
All right, so they won a couple of the losses. Zach Taylor.
Yeah.
He's already been there twice, and he's got 5-2 in the My point is like, well, all these guys got monkeys on their backs.
But those are regular, no shade at those are regular coaches.
They made the play. No, they're not. They're in the playoffs.
No, to
Matt
me,
LaFleur's been in the playoffs 4 out of 5 years, which is a higher percentage than Kyle Shanahan with the Niners.
You wouldn't take any one of those coaches
I don't know
you just mentioned over Kyle.
That's what I don't know.
Oh, well, I know.
That's what I don't know.
I know.
That's what I'm not ready to say.
I think give Kyle that credit and still say.
Well, I think we're saying that because we are in the Bay. And Kyle, we've seen Kyle.
We're in the Bay, but we watch the NFL.
Yeah, well,
every team's our team. We get all this information.
If Kyle Shanahan doesn't win it this year, and next year the Bills win it, and it's McDermott, he'll be a better coach than Shanahan. It's just the way people look at it.
And here's the thing, Goo. Here's what I'm going to ask you something, Goo. Look at this. Now I'm going to ask you, in your opinion, because I'm believing it or not, I'm kind of with you. So when you think about this, Goo, if Kyle Shanahan was in Buffalo with Josh Allen, and he's been there, would you say, bigger monkey? He's got Josh Allen. See what I'm saying? So I understand what you're...
That's interesting.
Think about if he's in Buffalo with that talent, with that quarterback, how would you view it?
I would think Josh might have one by now.
That's my point. So, but if he hasn't, that's what I'm saying. When you look at McDermott, he has had way more of a guy that everyone talks about. He's got that guy. You put Josh in Baltimore because he can run. I'm not saying he's better than Lamar Jackson, but he can run and he can throw a little better than Lamar. He probably wins that game. But so I look at it differently because when you look at Kyle Shanahan, you can say this. Now, I think Atlanta, when he was with the Falcons, I think he should win that game. But when he
wasn't the head coach, but I get you.
But so he wasn't. So when you talk about when you look at it, Jimmy G couldn't make those. So Jimmy G's not a starter in this league. Jimmy G will never be a starter. He's not unless someone get hurt.
Kyle's brilliance showed I don't need a Josh Allen to get to the biggest stage, and he's doing it again.
But that's true. So that's why you're saying, don't you think that your expectations are skewed because how good of a coach is? When you got a guy not even completed 2 years. Last year you got a guy that ripped his muscle so they didn't get in the Super Bowl. it was no fault. It was just an injury. Then now this year, you got a guy hasn't even played 2 full years, and look what he's been able to do as a coach to get him in. But he's got a quarterback that if this was this quarterback's 5th year, if this is Purdy's 5th year, then I would say because now you got your quarterback. He doesn't got 2 seasons.
No doubt.
So when you're looking at this, that's why I'm thinking the biggest story in the book, the storybook is Purdy, because with Coach, I think that people would every year, the last 5 years, this guy's been in the playoffs. When you look at Shanahan.
But what about what Baldy told us yesterday? And it's not a bad thing, Steiny, but because you asked the question, who would this ring mean more to in regard to their legacy? Baldy just asked a question. Had I been at the bar just having dinner? There's no shade in that. When's Kyle going to kick in the door? That's
How about this? Maybe when he gets a better quarterback.
But would that be fair for me to say a 2-year player and Brock Purdy lost the Super Bowl and NFC Championship game? I wouldn't say there's a monkey on the young kid's back that fast.
I'm just saying if I want to take Lowe's side, I could say, you know what? Lowe's right. Like, why should there be a monkey on Shanahan's back? He's been able to get to the Super Bowl twice, without really even a quarterback.
By choice, by their choice.
Well, but he's not. But
they Jimmy Garoppolo, they signed. Like, let's not act like it's.
So getting Garoppolo to the Super Bowl was unbelievable. It's like, I'm not holding it against Kyle Shanahan because Garoppolo didn't win a Super Bowl. I'm giving him unbelievable credit
for
Garoppolo being able to get there.
So am I.
So that's not a monkey.
But I don't think.
That means he's overachieving. That means that
I don't think that's fair to say I'm going to give a guy.
We just said Garoppolo's not a starting
for
quarterback.
Getting to the Super Bowl, and then because you call bad plays on the last drive of the game to win the game, now I'm going to point to Evan and say, oh, you're the reason I didn't win. I don't think that's fair.
Yeah,
look how that game played out in 2019 and tell me Jimmy Garoppolo lost him that game more so than Kyle's ability to go away from the run.
A lot of people would say
that. A lot of people are back what I'm saying.
Right, I'd say it's half and half.
I got you.
Okay.
And to your thing,
so
you got
Kyle Shanahan took a horse bleep quarterback. He stinks. We've been laughing at Jimmy Garoppolo now for 3 years. Guess what? He got to a Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, I'm not saying, wow, that adds to a monkey on this guy's back. I'm saying, no coach could have even gotten the 49ers to a Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo. And who knows? Maybe we'll be saying the same thing about Brock Purdy in 5 years if he's just an average quarterback 5 years from now. I don't know what he's going to be. And we're going to be like, do you realize Kyle Shanahan got 2 teams to the Super Bowl with quarterbacks that were just okay?
When he got to the Super Bowl, who was his receiver they went out and trade for?
Emmanuel Sanders.
And in the Super Bowl,
I got you, Lo.
And in the Super Bowl, who was the receiver wide open in the end zone got overthrown to?
Emmanuel.
So you went out and made a trade, head coach, his design, for a player that he thought that could help them get to a place that no one thought that they was capable of getting to, with a quarterback who was just an average quarterback or below average, who probably won't be a starter in this league again. Everyone said that you ran the ball 40-some times and only let him throw the ball 8 times in an NFC Championship game because you weren't comfortable. And then in the Super Bowl, you dial up a play that you think that this guy can do. You have the perfect play. You get your receiver running the right route. Your quarterback has a wide open guy in the end zone and he overthrows. In spite of they should have ran the ball more, he made a play that he made a call to understand the defense was playing single high safety, and he misses a layup. So, yes, I think that Kyle Shanahan wants to get this muck out. And I agree with you, and I understand what you're saying. If they would have been running the ball more in the second half, maybe you don't have to be in that situation. But in spite of, he called the play, beautifully called play that would have won that football game, and your quarterback missed a layup, a wide open layup at that. Kyle Shanahan has pressure, like you said, but I'm just saying, who's it mean? If you're this quarterback, Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, that's going against arguably, like you said, right now probably the 3rd greatest quarterback when you look at it. Okay, Joe Montana, Brady, and now people talking about this Patty Mahomes kid. And you've already taken down 2 first-round quarterbacks, and now you haven't even played 2 full seasons. Last year, you're in NFC Championship, but you tear up your arm, and and so your team was out of it. Now this year, you bounce back, and you find a way to get back to this NFC Championship, find a way to win in spite of, and now this guy's playing against Patty Mahomes, and he finds a way to beat Mahomes. I think kudos to Cal. I think that you say, man, Cal Shanahan, but you got to say, Brock Purdy, my God, kid. Look at what this guy.
It's enormous.
This is enormous. It's bold. But I'm with you. But it's enormous. Both for both.
All right. When we come back, more Low Neal, more Darryl the Guru Johnson, more Matt Steinmetz. It's a Football Friday presented by Flag and Anthem.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. Lorenzo Neal also in the house. We're in Las Vegas. We are 2 days, 1 hour, 55 minutes, and 9 seconds away from kickoff. That courtesy of the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Countdown to kickoff clock also coming up in about 10, 15 minutes. What's bugging you? Presented by Atco. We'll be doing that with Lowe and Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
Good look, Steiny, by the way.
Yeah,
good look.
gotcha.
I owe Steiny. I just got to tell you, Guru, and he was talking about Chris Herring. I was like, God, I don't remember him, but he played fullback with the Niners, like you said. Played with played over with Cincinnati with the Bengals. And it's interesting because you watch these fullbacks, and it's crazy because we didn't make a lot of money, but they're entrepreneurs. And this guy just bought Fathead.
Oh,
so
wow.
he bought that. Yeah, so I've been talking with the fullbacks, and remember the fullback came up from played with Patriots. Yeah. Thank you, Goo. And I've been talking already to Mike Allside and those guys, and we're going to make a tournament, make fullbacks great again. And so we're going to have a fullback tournament. Only it's going to be fullbacks. I
love that.
It's only going to be fullbacks, and it's
a golf tournament.
A golf tournament. So Steiny,
what about spectate? Like
you're going to be a part. Steiny, can you let me finish before you just come poo on my stuff? God, dog. I mean, Dipper, are you there? Goo, you already in. But Steiny, I was trying to set it all up when we have.
I just want things so fast. Right.
I know, because Steiny, the pairing party that night, because we're going to get Moose Johnson already said he'd be in with me. So I got all these fullbacks ringing. And then, so now, Goo, of course you would be there. But Steiny, with the pairing party, like Steiny, because Steiny's good at, intermingling with guys and intermingling with guys and getting guys
Work
going.
in the room.
Work in the room. Okay, this fullback, who's going to be, and you pairing those things up. I think it's going to be, I'm telling you, it's going to happen. It's going to happen this year, within a year. We're setting this thing up.
There it is.
Moving forward with this.
We're going to do it. I'm a good icebreaker. Like, I'd go up to Allstott, and I'd be like, hey, Mike, you don't even belong here.
Exactly.
You're running. You're a halfback, dude. You're not even a fullback. You shouldn't even be here, Allstott. Come on, man.
I want one thing to go back to, Lo, is what Steiny said about McDermott. Steiny, I need you to know, I'm looking you in your eyes, I need you to know, let's just say McDermott or any other coach got a ring before Kyle. I can make the argument, I think the coach that doesn't have the ring is a better coach, but it's like big bank take little bank. The one that has the ring is got to go first.
Okay, so don't let McDermott win it next year.
Yeah, no, but when that hit me when you said
Zach
that,
Taylor.
he was talking about McDermott. If McDermott somehow, let's just say, Kyle, they don't get it done Sunday, McDermott wins it next year, Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Whatever coach, forget how I feel. If they got the hardware, that supersedes anything that I think. And you know what? I think Lowe's a better coach than Steiny, but Steiny's got a ring. That ring supersedes all, man. I could feel that way, but I'm letting you know that's how much a chip means to me. So rings come first. You can believe and say, you got, but if you cash that chip and that's all that Kyle that's all he has left. At 44 years old, dude, the dude's accomplished so much.
I know, Goo.
Check this box. He's man. It's about how many.
But you know what, Goo? And here's this is why. And I think I can be biased, and you can talk me off this ledge, Steiny and you and Goo, because I'm biased because I hear that statement, and it's like I never won a Super Bowl. And I feel that I'm capable. I feel that I was the best blocking back. I feel if I was with Emmett, we won. But it's like it's not fair. It's like so sometimes these coaches might not have the right stuff. So it's like how do you that's the part that, and I think that's why I think I'm on that. Do I have enough? Am I playing quarterback? Can I really influence the game that much? I can block and change the game. We want the run game. Mm-hmm. I promise you. I could change the run game. I know that. I could have a huge impact on the run game because I want you to run behind me, guys do their job. But as a quarterback or as a coach, so when you say if it means a Super Bowl, you mean to tell me LaDainian Tomlinson, if he wasn't capable of being a running back in the Super Bowl and putting up huge numbers? So it didn't happen. So it's just like, it's hard for me.
I think it's different from player to coach, too.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Because, the coaches aren't running 40s or the strong. You know what I mean, Steiny?
I'm kind of with Lowe. Like, when I look at I'll use a basketball guy, and he's a guy that sometimes evokes emotion, but Chris Paul. Don't tell me Chris Paul's not less of a champion than some guys that have rings. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. Somebody's got to. I don't want to use Curry because he's great.
Robert
but just,
Horry.
You know it, is that true?
I get it. Chris Paul's gone 18 years. He's never won a title. But don't tell me he's not a champion or less of a champion than somebody who is a champion who might have just been on a great team. The guy, as long as we're looking at coaches, the one name that popped up for me is if the Chiefs win this game, where does Andy Reid soar in terms of the coaching? I mean, at that point,
he's up there,
it's
man.
Belichick and it's Reid and Lombardi maybe and Chuck Noll. I mean, what Andy Reid has done since he's left Philly, you want to talk about change the conversation.
Yeah, and that's what's tough about it for me, guys, because I'm going to be biased again. I'm going to play Homer, and you know where I'm going with this, Goo. Is a great late Marty Schottenheimer. Yeah. I mean, here's a guy that's been in the NFC Championship. Yeah. Biner doesn't fumble the ball. If the receiver makes that block, Biner walks in the end zone. Cleveland, they're going to the Super Bowl. Kansas City.
I hope you know I understand that.
So it's like, but now Marty's going down, in rest in peace. I think he's a Hall of Fame coach. And then you have coaches say, well, he's not a Hall of Fame because he didn't win the Super Bowl. My God, this is one of the most winningest coaches. And just because you didn't get that, that explanation point on the top, it's like, God, do you? I don't know. So,
And Marty didn't get to a Super Bowl too, Lo.
Right.
You wonder if that has something to do with the two not getting to the game. He got close, but I'm talking about coaching in that actual game.
Yeah.
I feel like
that makes sense.
I mean, if you want to make a list of the, rank the coaches, who's the best, you can, Andy Reid. Well, he got 2 Super Bowls. But like, if you're telling me, Stein, who do you think's a better coach, Shanahan or McDermott? I'd say probably Shanahan. But if you'd say, okay, so it's Shanahan or Zach Taylor, I'd be like, you know what? I don't know. I get it. He's only coached 3 years, but
he's been to the Super Bowl.
If Kyle Shanahan loses Sunday, Zach Taylor's got a higher winning percentage in the postseason than Kyle Shanahan. So, I don't know about Zach Taylor, but
okay. So I'm gonna ask you guys a question. So, Steiny, because I want you guys. I want to stay in that sphere, just where you're at. You look at Andy, you say, okay, now where do you put Andy? Okay, because he's winning. If he wins another third Super Bowl, but then I want you to look at the same sphere and you say, okay, who is the greatest coach? Is it Belichick? But now, okay, if Shanahan wins, is Belichick the greatest coach, and why is he the greatest coach? But where's Tom Brady? So take Tom Brady off that team. Does Belichick have these Super Bowls? Take Mahomes.
The Brock Purdy stuff, about product of the system.
But this is my point. This is the point that I'm trying to make when you're talking about these coaches. You're talking about Andy Reid. Take Mahomes off. How many does Andy Reid win? You guys are saying that this arguably be the greatest quarterback. Now take the freaking Tom Brady. You guys are saying this is going to be the greatest quarterback. So now if you don't have him, would we having this conversation about Belichick? What Super Bowl did he win when we won with Bill Parcells? But who did he win when he didn't have Brady? So I'm asking you guys, so when you guys are saying this.
I put Parcells on that list, actually.
Exactly. He won it with just the guy at quarterback, Hostetler. So this is the point. So now I think when you look at one more before I get out of here. So now when I look at Shanahan, that's why I think he's even greater, because he's doing it with just the guy in Purdy.
Yeah. All right, we come back. What's bugging you? Courtesy of Atco on 95.7 The Game. We'll be joined by Willard and Dibbs. Don't go anywhere.
The biggest day in football is right around the corner, and we've got the ultimate game plan. Head to flagandanthem.com and use the code GAME, GAME, to score 25%.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson, Lorenzo Neal. We are joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. It's a crossover, and we've got some time issues today because we got to catch a flight. But
man, don't catch no flight. Stay with me, Daddy.
I'm going to start
please,
out.
Lo, you ain't said that all week.
Stay here, Daddy.
No, go
Come
ahead.
on, Daddy.
Confirmation number, please. I'm sorry. I want to check this now because I don't buy it. What time's your flight? What time's your flight?
They stand up to Willard. Steiny's scared of Willard. We don't know why. Stand up to him and tell him what
time's the flight?
Stand up, Willard.
Thank you, Ludacris.
I know, boy.
Timmy told me, guys. Tim, you know Tim doesn't like.
We got to get to the port.
Tim said 4 o'clock. Hey, Steiny went toe to toe with Chuck Liddell today, the Iceman.
Oh man,
you guys, Dibs, did you see what Dibs? Did you see it, Dibs? Did you see it?
I listened to it on my drive-in, and I had a little bit of PTSD. And somebody even on Twitter said to me, they're like, "Oh, Dibs, you're lucky you're not there." And I was like, I don't remember why. And then it came back where you would bet me. Yes. You said, was it Chuck Liddell with one hand or no hands?
It was one hand. No hands.
It was Chuck Liddell, no hands against me in a fight. And Lowe's like, I'm taking Chuck all day and twice on Sunday.
What did you say, Willie?
One time, I take Chuck all day.
With no hands. So Chuck agreed to tie his arms up with the belt.
You kick him in the head one time.
And Dibs, where'd you go? Where you standing?
That's incredible. If that's man, just to think about that.
Dude, so Lolo, I'm listening to my drive-in, and Steiny's trying to get in and like reset the bit, and I know it's Stinky, and you guys are doing the whole thing, and Stink's doing all he can not to swear, and I'm like, who is that gravelly voiced other guy? I'm like, who is this guy? I was thinking to myself, like, who is this nobody? And then somebody's like, Chuck Liddell, and I had like a pit in my stomach, and I almost called in sick. Wow. And I'm 1,000 miles away from y'all because I was remembering that bit when you were like, and you and Fortenbaugh both were cackling and laughing.
Wow. And Chuck came in, Chuck came in hotter than he was today. You guys know what I'm saying. Yeah. Chuck is always a little extra, but he was feeling no pain, and he really was going to fight Dibs. He's like, and Chuck was, partied all night, and he's like, what? Okay, I'll try. And Dibs is like, this is really happening, and Fortenbaugh, we're pounding on.
Oh, man.
Dibs is looking like, oh, Lord.
Dude,
Lo,
scared.
are you doing this to me?
All the red came out my face.
It was so bad that I had to take Dibs to get ice cream later. Me and him had to get ice cream.
I wish I could deny that. He gave me a double scoop because I know Lowe's good like that. The other one, Lo, just real quick while we make it about me and you, is remember when you were going to have the Russian slap champion come in and slap the taste out my mouth?
Yes.
And now we have like the slap thing is like sanctioned now in like 5 states.
Yes.
And your boy Dana White is like the king of the slap.
Oh yeah. I did this. I do remember. And
dude, you were ahead of the curve.
I was ahead of the curve. How about what about the one? What about our guy who's a little bipolar, unbelievable guy? Played with the Niners, played with the Cowboys. Unbelievable. No, what's his name? Dibs, help me out.
Alden Smith.
No, played with the Cowboys, played with the Niners. He was a Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer. Charles Haley, yes.
Okay, little bipolar is my favorite phrase. That's incredible. The guy is a little bipolar.
Willie, just a touch. Willie, Dibs, give him a tip. Dibs, give him a little bit. Tell him about that story, Dibbers.
Well, that was Fortenbaugh who was coming at Charles Haley.
We put Fortenbaugh. We put Charles Haley.
Dude, he put him in checkmate.
He made Joe. You know Joe's a pistol. Joe, he punked Joe. Charles Haley had Joe ready to go to church and just Putin wiggle.
Yeah. Shout out Putin.
Wow.
A little bit of a Russian reference there.
Let's get into what's bugging you, presented by Atco Pest Control. I'll go first. I'll tell you what's bugging me is a prisoner of the moment.
What?
Prisoner of the moment. We got a Super Bowl on Sunday. We'll get another one next year. There'll be another one after that. Kyle Shanahan's got plenty of opportunity to get this thing done. There it is.
What the hell was that?
What's bugging you?
What's bugging you?
What's bugging you?
People who are prisoners to the moment. And act as though
this life will not go on after the Super Bowl when everybody will have another chance at it in another couple of years.
Way to strike the tone of the day, Steiny. That was great.
Dibs, what do you think about that?
Awesome. Man, I want to run through a wall for you now, Steiny.
I'm going to
tell you what.
His hip hurt, guys. His hip hurt. He's got a his hip hurt.
New show name for you guys, Guru and the Kool-Aid Man. Like, wow.
Willard, don't watch the game. Just turn it off.
I am excited now.
Hey, I've been around a lot of people. Mom born in Mississippi, father East Texas. I have respect. And I would like when somebody like myself holds the door open for another patron that they just say a polite thank you. Mm-hmm. I have held doors open, guys, and they just, I don't work for you. Just give me a thank you.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something, good? Because this got thrown at me one time, and it stopped me in my tracks years ago. Somebody, a buddy of mine, suggested that holding the door open for a lady is a selfish act.
Oh, what? Please explain.
Because what you're actually going for is that little butterfly that flies through your stomach when the lady looks at you and gives you the nod and says, thank you so much. In other words, if it's truly a selfless act, you just do it and you don't expect anything in return.
Oh, wow.
Now,
So
what if it's an older gentleman, you know?
Well, if you roll that way, that's fine too.
Hey.
Yeah.
Well, mine is, guys, we got to wrap this thing up. Mine is that, you know what?
You really don't.
I don't want to, but this guy's saying he's got to go. They're getting mad right now. Mine is, my gripe is like, when I go play blackjack and I'm playing into the ladies, and then they say, oh, thank you for playing, and they keep taking my money.
Yeah,
come back again. I'm like, and they keep beating me. And I got a 19. Sorry about that. I come back tomorrow. And they beat me like this, and I'm like, what are you doing? That's my gripe.
You took that bath last night, didn't you, Lolo?
Absolutely.
Lolo took that little bathy bath, didn't you?
I took her to the bath, and she said, come back tomorrow. I'll be better to you. I'm like, what are you doing to me? I'm down.
Dude, if I could piggyback that on What's Bugging Me, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, it's the same thing where the dealer, like, you've got 14 and you sit.
Yes!
And she's got a 3, and then it's a face card, and then she hits herself, and it's an 8, and she looks at you and goes, oh. Don't you me. Don't you me.
And then she wipes her hands and goes on break.
Dude, I just lost $25.
I'm going on break.
You're not sad. I'm sad. Yeah, I had another one that was going to be based on Steiny's milk toast prediction.
Wow.
I'm not trying, I just want to make one prediction before you guys go.
Yeah, give it to us.
Brock Purdy will throw a forward pass.
That's a good prediction.
That was hotter than Steiny.
Look at Steiner. He won't even look up.
No, my Steiny prediction is that Kyle Shanahan's going to wear a hat. That's my Steiny prediction. Shanahan's
about to walk.
Shanahan's going to wear a hat. No, let's just go all the way in. That's what's bugging me, Steiny.
What's bugging you?
You, Steiny.
Whoa.
Every day it's something with I got to get out of here. I got to get away from Willard and Dibs. Every day it's one thing or another. When are you just going to hang the freak out? When?
Steiny right now, guys, wants to throw up in his mouth. I mean boom, shots fired.
When are you just going to be a dude and hang out?
Oh, whoa. Why am I being put in the middle of this when all of us have a flight to catch and we all are nervous about it?
Because everyone else's butts are in their seats and their bags are on the ground every day.
To 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit.
What's the worst thing that could happen if you get stuck in Vegas? You stay in Vegas.
I miss my daughter's senior night.
What you got tonight?
Senior night. Okay, no doubt. Yeah, I got a room in case you guys need it. Baltimore Joe Steiny, who you know.
Sure.
He's not going to use his room low because Baltimore didn't quite make it. So if you know anyone who needs a room.
Yes, I need a room.
Yeah, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
No, seriously. Are you serious?
No,
true friend.
I'm dead serious. True friend.
He's your true friend.
True friend.
Dibs, yeah, I'll send you I'll give you $200 for it because I wanted to stay for Guru. I got you. Call
Text
Guru.
me offline. Baltimore Joe would love. You know Baltimore Joe, Lo. He'd love to put you up.
Look, there goes Steiny.
Yeah,
stands up, get the bag on his shoulder, Shows everybody his waistline. Bye-bye.
All right. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Love you.
Night.
All right, Stein.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Grandy, did Steiny do the thing? Did he do the thing? He already did the thing. All right, so we don't need to do the thing?
Yeah.
All right, then let's just do our own thing.
Let's do our own thing, but I can't help but be distracted by the fact that we've got listener royalty in the building.
We really do. Grandpa Daddy is here.
With his baby
with his
girl.
little baby girl.
Yes.
Who is absolutely gorgeous.
My goodness.
And so he's ready. He's ready for the big game. I woke up feeling so ready for the big game. And I mean, honestly, unlock the lines. We want to talk to all of you today. It's a stupid sports radio thing, but days like this come around, if you're lucky, once or twice a decade.
Well, every 4 years around here,
right?
right?
Well, there you go. If you're a lucky fan base, this comes around once or twice a decade, the Friday before the Super Bowl. So let's just get stupid. How you feeling? That's all and let's play. How you feeling? You can answer that any way you want. You want to throw up? You feel uber confident? Somewhere in between? You want to break down the game? You want to just mentally break down yourself? Let's do it. Today's the day. This is our last chance to talk before this Super Bowl finally happens. How y'all feeling?
Yeah, nervous, Mark.
Are you?
More nervous than ever.
See,
yeah.
Do you know what's interesting?
And I've gone from confident back,
right?
I've done the Chris Berman this
all week long.
Yeah.
It's ups, it's downs, it's ups and downs. I wonder what will happen over the weekend. I'm the opposite of you. I woke up today and I'm like, they got this.
We got this.
They freaking got this. Let's go.
God. You and I are passing each other on the Spectre,
well,
on
dude,
the Sphere.
The day you were out, the day you had to stay at home with your fam, and FP was here, I was white as a ghost. I'm like, they're gonna lose. It's like, I think Mahomes does this to you. This is something that like I've almost turned it into an exercise this week. Try to remove from your mind the idea of Patrick Mahomes standing there in the pocket, looking around and dicing you up. Because if you go, okay, how do we stop Mahomes? You can't. You can't if you just make it about him. But here's my message today. It's not just about him. And they didn't carve people up all year at all. The Niners were way more powerful than they were on offense throughout the year. It wasn't even close. Scored 120 more points. That is almost a touchdown and a field goal per game, more than what the Chiefs scored. So this Chiefs team did not carve everybody up, and Mahomes was there for all the games, but they did not just carve everybody up. So there's something that's doable here. The Raiders had defensive scores on back-to-back plays against this guy. It is a team game, and the 49ers, when they're right, have the best team. They do.
Say that again.
The 49ers, and I know, here's the qualification sensation.
That's a buck.
When they're right.
Okay, stop. Cha-ching! Stop right there. Stop what you're doing because I'm about to ruin your quaint little point that you're making on a Friday.
And the style that I'm used to.
Thank you. Yes, you never cease to amaze me, Mark Willard.
One of these days, it'll just stop amazing you.
And I'm estimating 2031.
I got the fever for the flavor.
You do. And, man, shout out Black Sheep with that reference. But I don't know if they are right. And that's where I have to take a pause. And I thought about this yesterday. I was texting with the great Greg Thompson, third grade teacher out in the neighborhood in which I live. And he was asking me about this and that. How do I feel? Love the show, love the stream and all that. And I said, well, when I think about it, it's not Andy Reid against Kyle Shanahan. It's Andy Reid against Steve Wilkes, and it's Shanahan against Spagnuolo.
Yeah, good point.
So Shanahan, Spagnuolo, that's close to me. And I'll give Shanny the nod just because he is the QB whisperer, and he's got the laminated play sheet and all the rest of it. But the other side of it, Andy Reid against Steve Wilkes, that's the one that scares me. And even though, yes, you've seen Kansas City's offense, they're not dynamic, they're not this, they're not that. They have the best player on the field, and they have maybe the second best player on the field, or third or fourth. That'd be Travis Kelce. In terms of the combination, like, geez, I mean, Brock and McCaffrey.
No, they're the most prolific passer touchdown combo in the history of the NFL. Better than Montana to Rice in terms of the number of touchdowns.
And they're both still playing at or near the peak of their I haven't seen any drop off in Travis, and Mahomes is 26? I don't even know how old he is.
He's
26.
older than that.
But geez, I mean, that combo,
still a young man.
What they showed us against Baltimore was, awe-inspiring. They had everything that they wanted and more. So I think about Steve Wilkes. Can Steve Wilkes do what needs to be done to take that away? If you take that away, fine. Isaiah Pacheco, whatever. I'm not as worried about him as I am about Travis and Pat and Travis.
He's going to turn 29 at the end of the summer.
Mahomes?
Yeah.
Oh, he's washed.
Yeah, exactly.
It's over. It's over.
I don't know what this means, but agree or disagree. This whole week, and I don't mean from our perspective, obviously, we're in San Francisco. This whole week, nationally, has felt like it was about the Niners. You notice that? Look around. Look around Radio Row. Look around the national shows. Look around at what other players are even tweeting about, talking about, even the stories that we followed, Sodgate and the fire alarm pull, and Brock Purdy this, Brock Purdy that. The top 5 in the MVP voting come out. There are 2 49ers on it. The whole thing has felt so silent about the Chiefs. Like, go ahead. Your favorite Chiefs moment of the week was? Did one even happen?
Mahomes doing his Kermit the Frog.
Great. Okay. So that's your
right?
signature
Is
of
that
the
it?
week. And I could come up with 20 things that the media latched onto with regard to the 49ers that come in ahead of that. I don't know if this is good, bad. It may not matter at all. It's just something I notice this whole week. And therefore, I believe the view of the NFL observer and participant is that this game's about the Niners. The question everybody wants to know is, are they going to be their best selves? If they are, they're not losing. But mysteriously, sometimes they're not. And it's honestly, right. It's not a great question because there's no way to give a pointed answer to this. You can't do anything but shrug your shoulders. Are the Niners going to be their best selves? I have no idea.
No one knows.
I have no idea. I have no idea sometimes why they're not. But they're healthy. They're ready. They have the roster. They have the this. They have the that. They've got the green check mark next to everything. It just comes down to, are they going to show up and be their best selves? If they are, they win. Period.
Yeah. I mean, put one more period on that and it becomes...
Period.
It becomes a ... And that's where I think we are because they could be their best selves and they could still not win because it comes down to the red zone. And if you don't score in the red zone and the Chiefs do, you're going to lose.
Then that's not your best selves.
Well, I mean, the defense is a team full of paid professionals as well.
Yeah.
And their defense is better than your defense statistically. Mm-hmm. And their defense has the ability to stop you. And I was looking at Warren Sharp earlier today, and he was detailing since week 10 the number of punts produced by each team, and the Chiefs are far and away better. And, the red zone efficiency of the defense and the Chiefs are far and away better. The Niners defense has not been the same really since the bye.
But that's the stuff. But that's the stuff we do since week 10. Why? What?
We can all arbitrarily draw whatever we want to draw.
Yeah. Since yesterday, neither team has scored.
Right. To your point about being their best, I think about the game on Christmas, which was 46 days ago today, and Brock Purdy was not at his best. And in fact, he was at his worst. And that's why he finished not first, not second, not third, but fourth in the MVP.
So
and we
stupid.
can get into that.
I don't want
to get into that. And I told you that he might finish
might finish
behind
McCaffrey,
and
who was
Dak?
third, which is great. Well, that's the stupid one. And that's, for me, I don't want, we can talk about it briefly, but here's the overall point. I couldn't give a rip about any individual awards today. The Niners are in the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Lamar Jackson had a speech yesterday, and none of you saw it because none of you care. I don't care. I know we talked a lot about the MVP. Is it cool? Would it have been cool? Sure. There's no question where you'd rather be. Lamar's got the MVP. Brock's got a game. And you all know which one's more important. So, but if you want to, for 1 minute, I will just say this. Tell me what the rules are so that we can follow them. If two quarterbacks are going to get together for a game and you're going to elevate that head-to-head matchup at such a level that it literally decides the MVP for you, if you're going to do that, then you have to do that consistently. So if Lamar won the MVP because Christmas, then Dak cannot finish 2 spots ahead of Brock Purdy. Dak Prescott hasn't won a game that mattered against a good team since my little kid was like in diapers. I mean, my God, when the hell has Dak Prescott shown up for a big game, checks watch, ever? And you tell me that stuff matters because Christmas night, big game, big stage. Okay, Sunday Night Football, Week 5, you wet the bed. You wet the bed, and Brock Purdy threw, how many touchdown passes did he have in that game? 3, 4, 5? I can't even remember. They won by 32 points, and Dak couldn't get a first down. So if you're going to create that rule in your brain, then use it. Use it. And don't tell me that it was, well, but that was a couple months ago. So what? That game mattered. It mattered a lot, in fact. And there you have it. That's my 2 minutes on the MVP award.
Okay. Well, there's a lot more to it than that. And I think that first and foremost, it comes down to what we've talked about for the better part of a year and change now, and it's disrespect to Brock Purdy. Because not only did he not finish in second, he didn't finish in third, he finished a very distant fourth, and he barely beat out Josh Allen for fifth in the voting. And if you look at the voting breakdown, 50 voters, Peter King among them, friend of the program, Michael Silver, who we've had on the show, another voter.
Yep.
And so you had Lamar get 49 of 50. Josh Allen got the other first place vote. We could talk about that. Maybe never.
That's wild.
But that to me, okay, it's Lamar Jackson, fine.
Sure.
He could have gotten all 50, but then second place, Dak 17, McCaffrey 17, Purdy 9. And that's where I think you look at nationally, you look at a guy who had one of the better years at quarterback, not only this year, but in history. In the history of QB rating, he's top 17, top 15 all time, and yet he finishes behind his running back, who was very good. And, you know, McCaffrey got more seconds, he got more thirds, and Brock Purdy got more fourth and fifth place votes. But that to me is what stands out the most, Mark, from this voting is that the Brock Purdy disrespect is national.
Absolutely. And it tells me that as we were moving into the Christmas holiday, and the word on the street at least was Brock is, and he was, the odds-on favorite to win the award.
Right.
All you voters out there, if any of the 50 of you are listening, and I actually don't put Peter King in this bucket because he told us directly he was getting ready to vote for Brock. And I get it. He lost it that night. I have no problem with that. But you were looking for a reason to vote against him. To push him out of the number 1 slot is fine. To shove him down to number 4 behind Dak Prescott, who didn't beat a good team all year long, you were looking for a reason. And you found it. Good for you.
And how about this, Mark? Of the 50 ballots that were cast, 11 of them didn't have Brock Purdy in the top 5. Let me say that again. 11 of the 50 which is more than 20%, did not have him in the top 5.
Yeah.
Lamar got votes in all 50. Dak got votes in 47. McCaffrey got votes in 44. Purdy got votes on 39. Brock Purdy.
Over it.
Quarterback of the NFC 1 seed.
Yep.
Leader in QB rating, yards per attempt, and all the rest of the metrics in which he led. And 11 voters thought,
Yeah.
It's a Shanahan creation. Anyway, if he needed fuel and he doesn't.
He doesn't.
If they needed fuel and they don't.
He already had plenty.
Right. But I just, the fact that that's the way it broke down, where 11 voters said,
It's no surprise. It's the same thing we've been dealing with all year, and it's all good. And so many of you are right. The tone of today is fine. Awards, voting, second, third, fourth. This person thinks that, and this person over here thinks this. All good. We got a game. And the first step to changing any of that stuff, and I do say it's only a first step, is to win this football game. You go out there and you perform well and you win this football game. That's a big step toward all of this stuff going away throughout his career. It's Willard and Dibbs. We'd love to take your phone calls throughout the afternoon. How you feeling? How you feeling? Don in the city. Hey, Don, what's going on? You're on with Willie and Dibby.
How you guys doing?
Fantastic.
Don?
Yeah, this is the most intense game I ever saw. I'm going to watch Kansas City and the Ford. This is the more nervous game than I ever watched all the Super Bowls with the 49ers.
Why do you feel that one? Why do you feel that way, Don? Why is this one more intense than even the other ones?
Because, I'm scared of Mahomes, but the only way the 49ers got to win, they got to just pressure him, just got to play defense hard and play offense hard. I just want Rob Purdy to play a good game and shut these people up, say he did not do this and do that. I want him to shut the people up. That's all. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying, Don.
Yeah, shut the people up, Don.
Shut them up. Hey, Don, try to have some fun with it, okay?
Of course, you guys too, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Don,
Yeah, Don.
Been having fun.
Thanks, Don.
3 hours yesterday on the stream was fun.
I know a lot of people who are actually looking at this thing through that lens. Like they really, it's almost like, sure, you number one emotion is you want the 49ers to win the football game.
Yes.
But the Brock Purdy fan out there is like, it's almost like if I told you that Sunday night, the Niners win the game, let's call it 19-16. Jake Moody boots 4. Brock Purdy has no touchdowns, 1 pick and 1 fumble. McCaffrey runs for 100 yards, and the game's only touchdown for the Niners. They win by 3, and Brock Purdy's a Super Bowl champion. Like, there's a tiny little portion of your heart that's like, damn it. Like, I want Brock to shut the people up. You want to shove a football in their mouth.
They win 12-11.
Feed it to them.
4 Moody's, or maybe, 2 Moody's and a pick 6, right, from Tashawn Gibson, somebody who won't win the MVP. And they win it 13-12. And, for the first time in the Super Bowl history, there's no offensive touchdown. Mahomes doesn't get one. Brock doesn't get one.
Well, that would almost even it out. If the greatest in the game doesn't get one either, you're just like, well, it's just one of those days.
Just one of those days.
Yeah.
But
really, a lot of people, I know this. A lot of people just want him to shove it to people in this game on Sunday. So that's like a second,
I get it. Second place votes in the MVP. Dak 17, McCaffrey 17, Brock 9, Josh Allen 5, Tyreek 2.
My only issue is Dak.
Second place.
My only issue is Dak. Christian finishing in front of Brock does not bother me one bit. In fact, where Brock finishes doesn't bother me one bit. He didn't win the award. He shouldn't have won the award. I'm fine with it. But pick your rules and then use them. Does winning big games matter?
Well, not in October.
Why not?
Because that's the way we do it.
Dak didn't do it in any month.
Right.
None of the months did he win big games.
Well, he had a great year.
Mark
Grandy told you
on
our show
year
thread
against the New York Giants. a great year.
We had better games against them than Brock did. If you want a comparison shop.
Played one game against the Giants and did pretty well, by the way. The Niners scored 30 points. I mean, look, Dak Prescott.
He was shaky early in that game.
He was. Dak Prescott threw for 200, what's 20 plus 16? 236 yards more than Brock. By the way, he played an extra game.
Okay.
236 yards more than Brock.
What's the average per game? Probably about the same. But go ahead.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Yards per game. Dak Prescott, 265. Brock Purdy, 267. Okay?
Yeah, Brock.
Brock's got him by 2 yards. Touchdowns. Dak, 36. Brock, 31. Interceptions. Dak, 9. Brock, 11. Yards per attempt, which we love to get into. Brock, 9.6. Dak, 7.7. QBR, Brock, 113. Dak, 105.9. These are all phenomenal stats. They're phenomenal stats. Okay, so what's the tiebreaker? Gee, I wonder if I could think of one. What would be a tiebreaker between Brock and Dak?
Maybe head-to-head?
Oh, that would have been a good idea. What about like performances in big games against teams that have a winning record? How about that? Should we do that? We could do that. I know you vote before the playoffs, but wouldn't it be nice to also be like, how'd they do when they got to the playoffs? How'd they do? What are we doing?
Well, that doesn't matter, as you know.
I know it doesn't matter, but there is not one thing you can tell me as to why Dak Prescott should finish against Brock Purdy if you're actually looking at this through a lens of fairness. Or the only reason he's got a star on the side of his helmet. He won some fantasy games for people, CeeDee Lamb, yay, and we've known him longer. That's it. He got torched by Brock Purdy. Embarrassed on the biggest television show of the year. So,
well, he didn't get embarrassed.
Sure he did.
His defense did.
You don't remember his stats that day, do you?
Not great, yeah. He threw for $140.
$140.
$140, Mark.
$140.
Well, they were too busy running the ball for 57 yards.
$140. Here it is. I actually got him at $153.
Yeah.
$153. Oh, don't forget.
Well, the sack yards come off.
Three
on the
interceptions.
Net yards. Yeah,
the three interceptions. I remember those two.
Yeah.
All right, whatever. Let's not keep falling into it. Don't care about the MVP. Win the Super Bowl.
The phones care.
Yeah, Brian in San Jose. Hey, Brian, what's up?
Hey, it's great to be on. I just had to voice my opinion on the criteria that the voters, of course, are going on in terms of establishing who is the MVP, and they're pretty much contradicting themselves because traditionally the MVP award is supposed to go to the player who is on obviously a Super Bowl contesting football team who's been the most consistent throughout the season. So based on that criteria, it should have either been McCaffrey or Brock Purdy, because those were the two most consistent players on the teams that obviously have the best chance of going to the Super Bowl, which is typically the top two seeds, the number one, obviously, seed in each conference. So it should have been one of those two. But I think that the voters were so influenced by the media going back to December 25th on Christmas Day that everybody said whoever wins this is going to win the MVP, whoever wins this game. So I think that they were heavily influenced by that game, which they should not have been because it's still one game, and that's what weighed into the decision making. And if you go back to throughout the course of the season, the quarterback for the Ravens, Lamar Jackson, he played well throughout the vast majority of the season, but he only played great like the last 3 games of the season, and that does not merit an MVP because he just wasn't all that good until the final 3 games of the season. And I just want to end it on this note. The MVP award will mean nothing in comparison to who wins this MVP, Super Bowl MVP this Sunday.
So whether it be Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Debo, etc., that's the true MVP that we should be concerned about. And I just wanted to leave it on that.
Absolutely. Brian, thank you.
Brian.
I'll split the difference here with you. I don't think Lamar Jackson was only good the last 3 weeks of the season. Lamar was amazing, and I have zero issue with him winning the MVP, and I'm not going to eliminate the importance of Christmas Day. Again, what I'm asking for is consistency.
Right.
If you're going to tell me that it's a showdown between Lamar and Brock, and ¿Quién es más macho? And whoever wins.
And we know who was más macho that
night. No doubt. And whoever wins, that eliminates the other one from the MVP. Then don't come to me 4 weeks later and say Dak is 2 spots ahead of Brock when Dak embarrassed himself on Sunday Night Football with 150 yards through the air and 3 picks and a 32-point loss while Brock Purdy was dancing in the end zone every 7 minutes. You can't do it. You got to pick a route and stick with it.
You're talking about the playoff game.
No, I'm talking about when Brock and Dak played head-to-head.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah.
If that game had been the week before Christmas, Dak wouldn't have even been in the top 5 the way this works. That's stupid.
Well,
that's stupid.
You know how
got to remember
works.
big games.
You've got 50 human beings who vote on it.
Yes.
And those people are more likely to vote for a cowboy than they are for a quarterback who's a system guy. And that's what, I mean, I'm only saying this not only to get you to laugh, but, and it's not the kind of laugh that I normally like to get from you on a Friday. You tend to get giggly and you start to cackle, and I like
probably
that.
happen. I'm in a very Friday mood right now.
I am too. It's been an amazing week, but I mean, and you know how this works. You've got people who don't watch every game, and they watched that game against Baltimore, and he threw 4 picks,
and they were looking for a reason.
And that's why they voted Christian ahead of Brock.
For a reason. It's kind of embarrassing for the media to be like, yeah, I voted for Brock Purdy. Because like Cam Newton will come to your house and be like, you dummy. He's just doing what they tell him to do, just handing the ball over here, there, and whatever.
In that light, if you think the Niners are going to win this game, I would look at Christian McCaffrey at plus 450 as the MVP, because remember, human beings vote on this.
Yes.
And if Brock Purdy has a Brock Purdy game, 230 yards and 1 touchdown, and McCaffrey goes for $120, $130,
don't give it to McCaffrey.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I think that,
and the price is nice at plus 450.
I do think people will have less of a hard time voting for him for Super Bowl MVP than league MVP.
True.
Super Bowl MVP.
I'll buy that.
1 game, great story, kind of what a lot of people are waiting for to see the answer to. But to vote for him for the whole year means you're like buying a concept. You're like, he's really good. And you're worried that 2 years from now, he's going to be on the Raiders bench watching somebody else play football. There is that. It's Football Friday. It's brought to you by Flag and Anthem. And we're sponsored by the Farmer's Dog. And we are so excited. It is freaking Friday before the Super Bowl. How you feeling? 888-957-9570. Mitchell Schwartz, who was on the Chiefs the last time the Niners played him in the Super Bowl, is about 45 minutes away. It's Willard and Dibs.
From better poops to more energy, when you switch your dog's food to the Farmer's Dog, the effects can feel magical. What sorcery is this?
Brock Purdy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my God.
Yes, Mark. Yes.
Yeah.
Is this not the best Friday ever?
Grandpa Daddy's got to be listening.
Grandpa Daddy.
Yeah, we mentioned that he was here with his beautiful daughter.
Yes.
And I've never hated Lucas more. Apparently.
Come on, Lucas.
He kicked him out before we got to a commercial break where we could go say hi.
I was hoping to meet the guys. I'm Grandpa Daddy.
Right, Grandpa Daddy, 601. Meet me outside. Meet me outside.
Cash me
Meet me outside.
outside.
Meet me outside. My gosh. He brought us Niner hoodies.
Grandpa Daddy.
These things. Look at these things. These are beautiful. Thank you so much.
Grandpa Daddy, this is
Grandpa
my official Super Bowl gear. This is what I will be wearing.
I will be wearing.
Either at the Super Bowl party at Justin Sanchez's house or at home, depending on how things shake out at my own homestead.
And the sun will go down. It should be chilly, so hoodie is perfect. No matter, although the weather's supposed to be pretty good this weekend, right?
Yeah. And Grandpa Daddy knows that I like it a little bit more on the roomy tip. Dibs, I noticed a belly. I'm going to get you an extra size up. Thank you, Grandpa Daddy.
Come on, it's the Super Bowl. Like, you got to be eating some meatballs or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to eat it. Thank you.
Dude, totally.
In the first half, you know, load up, because in the second half, it gets a little queasy.
Ooh.
I won't be leaving the food until the second half. Second half is nervous time, so that's when you grab the alcohol.
Dibs, I left you some room for the nachos. It's Grandpa Daddy.
Can I be honest here?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
He's like, I brought another size in case this one doesn't work for Dibs, the one that was wrapped, and I asked which size is which, and he said the one he had on the outside was a large, because I know what size you wear, because we've done this before.
Yes.
Like, yeah, you can go ahead and take that.
Go
one
and
with you.
take it.
So, wait, hold on a minute, Lucas. So you told him to leave the XL?
Yep.
And take the L?
Yeah.
Told him to hold that L.
Hey, Grandpa Daddy, take the L.
Take the L
And leave the
I feel
cannoli.
like I'm taking the L.
Leave
here.
the cannoli that's in Dib's stomach.
As much as I hate you, Lucas, thank you.
Yeah, it's the right call.
Thanks.
It's the right call. Good job, Lucas. Lucas doesn't always start with an L. Atta baby.
And apparently
Good job.
Dibs doesn't start with an L either.
Call me Ukas.
Totally. Excellent, Lucas.
Gosh.
You'll be there. Yeah, it's a one.
That
Thank
is
you,
all in the
Randy.
family, man. That is all in the family. That's some good stuff. All right. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. That's where you can go to see Dibs' new hoodie. His big new hoodie.
It's not that big. Come on. I'm a fat red pumpkin. Okay. I am today in this
Take
red
it easy.
sweatshirt.
I mean, I only did that because you are wearing red.
Thank you, Grandy.
Only reason you use that. Yeah.
God.
Oh, God.
Taking more heat than Steiny in a crossover right now.
Oh, man. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. Come see our new hoodies. You can watch us live. And if we do get to the point where Dibs swears at Grandy, you'll get to hear it. The radio audience won't. You're special. Subscribe to the channel. All of our 95.7 The Game content. Bonte and Joe in the morning. You can see Guru. You can see when Steiny stands up and puts the bag on his shoulder every day. You can tune in on YouTube and see that live. He stands up. His head is then out of the shot, and you get a very good look at what Steiny looks like from his shoulders to his thighs. It's special. So make sure you hit the thumbs up button there. If you like the show, we appreciate it. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union Super Bowl Friday.
You said something interesting last segment about the MVP.
Doesn't always happen.
And about Brock Purdy and how you thought that voters might not want to give him the MVP by the very nature of him being a flash in the pan kind of an award winner. And so
Absolutely.
I looked back from Lamar Jackson going backward, and you have to go all the way back, like really far back, to find somebody who would be a flash in the pan. You have Matt Ryan in 2016, who won only one, Cam Newton the year before. These are not guys who are flash in the pans. You know, they were highly drafted and they had amazing years. You have to go all the way back to 1982. Mark Mosley, a kicker, won the MVP.
What?
Mark Mosley, a kicker of the Washington team, won the MVP. And you have to remember that was the year when they only had 9 games. Mark Mosley won the MVP.
Of the regular season?
Yes.
What?
Mark Mosley.
Why do I not know that? That's crazy.
1982. He beat out Dan Fouts, Marcus Allen, Joe Thiesman, and Danny White.
Can you imagine what the media would do with that today?
Right? Justin Tucker, MVP.
Sat there and you're like, all right, Mark Mosley or Dan Fouts?
Yeah. Or Marcus Allen?
Let's see, we got the guy who engineers Air Coryell and a kicker.
Let's give it to the kicker.
It's ridiculous.
Right? He got 35 of the 35 of the, I think, 68, 74, 79 votes.
Jeez.
42%.
That's wild,
of the
man.
precincts. Yeah.
Strike shortened season. He converted 23 straight field goals in 182.
Yeah, he's a kicker. I don't care.
20 of 21.
Dude, you could come out. This is facts, what I'm about to say. 2024 season. You could play on a team that never scores a touchdown, yet Mike Tomlin style sneaks into the playoffs
at 9-8,
at 10-7 or 9-8,
and he goes 70 of 70,
and he never missed a field goal. You got 5 that are more than 60 yards, and your team never scored a touchdown all year.
Right.
You ain't winning the MVP.
You're not even top 5.
You ain't getting a vote.
Right.
The world would not ever consider even giving one vote to a kicker in 2024.
They did go 8-1.
That's fantastic.
Won the Super Bowl.
Good for them.
Soccer style.
Playoffs don't matter in the MVP vote.
No.
Yeah. Anyway, point is, I do think that. I do think that if you want to phrase it that way, people were looking for a reason to vote against Brock, or that felt vulnerable. It felt like a vulnerable vote because obviously there's a healthy portion of the population that is still not quite sure what they're looking at. I don't even think that's 100% unfair. The way I look at the MVP, though, is stop making it this grandiose thing. Like Lamar Jackson is more important than Brock Purdy, and he's more accomplished, and that doesn't matter. We're talking about this year, period. And he produced as well as anybody this year. So a vote for Brock is not this grandiose statement about his career. If Mosley the kicker can win, then my God, so can Brock Purdy. But, anyway.
Different era, but yeah.
Water under the bridge. Let's go to Jonathan in the city here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Hey, just feeling super. And I got 3 things, if I may, that needs to happen if they were to capture the price. Number 1, Brock Purdy needs to be that ultimate game manager, the smooth operator that he is. Keep the offense on schedule all game long. Number 2, we need CMC and that running game to be dynamite. Number 3, and this is the most important of all because defense wins championship, that $300 million defensive line needs to be on fire. They need to come out with their hair on fire and just be the game record that they are, especially Nick Bosa, Arik Armstead, and Hargett. They need to hold the point of attack in the middle and be a stonewall and stop that Kansas City Chiefs running game. Number 3 and number 4, this is the thing that gives me the most confidence heading into this game, and I'm not too overconfident. I got the appropriate fear because we're going up against the Mahomes. They're healthy, and what we've been saying all year long, if they're healthy, they're winning this thing. So let's go Niners.
Okay, Jonathan, it's good stuff. That's the stuff that I still can't figure out, though. They were healthy against the Packers and the Lions too.
Yeah,
and came out and had at least periods of what we would consider very poor play. Quite frankly, on both sides of the ball. I don't know about very poor, substandard, and yes, the defense in the first half against the Lions, I will use that phrase, very poor.
Yeah, they were flaccid, Mark.
It's maddening, and it's what gets me is I can't for the life of me, despite watching a lot of this stuff again, listening to those who are really in the know, I can't figure out why. Why it looked that way. I can't figure it out. And a lot of us have gotten ourselves to the point where we expect the defense will look different on Sunday, and I think that's simply because we want it to, or we think it should.
Right.
But if I can't figure out why they look so bad, I also can't come up with a rational reason why they will look different coming up on Sunday. So, like, I don't know. I don't know what to expect.
Well, there's no rational reason why they would or would not play better and play harder in the Super Bowl. Like, the irrational reason is it's the Super Bowl, and it's, 60 minutes for history. You can be a champ or you can not be a champ, and, well, that should be enough, darn it, to make sure that you play hard. But then you go back to the Detroit game, and it's really the same thing. It's win or go home, and you were at home, and you came out, and defensively you were on your heels. And I listened to Lo Neal a lot today with Steiny and Guru, and he was talking about them just not showing that same effort. The effort level wasn't there, and you got pushed around, and it took until you got to halftime before you really kind of woke up and realized you were in a fight for your season. And so do they have that same wake-up call again? Because if you fall behind Mahomes in the same way you fell behind Jared Goff and Dan Campbell, you're not going to come back against this team.
Listen, I get it. That's what the only thing that bothers me about this, because I do think the Niners are the better team. I do like their chances. I do think that this is about 49ers versus Chiefs, not Purdy versus Mahomes. I think all of those things. But when people say, well, the defense is going to come out ready to go, pin their ears back now because it's the Super Bowl.
Right.
The last one was the NFC Championship game. In your own building. On some level, was that not big?
Not big enough, Mark.
In other words, like the Niners came out and they're just like, wow, yeah, it's just the NFC title game. Like, no, that's not how they were feeling. Okay, Boombox was there. The dancing was going. The trip to the Super Bowl was on the line, and you were in your own locker room. And a bunch of them came out and underperformed. And we act like now that's not possible on Sunday because Steve Wilkes talked to them.
Right.
So now it's all better. What?
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
It doesn't, like, I believe they can be better because they've been better. But this whole, like, we buttoned it up, we talked to them, I still have concerns.
For sure.
I still have concerns because if it's in your DNA to do what you did 2 weeks ago, then it's in your DNA to do it again this week.
And why did they do it 2 weeks ago? Why did they come out and play so lackluster?
I don't know.
Did you look at Detroit and think, well, we got this?
Yeah, maybe they didn't. Maybe they weren't scared of the Lions.
Right.
I don't know.
So are you now scared of the Chiefs?
It's easier
because
to be.
You should be.
It's easier to be scared of the Chiefs.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I wonder if Steve Wilkes sent a scare into the room and said, showed the tape and said, guys, this is not going to be good enough. And if that's the case, then maybe that was a wake-up call.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, nobody knows until we actually see it. And we know that the Chiefs will likely start with the ball unless... I
don't know. How does Andy Reid like to play that?
Yeah, we'll have to look that up.
Yeah.
But the Niners have the toss. So if the Niners lose the toss, will Andy defer?
I don't know.
Give it to Kyle first?
I don't know. I'd love some Chiefs data on that. Grandy, Lucas, can you guys look that up and see what the Chiefs usually do when they win the toss? Maybe they defer too.
If I'm Andy and I win the toss, I'm going to defer. I want to make Kyle uncomfortable. And it's on record that Kyle wants the ball to start the second half.
Sure.
And if I'm Andy and I have a great defense, go ahead, Niner offense, show me.
Yeah, but it would be a poll if I'm Andy Reid to be like, just send Patrick out. It's
a flex.
They've been phenomenal on opening drives. And if you can grab a 7-0 lead, it is incredibly significant in these playoffs. They did it against Baltimore, and they ended up winning a low-scoring close game by 7 points. Again, the Niners' 2 wins are the only playoff outcomes this entire season where the team that won didn't score first. So it would be a draw to me if I was Andy Reid to be like, put in Patrick. Send in Patrick.
Send in Mahomes.
Yeah, that would be a draw. That'd be a draw for sure.
I'm looking at the odds real quick, Mark, and the Niners this year, offensive score 59% of the time on the opening drive.
Okay.
35% TD, 24% field goal. The Chiefs are at 29%. 24 TD and 6% field goal.
Interesting.
I can't find what Andy Reid prefers to do if he wins the toss, but I know someone who will be able to tell us. Mitchell Schwartz in about half an hour.
Yeah. Although that could have evolved over the last few years. I know Mitchell.
Maybe.
Yeah, Mitchell's not on the team anymore. But yeah, we'll ask him. We'll ask about that whole process they go through, the thought process of all of that. Robin in the city here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Robin.
Hey, you guys. So listen, we're gonna have of course my friends are having a Super Bowl party. Yeah, the 25-year-old one. I checked out the house, but it's been the dog and all that. He finally got his own apartment.
I can't. Yeah. Get Robin back on the line.
Yeah.
I cannot hear. I heard Super Bowl party, and I didn't hear anything else. I didn't hear anything else out of that. I'd love to hear about her Super Bowl party, though.
Yeah. And will there be an invite extended? Because I know that you're a Super Bowl free agent still, as far as I know.
Not really.
Have we firmed up plans?
Well, we're not looking. I told you this early in the week. We're not looking for a party. I'm looking for a Purdy. I'm not looking for a party.
Not looking for a Purdy party?
I'm looking for a Super Bowl Purdy, not a Super Bowl party.
Yeah.
Because I am a control freak in this situation.
Oh, in this situation?
Only in this
situation.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead and cut that for my own personal reel.
Only in this situation.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The other 364 days of the year, I really don't have much of an opinion about
So
how
this
it
really
goes.
comes down to like a your place or mine kind of a vibe right now with you and the lovely Christy.
Kinda. Yeah. Which seat do you want? I've told her I got the menu.
Okay.
You let me take care of the menu, and we're going to keep it small. I'm going to eat it. There you go.
What are you going to come with?
Over or under 5.5 people.
Well, you're going to go
Bet
with
the under.
your signature dip, right?
No.
Your Daisy Dips.
Well, Daisy Dips, sure, but I don't need to make that. I just need to buy it.
Yeah.
Although I know a guy. But anyway, I don't need to do any of that. But I'm going to make my mom's famous meatball recipe.
Okay. Mom, the meatballs.
And then there are a few special requests. Some of the people attending don't even know that they've made the request.
Look at you. Chestnut checkers.
Well, she's probably listening, so I'm not going to say it out loud. Okay. There will be a special, individual, targeted meals.
Look at you.
Served at the Super Bowl Purdy.
Are you scripting your first 10 meals?
We're
your first
scripting
10
the
sides?
whole 4 quarters.
Okay.
We're scripting all 4
I like
quarters.
that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Robin's back. Let's try again. Hi, Robin. You better?
Hi. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Now we got you.
Okay, so my 25-year-old son, the one that kicked out the house with the dog and the baby and all that. He's got his own place, So, of course, he's still up to the same old tactics. Mom, we're having a Super Bowl party, but y'all bring this stuff. I'm like, dude, some things just never change, but at least you're not in my house. So here's the menu. Here's the menu, because, we're Mexican and black, so we're going to have some fried chicken. We're going to have some sweet and sour all flats. They have to be flats chicken. We're going to have guacamole dip. We're going to have salsa. We're going to have garlic noodles. We're going to have potato salad. And we're going to have spinach dip. But here's the reason that got me to call. The second half, we're going to have margaritas just in case we lose. Because that's how we're going to do it. You're right. Second half, it's the drinks.
That's for the drinks.
And I'm about making my cheap son buy the alcohol, okay?
I love it.
Other thing I want to say. Second thing I want to say, Dibs, is to you, sweetheart, when that baby going to be? Because the baby can't be around when you're watching the Super Bowl.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's
Robin,
what I'm saying.
Thank you.
You got to eject the baby.
Robin, and just remind your son, get your damn dog. Because that's still one of the great drops in 95.7 The Game history.
Don't forget to eject the baby. You got to eject the baby.
Well,
you got to do it.
Here's the thing about the baby. So if we start the game with the baby and the Chiefs go up 7-0, the baby gets a yellow card caution. If the Chiefs make it 10-0, the baby would be ejected.
The baby gets it.
Yeah.
I don't like the way you're playing this, but, it's your party. So
it's my baby,
it's
Mark.
your baby.
And
yeah. I'm just saying.
This baby has already become my little sports fan homie. So this morning we were watching the Waste Management, the second round from Phoenix.
Who's she bet
friends.
on? Who's she bet on?
Sam Burns.
Okay.
We're a Burns household this weekend.
All right.
But normally she wants Coco and she wants Masha and the Bear and she wants I'm in love with the Coco. Coco Melon, for those of you out there. But today I put on golf and she's like, where's Rich Lerner? Get me Steve Sands in the tower at 18. Get me Sandsy.
I'm telling you.
She's my little sports homie, Mark. You got to start him young.
I got 2 predictions this weekend. Niners 24, Chiefs 13.
Okay.
And you regretting how you played it with the baby. Those are my 2 predictions.
You got to roll with the baby.
No, you don't.
If I have the baby.
You got to roll, period.
If the Niners come out and they score and I've got baby Mila on my lap.
You got to get that.
Then she stays. If the Chiefs open up with an 8-play drive, then she's got to go.
I'm glad Robin pointed out, though, again, be strategic here. Don't be one of these people at the Super Bowl party who's like, oh, I don't want to, get too full. I want to pace myself, or I don't want to be the first one to interrupt the guacamole. It looks so pretty over there in the bowl. Be the first one. Go crazy. Eat early because the nerves come in the second half. And you need to drink. And once you start drinking, you better have that base. You know I'm all about that base.
Thank you. No trouble.
About that base.
Get out of here.
No
trouble. Megan Trainor. Just.
See? I surprise you, and then I disappoint you.
That was really disappointing. I'll be honest. I do want to just close the book on Robin's call. If you, when it comes to chicken wings, flats are the only thing. If you are talking about the drums, that's not a wing. That's called a drumstick. The chicken wing is literally the only thing that makes a chicken wing is the wing. Miss me with your drums. That's a chicken leg. It's not a wing.
Can we get back to the Niners?
Not a wing.
No, you're right. I'm with you. Let's get back to the Niners. How you feeling?
Nervous.
What happened between yesterday and today?
I've been listening to a lot of experts.
Okay. See, did you hear what D'Amico Ryan said?
Never heard of him.
Yeah. No? Okay.
Oh, I think he said D'Amico Ryan.
No,
D'Amico?
D'Amico. Did you hear what Teron Armstead, Miami Dolphins, said about Brock Purdy?
Eric's nephew.
I would like to play that for you if you haven't heard it
You
yet.
won't.
I will. That's what's coming up next.
Oh, yes.
Mitchell Schwartz is going to be in about 20 minutes. Played for the Chiefs 4 years ago. San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says that we are 2 days, 34 minutes, and 20 seconds away from the big game. And we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Plenty of room for your calls. How you feeling on Willard and Dibbs?
The road to Vegas is brought.
Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Hell no. We're in the freaking Bay.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, what's Hunter Pence eating for this game? Where's he going to be? Did we find his way to the game? Next to Bobby Weir? Maybe he's going to be on Bobby Weir's bus.
Maybe.
That'd be fun.
Hunter's got to be going to the game, right?
He sort of sounded like he wasn't. It was almost like, yeah, I thought about it, but just didn't really figure it out.
I mean, what's he doing then? Is he going to be like you, locked in at home?
Lock it in.
Or is it going to be like a Hunter Pence watch party? What do you do?
We're in the freaking Bay.
Yeah, he'll be in the freaking Bay.
Totally.
Do you want to win a trip to freaking Vegas to see Billy Joel and Sting later this year? We're giving you your chance to win a trip or two coming up later in the show. Stay locked in. And keep listening because we are going to give you multiple chances to qualify today, okay? First chance later this hour, and then we'll give you another chance to qualify later in the show. Stay tuned for details on that. It's going to be very easy qualification, sensation process, okay?
Cha-ching!
All right, Mitchell Schwartz going to join us here in about 10 minutes, former offensive lineman for the Chiefs and recent offensive lineman for the Chiefs, playing for Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, his quarterback, Super Bowl champion 4 years ago at the expense of the Niners. So we'll get him in here. Let's play a little further with my statement from an hour ago because I saw some people sort of agree and some didn't. The idea that it feels like this whole week has been about the Niners. I don't say that because I'm looking for that content or we're creating that content. I just mean everything I've heard about this game, from Vegas, the personalities of the 49ers are being highlighted. The Brock Purdy story for sure. George Kittle, Nick Bosa. You're getting trash talk from Diamador Lenore. Deebo Samuel, you're getting all this stuff out there, and you do hear a lot of people say that the 49ers have the absolute most stacked roster, and there is just this sort of can they do it question that I think owns the week. Now, some people responded and said, no, this week's been all about the Chiefs, and I'd argue the only way you could possibly mean that is that most of the public seems to think that the Chiefs are going to win. Again, all of the six-figure bets have been on the 49ers. Do with that what you will, but I understand a lot of people think the Chiefs are going to win, but I'm telling you, man, I mean, even who's been the biggest media personality in the NFL this year? It's an easy answer.
The biggest media personality?
That's a player.
Probably Travis Kelce.
Thank you. Who's the second biggest media personality?
Taylor Swift.
No. Who's a player? A player.
The second biggest in the league? I mean, geez, no one on the Niners.
I'll argue that his last name rhymes with the last name of the first answer you gave me.
Travis?
Travis Kelce.
Schmavis?
No, Kelce. This guy's last name rhymes with Kelce.
Oh, it would be Peter Pelce.
No, Jason Kelce.
Oh, yeah.
These two guys.
Well, just later in the year when he took his shirt off.
But their podcast has gone absolutely bananas this year.
It has.
They are the two biggest personalities. They have had the biggest upward bullet in terms of their platform, in terms of their attention, all of this. Then we get to Super Bowl. Gone.
Yeah, what's to say?
Gone.
Travis Kelce did say today that their practice yesterday got a little chippy.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. They're getting a little bit anxious to get out there and play. And I think all the stuff around Kansas City is more ethereal in terms of what this would mean for the legacy, Patrick's legacy. And is this team then a dynasty? And where do they rank among all-time great teams if they are a dynasty. How many teams have won 3 in 5? And you start to put them into that category, whereas the Niners are complaining about the field and they are, complaining about Brock Purdy not being MVP and he's disrespected and all the other stuff that's come out. It hasn't really been complaining or whining as far as I can tell.
I agree.
But the storylines have been more, I think, centered around the Niners this week and what's going on this week. And the Chiefs stuff has been more about, the pantheon and like these great grand ideas.
Well, I think that I agree with you. And I think part of it is also this, like people are bored with the Chiefs. The Niners are the new, this year's like, oh, look, the Niners are here.
Right.
Last year, ooh, look, the Eagles are here. Let's talk about the Eagle. Before that, hey, Tom Brady in his own stadium. That's kind of cool. I get it. The Chiefs are there almost every year. So it feels tired and it feels played out. So that's definitely one of the reasons why. But I also just think that it comes down to questions in people's minds. Nobody's got any questions about the Chiefs. No one has any questions. We know who they are.
Other than who are they?
No, they're champs.
Right.
They're champs. They're Patrick Mahomes. They're Andy Reid. They're Travis Kelce. And the very famous singer we'll be watching.
Right.
We don't have any questions. We expect them to show up. They always do. They're good. They win most of the time, not all the time. The Niners are this wild card. And they walk in swashbuckling, quite frankly. Big personalities, big names, big money, big history, big fan base, big talk. Brock Purdy, number 1 most discussed player in the NFL this year. So everything feels big, and it just, to me, my perception is they walked into Vegas and they were 18 of the top 20 stories that everybody wanted to talk about.
Right. Well, the biggest stories are, Kelce and his girlfriend, Mahomes as one of the greatest to ever do it, and Purdy and McCaffrey and Kittle and all the rest of it, and Bosa, and you go all the way down the list, and you're right, of the top 20, most of them are Niner-based, and part of it, too, is because the Niners like to talk, and George Kittle is out there, and he's, great soundbite, and Nick Bosa's got that demeanor, and, Mahomes did his thing in the press conference, but other than that, he's been mostly silent, and even the Niners fullback, it's about his wife and her snappy garments.
Totally.
I mean, that's a story, too.
Absolutely.
So all the way across the board, yeah, Kelsey's good, and he's got a famous girlfriend, and Mahomes might be the greatest ever, and Andy Reid still has that mustache. Okay.
Yeah.
What else?
By the way, I don't think a damn thing changes about Mahomes' legacy if he wins this game. I know people are like, well, it's another opportunity to inch closer to Tom Brady's record. Okay, fine, whatever. Like, nobody, if he loses this game, is going to be like, well, now Patrick's not the best QB in the NFL anymore. Yeah, he is.
No, but if he wins this, he becomes one of only 5 to have 3 or more.
Yeah, but how many have 2?
I think about 12.
Okay, that's what I mean.
No, but you take a big step up that rung.
Every
like
time
when
you
Steph
win
won the MVP in the finals,
sure.
He joined a group of people who had regular season MVP, finals MVP, and 4 titles. That's
doubt.
A small list.
Absolutely. What I'm getting at, though, is I don't need him to win this game for me to feel like he's one of the best of all time. I already do.
Right, and he's the best in football right now.
Yeah.
But if he wins this one, then you look at the pantheon of people who have 3 or more, and it's Aikman, it's Bradshaw, it's Brady, and it's
you know him.
Montana.
You know, there you go.
There's I can't believe I left him for last. I think it's those 4.
Yeah, look, there's no
because Elway's got 2.
He takes another step up the ladder, but at age 28, excuse me while I yawn, like he's going to win more. He's going to win more.
You never know. Nothing's promised in this league.
No, that's true. But like, I'd bet on it. I'd bet he's not done. I'd bet that
if
this
I set
isn't
the
his last
over-under
chance.
for Super Bowls for Mahomes the rest of his career at a half, you'd probably take the over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Including this weekend?
Of course.
Yes.
How about at 1.5? You think he gets at least 2 more?
I'd probably bet yes.
You still would bet the over, yeah.
Based on what we've seen.
Yeah, based on the fact that he's
guy's
got
been to the
a
Super
chance
Bowl
on Sunday.
almost every year that he's played. And he has gone to the AFC title game every year that he's played.
It's crazy.
Ask me if Brock Purdy over under a half.
Well, you'd bet over. How about 1.5?
Over.
How about 2.5?
Now we're getting a little dicey.
Okay.
All right.
You like Brock.
San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says that we are 2 days, 17 minutes, and 51, 50, 49, 48, 47 seconds away from the big game. And we're also sponsored by Flag and Anthem, and we're joined by Mitchell Schwartz. Nice job. Thanks, Mike. Mitchell Schwartz. With the Chiefs 4 years ago, offensive lineman knows Reed and Mahomes as well as anybody, and he joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Pete's Coffee has 2 special offers this weekend for all 49er fans.
To Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, of course, he must have ties. His brother is a huge Bay Area sports fan, and Mitchell Schwartz went to Cal, even though from Southern California, I think, originally. Willard and Dibbs, but he joins us right now here on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. He was with the Chiefs 4 years ago. Did I get that about right, Mitchell? Did you grow up a Bay Area sports fan?
Yeah, we did. So my dad is from Santa Rosa, and so he got us on 49ers and the San Francisco Giants.
And so you're still a huge Niner fan?
I kind of lost all allegiance a while ago. These days I got to stick with my Chiefs, but the Niners probably would be second if I had to.
I'm sorry, but your phone cut out right there. Mark said something about you still being a Niner fan, and I heard you say, yeah. Is that right, Mitchell?
I mean, they're up there. They're below, a couple of team allegiances that I played for. But, my dad's still a 49ers fan, my uncle, and no other 49ers fan. So, still loyal to the Chiefs, but I have enough 49ers fans in my life.
Fair enough. Mitchell Schwartz joining us here on Willard and Dibbs. Mitchell, how would you compare the 49er team you beat 4 years ago and this one?
I would say this one, the offense is more explosive, and I think they can do a little bit more running game versatility, explosive plays, 5 playmakers at all times, the quarterback that can get it to him, when he needs to, and also break the pocket and scramble a little bit and pick up yards there. Especially the past couple of weeks, I'd say the defense, that 2019 team, it was like a historic defense. They were so good, especially up front. We had to prepare against them for 2 weeks, and it was not fun having to watch 2 weeks worth of, 49ers film from the whole year. And I think this year the defense not really playing quite as good as that one. And, I think that to me is going to be the key matchup, whether the Chiefs O-line can keep doing what they're doing or whether the 49ers D-line kind of steps up and kind of takes away everything that Kansas City wants to do.
Let's talk about that Chiefs O-line and the Chiefs offense in general, because from an amateur eye, my eye, it doesn't seem like the Chiefs offense is nearly as explosive, yet here they are in the Super Bowl. How is Andy doing it without the same normal cadre of offensive weaponry?
Yeah, they're not as explosive at all. I think you look at the data. I think Pat is averaging the lowest, air yards per attempt. He kind of looks like some of these other guys that throw a lot of short passes because the team just doesn't have the vertical threats, and when they do get open, they don't always capitalize on it. So the offense has had to change into, a little bit more of kind of a horizontal offense, being able to utilize the space created, especially in the run game, some well-timed screens and being able to pick up on some defensive tendencies. And then I think the biggest difference we've seen over the past month is that when the deep shots are there, the Chiefs are finally capitalizing on them. Receiver drops, balls that are in a spot where receivers aren't. Those things aren't happening anymore. So, it's a different offense that San Francisco is going to have to face this time. But to your point, Coach Reed, he's adaptable. He figures out, what works for his guys. And the reason it's working, honestly, is the defense. It's because the defense is so good that they're able to win games for the team, and the offense is able to do their part.
That's so interesting because, you hear the average Joe talk about this games, and it's just Mahomes. I can't bet against Mahomes. But you're saying that this group is more driven by its defense.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at the entirety of the season, and the defense played better than the offense. You look at this playoff run, you could probably argue the defense played better as well, especially when you kind of look at the entirety of who you're playing. The Kansas City offense, it's a super cold game against Miami. It's -5 real temp, wind chill of -30. and they're going against a Miami defense that is playing guys they signed that week at defensive end. You know, it was a decimated defense, and so the offense does look good, but maybe adjusted against the talent level of the defense they're playing, not quite as good. You know, similarly, Buffalo, I felt like was very injured by the time that game rolled around and didn't have their top-tier personnel and what they wanted to be defensively. And you look at the Baltimore game, and it was really 2.5 great drives. I mean, they had 2 touchdown drives to start the game, and the entire second half, you know, nothing really happened. A lot of punts and a lot of frustrating football. So, yeah, the offense is doing its part. You know, they're scoring, especially early, to kind of allow the defense to be more aggressive and to, you know, go for fumbles and interceptions and do everything that Spags wants to do blitz-wise. But it's not necessarily a team that is reliant on the offense to win games the way it used to be.
When you look at this offense, particularly the offensive line, going up against the Niner defense that was great early and the last couple of weeks has been maybe a little bit suspect, where do you see the big edge up front when you've got Bosa and Young and you've got Hargrave and Armstead and the front four and 2 great linebackers? From an offensive lineman standpoint, where do you see vulnerability in this Niner defense up front?
Well, it's a good question. I think, especially over this last month, as you kind of alluded to, I think, you know, Bosa's been playing exceptional football, and I feel like every team offensively goes into a game and says, we have to know where that guy is every snap, and we have to game plan around him. And so he might not be able to get the productivity that he was able to 3 years ago when, you know, the defensive line was a little bit more stacked and game plans weren't maybe specifically designed around picking him out and trying to neuter what he's able to do. And so you look at the other guys, and I think they're the ones that have to step up, you know, especially against the Chiefs interior, which is one of the best ones in football, if not the best. Obviously taking a step back with, you know, Tooney not being able to play, and we'll see if he does. But, you know, defensive line-wise, that interior, if you're able to get a little bit of push on Pat, if you're able to move him off the spot in the pocket, I think that's what you want to attack. And then, you know, you want to combine that with whatever, you know, Bosa and Young are doing on the outside on these edge rushers. You know, if you're giving those guys freelance and you say, you know, Bosa, you're a great player, just rush however you want to, you know, he's reactionary. He's going to go inside if tackles overset. And Jawan Taylor, the right tackle for Kansas City, likes to take deep sets. So if Bosa is trying to take advantage of that, he's going inside, and there's no one left to contain if Pat breaks the pocket. You know, that's not playing good football. They have to be on the same page. So I think, you know, interior-wise, I would imagine the Chiefs are going to try to be physical, you know, make it a tough game for those guys and try to, you know, push the pocket in the pass and then also try to get that vertical dent in the run game. And I think that's where you can really make some hay.
Mitchell Schwartz is joining us. He was with the Chiefs the last time these two teams played together in the Super Bowl 4 years ago. Longtime offensive lineman for the Chiefs and Browns in the NFL, joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Mitchell, what's your take on all the discussion around Chase Young? At times, not great effort, has all the talent in the world, but it's been a little bit of a topsy-turvy ride since they acquired him from Washington. What kind of player do you think he is?
Well, I think all the ability is there. I think that's why he got drafted as high as he did. He's had some success, and, you know, knee injuries especially tend to slow guys down realistically for probably 2 years. You know, it's not just the year you come back that you start to flourish, and there's always kind of that little bit of doubt in your mind, and it's just a little different until you get that full season under your belt, you know, coming off the ACL. So I think all the ability's there, and if you were to look at really any player, you could probably find a couple plays that stand out in terms of effort on the backside of plays, whether that's an offensive tackle on the backside of, you know, a jet sweep the other way or a power play the other way, whether that's, you know, again, a defensive end on a counter, you know, reverse that goes the other way. So it just gets heightened because it's this time of year, because there's only, you know, not 2 teams left, and you're able to kind of cherry pick some plays. You know, I feel like San Francisco's defensive line is so deep that you can tell those guys, hey, go all out every single play. If you get tired, we'll sub you out and you can get a rest, and we'll get you back in when you're ready to go. And I think that's maybe where the disappointing part is, where, you know, you want those guys flying around at all times, because, you know, on that specific touchdown that we're talking about against Detroit, that could have been the tackle that prevented that. And maybe the game doesn't get, you know, quite so crazy in the first half, and maybe, you know, things don't start to spiral from there. So you want your guys to be given maximum effort. And at this point, it's the Super Bowl. There's only one game left. And so I'd imagine that, you know, he's going to be giving his all, especially on, you know, maybe the backside of some plays where, most guys are able to shut it down a little bit and conserve some energy for third down rushes.
Yeah, no sense in shutting it down now when you got 6 months off, either in a win or a loss, in terms of the next real football to play. What was it like 4 years ago in the huddle with Pat Mahomes down 10? Did his demeanor change at all? Did your confidence as a team wane when you guys ultimately came back to beat the Niners?
No, there's no kind of lack of confidence, no kind of wishing things would happen and hoping they would happen. I think there was a supreme belief that we had the ability to do it. We just had to actually execute and do it. And again, that the onus is on us up front as offensive linemen. I mean, we felt like if we were able to kind of do our part up front, as good as that secondary was, it's really hard to cover for 3 or 4 seconds in the NFL, especially against the receiver and tight end room that we had at the time. So we felt like, we need to do our part up front, give Pat time, give the guys time down the field to get that little extra bit of separation to allow them to get that window. And, obviously the wasp play has a little bit different connotation in San Francisco land than it does in Kansas City. But the key part of that is Pat asking, do we have time to run wasp? That means, are the guys going to hold up long enough for me to be able to throw this thing because it's a long route? And so that was, kind of the thing that we had to do up front. And I feel like we did a good enough job and then allowed the skill guys to really shine and to make some plays. So definitely no, kind of confidence loss, just a belief in each other, a belief in ourselves. There isn't really any change in demeanor. And I think maybe that's what separates him from some other guys. It's just always a pure belief in your ability to not only do it, but to actually accomplish the task.
Mitchell, Kyle Shanahan loves to defer, always. You win the toss, you defer. He wants the ball in the second half. Does Andy Reid have a specific philosophy on that?
Same thing. He's a defer guy. I think there was, at some point, a little bit of data showing that you can get that edge when you're able to, score and have the ball at the end of the first half and then get the ball in the second half, and you can put up a, say a 10-point swing in those last 2 minutes and first 5 minutes of the second half. I don't know that it's, quite enough data to, really say one way or another. I know Green Bay kind of went to the playoffs and was enjoying taking the ball first, and they were having success on the first drive. But I always was a nervous and anxious guy, so I love deferring because I wanted to just kind of sit on the bench, let the defense do their thing, let the nerves settle down. I always got really anxious if we had the ball first. It's like the nerves would be at their highest point. If I was able to sit on the bench a little, I could kind of let them calm down a bit.
One thing that we've seen from this week in the lead up is Nick Bosa talking about 4 years ago and the fact that Kansas City tends to hold a lot, Mitchell. What did you think of those comments? And do you guys hold more than most teams, Mitchell? You can be honest now.
So the funny thing is, I tweeted this, he's actually right. I mean, the guys do hold. Juwan is the most penalized guy in the NFL this year, and I believe he leads the NFL in holding. Donovan, I think, has led the NFL in holding since he started playing in, I think, 2015 it was. Last week, Trey Smith had 2 straight holding calls. I disagreed with one of them pretty strongly, but, Trey had a couple holding calls. And there are, especially from Bosa's perspective, when you're watching the tackles, there are plays where, it looks like the tackles are holding and it doesn't get called. Now, you could probably say that about most guys. I don't know that that's really atypical, but I do think he has a point. And I don't necessarily think that you need to say that. I don't know if it's politicking to kind of alert national media or whatever. We kind of saw that from the Kansas City perspective on the reverse side after the first game of the year, where Chris Collinsworth is highlighting Juwan Taylor, talking about how early he gets off the ball, how deep he is in his stance, and then that kind of becomes a national narrative, and he got maybe over penalized slightly because of that coming out of it. But no, I can guarantee you that holding is not being coached. If you kind of go back to Green Bay in the mid-2000s and 2010s, there was a little bit of a schematic emphasis on an ability to kind of grasp the outside of the shoulder pads and then kind of lock guys down and dance with them. And obviously you guys have had your tussles with Green Bay, and that felt like an operation that, it was almost a technique that was taught, or it was a way of doing it. With Kansas City, I think it's just a couple guys who happen to be a little more prone to it than normal, maybe a little, not quite as good at the lateral agility to not let the guy disengage off his body while he's still got a grasp of the jersey.
All right, so while you're getting all honest with us.
That was a great answer.
It was a great answer. 4 years ago, 3rd and 15, Nick Bosa was held, right?
So I also explained this too. Based on the offensive line view of holding, he was not held. So our understanding of holding is your hands are part of the holding, but the major impact of holding is what your feet are doing. So if your feet are stopped and the guy gets, off of your body and your arm or your grasp of the jersey is what's stopping him from getting where he needs to go, then that's a holding call. If you look at the play, it's Eric Fisher, our left tackle, who was blocking him. His right arm is kind of across Bosa's body because that's the natural position to kind of catch an inside move when a defensive end does that. But Fish runs his feet and accelerates. And if you watch Bosa, his progress has never stopped. He gets pushed inside further than he wants to go, but there's never like a tug on the jersey. There's never a change of momentum or a change in direction because of that specific holding. And so from our offensive line perspective, I know everyone's going to say I'm biased because I was on the team and I think the play is valid, but Fish did a really exceptional job running his feet. He's more athletic than I was. I wouldn't have been able to do that. I probably would have got a holding against Bosa. But from the offensive line perspective, we don't see that as a holding, and obviously the officials didn't see it either.
Isn't it true, Mitchell, that Fisher held him so long he was forced to buy him dinner after the game?
That's I haven't heard that one.
I might have just made it up.
A little bit in enemy territory now, so that's a new one.
No, you're home. You're a Santa Rosa guy. The 707. Your family. Your family. Yeah.
Okay, so that was the offensive line perspective. What's the defensive line perspective, Mitchell?
I mean, the defensive line perspective, they're going to say, his arm was across my chest and he didn't let me go where I wanted to go.
Right.
And I would say you got to do something about that. The guy's running his feet. This is not what a holding call is in the NFL. If that was the case, there would be a holding call on most plays. Again, does the defensive lineman get kind of outside the cylinder of the offensive line's hips and feet, and then does his movement get restricted because there's an arm that's grasped onto something or that's impeding his progress? And I'd say, no, that's not the case. So, yeah, it sucks, and I understand some visuals and especially some screenshots, a lot of which were sent my way back then and more recently when I talked about it. But that's just not really what holding is in the NFL. And, it's unfortunate that it went against them, but I'm lucky that it did not go against us.
Yes, and Mitchell Schwartz, who was with the Chiefs 4 years ago, with us here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, what do we not know about being a teammate with Mahomes?
Well, I think the thing that we're maybe seeing now is just how competitive he is. I think that there's maybe a misconception of what competitive nature looks like, and we think of guys like Jordan and kind of meaner guys who are unpleasant to be around all the time and who are not so nice teammates to try to get the best out of everybody. And I think Pat has the same competitive drive, the same fire, the same want to in terms of showing people that they're wrong and proving how good he is. But he's such a good-natured guy. He's such a great teammate. That's the thing that maybe gets lost in the picture of who he is as a player. So I think it's great that we're getting to see that. He's awesome, man. He treats everyone in the locker room great. Whether you're a guy just signed a few days ago, whether you're a guy that's been there the whole time with him, he likes to chat sports with everybody. He seems to know everything that's going on in the sporting world, all sports. So he's a really fun guy to be around and, likes to keep it loose and keep it easy and, just a great dude.
We all like tight ends who catch passes, but you like tight ends who also block, right?
I do. I know where you're going with this, but you can continue.
No, what do you...
Guy's Cal-educated. You can't sneak one by him.
No, what do you think? How do you compare Kittle and Kelsey?
I would compare them in the manner that for what football has been over the last decade and when Travis has been as dominant as he has, the passing game has been, I would say, more important than the run game. And we're seeing that trend. We're seeing that with the 49ers wanting to go up in the draft and get a guy who can kind of change what they're doing offensively in the pass game, finding a guy in Purdy who can unlock more than Jimmy was able to in the pass game. With how important the pass game is, I would prioritize a tight end that can thrive in that. And I think Travis has shown that he's the best pass-catching tight end of all time. He is obviously not the blocker Kittle is, especially with kind of the pure physicality and the relentlessness that Kittle likes to block with. But he does his part in the run game. It might not look as tenacious, it might not look as pretty at times, but he is a capable blocker. He is asked to do a lot of similar things to what Kittle is, and maybe doesn't do it at, again, quite the same level or quite the same ferocity, but it gets back to, is it more important to be really good at two things which don't have equal weight, or is it more important to be the best who has ever done it at the more valuable thing and not quite as good, less valuable thing? And, I think that's maybe the better way to frame the conversation.
Mitchell, who do you think's winning the game?
You guys obviously aren't going to believe it, but I tend to be a little pessimistic about Kansas City. I don't know why. I've just kind of always been that way. I thought it was going to be a huge challenge to beat Baltimore, and I was kind of proved wrong there. The way it's looked the past month, I'm got to go Kansas City. I just think San Francisco's defense isn't playing quite as well. The defensive line's not playing quite as well. The tackling hasn't been there up to San Francisco standards. And you look at the Chiefs' offense, and the offensive line's been playing great. Guys are doing their part on the back end at the receiver room. They're holding onto the ball. They're making guys miss in the short game, the screen game. And so I think that advantage is in Kansas City's favor, along with, it's been talked about all week. San Francisco's got a little bit more of a static defense, and so they're either going to have to do stuff that they're not as used to doing to try to mix it up and quote-unquote confuse Pat and confuse the offense, or they're just going to be a little bit more static. And I can guarantee you with 2 weeks to prepare, you're not going to want to be that against Coach Reed. So they're going to have to maybe do some different things that they don't do quite as much and in different spots than they're used to. And then the other side of the ball, I think that's just going to be a heavyweight battle. I mean, good on good, physical on physical. It's going to be a really fun matchup. And so I just think that's going to be a bit of a wash in terms of both sides making plays and doing their parts. I just feel like the Kansas City offense, as of right now, has the advantage over the San Francisco defense. And, that's what I think tips it.
Okay. Those are fair answers, man. You're a good sport.
Yeah, well-reasoned, too.
Thanks for hopping on.
Well, I knew I had to be. So thank you guys for having me.
Yeah. Measured, educated, solid. Mitchell Schwartz.
Yeah, it was really good, except for his definition of holding. But other than that, he's an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
I don't think he's seen holding yet in his life.
Well, and he did explain it from an offensive lineman standpoint about hips and foot movement and Eric Fisher and this and that. And he is right, though, about the stats from this year's team. They do hold a lot. So you might actually see a flag this year in the big game.
That'd be fun.
For offensive holding.
I like 1st and 20 for Patrick Mahomes. That sounds great. 888-957-9570. How you feeling, Niner fans? We are getting close. We are inside of 2 days. Based on when kickoff will be inside of 2 days to the start of this one. So let's do it. Let's take your calls on this one. How you feeling? We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Plus, your first opportunity to qualify for a trip to Vegas for Billy Joel and Sting is coming up in mere moments on Willard and Dibbs. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Marowest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. And I've said this a few times, the road to Vegas is also paved with Daisy Dips. It'll get you there faster. If you're heading there this weekend, you need snacks for the car. You need to get Daisy Dips. 2 flavors, French onion and ranch, MSG free, and they are fantastic. Flavorful, versatile. They go with just about anything. You got cold pizza to dip, do it. You got tortilla chips, corn chips, or you want to do like a carrots and cucumber tray, whatever it is, it absolutely works with Daisy Dips. You know and trust the Daisy Sour Cream brand. Now they've got their own special recipe that has turned into these French onion and ranch dip flavors. They're fantastic, and they will make a perfect party for you this weekend. Don't forget the Daisy Dips.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears. Well, now that we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, including all my favorite super secret hiding spots. So I can kill time in here by streaming my shows and...
Ha! Found you.
The heck? How?
You left Find My tablet on.
This generation, ruining the game with their performance enhancers.
Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network for a reliable connection throughout your home. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gigabit internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
Freedom is all about choices, and while there is only one Jeep brand, you have the freedom to choose from an epic lineup of Jeep brand vehicles. Hit the trails with the versatile classic, the Jeep Gladiator, or experience the wild and style with the sophistication and comfort of the Jeep Grand Cherokee or Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xE. Looking for a more immersive experience? Let nature come to you in the open-air Jeep Wrangler or Jeep Wrangler 4xE, America's best.
them on film. Taylor's, I think, leads the NFL. Ton of penalties. Anything stand out when you watch them?
They hold a lot. So the funny thing is, I tweeted this. He's actually right. I mean, the guys do hold. Juwan is the most penalized guy in the NFL this year, and I believe he leads the NFL in holding. Donovan, I think, has led the NFL in holding since he started playing in, I think, 2015 it was.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I like dudes like that. I like Mitchell Schwartz. Played for the Chiefs. He played with these guys. Nick Bosa's like, they hold a lot. And he's like, yep, sure do.
Yeah. And why wouldn't you in a game where they're not going to call it as often as they do in the regular year?
Well,
we know this,
but they do in all the games. Like they led the league in holding, and if you don't know this, he mentioned it a couple of times in his answers. The Chiefs are really good up the middle on the offensive line. They're not as good on the edges. So Nick Bosa and Chase Young, you would think, would be able to get some things done. The problem is, as he said, is, okay, you've got to learn how to rush the passer, but also contain everything else that's going on. And that's what makes the Chiefs so incredibly difficult, because Mahomes moves well, they set up screens well, and so if you're just burning by your guy, well, then sometimes you get to the quarterback and turn around and everything goes right by you. And so I think the 49ers need to do their best imitation of what they did against the Philadelphia Eagles, where they created pressure, but they did just a first-rate job of not losing containment. And Jalen Hurts, if you remember in that game, was, 3 carries, 21 yards, like something just totally chill that did not kill the game. And it ended up being a blueprint. We said it then. The Niners broke the Eagles. Guess what? It was true. It was confirmed yesterday by somebody on the Eagles' offensive line.
Right.
Lane Johnson was on the Dan Patrick Show. Listen to this.
Really, after the 49ers game.
Ready? Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like as film piles up, and I feel like really after the 49ers game where, it's kind of them dismantling us, I felt like teams kind of piggybacked off that. So I don't know if it was something we were doing with our scheme-wise. Maybe the teams were on to what we were running. But it was a lot more difficult than what it needed to be because you've seen what the offense has been, and then you see that stretch, and it's, what's going on.
He's admitting that the Niners broke him, and it also sounds, there's a little dig at Sirianni in there.
Yeah.
A lot more difficult than it needed to be. Huh.
Yeah. And, teams turned out might have been on to us, and Sirianni didn't make the adjustments that you needed to make in terms of, going forward and figuring out how to evolve, because after the Niners beat them, they won one more game the rest of the year in the regular season and in the playoffs. One game.
Yeah. And wasn't it against the Giants, I think?
I think so.
Yeah. Crazy. Wanted everybody to hear this, too. I thought this was really interesting. Teron Armstead plays for the Miami Dolphins, and therefore he was in the game against Brock Purdy and the 49ers the first time Purdy ever took the field. Jimmy goes down, and the foot is broken, and the Niners are trailing 7-3. Brock Purdy comes in. Niners end up having a runaway victory, and all of the Brock Purdy story unfolds from there with all of the winning last year, and now he heads to the Super Bowl. So the discussion around Purdy was put on the Chat Sports with Chase Sr. show to Teron Armstead, and this is what he said about Purdy.
Brock Purdy is the real thing, and it's not those narratives they don't come from many credible avenues and outlets. He's the real thing. There's no question about it. It's crazy. His first game was against us. Garoppolo goes down first quarter, I believe, and Purdy was so unfazed by pressure. He was creating with his feet. He was making plays. He was impressive. First game. Yeah. Never heard of the kid. Now we all know who he is, and he's the real thing, man. He's a special talent. He's fearless. He's fearless. I think that's probably what I like about him the most.
There it is, from somebody who's on the defense, like on a field trying to play against him.
There it is.
Yeah, to see him come in that spot and see him come in and play that well and to play fearlessly when you're the QB3 and then you become QB2 and, oh, my God, I'm playing for the Niners in an NFL game against a very good Miami team, to come in and hit the ground running like that and then start the next week against Tom Brady and take him apart and then go on to do what he's done. He is fearless.
Yeah, absolutely. And you heard Mitchell Schwartz. It was a little bit less direct, but you heard him reference it a couple of times in terms of this offense versus that offense 4 years ago, and the fact that this one, I think, as he put it, has a quarterback who can distribute the ball to the playmakers a little bit better when it's needed. There's no two ways about it, which is why, by the way, when a certain person wants to say he's not a game changer, someone got to explain that to me, because he has changed the game.
Right.
He has changed the 49ers game, and I don't even see how you can question that.
Yeah, you've taken an offense that, even if you want to look at, the McCaffrey effect, fine. But go back to Jimmy G when he was in the Super Bowl and what Raheem Mostert did that year. And it was very McCaffrey-esque, at least on the ground. Raheem Mostert at that time was every bit the runner that McCaffrey's been this year in terms of late season, what he did against Green Bay in the playoffs, how good he was in the Super Bowl, and all the rest of it. So the big difference is the quarterback. The coach is the same. The laminated play sheet's the same. The receivers are mostly the same. You have Ayuk now. You didn't then. You have George Kittle and all the rest of it. Your offensive line is better, but across the board, Brock Purdy's made this offense more dynamic. They score more points, and I think that they're going to send more of a scare into a Kansas City defense that's definitely better than it was 4 years ago.
Absolutely it is, yeah. Let's go to Vince in the city. We'd love to hear from you today, Niner fans. How you feeling, okay? How you feeling? And I'm going to tell you in just a minute after we talk to Vince how you can get qualified for a trip to Vegas yourself to see Billy Joel and Sting later this year. Hey, Vince, what's going on? Welcome to Willard and Dibs.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just wanted to say I think this game is going to be one of the most evenly matched games that we're going to watch for a long time in football, as it should be. That being said, I think it's going to come down to really two things that aren't necessarily football related, football gameplay related. And to me, that's going to be who plays a cleaner game, meaning less penalties.
Yep.
And then it's the mental aspect of football, which is who's going to break whose will first. These guys are going to be like Rams going at it the whole game, just head to head. They both play a similar style, I think, especially in the run game. We run the power zone and the power inside run. They run it really well too. So I think it's going to come down to the penalties and will. Now, I also want to just point out real quick, I hope that it's not one of those games where Mahomes gets certain calls because he's Mahomes and Brock doesn't get called because he's Brock. Because in the last two playoff games, there's been a lot of hits on Brock after he's let the ball go, where he's been driven to the ground, and they're not calling roughing the passer. I don't know if that's playoff football, but I feel like if that was Mahomes, he'd get the 15 yards. So,
that's an interesting one, and so this can go two ways. Vince, thanks. Every fan always thinks that, right? We've done this with Steph Curry for years. Our star doesn't get calls. Every other star gets calls.
Don't get me started on Steph Curry.
Well, there's I don't want to say there's nothing to it. I do want to say that there's probably not as much to it as RIC, because that is human bias, obviously. Everybody watches games and thinks that you're not getting calls. I can think of a number of scenarios where some interesting things happened to Brock Purdy on a football field where there was no call, which is interesting because in the NFL today, the refs slant that way purposefully. Like, it's much more likely to go the other way. In other words, a penalty is called when it shouldn't have been, as opposed to not being called when it should have been, because they protect the quarterbacks at such a level. Is there something to that with Purdy versus Mahomes? Maybe. And Mahomes is very vocal with the refs. Bill Romanowski called him a crybaby on our station earlier this week. I'd also say this, though. It's the Super Bowl. So I'm not worried about it, because I think that when you get to the Super Bowl, those refs damn well know the last thing on earth they want is to broadcast to 120 million people a quarterback getting hit low or high and a penalty flag not flying.
Right. And I think if you look back to last Super Bowl, and that was last year, Philadelphia, Kansas City. There were 9 total accepted penalties, 6 against Philadelphia, 3 against Kansas City. And I think if you looked historically at the Super Bowl, you're going to find fewer flags than you normally would get in an average game. Looking back at last week against the Lions and the Niners, I thought there was a couple of calls, one either way, that could have been and should have been thrown, including the one on Brock Purdy where the helmet in the fourth quarter, he got absolutely lit up when he was mostly on the ground, helmet to helmet, and he got up off the ground with a bloody lip. That was a big miss that I thought that crew had last week.
Yep, I agree with you. It's Football Friday, brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Also, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Okay, first whirl around. Here we go. It's time. Billy Joel and Sting, two of the most iconic recording artists in the history, live at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. This is Saturday, November 9th, coming up later this year. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. However, we are giving away a pair of tickets to the show and a 2-night hotel stay and round-trip airfare for 2. And all you need to do right now is text in the word piano to 20357. That'll qualify you. Text the word piano to 20357, and you are qualified. One more time, piano. Text the word piano to 20357. And then make sure you're listening around 5 o'clock because we will give you another chance to qualify at that time.
Piano. Piano.
That's not how you spell it.
Piano. Piano.
Yeah, that's how you spell it.
In case people don't know how to spell piano, I would hate for somebody to get it wrong.
Well, but do you get disqualified if you send it in but spelled wrong? Like, what if somebody was like P?
Didn't we do this last contest?
P-E-E-A-N-O. Piano.
Right.
Are you qualified or are you out?
You're out.
You got to spell it right?
You got to spell it right.
Remember last time you did something where you put my name after it and it actually still qualified you?
No, it didn't.
I thought it did. As long as you had the word up front.
No, it didn't. It did not.
Piano.
That's how you spell piano.
That's all you need.
Text it to 20357, and you are qualified with an opportunity to potentially win tickets, airfare, hotel, Billy Joel Sting, November later this year.
I'd love to go to that show.
Allegiant Stadium, by the way. You know I say this every time it comes up. And I wonder for a concert, shoot, it might be even better. That game we went to last year, Ice Cube performed at halftime. Dude, it was the setup I think will be different for this.
Right.
Because that was just like a little halftime soiree, whatever. It was great. Gosh, it was great. There's just something about they've sort of captured the essence of the city of Vegas inside that building.
Mm-hmm.
Sight lines are great. Anyway, wholeheartedly recommended if you can ever get to Allegiant Stadium for a game or a concert. Maybe not this weekend. I've heard it's a little expensive.
Yeah, a little pricey. A little bit busy down there, a little pricey. And you can probably see Usher for cheaper than you would pay for the Super Bowl ticket to catch him at halftime for 13 minutes.
No doubt. Plus those halftime things, they're made for TV at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And they're so awkward in person. I mean,
I haven't been to one, so.
They're probably lip syncing. Yeah. You know, all those people down there are dancing.
Depending on the artist, but I think more and more now that they are.
Well, but you know how the fans down front, it's like you're hired. You're not that excited.
No, those people run
doing?
in and dance, and then they are asked to run back out.
Yeah.
They don't get seats for the game.
No,
you run in, and then you run your way to the exit. Which, if I was one of those people, I'd try to duck out and, hey, I'm going to the bathroom.
Exactly.
Try and see if I can't catch a second half in there.
Good try. It works sometimes. Did I ever tell you the story of scalping tickets to Sweet 16 at the Oakland Coliseum the year Joe Smith was in his last year at Maryland?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Maryland played UConn. And...
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
And me and some friends were just like, let's go check it out, man. Let's go check out UConn and Joe Smith. Little did we know he had more games at the Coliseum coming up soon.
Yeah, boy, I wish he didn't.
Anyway, point being, we go over there, and we just, we didn't have tickets. But we're like, it'd probably be something in the parking lot. We could figure it out. You didn't do it on your phone back then. You just went and found somebody who had a piece of cardboard.
It's like 95, right? Maybe even earlier.
Feels,
somewhere in there.
That feels about right. Okay. Although I'm in college by 95, so
you were 16 for this, roughly. Okay.
Yeah. Well.
Anyway,
right, something. Whatever.
Let's not let the date get in the way of a good story.
But maybe it was. Maybe I don't remember. We could look up when Joe Smith was in was in the Sweet 16 against UConn. So anyway, we go over there. And we buy some tickets off somebody in the parking lot, and in we go, and we sit down. And about halfway through the game, you get a little tap on the shoulder, and like a whole row of us, 2 rows of us up there. And they're like, yeah, we need to talk to all you guys real quick.
Oh, no.
And at first, you're like, hey, did I get randomly selected to move down to the floor? Sweet. And so you're like, yeah, what's up? And they're like, just hang here for a second. Okay, and then people start getting bothered. Like, I'm missing the game. What's going on? And they start asking questions. How did you guys get your ticket?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and we're just like, well, with money. Like, people are starting to get evasive.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Bottom.
Fan finally gets really frustrated and goes, sir, are you going to let us back in? Are we going to watch the game or not?
Mm.
And the usher.
Thank you.
Goes, no.
Gone.
Everybody scattered because apparently whatever we had purchased in the parking lot was counterfeit.
Oh, no.
And so there were duplicates. It was a duplication sensation.
Cha-ching.
And so some other people had those seats. And we didn't have any seats.
Oh, boy.
But what were the ushers going to do about it? As soon as he let everyone know, no, this is tracking toward you guys getting kicked out and being out of your money, everybody ran. Gone. And obviously, March Madness game, you can go
like
find
cockroaches when the light goes on.
Gone.
The year was 1995, Mark.
Okay, good job.
Yeah.
So I was in college, but we must have, been on spring break or something.
Must have.
Something.
UConn 99, Maryland 89.
Yeah, I was rooting for Maryland, but UConn was maybe the eventual national champion?
No, that would be incorrect. Okay. That would be UCLA fight.
UCLA. Was that the Tyus Edney year?
It must be. Yeah, the Bruins beat Arkansas.
Okay.
Bruins also played in Oakland against Mississippi State that same night in the Sweet 16.
Yes, we watched that one as well.
Allegedly.
From a different seat.
From the jail. From the basement.
All right. Anyway, story time is over.
I love story time.
The Niners are in the Super Bowl. So
maybe next time we do the stream, we can do more story time because yesterday was pretty fun.
We got some stories in, brother.
My wife was like, "What'd you guys do for 3 hours?" I said, "We stretched it out a little bit. Told a couple stories."
Christy pulled me aside this morning. She goes, "I thought your live stream was supposed to be about the Niners." I go, it was.
Mostly.
Goes, you guys were talking about all kinds of stuff.
All kinds of mess, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Dibs, you won't have to wait that long. You guys are going to do an hour on the stream on Monday because there's an early Warrior game, 1 hour early.
Right.
So at 5, you guys will switch to stream only.
And I will give you my top 10 mid-major locks for the tournament.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
If you say one word about college basketball, go on.
I'm out.
You're out. Yeah.
All right.
So anyway,
it's almost
yes.
March.
For those of you who did not partake in our live streams this week, which were Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday during Warrior games, we went Odyssey app, YouTube, and Twitch only. This just handed to me. We will be doing that again for the 5 o'clock hour on Monday because it will obviously be the day after the Super Bowl. The Warriors will have action, but we are going to we're going to get it all together for 4 full hours, 3 on the radio, then another on the live stream, really getting after it, either celebrating,
right,
or just expressing depression.
I have not reached a point where I think Kansas City is going to win and it's a woe is me, but I definitely have less confidence now than I had on Monday and that I had last week. And I know it's irrational, but you get new information and it's not where the public money is going and the public is on Kansas City. It's a lot of the experts, the so-called experts, and no disrespect to Mitchell Schwartz, but he's going to be slanted toward the Chiefs. He had some really good things to say about both. And then you asked him who you thought would win. and he, eventually went to his old team, the Chiefs. I just worry about the Steve Wilks, Andy Reid portion of the show where Kansas City offensively is going to have the upper hand on the Niners defense and the Niners defensive coordinator.
I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know.
Well, I don't know that either, but that's the thing that has me the most worried.
That's fair. The 49er defense so far in these playoffs has left a lot to be desired.
Underwhelming.
But what I keep going back to is when you say something like that, Andy Reid's got the edge on Steve Wilks. It's like, dude, Steve Wilks goes into this game with everything you need. What is it he's missing? And again, I'm not criticizing him here. I don't know how the game is going to be played. He called the effort against Detroit in the first half embarrassing. He called them out. Is that going to help? I don't know. We'll find out. The defense has not looked like that all year. So it's not like we can just say this is now them. That group we saw in the first half against Detroit, that's now the Niner defense. That's the mistake I think too many people are making. It's like, yep, that's them. So now what are you going to do? Well, that's not always been them. And there's no way, no how you can walk into this game if you are any of the Niners coaches. I don't care, offense, defense, assistant, head guy, whatever. You don't get to walk into this game and say that you don't have everything you need. You've got everything you need at every position on the field. And that's why a lot of people think that the Niners are going to win. It's not about what they have looked like. It's about who they are. And so that's why I go back to the statement I made earlier. I can't tell you exactly what they're going to look like. But here's what I really feel strongly about. If the 49ers perform like their best selves, they will not lose to anyone, Patrick Mahomes included.
When was the last time they played like their best selves? And I know you're going to go to Jacksonville so we can look up the date, and then we can do the math on how many days it's been since they played like their best selves, because they didn't against Detroit.
I wouldn't necessarily say Jacksonville.
They didn't against Green Bay. They didn't against the Rams when they played their twos.
That doesn't count.
They didn't against Washington. They didn't against Baltimore. So now we're going back. We're going Chris Berman to before Christmas. It's been a long time.
But you mentioned Jacksonville on November 12th. I think they looked fine the very next week against Tampa Bay. I thought they looked great on Thanksgiving in Seattle. I think outside of the first quarter, the next week they went to Philadelphia. They were dominant. They were tremendous on all aspects of the ball. The week after that, they hosted Seattle. They were good. They weren't perfect, but they were very good. The week after that, they went on the road to Arizona. They ran the ball a little bit, but they scored 45 points, and they were good. And then Baltimore.
Yeah.
Then Christmas. But, I mean, let's not act like more often than not the 49ers looked like a version of their best selves. You're not wrong. It's been a while, but I don't think it was just Jacksonville. You know, this team's had two streaks where they were tremendous and the best team in the league. We're sponsored by Flag and Anthem. We'll take more of your phone calls at all times throughout the show. 888-957-9570. However, I'll also tell you that in 8 minutes, we will go live to Vegas and joining our Zoom. So get on Twitch and YouTube right now. Joining our Zoom from Vegas, Vernon Davis. Vernon Davis will join us live. That is coming up on Willard and Dibs.
The biggest day in football is right around the corner, and we've got the ultimate game plan.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
How you feeling, Niner Nation? Here we go. How you feeling? I woke up today, and I'm like, oh, yeah, they're going to get it. And then I came to work, and there's Dibs.
Nah, come on.
And he's like, nah.
I'm just keeping it real.
You're not going to win this game.
I'm keeping it a buck. You know,
I am a control freak.
Yeah, you listen to all the breakdowns, and you start to see that, you know, Kansas City, they didn't get here by accident, and it's more than just, wow, they got Patrick Mahomes. They have a really good defense. Yep. They have a run game that has been very effective against a defense that has been suspect against the run of late. You've got a coach who's never gotten it done, who hasn't been able to close the show, and another coach who all he does is win, 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 no matter what of late.
No.
It's just, it's not, you know, my confidence level is commensurate with where the spread is.
I just think that I'd argue that a lot of 49er fans, you're scared of the wrong thing. That's what I'd argue.
Well, I just laid out what I'm scared of, and it's not Patrick Mahomes.
There you go. I'm not talking just to you.
Yeah.
I'm under the impression that people listen to this. So, the Chiefs, you're right. They're good. Hello. But this whole, like, how are we going to beat Mahomes? You mean the guy who scored 17 points a couple of weeks ago? You mean the guy that gave up back-to-back a pick six and a fumble rumble to the Raiders, who lost 6 games in the regular season? I'm not saying any of this to make him sound like anything other than the best player in the league. I'm fully aware of that. But this idea that it's like, well, that's it. We're playing the Chiefs. You can't beat Mahomes. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. It's lost in the Super Bowl before. Niners had a 10-point lead on him in a Super Bowl before. Eagles, many people think, had him by the you-know-whats in the Super Bowl.
They did, yeah.
And he's amazing, so he wiggles out of that sometimes. But that's my message, I would say, both to 49er fans and to any of the coaches. And they know this. They don't need any of us to tell them this. My dogs, you got everything you need. Got everything you need to beat Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Right.
You've got an answer at every position.
So did Philadelphia last year.
Absolutely. And coulda, shoulda, woulda, don't drop the ball.
Right.
I'm not saying the Niners don't have to go play well. They're going to have to play incredibly clean, but they can do that. So, which Niner was it? I think it was Lenore, and he's a talker, but he basically said, and I agree with this, he said, like, this is about us. It's about us. So, in other words, you're either going to win the football game, or if you lose, it's because you didn't perform at your best. And I know that sounds snooty and arrogant.
Totally.
It's the way the Williams sisters handled press conferences for years. If you ever lost, they weren't just like, I'd like to start off by saying how amazing the opponent was today. But they're not wrong. Serena can do that. Why? Because she's the best. And the Niners have the best roster. They do. So, perform.
Yeah, but you don't have a major. You don't even have as many majors as Andy Roddick. Right now you're sitting on Bupkis in terms of
I disagree with that.
major championships.
But there's 4 major championships a year in tennis. The Super Bowl is not like that. The Niners do have some major victories. I'd argue one happened 12 days ago. That's a major.
That's a nice win.
Going to the Super Bowl down 17 points at halftime, that's a major.
That's a nice win.
Yeah.
In football, you mentioned it. There's only one major.
I know.
And you haven't won it.
Don't say you can't win the big game. That was a big game.
No, but don't say it's all about us, especially when you're going up against a team that's won 2 of the last 4.
I think they're the best team, and I reject that.
Well, then show me.
But
those words are empty and hollow to me.
No, those were different teams. We just talked to a guy who now does basket weaving during the day, who was playing football 4 years ago. Like this whole idea of, well, the Chiefs, no, it's a different team.
Of course.
The last time the Niners had to do this, Tyreek Hill was on the squad, and on 3rd and 15, that works.
Well, you look at their team.
Not there anymore.
Their team from last year, the Chiefs, is largely on offense the same team that they have this year. And that team was good enough. You had Pacheco, you had Sky Moore, you had Travis Kelce.
You had Juju Smith-Schuster. You had a different receiving core, for sure. You had a different receiving core. Did you have a healthy Jet, McKinnon? You had a much healthier backfield. You were healthier in the trenches than you were. Every year's different.
Of course.
Minor tweaks here and there, but they matter. They matter, no?
It all matters.
Yeah.
The only thing that matters is 60 minutes on Sunday.
Exactly.
That's all that matters. And you can say the Niners have the better roster, and we can go back to last year's NFC Championship game, and we can hear from the legion of people who say, well, the Niners, if Brock Purdy stays healthy, the Niners would have won. The Niners had the better team. That doesn't matter to me, and it will never matter because on that day, your quarterback didn't stay healthy and your backup didn't stay healthy, and you lost the game. So whether or not you were better or not doesn't matter. And you can say, yeah, it's all about us on Sunday. If we do what we need to do, we're going to win the game. Well, if you go out and you lose the game, then those are empty words.
Yeah, that's fine.
Doesn't matter.
No,
doesn't matter if you have the better roster.
No, it doesn't matter. The final score matters.
That's all that matters.
But the game hasn't started yet.
Right.
And so my analysis is this. The 49ers at their best will not be beat.
And you've said this for months now.
Well,
you've said it.
And here they are.
Right. You've said, if healthy, the 49ers have the best roster in football, and if healthy, they should be able to beat anybody in a one-game scenario. And here we are. They're healthy.
And favored.
And they've got a one-game,
so
favored by 2, 1.5, depending where you shop.
But it's going to end at 2.5, to be honest with you.
You think the sharp money comes in late on the Niners?
I have a little bit of a insight on
You got more John Avello?
No, this is a different one.
I know. He's been dropping.
You know how I go on? I told you I do the FanDuel stuff. They call me a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Gosh, I hope I'm not outing anybody. But I want to ask them this. So when they call me before games, they do it on a Friday. I did it this morning. But if they run it on game day.
Shout out Chris Brown.
So they'll tell me, we're going to talk about this as if the game is later today. This will run Sunday morning. And then they will firmly say on the interview what the spread is. But that's 2 days from now.
Oh, snap.
So I'm like,
you better spread. Be careful. Yeah, I'm trying.
Hey, FanDuel, how do you know what the spread is going to be on Sunday?
So when they did the interview this morning, they said 2.5.
2.5.
Oh, interesting.
They may not invite me back. I don't know. I'm sharing this publicly, but if we get to Sunday and it goes to 2.5, Tell them Willard sent you.
Well, they can.
How do they know?
Well, they can project out, I'm sure,
Where it's
based
going.
on like where the money is now and what a certain amount of money that comes in will do to the spread. And it might already be teetering on that 2.5 spot. It might be so close to where there's no way it's going to 1.5.
I can also share this with you. Just go to FanDuel Sportsbook. It's already at 2.5.
It's already at 2.5. But how do they know?
Juice on the Chiefs.
But how do they know it's going to stay there? How do they know it's going to stay there?
It's a great question.
I think Juice is on the Niners. You're confusing
Light
me.
Juice, yeah.
Yeah.
Minus 105.
Not Kyle Juice.
They want even more money on the Chiefs. I'm telling you, that's a significant thing that I read in Ethan Strauss's column yesterday about the NFL futures. 16.7% of the preseason NFL futures Super Bowl bets were on the Niners. That is a stunning statistic. How many NFL teams are there?
32, Mark.
32. And the Niners made up almost 17% of all bets. That's a crazy number. Project out how many millions of dollars that is for Las Vegas, Nevada, if the 49ers win the game.
Well, I'm looking at the odds, the preseason odds, according to ProFootballReference.com, and they're listing the Niners as plus 1,000 preseason. They were the fourth choice.
Okay.
Kansas City was 6-1, Philadelphia 7.5-1, Buffalo 9-1, Niners and Bengals were both 10-1. So, assuming that this is about the ballpark where they were preseason, 10-1, and the most money preseason was bet on the Niners, that's a gigantic liability.
Gigantic number.
If you're talking about 16%, and let's just say that the futures market is $100 million, just for a round number. So now you're looking at $16 million, 16% roughly, right, of $100 million would be $16 million.
Mm-hmm.
16 million times 10-1 is $160 million that you'd be paying out if the Niners won.
Yep.
That's a big liability.
And by the way, I bet it's a lot more than that.
Right, but I was just ballparking the numbers for the sake of
math. Yeah, for math.
Just to show you that if the Niners were to win this game and they have 100 coming in, they'd have 160 going back out. That is a 60% loss on just the futures market.
I have a question for you guys.
Yeah.
Didn't your friend John Avello come on Monday and said that they need the Chiefs to win? Or that they need the Niners to win.
They need the Niners
right?
to win.
Was he talking about just the bets from this week, the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, I think he was talking about it just for what was coming in on this particular game. But I don't know what his discussion was, or he's with DraftKings. Like, I don't know what their percentage is on the 49ers for futures bets. I don't know. You're not wrong. He said that. He absolutely said right now that they were rooting for the 49ers.
And also, in the futures market, not everybody would have bought it at 10-1.
Correct.
A lot of people, the Niners start out 5-0.
Yep.
Now I want in. Well, now it might be 4.5-1.
You know what that is?
It's a
fluctuation sensation.
Thank you.
That's what it is. Yeah.
You know what that is.
Redwood Dave is in Redwood City. That's why he's called Redwood Dave. Hello, Dave.
That's right, gentlemen. Can't wait for the game. Bought foam fingers for everybody in the office.
Oh, my God.
Because the other people are transplants from Wisconsin, and they're all big Green Bay fans.
Well, then, yeah. Then you're going to need to flip them off.
Right?
Absolutely.
I wore a football jersey every day to work for the past 2 weeks. The key to the game is we got to shut down Pacheco. We got to put Ward on Rice all the time. We got to double coverage Travis Kelce on third down or roll coverage to him, depending on what happens. You got to mix it up. And the defense has just got to get to Mahomes and crush him.
Easier said than done, Dave.
Yeah,
but you're not wrong. I actually don't want the defense to get to him and crush him. I want the defense to contain him. Because if you just get to him with your, as people, all the little cliches, we got to pin your ears back and your hair on fire, he going to run away from you.
You don't sack Patrick Mahomes. He got sacked twice against Baltimore. Those are the first 2 sacks he sustained in his previous 5 playoff games, including last year's Super Bowl. I'm looking at it right here, 21 of 27, a very meager 182, 3 touchdowns, no sacks, 6 carries, 44 yards, 1 victory. And I mean,
he's fantastic.
It's kind of
he's fantastic.
It's a little bit of a rush and hold mentality. And this is one of the things that makes me worried about the Niners, where, you got Bosa coming so fast around the outside. You just push him upfield. Mahomes slides up underneath, and now we're off to the races.
Well, but that's
when you've
why,
got linebackers devoted to Kelsey, you've got no one at home to stop the run.
But this. The line is a concert, and it's all got to work together. So if Bosa's going to go around and Mahomes is going to step up in the pocket, this has got to be a much better performance for Hargrave and Armstead. I don't know how healthy Armstead is, but those guys have got to be good. They've got to be good. If he's going to step up, there's got to be other people there. And I would argue Steve Wilks, who wants to do so many things in a base form on his defensive line, is probably going to have to come with a change-up to the game. He's probably going to, like earlier than later. Don't wait to be punched in the mouth and then at halftime, okay, let's try this. It's what he did 2 weeks ago. It's what he did against the Rams all the way back in week 2. It's like, you know what? Maybe see if you can force a turnover in the first quarter. What about that? See if you can go up by 2 scores.
Yeah.
Let's try that.
Here's an idea. Why don't you play some man?
Yeah.
How about you man up? And I like Redwood Dave's call in terms of, you man up with Rashee Rice. You put Mooney Ward over there on him, and you're going to have to stick a linebacker on Travis Kelce, probably Fred Warner. Maybe you give a little help. And it's going to depend on down and distance. Larry had this answer yesterday when we had Larry Krueger live from Lake Las Vegas. I asked him that very thing about them manning up more, and he said it depends on down and distance.
Yep.
If you're in a 3rd and 3 situation, you're probably going to play a little bit more conservatively because you got to respect the run with Pacheco. But if it's 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, go ahead and send a 5th and man it up behind and really heat up Mahomes and make him put the ball into a difficult spot, because Mahomes will take a chance, and he'll give you one.
Mooney Ward is a key player, man. Mooney Ward is a key player because if they do just shadow Rashee Rice with him, and he can in some way, shape, or form limit any damage from that player. Obviously, there's Kelce. He's going to get his, and the linebackers will handle that for the most part. But, boy, it's anybody else. If you can limit it to just that, like Kelce gets his, but nobody else does anything, you're going to win the game. I think you're going to win the game.
Unless they hit you with a big one, a big play over the top.
They're so much less likely to do than they have been in the past.
Seemingly.
Yeah.
They still have MVS, and you got Sky Moore, who's going to come back, and you do have other weapons, but I'm of the same mind. Go ahead and bracket Kelce, man him up, and give some help over the top or over the middle, and let somebody else go ahead and beat you.
The San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says that we are 1 day.
Oh, let's go.
22 hours, 55 minutes, and 21, 20, 19, 18 seconds away from the big game. Oh, look who called. GPD, I mean, we're going to change your name to just G. You are a real G, man. You are really something. And I don't know if you heard us. I don't know if you heard us get mad at our team here. Did somebody shuttle you out the door? I thought you were waiting until we could come out and say hi.
It's okay, brother. I had my girl with me, and we had to go to that park down on 4th and Bridge Street. I think it's down there. Beautiful park for kids. And nice sunny day in San Francisco. I'm like, it wasn't about me. It was about you guys. So I'm sorry that it took me so long to get those gifts to you.
No, thank you so much. They are so nice.
But I'm wondering, hey, Gibbs, should I have brought you a Kansas City hoodie? Because, man, what's up, dog?
Yeah, but Daddy, I'm just keeping it a buck here. I'm not going to sit there and go full pom-pom mode. And thank you, by the way, for the XL. Your boy is looking a little chunky these days. I appreciate the extra room, but I'm just a little worried, Grandpa Daddy. That's all.
I'm a little worried, too. Okay, we're at Target. Go ahead, get out, run around, go, girl. And
now that's good parenting live on the air. We've arrived at Target. Go run in the streets, young lady. We'll see you later. I'm on the air with Willie and Debbie.
You guys, I tell you, thank you for. Hey, they gave her a football. We played catch in the hallway with Lucas, and it was a great experience. She was excited. And I just, you know what, Bang Bang Niner Gang, it's good to see you guys in your environment. And we love you guys, man. Thank you for your service, bro, because you make our day, both of you.
GPD, you made ours. You made ours, and it was great to see your beautiful little girl and these beautiful hoodies. And to have that be the way we started out our Friday leading into the Super Bowl is something that we are not going to forget.
Just wear them at your Super Bowl party, wherever you're at.
Oh, that's happening.
Represent Dibs. I know Mark will. Dibs, you better be wearing that stuff.
Grandpa Daddy, you know I will. And having a baby about the same age as your baby, I won't put it on until she's down for the nap because spit up is always a threat, Grandpa Daddy.
Bang, bang, Niner Gang, let's do this, guys.
Let's go,
GPD.
And thank you for defending my honor out here, Willard, slandering my name by being a bad host and kicking him out. What is that?
Well, the reason that happened is because we came out here after the break, and you're like, yeah, Lucas shuttled him out. That was the first thing that was said to us. So I'm not taking it back. I'm not taking it back at all.
Heard it straight from the source. I was a gracious, amazing host.
Yeah, because he played catch with him, and he probably felt bad for you because he sees how many you drop. But anyway, it's all good, dude.
She's 4.
It's all fun. Not her, you. That's actually a moment I'll never forget. GPD's like, okay, honey, we're at Target. Go play Magic. I'm never going to forget that. That was incredible.
Well, why else do you go to a store like that with a toddler or, a kid just out of the toddler years? You go to like a Target. That way she can run.
Oh, no, I get it. You got to go, like, sometimes you got to stick them in the cart.
Dude,
so you can start driving that thing around.
Rainy days, we go to Safeway, and she sits in the cart, and all she says is, "Where's the Daisy Dips?" Honey, hold on. We're going to get there. Try to milk our time here at Safeway.
She like French onion or ranch?
She likes the ranch.
Okay.
Yeah, the French onion's a little zesty.
Stick her hand right in there.
Straight in there. She eats it like poi.
Yeah.
Just 2 fingers, scoop and score.
Okay, we're at Target. Go ahead, get out, run around, go, girl.
That's good parenting.
It's so good. I'll meet you at the dollar bin in about an hour.
Totally.
So good. All right. 888-957-9570. You got time? Yeah, we got time. Let's go to Therm. He the Funky Worm in East Palo Alto. What are you doing, Therm?
Man, getting ready for the Super Bowl Sunday. I invited all my haters over to watch the game. You know, they be hating on that I be taking their money. So it's going to be another day like that. The way we going to win this game, we got to go to McCaffrey. We got to do the quick game, too. And then when we see something that's open downfield, we got to take advantage of it. The turnover battle, that is the one that we need to win. Because even though Patrick Mahomes might have some happy feet, if he get popped, oh, Lord, I just want Greenlaw or Warner to just wake him up for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So I've been a 49er fan my whole life, so I ain't worried about nothing. Let's go Niners, baby.
Okay, Therm. Patrick will give it to you. He had 14 interceptions this year.
Yeah.
He'll give it to you.
No doubt.
You know what I mean? You can look. He's an amazing player, and therefore, just like Josh Allen, who led the league in him, you know, when you're an amazing player, sometimes you think you can fit that ball in there anytime, and sometimes you're wrong.
And as Larry Krueger mentioned to us yesterday on our live stream show, live from Vegas, they're going to drop it. Stop dropping me. The Chiefs led the NFL in drop passes. So, you know, if you take away Travis Kelce, who's got hands that are like vices, then you get it to everyone else, you might get yourself a nice, convenient drop.
No doubt about it. Look.
They still have Kadarius Toney.
He's still on the roster.
Yeah, throw it to him, Pat. Throw it to him.
Is he active in this game?
No, he might be active, but last week he had 0 targets.
Yeah, he'll be active, but we'll see if he plays.
I thought he was actually inactive against the Ravens, or was that the prior week against the Bills? One of the playoff games, they deactivated him. You know what that is?
It's a deactivation sensation.
It is.
Cha-ching.
Yeah, it is. So
No,
anyway,
it is. Yeah.
I'm not worried about the skill position players of the Kansas City Chiefs at all. Not even a little bit. Not even Travis Kelce. I know what Travis Kelce's going to do. He's going to play well. He's going to get a few catches. You hope that they're not red zone ones. You hope that they're not 25-yard strikes, back shoulder, corner of the end zone touchdown. Their chemistry is amazing. But Chiefs skill position players in this game? Come on. There's no question who's got better skill position players in this game.
No doubt.
It's not even close.
Even if you add in Travis Kelce as one of the skill position guys, and he is.
Yeah, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. All right, guys, look, here's the deal. We got a little bit over an hour to go to talk about this before we get to the weekend and the Super Bowl is here. So now's your chance. Stop messing around. Let's get the vibe. How you feeling? 888-957-957. It's nothing but your calls the rest of the way. We might squeeze in Vernon Davis at some point in the hour. He needed a little more time, and now he's loose in Vegas, and so who knows what the hell's going to happen, but we'll try. But let's go. Let's talk to you right here on Willard and Dibs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway, and Safeway is the perfect one-stop shop for all the Valentine's.
No, come on. Oh, yikes.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, if you were just...
Cheryl!
If you were just watching on YouTube or Twitch, you just saw one of my famous sneeze attacks, which might not be over. It might not be.
Well, cover up this time. Good Lord.
You better be careful.
Yeah.
I covered up enough. I turned the other way, and I'm 10 feet away from you.
Inner elbow is the new approved technique.
I'm not sneezing all over my brand new Niners shirt.
Although
I'm not doing that.
Can I just do 20 seconds on inner elbow? Inner elbow is the preferred technique for the sneeze, yet during the COVID pandemic, all we wanted to do was to greet each other by bumping elbows. You're telling me to sneeze in my elbow.
That's a fair point.
And now you want me to bump elbows? The hell are we doing, CDC?
Although,
hey, Fauci.
You sneeze on the inner elbow, you elbow bump on the outer elbow.
Right, but the proximity is a little bit too much for me. So I'm going to smear elbows with Sneezosaurus over here.
I am going to say something very controversial.
20 seconds are over.
But I get mine.
You get your 20.
Rebuttal.
I've
given up.
Have you?
I'm just going to be honest with people. I'm one of those. I've given up. To me, COVID is you're sick, just like you used to be sick.
Right.
I get it if you're going to be around the elderly, but
or the young and the unvaccinated.
I
get it.
I'm not trying to be inappropriate.
No, that's the the populist opinion now.
I am out of energy on all the little specifics of the whole thing. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Not trying to bring that to anybody else's table. No judgment, however.
Sure.
Yeah. So
Everybody, and that's the one thing that I've learned through all this, is you have to navigate sickness the way you want to navigate it. And you and I have talked about this when I referee, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow out there at a CYO court near you.
Probably not.
I think I'm the only official in the association who wears a mask. And I wear a mask each and every game of the year.
I haven't seen any others.
I wouldn't imagine.
Saw the guy that looks like a buff Dave Roberts last week. He doesn't wear one.
Yeah.
Tall, big guy, dark hair. He missed a lot of calls. He doesn't wear one. Anyway,
he wears a blindfold.
He wears a mask. It's over his eyes. I like that.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway.
Take your mask off, ref. 888-957-9570 is the numbers. Football Friday brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Come on.
Hype the phones, and then I want to give you some. I want to give you some gambling nuggies before we go out to the phones.
Give them to me.
The great Jimmy Shapiro, who is a media liaison for many people, including gambling companies, sent me an email a couple of hours ago saying 56% of the public bettors are on the Chiefs.
I'm surprised it's that low.
According to his action preview, 64% on the over. In terms of the over and the under.
Okay.
84.5% of the sharp wagerers are on the Niners. And by sharps, those are the professional bettors who tend to bet large sums of money.
Are you under the impression, I would love to ask Jimmy Shapiro this, the word sharp even makes it sound like that means that they're smart.
Hey, how you doing, Jimmy?
You right?
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty smart.
By the way, do you have to be named Jimmy or Johnny to get one of these jobs? Johnny Avello, Jimmy Shapiro, like
You gotta have a Y in your name.
And and your last name's gotta end in O.
You
We all know what that
Your middle name's gotta be the. Jimmy the Fixer. Joey the Hit.
Johnny the Odds Maker. Remember what did he call himself? What did he say? What was that phrase?
I'm the market maker.
The market maker.
I make the market.
That's right, Johnny the market maker.
Hey, Johnny, do you guys all get in a room and talk about it? No, dummy. They call me.
I go into my room.
Exactly.
And I come out when there's white smoke and a number.
I'm the market maker.
Yeah, exactly.
Sharp money.
Anyway,
84.5%.
Are you?
Niners -2. 74% on the Niners money line, which is -130. Bet 130 to win 100. The sharp money, 65% on under 47.5.
I love the under in the game.
I do too.
I love the under in the game. Now, are you under the impression that if the
I'm sorry, I don't do impressions.
Or if the sharps are all in one direction, that is a good sign? In other words, do you translate sharp money as the big money or the smart money?
Both.
Both.
Yes. Okay. I don't think that if you're a sharp guy, hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
I'm Billy the Gambler. Or Mattress Mac, or all these people who have nicknames.
Well, Mattress Mac is just trying to run a promotion.
He's a genius.
Absolutely.
I don't know if he's a great bettor.
I have no idea if he usually
I don't even
wins.
know what he does.
Yeah, exactly.
But the very fact that we know who he is.
Stores. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think the sharp money is going to be, some sharp is not going to, I'm betting $12 on the Niners. No, you're going to be a bigger wagerer.
Yep.
And maybe the Super Bowl is not a time where you really go heavy because it's not, it's not an easy line to bet upon.
Read that stat again. How much of the sharp money is on the Niners?
84.5%, Mark.
Holy hell.
That's 84 out of 100. And I don't know if there's 100 of us, but if there was, it'd be 84.5 of them, would be sure.
84% of the sharp money is on the Niners?
Minus the 2.
84%
and a half, yeah.
That's huge. So what you're telling me is for the Chiefs to win this game, it means Bobby, Billy, and Bubba Lou no more than Nicky the Shop.
56% of the money is on the Chiefs +2, which tells me that there's a lot more, Tom, Dick, and Harry, if I may.
People who look like Andy Reid, but will be sitting in the living room.
Right. People like Grandy, Lucas, me, and you. Guys who aren't necessarily sharp, although Lucas is very close.
You better be careful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Grandy, please. And I know I've been on a bit of a cold streak.
I'm really upset that you like the under because I also like the under, and now I'm convinced the over is going to hit.
See, this whole idea of Dibs is a mush.
Yeah. 52 to 49 Niners. That's
quadruple overtime.
That's what I got.
I like the under, but I think the total is going to hit at 47. I think it's 24-23 Niners.
Your score,
I've been over this.
Your score nauseates me.
I'm sorry, Mark.
I mean, because there's no way to come up with that score and not have it come down to the last 5 seconds of the game.
Hold on. We glossed right over it. Dibs likes the Chiefs with the points, which is huge for us.
That is big.
What I do really like, though, is the Niners money line.
Right, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's because
I like the Niners on the money line.
You're not Danny the Shop.
Here's before we go to the phones, and I see all you people lining up.
We'll go to the phone.
Jimmy, Billy, Tommy, Timmy, I see you all out there. Big Dom's on line 5.
Big Dom.
My favorite bets are Niners money line, under 47.5, and McCaffrey for MVP. Those would be my 3.
Yeah, you just ruined Grandy's night.
Whatever. Grandy, you're not even wearing a McCaffrey jersey. What are you wearing, Grandy? That's a brand new jersey anyway.
Kittle.
Bandwagon.
There you go.
George Kittle.
There you go.
You would know George Kittle from Ma Kettle.
Kittles and bits right in there in the next room. Not a baby.
That's an early nickname of mine.
What's that?
They used to mock me with Kibbles and Dibs in middle school.
That's a terrible nickname.
I threw hands for that.
You should, but not for the reason that you think. You think
or Dibbles and Bits, and they.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah, I didn't like any of it.
Number 3, Kibbles and Bits is better than
like any
Kibbles
of it.
And what was it?
Kibbles and Dibs. I think it was Dibbles and Bits.
Kibbles and Bits. Kibbles and Bits. So they called you Dibbles and Bits. That's very funny.
The 5 most popular exact scores.
It just moves on. Go ahead. It's fine.
We're down to an hour here. An hour a show.
There's ice cream now named after you. So who got the last laugh?
Oh man.
Well, now you're coming down my road because I've reached out to the people at Dryers and said, "Yo, your ice cream's named after me. Where's my piece?" Okay. Same thing with Daisy Dibs. I haven't really cashed in on that one either. They're biting my name, Mark.
Daisy Dibs. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but that sounds like a candy.
No, the ice cream Dibs, they're phenomenal.
Right.
Made by Dryers.
Right.
I reached out to them about 10 years ago and say, hey, how about an endorsement? I'm Dibs, you're Dibs.
How'd it go?
I think Randy just summed it up.
I know.
Haven't heard back from him. And I had a guy who worked at Dryers. He's now in politics. Anyway.
You created his career too?
There you go.
Actually, I tried to derail his career.
That was amazing.
Half the people at the station.
Nobody got that.
Get me Stephen Langford.
That was an incredible joke.
Yeah, actually, he was one I tried to derail. God. He and I do not align politically.
That was incredible.
I won't name shame him, but yeah, I've tried to stop him every time he's run for office, and I haven't yet.
20 years from now, when we're not working together anymore, and you're telling people at the corner of the bar that you started my career, whoever's listening to you, don't buy it. Don't buy it.
I would never claim you.
Oh my gosh. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Yeah. Yeah, Mark.
Yeah. Love that sound.
Yeah.
This is Friday, and it's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, and somewhere is here. And the 5 o'clock pop is brought to you by Farmers Brewing Company. Whatever time it is and wherever you are, join us as we get ready for the big game. We're going to be sipping on their West Coast IPA this weekend. It's delicious. Sun up till sundown pairs perfectly with football. So go get a 6-pack or 26 packs from Farmers Brewing at your nearest grocery store. Enjoy the game with us and the beer right here on 95.7 The Game. And remember, Willard told you, drink more in the second half. It'll help, especially if the score is going to be 24-23.
Yeah, that's what the great Robin said when she called in earlier. She said margaritas at halftime and then going forward.
Yeah.
Drink it.
But she was talking about margaritas to like settle her nerves. And I'm like, margarita's more kind of a like celebration drink.
Yeah.
I got margaritas at about 7:30 if the Niners win. That's what I'm thinking.
And you know what that becomes, right? It's an inebriation sensation.
I was going to go with a celebration sensation, but
it all works.
Let's go to Diego Sanchez's super chat on YouTube.
Cash me out one time.
Calling it out. 27-14, the Niners will win. I do get a warm fuzzy from all that sharp money. 84.5%.
Right?
The wise guys don't even think this is going to be close.
Yeah.
84.5%. That's very, very large number.
And yet the overall money, 56% of it is on the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And that tells you that
because we're all a bunch of morons.
Exactly. Well,
yeah.
Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, well, right. But that's a moronic piece of analysis. I'm sorry. It just is. It's a moronic piece of analysis. Mahomes is fantastic. You don't need anyone to tell you that. But when you get to a football game and your answer as to why you think someone's going to win is one player, I almost find it disrespectful. It's disrespectful. You do not win football games by yourself. You just don't.
I'm trying to think of a game or a time when one man, thank you, won the game by himself. And, even the very notion of that is hilariously laughable.
Well, I mean, we're in the Super Bowl, so obviously whatever these teams are doing, they've got someone at quarterback who's working the damn thing, right? So, sure, Tom Brady, for example. How many Super Bowls did he lose? Pretty significant number, actually.
Yeah.
He won more. I'm not going to argue that you're not more likely to win.
But he lose 2? He lost 2 to the Giants.
Or 3? 2? 3?
Lost to the Eagles.
Ah, there you go. That's right.
Yes, 3.
That's right.
3.
Joker.
I mean, right?
7-3 in the Super Bowl.
How many people have lost 3 Super Bowls? Not even the great Kyle Shanahan has done that.
Great question. Jim Kelly's lost 4.
Yep.
Frank Tarkenton, I think he lost 3.
Maybe.
They were in that thing all the time early.
Before my time.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Anyway. 68% of the bets, the total bets placed, on the Chiefs.
On the Chiefs, of course. But if that's your analysis, I'd argue it's lazy. Yes, you have a better chance to win a football game if Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady or whatever is on your team. But for that to be your end all, why do you think they're going to win? Well, Mahomes. Come on. You got it. This game is going to be about more than that. Obviously. You've got amazing play callers. You've got the best running back in the game. You've got incredible pass rushers on both sides. Most games, as you know, Dibs, are won where?
The trenches.
They're one in the trenches. They're one in the trenches. And every quarterback can look ordinary if the trenches are not holding up in front of him. Every quarterback can look average if the trenches don't hold up. And average quarterbacks can look amazing when the trenches do hold up. So that's what this is going to be. This is no different than any other football game. Them big, heavy dudes in the middle are going to tell you the way this one's going to go.
My dudes against your dudes.
Yeah.
John Elway lost 3 Super Bowls.
Did he now?
Yeah, 2 and 3.
55-10.
And yes, I had it right with Fran Tarkenton, 0-3. And Jim Kelly, the aforementioned Jim Kelly, those are the only quarterbacks to have lost 3 or
Super Bowls,
more.
yeah, along with Tom Brady. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
7-3.
Joker. Matthew in Berkeley. Hey, Matthew, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up? Matthew?
Hello.
Oh, gosh.
At the buzzer.
My finger was on the button. Oh, thanks,
like
Matthew.
Like a Jake
Thank
Moody
you.
game-winning field goal.
Damn, dude, that was a buzzer beater. Go ahead, Matthew.
Woo.
Highway 80, yes. So it's jammed with cars, so I have time to talk. Yeah, I was going to talk about Brock Purdy, that he'll be, I think, for a couple of weeks. At least they should change the Las Vegas to Brock Vegas. What do you think of that?
Las Vegas to Brock Vegas. Yeah, let's
Viva Brock Vegas.
What else you got? In your
he's
your
gone.
repertoire? I know.
What else do I have?
No, I was just like,
No, let me hit you with my top 5 most popular Swift props. This according to Jimmy Shapiro. Taylor Swift navel not seen. Yes or no? Taylor Swift does not wear a use check outfit.
does not wear a used check outfit.
Yeah, she probably won't wear.
I would think not, but I don't know, actually.
Over 5 camera shots, over under on 5 times that she's seen on camera.
From kickoff and beyond?
Yeah. That seems like a good line.
Yeah, that is a good line. Oof, we got a huge super chat. Pause. $10 super chat, Dennis Adams. Mahomes exploding at the refs, pissed off the officiating mob, who then called in a favor to the Vegas mob, who then greenlit the hit from the referee Icemen on Sunday. That's from Dennis Adams. He's calling for a conspiracy against Mahomes for the officials.
Major bag alert. Major. Okay. Let me see if I can read that myself so I can follow it. Mahomes exploding at the refs. Pissed off the officiating mob.
Refs don't like Mahomes.
Who then called in a favor to the Vegas mob.
Yep.
Who then greenlit the hit.
That's right.
From the referee Icemen on Sunday.
Did you order the code red?
Totally. This sounds like a great movie, Dennis, in case it's in production.
Damn right I did.
You don't have to answer that question. It's my favorite part of that. I'll answer the damn question. I'll answer the question.
You know what I got? I could run through these. I got the VSiN Prop Challenge. So this is the official, is it the Vegas Sports Information Network?
Yeah.
The VSiN Prop Challenge.
Shout out Mitch Moss, 95.7 The Game alum.
And Brent Musburger.
Wow.
Shout out.
Yeah.
But maybe not. Anyway, 15 props, and you can go play this, the official VSiN Prop Challenge. How many seconds will it take Reba McEntire to sing the anthem? The over-under is 129 and a hook.
It's that long? I thought the actual over-under was 87 seconds.
No, it's always right around 2 minutes.
Okay.
Always right around 2 minutes. Coin toss, heads or tails. Who's going to win the game? How many total points will be scored in the game? 47.5. What will be the jersey number of the player to score first, over or under 22.5?
Okay.
That's kind of interesting.
What does Pacheco wear?
Pacheco wears 10?
Correct.
10.
Okay.
McCaffrey obviously is over, though. 23.
Yeah, interesting.
Kelsey is over.
Ayuk and Debo are under.
Debo and under.
Purdy's under.
Yeah, Mahomes would also be under.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're basically betting.
Diamador Lenore under, pick 6. Am I right?
Dre Greenlaw, pick 6. He's still
Over.
waiting.
Yep.
Anyway, that one's fun.
That is fun.
How many field goals will be made in the game? Over under 3.5.
Okay.
Will either quarterback throw for 275 or more? Okay, what do you think about that? Yes or no?
I would say no.
Yeah.
No.
I think I agree with you. Will either team miss a field goal or an extra point?
I mean, that's a yes.
Moody.
Yeah.
Moody. Okay. Who will have more receiving yards, Kelsey or Rice?
Jerry or Rasheed? That's Kelsey to me. I think Mooney Ward sticks on Rice for the majority of the game. I don't think he
Rice.
gets much.
I like it. That's going to be his new nickname. All right. Who will have more receiving yards, Samuel or Ayuk?
I think it's Ayuk.
I think it's Debo.
Yeah.
I think it's Debo because I think they're going to try to calm Purdy into this game, quick releases, and early on he's going to get a couple of those around the line of scrimmage catches that he always turns into 15 yards.
And that's a good point because the Purdy and the pistol flip it forward goes down as a pass.
That's a pass.
So I still think, though, that Brandon Ayuk is going to be the primary target in terms of the over-the-middle passing game. Debo used more in the run, I would imagine.
Fair enough. Which QB will have a longer first completion? So just their first completion, which one is longer?
I go Purdy on that one.
Which will be the highest scoring half, first or second?
Second.
Will the final total points be odd or even?
Odd.
That's a total feather in the air.
Totally.
Will there be a roughing the passer penalty, yes or no?
Yes, there will be.
And then
there actually already is one on the Niners. So Mahomes gets that 15.
It's done.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Done.
And then the last one. Will there be points scored in the final 2 minutes of both halves?
Yeah, that's a good one. I'd go yes.
I hope not. I hope not.
Well, if you're the Niners, you hope
in the last 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
I don't want it. I don't want it. I want to have my feet up.
Ottoman.
Beat up.
This is where you and I differ because I want another nail biter.
Oh, God.
So far, these playoffs have been everything I've wanted. You got a Brock Purdy 4-minute, 6-minute drive against Green Bay, and then you got a, oh my God, are they really going to lose this at halftime game?
Brother.
And they came back,
I have
brother.
never been called Silver Fox before in my life. And it's happened to me twice in the last 2 weeks. And that ain't a coincidence. That ain't a coincidence.
It's because you're getting gray?
I had jet brown hair 3 weeks ago. And then these 2 games happened, and now I'm out here walking around looking like Bruce Bochy, for Christ's sake. Not that Bochy doesn't look great.
Last year's Super Bowl, there was a score with 8 seconds left. Turned out to be the decisive field goal,
Yes.
a 27-yarder. So, and that game was exciting. That game was everything you would want and more.
Yeah,
So,
if your team is not in the game. Super exciting when I don't give a rip who wins.
and I wonder if Eagles fan would think last year was a super fun game to watch.
Oh, God, nauseating.
Yeah.
Okay, it's time for another shot for all of you, and then we're going straight to the phone, so stay right there if you're on. Billy Joel and Sting, obviously 2 of the most iconic recording artists in the history of ever, will be live at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, Brock Vegas, on Saturday, November 9th, later this year. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. You could go that route. However, I would suggest this route. We're giving away a pair right now, and in addition to 2 tickets to the show, 2-night hotel stay plus round-trip airfare for 2, all of it on us at 95.7 The Game. And all you got to do is text the word GOLD to 20357. Text the word GOLD to 20357 right now in order to qualify for a shot at this fantastic package. One more time, text the word GOLD to 20357. Good luck to each and every one of you.
Okay.
All right, ready to go to the phones?
Yep. Let's do it. Pick a good one.
Sean in Petaluma. Hello, Sean. What are you doing? Remember when you said pick a good one?
Yeah.
I didn't. How do I put Sean back on hold? Because I want
You press the button that says hold.
Well, no, but
right
then,
next to his. No, you
there
go
it
down.
goes. Yeah, it went
there
to
you go.
yellow.
I did it.
All
We're
right.
good.
Thank you.
I
Well, no, there's a big button that says hold.
Such a
and you,
credit taker.
No, you hit
Thanks,
it, and then it doesn't do anything. All right.
I did that, Mark.
That was me. Dollar Bill in San Francisco. Hello, Dollar Bill. Hey, why are they going yellow now? They're going yellow instead of pink. Whatever you hit, it didn't work. Thank you.
I did it.
Thank you.
It's a 4.
Dollar Bill. Hi, Dollar Bill. What are you doing?
Hello, boys.
Hello.
You can always count on Dollar Bill. I'll always be here.
We knew. I should have gone to you first.
That's all right. Hey, I just got home from the supermarket. I got my ribs. I'm going to be smoking, so I hope that we'll be feasting, and hopefully the 49ers will be as well. I'll be smoking up some Kansas City ribs to be feasting on. So hopefully Bosa takes part in the action too and feasts on some Mahomes ribs.
I love it. This pass rush, obviously, and Dollar Bill, thank you. I mean, the weirdest deal is I don't know what to think about it. I still believe in it. It's a phenomenal group, not just in name. I do think we get too obsessed, remember, as Cheryl Bosa said to us, with stats. It's not just about sacks. It's going to be about pressure. It's going to be about containment. It's going to be about what we were just talking about 10 minutes ago, winning the battles in the trenches. And that is not as simple as just sacks. It's pressure. It's containment. It's where is it coming from? Can you get it coming from up the middle? It's containing that run. We know they can do it. They have most of the time. But my God, they looked awful 2 weeks ago. Awful in the first half.
Yeah. And then I think that they changed they changed their attitude and they changed their approach. They started to bring more in stopping the run. You saw Ward and you saw Gibson up near the line of scrimmage in the third quarter. You started to bring extra heat in the run game, which I think in turn started to make them a little bit more one-dimensional. I thought Detroit did them a big favor by going away from the run early in that second half, and you had no answer for Montgomery, and you really had no answer for Gibbs in the opening part of that football game in Detroit. Well, Detroit did a lot of throwing in the third and fourth quarter.
I don't know, man. Like, go back over it. This is, again, why I was so against, if I'm Dan Campbell, doing what he did. The Niners go down and get a field goal, and now that's the first time to touch the ball. You are now up 24-10. You're the Lions. They ran the ball a lot on that drive, and they moved the ball right into the high red zone. And then instead of kicking a field goal to make it 27-10, they go for it on 4th and 2, and Josh Reynolds drops the ball. All right, now it's Niners ball. They go all the way down the field, right? Get the ladybug catch, and now it's 24-17. You get the ball again. What do? They ran it. One play.
Yeah.
Fumble. Now the game's tied. Okay, you get the ball again. What do? They ran it on first down. They got stuffed. 2nd and 8. Now you throw the ball over the middle of Laporta. Fred Warner crushes the man, jars the ball loose. Now it's 3rd and 8. Obviously, you're not going to run the ball. You throw it to a wide-open Josh Reynolds. He drops it again. Next thing you know, you're losing. Now you're in the 4th quarter and you're losing. Of course you're going to abandon the run. You know what I mean? So it's like, it feels like they abandoned the run because they didn't run it, but it's because they barely ran any plays. They went that whole quarter and a half barely, other than that one drive where they moved it into field goal range and decided not to kick it. They barely ran any plays at all.
Yeah. And then, so you get down by, 3.
They're only down by 3. And then they got into field goal range again.
Yeah. And they chose to not kick
it.
Yeah. And when you got the ball back down 3, Montgomery runs, you pass it, complete. Montgomery runs for 16. 1st and 10 at the Niners 37. Pass.
Yeah.
And that's where, you look at that sequence to me. Montgomery rips off a 16-yarder. You're in field goal range, and you had Goff throw it 4 times. Even though the Niners had not. The only time they stopped you on the ground is when your own guy went the wrong way and he fumbled it. And that definitely turned the game, but I thought they went away from it.
It's a fair point. Yeah, it's a fair point.
And it's easy to look back and nitpick it.
Sure.
But
I just think at that point, you're emotionally scarred as a team. You're sitting there, you're down 27-24, and you're like, what the hell just happened? Wait a minute. We were going to the Super Bowl 10 minutes ago.
Right.
And now we're trailing in the 4th quarter, and the environment is going sideways. So messes with you, no doubt. Roberto in Wichita, next up on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Roberto. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm just over here just watching all the Chiefs fans just full of fear.
For real?
Oh, yeah. They're afraid out here.
Wait, so you're in Wichita, Kansas right now, and you're telling me.
That is correct.
So what are Chiefs fans telling you?
They're not saying anything. I'm just wearing my Niner gear. I'm walking around, going shopping. They just look at me. They look away.
So that means they're scared, not like, I just don't want to talk to that guy because he's wearing a Niner shirt.
No. They're scared. They know what's going to happen.
They don't want that smoke.
The faithful can relax. They don't want it. They don't want it at all.
Yeah. What's your plan for the game being out there in enemy territory?
Oh, man, I've been out here almost 20 years. I'm going to just be here at the house. I'm going to grilling and just enjoy the game.
What was it like 4 years ago for you?
It was terrible. Yeah, it was terrible. These guys, it was their first one that they haven't won. I thought, man, it was miserable. And they haven't let me hear it ever since. They just keep it in my head. Yep.
Roberto, do you mind if I ask you what might sound like a somewhat personal question?
Oh.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to live vicariously through you for a second. So you said you're going to be at your house in Wichita, Kansas. How many bedrooms are in that house?
4 bedrooms.
4 bedrooms. Okay. Do you mind telling me, and I don't even care what you paid for it because I don't know how long you've been there, but
damn,
what is
over here?
What is it approximately worth right now?
Approximately $300,000.
Okay. Thank you, Roberto. Appreciate you calling. 4 bedrooms.
Yeah. What's your point, Mark?
$300,000.
Yeah. Nicest house in the block.
I paid that in rent last month.
I don't doubt it, Coach. That's my property tax. $300K.
4 bedrooms.
Seriously.
Number 4.
So how much does he pay for tornado insurance?
Well,
Cash me out one time.
Plus, he's surrounded by Chiefs fans. That's nauseating.
Yeah.
Who could handle that?
When is the last time you scaled an actual hill? 20 years ago.
Wait a minute.
I love the young people.
Some hiking in Yosemite last year. Does that count?
Yeah.
Oh, hiking in Yosemite.
I don't think he's doing any hiking in
not
Wichita.
him. No.
You know? Anyway, thank you for your honesty, Roberto, and keep the faith out there. Keep the faith out there in Wichita.
I do have a hard time believing that Chiefs fans who go to the Super Bowl every year are, quote, scared.
Oh, they're scared of him.
I don't think they're scared.
They're ducking Roberto. They want no part of him. Because they know what's coming, Mark.
I'm just imagining him walking through a mall right now, and people are moving to the other side of the walkway because here comes Roberto, and he's just like, you don't want any, do you? You don't want none of this. It's like it's a guy in a shirt. So now that means the Chiefs fans are scared.
Yeah, which by proxy means the Chiefs themselves are scared.
Terrified, as Chris Jones said.
Which is why you got to bang the Niners and lay the 2. Am I right, guys? Hello?
Stop. Let's go.
The bet's already been laid. You guys, I'm sorry.
Turn your mic off.
I think I might have got this one right for a change.
You lay the bet, you play the bet.
Yeah.
Let's go to Rez in Millbrae. What up, Rez? What are you doing?
Hey, I'm just going back from the work to the to go home.
Okay.
Hey, I am coming to Vegas tonight, and I will be there tomorrow morning.
Fantastic.
Any suggestion to watch party?
Oh, watch parties? You're asking us?
Yes.
Like the only 2 people at this station who aren't in Vegas, and you're asking us where the watch party is?
You are Watch Party Willard.
That's a good point.
No,
That's a good
any
point.
suggestion to go to watch party? You guys are you guys going to the game, or you guys are watching party?
No.
Because,
No, I'm keeping it real close to the vest. I won't even say friends and family. I'm just going to be family. Family and food and football, period. We're keeping it tight. The Niners are in this game.
Yeah.
If the Lions were playing the Chiefs, we'd be having 30-plus over, and I'd already be cooking. But the Niners are in this game. So, GTFOH.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I got the hint,
Yeah.
so I won't be showing up. You didn't have to keep saying it. I wasn't going to come anyway.
Hey, what? Okay, Sports Bar, Planet, Hollywood, Mall.
Watch party.
No, yeah, because we did the Love
We
the
doing that
Christie.
nachos thing again?
No. That place is called Nacho Daddy. That place is awesome. Nacho Daddy in Las Vegas. It's a little bit off the strip, and the nachos were unbelievable. And actually, my favorite part of that place, they're not giving me anything to say any of this. We just had a great time there last year, and we watched the Chiefs play the Bengals. So not last year, year before. We watched the Chiefs play the Bengals. And the Chiefs were up by a ton, and then the Bengals came back, and the servers and the staff and everybody there served us one huge plate of nachos and a few rounds of drinks and let us sit there for 3.5 hours. And never once were they like, sir, you have to clear this table. We got 58 people waiting to get it. No. Center stage, nachos, crushed it. But then for the Niner-Ram game, we went over to a place I think called Blondie's. Blondie's Sports Bar and Grill. That'd be my only suggestion. They threw a watch party, and you had to get reservations. You know what those are.
It's a reservation sensation.
And the food was a lot of. Thank you. The food was good. The atmosphere was great. Everything was good except for Jaquaski Tart. That's it. Everything else was awesome. So, yeah, that'd be my suggestion if somebody wants to know where to go. They may be sold out by now.
Yeah, and apparently Steiny mentioned earlier on their show that Circa, friend of the station, they're having a watch party. So if you are going out to Vegas or if you're out there listening now,
love Circa.
Check out Circa. I believe it's in the downtown area of Las Vegas.
That's my jam. Downtown. I don't need fancy or schmancy.
Yeah.
I just need Vegas, baby.
And you know what I need? And this is in keeping with my March Madness trip that's now coming up here in about 5 weeks. I just want a seat. I don't want to have to stand the entire time.
Stand in the place.
Take me to a place where I can get a seat.
To another.
You're on fire here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go
I just
ahead.
want to sit.
Yeah.
I want to be able to sit down.
Yeah, of course.
That's all.
Well, a lot of these watch parties do reservations,
Sure.
and you
do.
Yeah.
That's how I'll be watching the game with a 17-month-old.
Well, you have a lot of nachos.
Yeah.
Anyway, Steve in the city is next. Hi, Steve. What the hell are you doing?
Well, I'm going to pick up some more of those Daisy Dips. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
But you gotta watch out. You got to look up. I kept on looking down the first time, and you got to look up. They're up on the shelf there. They're on sale too. They're
no,
really
it
good.
depends on your store, Steve, because the Safeway I go to has them down low. You got to go way low, like where you can't hit the quarterback. They're down there.
Right.
You got to look at the Daisy Sour Cream, and then they're over there to the right, but they're down. It's down low, like thigh level.
These ones, Andronicos, they're up. They're up. I was like, where are they?
That's
you know?
fine. Yeah,
But,
no, look up, look down. Just make sure you get yourself some Daisy Dips.
Hey, check this out, James. You want to go and see March Madness? I went to the Circa, get a studio corner suite overlooking the pool. You can watch the game on that big screen right from the room. Place is cool.
It's great advice, actually, and I may have to take you up on that.
March Madness.
No, I like March Madness.
Okay.
Kind of sweet.
Where are you from, Steve?
I'm from Boston, man. I remember I talked to you during the Celtics.
I
but,
do.
You know.
I do.
Oh, yeah.
I do. I do now. I do now.
That's
no.
ringing a bell, Steve.
Yeah, Steve.
The bells are ringing.
So
now,
wait a
Steve.
minute. You're a Celtics fan and a Niners fan?
Yeah, because of the NFC, AFC, and then, you know, Crafty Bob, I couldn't play the PSLs. He wanted $35,000. I'm like, I don't got that. You know?
Yeah.
Crafty Bob.
No, it's not like they're cheap at Levi's. Are you rocking PSLs at Santa Clara?
No, I don't know. I've only been to Candlestick because I've been here for like 21 years. So the last time I saw it was Cap, and it was the coach. He was playing Miami. That was great, man. It was great. Candlestick's awesome.
Okay, so you never even been to Levi's Stadium?
No, I never been to Gillette Stadium.
Well, yeah, me neither.
That's because Crafty Bob. Trying to hold you down.
All right, Steve.
Great call, Steve. Rack that guy.
Do you have something to say about the Niner defense? Yeah, apparently not. All right. I think he had an idea about the Niner defense.
He might have.
We ended up
He
talking
got in a
about-
nice Daisy Dips.
Yeah, we got Daisy Dips. We got Jason Tatum.
We got a March Madness
Crafty
recommendation.
Bab, Crafty Bob.
It's great.
You keep saying Crafty Bab. It's actually Crafty
Bob.
Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got a plan already for March Madness in place, but maybe I'll bounce over to the Circa and
Check
check
it out.
out that longest bar.
Dude, you got to bounce when you're in Vegas. That's
Tough,
what you
though.
always got to do.
Tough though when you got when you want to watch every game and
Brother.
the first tip is 9 a.m. The last tip's about 7:30.
Wherever you are, you got to bounce. You got to bounce, man.
Depends.
This place is dead anyway.
Depends if you're
You have to
hot.
go to the next place.
Yeah. You get a seat though. I'm staying. I'm a stick and stay.
No, I'm with you. Like a Keno lounge. Just
Yeah.
sit there.
Dude, drip, 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 no doubt. But unfortunately, in the Keno Lounge, the TVs are tiny, like the size of these computer monitors. So you want to be with the big screens.
Are you going to do the rest of the show with a Boston accent?
I might.
Okay.
I'm not really good at it. Last time I went to Match Madness, I was in Caesars, and yeah,
Caesars.
yeah,
Caesars.
I was
Yeah.
there at Caesars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They got some TVs in there. I'll tell you.
Yeah, they do.
A couple of them big screens.
We've officially reached Punch Drunk Hour.
No doubt.
on Willard and Dibbs. It's 5:30 on a Friday afternoon. The weekend is here. I'm staring at the San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock, and it's starting to like bark at me.
It's getting real.
Well, it's been here all week, and we've been talking about it. Just so you guys all know, like it's on a big flat screen TV in here, and it's the countdown clock, San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown clock to kickoff. And so it's just daunting. It's talking to us at all times. It's just tick, 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 which is fine when it's like, yeah, it's 4 days away. You're like, okay, whatever. At 3:30 today, 2 hours ago, when the two in the days column,
Right.
when the two flipped to one,
You were freaking out.
I was like, oh.
You like wildly were pointing and pointing and pointing, and I was like, "What are you doing?"
It was like when cold water goes down your back. It was like, just like it shot
Yeah.
up my back. Where I'm like, dude, we're getting close. We're getting close, and a bunch of stuff happens emotionally. I think when your team is in the Super Bowl and you get to this hour, because it's especially when you do the jobs that we do. We have been talking about this day, at least conceptually, for 6 months.
Yeah.
For 6 months, we've been talking about this day. And
for 2 to 3 weeks, we've been getting into hardcore numerical specifics about this game. So all of that fatigue, that emotion, that drive, that determination, that hope, all of these things now combine into one little basket. And that big number 1 is staring at us.
Number 1.
One day.
One day.
Number 1.
Yeah.
One day. And I know it's 2, but it's less than 24 hours. So it's 1 day and 21 hours and 58 minutes and 40 seconds till this thing kicks off. This is going to be a lot.
It is going to be a lot.
This is going to be a lot.
The good part about the countdown is that you and I both tomorrow extraordinarily busy.
Oh, my God.
So tomorrow is going to be a day where you're not going to have a chance to really sit around and twiddle your thumbs and think about 40 hours, 31 hours. And you and I both, I'm reffing 7 games. You're probably parenting at 4 or 5 minimum.
Jude's birthday party is tomorrow.
You've got a lot going on tomorrow.
It is distraction action.
Which is perfect.
It's perfect.
It's all you would want. Because then you wake up on Sunday and you're going to be tired, but you're going to wake up and it's going to be like, okay, how soon do we put on the pregame shows? I'm going to be putting on the Grandy Man. What time do you start, Mark? Are you at 9 a.m.?
Yeah, what's the deal this weekend, buddy?
So on Sunday, it's Evan and FP from 9 to 1.
Okay.
And then Sterling and I from 1 until kickoff at 3:30.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you for laying that out because I'm a big fan of all the people just mentioned.
And then Sterling and I will also be on postgame.
So are you watching it right here?
Watching it here.
Here in this building?
Yes. Yeah.
Like, what's your plan? I was going to say you're going to be right outside.
Yeah, on the big screen.
Meet me outside.
On the big screen.
Meet me outside. Meet me outside.
That's good.
All right. Wow. Just you and Sterling? Is anybody else coming to join you?
Chris O'Connell will be here as well.
Nice. American Ninja Warrior
So
producer.
if you walk in here Monday and there's like holes in the wall, it's because it was a bad result and we got upset.
I want to take a moment to address this.
A moment of clarity?
Well, thank God for granting me this moment of clarity.
I love a Friday Willard.
I
You're
want
all over the place.
Totally. Whatever.
I know.
I'm in live stream mode. Anybody know any jokes? No. I want to address a certain portion of our audience because you and I are not these people. And one of my favorite things, and I told this story the other day when I was given the opportunity to come back to my home and do what we do for a living, one of the things that kept sticking out in my mind is that I'm going to flip on these microphones and I'm going to speak to all of you. And what was in my head was, I am you. I am you. I grew up here. I bleed these colors. I cried when the Giants won in 2010. I grew up at a time where the 49ers won the Super Bowl every other year. And I gave up on the idea of the Warriors ever being good. And then the craziest run I've ever seen in my history as a sports fan took place there too.
And it's still taking place.
Absolutely.
Winners of 4 or 5 on the road.
Here they come. So speaking to this audience, sports fans in the San Francisco Bay Area, I felt that. I am you, and I get you, and you get me. And I think that is the centerpiece of everything that we do here and on this show. For the first time in my life, it was a realization sensation.
Cha-ching!
Cha-ching! Thank you. It really was. For the first time in my life, I realized that there is a section of our audience where I couldn't say that anymore. I am you. And that is for anyone who is, and I'm just going to approximate here, but anyone who is around in your mid-30s, maybe even 40 years old and younger. You don't know. You don't know what it's like. Grandy just opened up this mic, and he and Sterling are going to be two of these people who might punch holes in the wall because they don't know. You don't know what it's like for the San Francisco 49ers to win the Super Bowl. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. We know Steph Curry, we know Buster Posey, but the quarterback of the 49ers, when they win the Super Bowl, becomes the biggest deal in sports, just like Joe Montana did and Steve Young did after him. And now that we've been to 2 Super Bowls in recent years and haven't won either of them, I want to give a special emotional shout out to anybody who hasn't turned 40 yet, who's listening to us right now, and just know I'm thinking about you this weekend. I want this for you. I want it for Brock. I want it for Kyle. I want it for all of us, but I want it for you too, because it's the best, man. It's the best. And I really hope that y'all get to experience it on Sunday.
Yeah, and it's something that you were close to 4 years ago, and if you're old enough to remember that, you're certainly old enough now to probably be at more of a peak age to fully embrace it and enjoy it. And you and I were spoiled growing up because, I went to the parade after the first one, and I went to the parade after the second one, and it did feel like these things happened all the time. The 5 Lombardis, they happened in rapid succession, and then the Giants in the 3 even years, you were able to enjoy those. And I mean, even though it's baseball and you didn't feel like, we're going to get these all the time, you got 3. The Giants never had 1, and then you got 3, and then this Warrior thing has been bananas, and hopefully it's not completely over. And this past week has reminded us of what this team can actually be when they play their best. So Sunday, you've got it. You've got the biggest sporting event in America, one of the biggest sporting events in the world each and every year, and your squad's in it. So just enjoy it and try not to lament too much about, what could happen on the bad side, because that's going to happen or it's not going to happen. Just enjoy it, make those memories, have your Daisy Dips and your ribs and your barbecue and whatever you're going to do. Enjoy it with friends, because this is the good stuff, win or lose. Obviously, you want to win, but I even remember 4 years ago the feelings I had and the memories of that night. It's one of the nights I will never forget in my life.
You're not wrong, but they got to get.
You got to get the win. Yes, I get that.
You got to get this sucker.
You got to get it.
You got to get it. You got to get it. How about Jay in San Jose? Hey, Jay, what's up? What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Hey, Willard. Hey, Dibbs. This is my first time calling this show. I usually call it the morning show.
Well, thanks, Jay.
So excited,
welcome,
man. Thank you. I'm just so excited. I'm going to barbecue that day. We're going to make some great meat. We're going to throw back some studs, some hazies, if you will. And my Niners, man, are going to play in the Super Bowl, and they're going to defeat the Chiefs. And when the Niners started this season, their defense was great, and their offense was it was spectacular, better than I thought. And after the bye, the defense was fantastic again because of some time off. We've had some time off again, and our defense is going to step up, and our defense is going to terrorize that team. And I'm just so excited. I want to share that with you guys. I'm just so glad my team is in it.
No doubt. Jay, great stuff, and thank you for calling. We appreciate having you. I hope you're right. I will point out they had some time off before facing Green Bay as well, and that did not work that time. They came out and played 2 football games, and I'd argue that for their standards, they were subpar on the defensive side of the football. Hopefully they got this one. They got this one figured out.
Hopefully,
yeah.
And it's going to be a case where I don't think you can expect them to terrorize and really harass Patrick Mahomes and sack him a bunch of times. It just isn't what happens to Mahomes. It might just come down to containing the run, taking away Kelsey, and tackling when they do make a throw.
Tackling, because the Chiefs do a lot that's right there close to the vest, close to the line of scrimmage. Got to tackle. They haven't been great at it lately. They got to tackle. If they wrap up, I think they're going to do well. San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says we are one day, 21 hours, 49 minutes, and 50 seconds away from the big game. We got time for more of your calls coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
Pete's Coffee has 2 special offers this weekend for all 49er fans. Wear 49ers gear.
to go out there and be tough. I'm tired of getting pushed around. Kick your ass.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Thank you.
So good. It's so
I'm tired
good.
of getting pushed around.
You got to go out there and be tough.
Oh, it's so good.
You got to go out there and be tough.
Listen, we've all heard Guru's speeches now a number of times. There's only one human being left who needs to hear that. One human being, one man.
Chase Young.
Thank you. That's it.
I didn't mean to steal the punchline.
No, that's it.
One man.
I don't get mad when you steal a punchline. I don't
Gary
get mad.
Woodland.
Like other people who you used to work with.
I'm still shaking that off. It's been about 5 years.
Shake it off.
Thank
Shake
you.
it off. Anyway, yeah. By the way, just saw this. Trent Williams says he's planning to play at least a couple more years.
Okay.
Oh. So you can toss aside all your Niners are about to lose everybody, the window is over deal. This is going to be the most interesting part of the next generation of 49er football. No doubt. No doubt. There's this year and then there's next year. And there's probably the year after that as well with regard to Brock Purdy. But it's after next year that an extension can be negotiated. And obviously at that point, Christian McCaffrey's contract is up and he's 30 years old. And so you got to figure out what to do with a number of people. But the next generation of 49er football will be, how can you structure this while paying a quarterback? And so that'll be interesting. But the beauty is, Niner fans, you really have some time before that's really going to become an actual functional subject. You really do. You've got this year and 2 more seasons. Forget the extension being negotiated. It doesn't kick in for another year after that.
Yeah.
So you got this Super Bowl and 2 more full seasons of cheap quarterback production. And so
Trent's already signed for those years.
And Trent will play, and so will Christian. And so you're going to get you got action.
And so will Debo. And if you keep Brandon, he will. And Nick just got paid, and Fred's been paid. Yep. And so I think Dre will come up by then.
Dre's going to come up.
And that's fine. But you've got a lot of players who are already under contract, and the way you've been able to defer some of the payments and kick the can down the road, until Brock Purdy hits that big number, you're going to be able to keep this whole group together.
Dre Greenlaw, unrestricted free agency in 2025. So 1 more season.
Right.
So we'll see what, because he already signed an extension one time. I think it's a non-guaranteed deal at certain points. But anyway, Greenlaw and Ayuk are going to be the next 2 that need to be addressed.
Trent's going to make cap hit of 31.5 next year, then 34.1. And then when he turns 38, if you want to get out of the last year of his deal, the dead cap hit's only $8.5 million.
Yep.
So if he wants to play 2 more years, then the cap hit is a paltry $8 million after 2025.
And Christian McCaffrey is all fully locked up and loaded for 2 more full seasons after this one as well. Yeah. So
and after those 2 seasons, then Brock Purdy's big extension theoretically would kick in.
Yeah, exactly. And that's when it'll all be different. All right, let's see if we can talk some more people on the way out the door. We got 10 minutes until we're all done for the week. I do want to take a moment to thank the hell out of the entire audience. We've had a wild week getting ready for the Super Bowl and the live stream stuff. So if you were with us on the Odyssey app or YouTube and FP was here, and just thanks to everybody, Lucas, Grandy. This has been a real interesting week. And we put every single thing we had into it, and thank you for being a part of it. And I say that for everybody on all 3 shows as well. And Tim Jordan taking Steiny and Goo out to Vegas, and Bonte and Joe will be on their way, and you'll hear them from Vegas on Monday and Tuesday, and we'll have an extra hour live stream, the 5 o'clock hour on Monday. It's all been big and appropriate and everything, so just appreciate you. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Orlando in the city on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Orlando. What are you doing?
Hey, Willard. Hey, Dibbs. What's going on? I'm bouncing off the walls over here at work, so they told me to take my break because I'm just so amped up. How you guys doing?
Good, Orlando.
Love it, man.
Yeah. So listen, I know you guys are up against it. I'm a 34-year-old human fan. All right. I don't know I'm a human, by the way.
I couldn't tell. I was like, is this guy human?
Error. All right, so 1994 championship. I don't know that world, right? So I've just been thinking about everything. I've been thinking about Brock getting knocked out last year, 2021, Rams knocking us out, winning the Super Bowl, 2019 Super Bowl against the Chiefs, 2016 we were terrible. We gave up 7 straight 100-yard rushers. We were a terrible defense. 2014, Harbaugh's last year, we lost to the Raiders, bro. Out of all teams, we lost to the Raiders. 2013, the Sherman interception. 2012, Ravens Super Bowl. 2011, Kyle Williams, everything. Dude, I'm so amped up. I'm ready for this game to start. Fans, get on my level, get amped up, get excited. We're taking this, and it's coming to an end, and we're celebrating, and let's go, man. I'm just so amped up. Let's go. Take
Orlando,
it easy, and I'm out.
Yeah,
It's
man.
a great uptick.
That's real good.
Yeah.
And Orlando's exactly who I'm talking about. I really do. Those of you who have never experienced this, I really want it for you this weekend, and hope the Niners can bring it home. We're going to go back to the phones in a second, but real quick, the Defensive Play of the Week is brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Remember when Cam Newton said that Brock Purdy is a game manager, not a game changer? Well, friend of the show, Jason Dumas, caught up with him in Vegas earlier this week, and Cam defended himself from angry 49er fans.
Brock Purdy has been able to do something a lot of people wasn't expecting him to do.
Right.
And I think his success has been marvelous to witness. And I think what we have to do in media that I'm trying to bring out is honesty. It's truth. We have to make truth the way. And not it being subjective to the degree where it's coming from a place of hate. I'm not bitter. I swear I'm not. I'm not a hater. I'm just being honest as I know how. And a lot of times the truth can be subjective. A lot of times the truth can be opinionated. And that's why we have sports to be able to, take our side.
Okay, so kids, let's remember, a lot of times truth can be subjective, and Cam Newton's opinions are not. They're objective.
Yeah.
Did everyone catch all that?
Yeah, because his opinions are the truth.
They're the truth.
Right.
Honest.
Therefore, his opinions are the truth. Therefore, the truth cannot be subjective. Thank you, Cam, for that lesson.
Next September, if you get your kid's new school schedule and Cam Newton is your kid's teacher, call the school and ask for a change. The Defensive Play of the Week was brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Hey, Mike in Napa, what are you doing? You're on Willard and Dibs.
Hanging out. How you guys doing?
Fantastic, man.
Okay, so I want to first say, Willard, you're the best thing that's happened at sports radio in the Bay Area in a long time. I love the show. Dibs, you as well. I've been listening a long time. I'm probably Dibs' age. And I just wanted to resonate around how it will affect the younger generation. I went to the parade after the second Super Bowl, cut high school, and I can't wait for my kids to see the Niners win the Super Bowl. It's going to bring a whole level of joy they've never, ever felt. And just wanted to express that.
I love it. Thank you for the kind words, Mike. Appreciate that. And you're absolutely right. If you've never gotten to experience this, it is something else. And by the way, the more I think about that, you and I haven't gotten to experience this in the form that we are now. Yeah, we remember it. We're old enough to remember it. But in 1994, I couldn't even drink yet. I
couldn't stop drinking in 94. Am I right?
I wasn't a fully formed. Thank you. He's fully in the bag. You know what I mean? I wasn't a fully formed dude yet. I was in college. So, in some respects, adult me has never done this either. So, my man, let's do it this weekend.
Let's do it. And Radio Me has never gotten a chance to do it. And if they can do it, there'll be a certain amount of parade activity, and we'll get to do that too. I'm pumped, Mark. Let's get this thing done.
Okay. Listen, everybody, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's a full hour with Grandy and the best of the game. He will start off with the morning roast, and their very energetic reaction to arriving to Friday and getting you all ready for the Super Bowl. I'm going to say this as firmly as I've ever said it. For Dibs, for Grandy, and for Lucas, Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy and the rest of you, shoot your shot. It is all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.